Chapter 1: Exorbitant Dowry Leads to Immediate Breakup. Jiangchun, Wangjiang Pavilion. This top-tier restaurant, where the average cost per person is in the four figures, is currently shrouded in a somber silence. Inside the private room, a round mahogany table was laden with exquisite dishes. The rising steam gradually dissipated, but no one touched a single bite. Lin Chuan sat upright with his back straight, his gaze fixed on the mother and daughter opposite him. Seated in the main seat was his future mother-in-law, Li Tsuhua, adorned with jewels and wearing a calculating smile, as she slowly wiped her fingers with a wet wipe. Beside her, Lin Chuan's girlfriend, Zhao Xiaoya, kept her head down, absent-mindedly scrolling through her phone screen, deliberately avoiding his gaze. This scene resembles a trial. Xiao Chuan, you and Xiaoya have been dating for 3 years now, haven't you? Finally, Li Tsuhua put down the wet wipe and spoke in a nonchalant tone, breaking the suffocating silence. Lin Chuan nodded, his voice steady. Yes, Auntie, it's been 3 years and 2 months. He remembered the number very clearly because he had put his heart into it. Yes, it's been quite a while. Li Tsuhua picked up the expensive pre-Qingming Longjing tea in front of her, blew on it gently, and didn't even lift her eyelids. You're all graduating soon, it's time to talk about marriage. Lin Chuan was overjoyed, thinking that today's feast at Hongmen was finally about to turn around. He quickly replied, Auntie, you're right. That's exactly what I'm planning. Once I graduate, find a job, and settle down, I should be able to save up enough for a down payment in 2 years to buy a 2-bedroom apartment in Jiangcheng. Then I'll marry Xiaoya in style. This was the most sincere and realistic promise he could give. However, after hearing this, Li Tsuhua scoffed as if she had heard a joke. She put down her teacup, her shrewd eyes finally lifting to stare directly at Lin Chuan. 2 years? Down payment? Chuan, aren't you being too naive? Lin Chuan frowned slightly. My daughter has never suffered a bit since she was little. I don't want her to live with you in a rented house, or in a tiny apartment of only a few dozen square meters, worrying about paying the mortgage every day. Li Tsuhua's voice suddenly rose, carrying an undeniable forcefulness. I've discussed it with her father. We can get married, but there are a few conditions you must agree to. Zhao Xiaoya finally raised her head. She glanced at Lin Chuan, her eyes darting around, but she still chimed in, Mom, you should talk to him, so he can be prepared. Lin Chuan's heart began to sink little by little. Li Tsuhua extended a finger painted with bright red nail polish and tapped it on the table, making a crisp sound. First, the bride price. She paused, seemingly enjoying Lin Chuan's tense expression, before saying, word by word, in Jiangcheng, the rules are exactly 688,000, not a penny less. 688,000? Lin Chuan's pupils suddenly contracted. This number is nothing short of astronomical for him, an ordinary student from a working-class family. Auntie, is this number? Is it a lot? Li Tsuhua interrupted him, sneering, my daughter, whom I've raised for over 20 years, is a beautiful, fresh cabbage, and she's about to marry you. Is 688,000 yuan a lot? I don't want a single penny of this money, it's all for the young couple's startup capital for their future life. Lin Chuan took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down, and looked to Zhao Xiaoya for help. However, Zhao Xiaoya lowered her head again, as if the matter had nothing to do with her. Okay, what about the house and the car? Lin Chuan's voice was a little hoarse. The house must be paid for in full, with 3 bedrooms and a living room, and the location can't be too remote, Li Tsuhua said matter-of-factly. The car can't be less than a B-class car worth 300,000 yuan, and it also has to be paid for in full. All of these must be registered under Xiaoya's name, as a form of protection for her. The house and car were paid for in full, and they were both registered under Zhao Xiaoya's name alone. This isn't a wedding, it's clearly selling a daughter. Lin Chuan felt a chill run from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head. He looked at the unfamiliar mother and daughter in front of him, and 3 years of relationship seemed so ridiculous at this moment. Auntie, Xiaoya, you know my family situation, Lin Chuan said, his voice tinged with pleading. My parents are just ordinary workers. Even if they took out all their savings, they couldn't raise the amount you mentioned. Could we? If you can't afford it, that's your problem. Li Tsuhua interrupted him again, her tone becoming harsh. You're a grown man, and you can't even afford a dowry for a wife? You want to marry my daughter? Don't give me that nonsense. In this society, you can't get by without money. Xiaoya. Lin Chuan finally couldn't hold back any longer and looked at his girlfriend, who had been silent all along. Do you think so too? We've been together for 3 years. Is our relationship really less important than money? Zhao Xiaoya, whose name was called, finally put down her phone. She looked up at Lin Chuan, her eyes no longer darting away, but filled with a disappointment and impatience that Lin Chuan found unfamiliar. Lin Chuan, is what my mother said wrong? She spoke, and her first words were like a knife, piercing Lin Chuan's heart. Look at my girlfriends, their boyfriends all drive BMWs and Mercedes, and the bags they buy them are all Chanel and Gucci? What about me? We've been together for 3 years, and the most expensive thing you've ever given me is a discounted Coach bag. I'm embarrassed to introduce you as my boyfriend when I take you out. What do you have besides being a little handsome? Zhao Xiaoya's voice grew increasingly agitated, filled with grievance. Lin Chuan, wake up. This isn't school anymore. Being handsome won't put food on the table. If you don't have money, don't even think about getting a wife. Being handsome won't put food on the table. Lin Chuan pondered those words, and the last trace of warmth in his heart was utterly crushed by them. He smiled. It wasn't a bitter laugh, nor a cold laugh, but a heartfelt laugh, carrying a hint of relief and absurdity. He looked at the mother and daughter in front of him, who seemed taken aback by his smile, and slowly stood up. Throughout the process, his movements were unhurried and he even straightened the slightly wrinkled corners of his clothes, appearing unusually calm. Auntie Xiaoya, I understand. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried clearly to every corner of the private room. Let's consider this our final farewell meal. Li Cuihua and Zhao Xiaoya were both stunned. They had imagined that Lin Chuan would be shocked, plead, be angry, or even kneel down and make promises, but they never expected him to be so calm. Lin Chuan, what do you mean? Zhao Xiaoya panicked. Lin Chuan didn't answer her, but simply took out several hundred yuan bills from his wallet and gently placed them on the table. We'll split the bill for the meal. Then, he looked directly into Zhao Xiaoya's eyes, those once clear and bright eyes that she was so fascinated by, now only filled with cold indifference. Let's break up. After saying those 4 words, Lin Chuan didn't look at them again, resolutely turned around, and walked out of the private room. Lin Chuan! You stop right there! Zhao Xiaoya finally reacted and screamed. Li Cuihua was also furious, slamming her hand on the table and yelling, You have no money but still have so much backbone? I'll see how you die in the future. Without my Xiaoya, you are nothing. Lin Chuan's steps did not falter in the slightest. He pulled open the heavy wooden door of the private room, shutting out the shock, anger, and curses of the mother and daughter behind him. Stepping out of Wangjung Pavilion, a cool breeze carrying moisture hits you. Summer thunderstorms can come suddenly. Large raindrops pounded on the ground, instantly forming a curtain of rain that shrouded the entire city in a gray haze. Lin Chuan neither hid nor ran, but walked step by step in the rain. The cold rain soaked his hair and slid down his cheeks, making it hard to tell if it was rain or tears. His heart was ice cold. 3 years of relationship, in the end, was nothing more than a transaction with a price tag. He lost miserably. Life seemed to have reached its darkest point, with not a glimmer of light in sight. Just as he felt he was about to be swallowed by the endless darkness, a cold, emotionless mechanical voice suddenly exploded in his mind without warning. Bite. The system has detected that the host has actively severed undesirable romantic relationships and achieved a state of mental clarity, meeting the activation requirements for the God-level intelligence system. System is activating. 1%. 50%. 100%. System activation successful. Greetings, host. The God-level intelligence system is at your service. Chapter 2 Ding. God-level intelligence system activated. Auditory hallucination? Lin Chuan stood in the torrential rain, soaked to the bone and looking utterly disheveled. He felt he must be going crazy. He was driven to a mental breakdown by the shock of 3 years of relationship and the harsh reality, and began to hallucinate. A God-level intelligence system? This kind of thing only exists in online novels, how could it possibly appear in reality? He chuckled self-deprecatingly, wiped the rain off his face, and prepared to find shelter under a roof. However, the moment he took a step, that cold, mechanical voice, like the most precise ticking of a clock, rang in his mind again, 100 times clearer than before. System activation successful. New player gift pack has been issued, please check. This time, it's not just a simple sound. A light blue, technologically advanced, semi-transparent virtual panel appeared out of thin air in front of Lin Chuan's eyes, and the raindrops in his field of vision seemed to slow down. This panel can only be seen by him. Lin Chuan's steps faltered as if nailed to the spot, his entire body stiffening. He blinked, the panel was still there. He pinched his thigh hard, and a sharp pain shot through him, but the panel remained clearly visible, floating in mid-air. What, fuck? A single phrase, a national treasure, perfectly encapsulates even a fraction of the shock Lin Chuan felt at that moment. This is not an illusion. Hello, host. I am a god-level intelligence system, number 9527. The mechanical voice sounded again, this time in response to Lin Chuan's shock. This system aims to help the host gain insight into all things, analyze the essence of the world, and reach the pinnacle of life. Lin Chuan's breathing became rapid. He forced himself to calm down and asked in his mind with a trembling voice, Why did you choose me? There are two conditions for system activation. First, the host must possess strong mental potential. Second, the host must actively sever a harmful and unprofitable romantic relationship in order to gain the qualification to break free from the shackles of fate. Cut off bad relationships? Lin Chuan instantly recalled everything that had just happened at Wangjun Pavilion. It turns out that what he thought was an abyss of despair was actually a ladder to a new life. The sting of humiliation and betrayal was strangely replaced by an indescribable sense of exhilaration at that moment. He did the right thing. So, what are your functions? Lin Chuan asked impatiently, as this was the key question. The core function of this system is information insight. In the initial stage, the host can see the favorability rating of any living being towards you. The favorability rating system is divided into the following levels: 150 mortal enemy, 4910 dislike, 90 warning stranger, 120 friendly, 2150 trust, 5180 love, 8199 beloved, and 100 only one. Please begin your first exploration, host. As the system's voice faded, the panel in front of Lin Chuan disappeared. He composed himself, then looked up with some skepticism at the crowd sheltering from the rain under the bus stop not far away. The next second, he was struck dumb as if by lightning. Those ordinary passers-by now had something resembling a game character information bar above their heads. Above the head of a middle-aged man who was anxiously making a phone call, it displayed, passerby A, favorability rating, 0 stranger. Above the head of a young girl playing on her phone next to her is, passerby B, favorability rating, 5 slightly friendly. Lin Chuan guessed that this was probably because of his appearance, which naturally attracted some initial favor from the opposite sex. That's just amazing. He felt like he was playing a real-life online game, and he even had cheat codes. Seeing is not enough, a new test is needed to confirm that the function works. He took a deep breath and walked towards the bus stop. He selected a target, a kind-looking auntie whose favorability rating was too friendly. Hello, auntie. Lin Chuan greeted her with a bright and handsome smile and politely asked, Excuse me, is this where I catch the bus to Jiangqing University? The woman was looking at her phone when she heard the voice, looked up, and her eyes lit up when she saw Lin Chuan. Oh, it's a young man, going to Jiangda University? The aunt pointed enthusiastically to the bus stop across the street. This is the opposite direction. Go to the other side and take bus 27 or 11. Both will take you to the school gate. I see, thank you so much, auntie. Lin Chuan said sincerely. You're welcome, you're welcome. It's not easy for you students to be away from home, the aunt said with a smile. In the short span of 10 seconds of their conversation, Lin Chuan watched as the progress bar above the aunt's head jumped from too friendly all the way to 15 trust. It's true. It's actually true. Lin Chuan suppressed his elation and, in order to test further, turned his gaze to a blond young man next to him who was wearing headphones and looked impatient. Yellow-haired youth, favorability rating, 3 beware. Lin Chuan pretended to lose his balance and gently bumped into him. The blonde-haired youth immediately took off his headphones and glared at him fiercely. What are you doing? Don't you have eyes? Lin Chuan immediately saw that the favorability rating above his head instantly dropped from 3 to 10 dislike. Lin Chuan believed it completely. The world had completely changed in his eyes. What would it mean if we could see everyone's true attitude towards us? Who are true friends, who stab you in the back, who are worth getting to know, and who must be avoided, all of this will be revealed. The ugly faces of Zhao Xiaoya and her mother reappeared in his mind. If he had had this system earlier, why would he have wasted 3 years of his youth on a woman who looked down on him? The rain gradually stopped. The dark clouds dispersed, and a ray of sunlight pierced through the clouds, shining warmly on Lin Chuan. It seemed to foreshadow that his life was about to clear up after the storm. He hailed a taxi and returned to Jiangcheng University. When I entered the dormitory, it was empty. My roommates had probably all gone out to have fun. Lin Chuan walked to the bathroom mirror and looked at himself in the mirror. Although he was soaking wet, his eyes were surprisingly bright. He suddenly had an idea. If you can look at others, can you look at yourself? With a thought, sure enough, a personal data panel 100 times more detailed than when looking at others appeared next to his reflection in the mirror. Name, Lin Chuan. Age, 22. Physical fitness, 8. The standard for an average adult male is 10. Mental strength, 15, far exceeding ordinary people. Basic system activation. Charm, 12, slightly attractive. Skills, none. Points, 0. Overall assessment, a handsome young man with strong mental fortitude but weak physical constitution. Lin Chuan looked at his data, lost in thought. His weak constitution was probably due to long hours of drawing design drafts. It seems that this system can not only observe others, but also quantify oneself, giving him the clearest understanding of himself. Just then, a commotion and the chattering laughter of several girls came from downstairs in the dormitory. Lin Chuan recognized one of the voices all too well. He walked to the window and looked down. His ex-girlfriend, Zhao Xiaoya, was walking downstairs chatting and laughing with her best friend, who was dressed in a very attractive manner. There was no trace of sadness from the breakup on her face. Instead, there was a sense of relief and pride. Lin Chuan's gaze unconsciously focused on her. The next second, a unique detailed information panel, radiating a bright red light, suddenly popped up above Zhao Xiaoya's head. Name, Zhao Xiaoya. Affection level, 50. Dislike, contempt. Current status, hypocritical, greedy, about to go on a date with backup option number 2, Zhang Wei. Key intelligence, readable. Lin Chuan's eyes turned cold the moment he saw the glaring 50 and backup number 2 markings. Zhao Xiaoya seemed to notice the gaze from upstairs. She looked up and met Lin Chuan's eyes. She was taken aback at first, then a contemptuous sneer curled at the corner of her lips as she deliberately waved the latest iPhone in her hand. Her best friend also saw Lin Chuan and immediately grabbed Zhao Xiaoya's arm dramatically, asking, "Xiaoya, isn't that Lin Chuan? You really broke up with him? He's so handsome, what a pity." Zhao Xiaoya snorted disdainfully, and her words clearly reached Lin Chuan's ears. "What's the use of being handsome? He was so hesitant to buy me this phone. Zhang Wei is much more generous. Let's go, let's ignore him. Zhang Wei is waiting for us at the school gate in his BMW." Chapter 3, The Ex-Girlfriend's Secret. It's unbearable to look at. Lin Chuan stood by the window, expressionless, like a cold sculpture. He heard every word of Zhao Xiaoya's conversation with her best friend downstairs. It was clear and jarring. He concentrated, focusing all his attention on the bright red panel above Zhao Xiaoya's head. Affection level, 50. Dislike, contempt. 50. This number was like a red-hot branding iron, burning his heart and turning all the warmth and effort of the past 3 years into a joke. It turns out that all she felt towards herself was disgust and contempt. Ding! Target detected as a key figure in the host's prior causal relationships. You may consume newbie gift pack privileges to read one piece of core intelligence from the target. Read? The system notification sounded at the appropriate time. A cold smile curled at the corners of Lin Chuan's lips. Of course he wants to see it. He not only wanted to see, but he wanted to see it clearly and plainly. He wanted to see what kind of ingrate he had fed with his sincerity over the past 3 years. Read. Lin Chuan silently recited in his mind. Privileges exhausted, retrieving core intelligence. The next second, Lin Chuan felt a slight buzzing in his brain. The scene before him remained unchanged, but a massive torrent of information, like a flood bursting its banks, instantly rushed into his mind. Those weren't words, but rather scenes, conversations, and real moments that Zhao Xiaoya had never revealed to him before. The scene begins with a club social gathering a year ago. In a brightly lit KTV room, Zhao Xiaoya met Zhang Wei, a wealthy second-generation student majoring in finance. That night, Zhang Wei drove a BMW Z4, wearing a Rolex on his wrist, and casually treated everyone in the room to a meal. Zhao Xiaoya looked at Zhang Wei with undisguised envy and longing in her eyes. From that day on, she had a new contact in her phone labeled "My Brother." Chat log 1, smiley face. Zhao Xiaoya, brother, I recently saw an LV bag that I really like, it's so pretty. Zhang Wei, send me your address, and I'll deliver it to your dorm building tomorrow. Lin Chuan clenched his fist tightly. He remembered that just a few days ago, Zhao Xiaoya had hugged him and said in a spoiled tone that she was short of money and asked him to help her raise some living expenses. And he, without hesitation, transferred all 2,000 yuan he had earned from part-time work to her. How ironic. The screen continued to scroll. 6 months ago, at the Love Hotel behind the school. Zhao Xiaoya and Zhang Wei walked out of the room, her face still flushed with satisfaction. Zhang Wei put his arm around her waist and asked flirtatiously, "Where's your handsome boyfriend? Aren't you afraid he'll find out?" Zhao Xiaoya scoffed, "Him? He's saving me a seat in the library right now. He's so naive and easy to fool. Why keep him around? He's a poor student." "You don't understand," Zhao Xiaoya giggled, tracing circles on Zhang Wei's chest with her finger. "Lin Chuan is handsome, it's a status symbol to take him out, all the girls at school envy me. As for you, you're my financial security. One takes care of appearances, the other takes care of the substance, we can do both without any problems. You little devil, you're so clever." Boom! Lin Chuan felt like his brain was about to explode. So, in her eyes, I was just a tool to show off on campus. A face to satisfy her vanity. But Zhang Wei is her true inner self. In her eyes, his 3 years of heartfelt sincerity were nothing more than a fool's self-indulgent sentimentality. Anger erupted in Lin Chuan's chest like a volcano, almost burning his reason to ashes. But then, an extreme chill instantly extinguished this anger. Because what's even more disgusting is yet to come. The scene shifts to Zhao Xiaoya's home a few days earlier. She and her mother, Li Cuihua, were like two shrewd businesswomen, calculating how to maximize their profits. Li Cuihua, "Yeah, is that Zhang Wei reliable? Is he really willing to marry you?" Zhao Xiaoya, "Mom, don't worry, I've had him completely under my control for a long time. His family's company will be his in the future." Li Cuihua, "What about that poor boy Lin Chuan? We can't just keep dragging this on, can we?" Zhao Xiaoya's face revealed a calculating smile. "This is simple. We'll just confront him directly and ask for an exorbitant dowry that he absolutely cannot afford, like 688,000 yuan? Plus a fully paid-off RV. His family's circumstances are such that they couldn't scrape together that even if they sold everything they owned. When that happens, he'll feel embarrassed and will definitely take the initiative to break up with us. That way, the fault won't lie with us. I can also play the role of a lovelorn woman who is tormented by love but has to succumb to reality in front of his classmates." How wonderful. Li Cuihua nodded in satisfaction. "My daughter is so smart. Let's do it this way. Let him get out of here, and we can marry into a wealthy family in style." That concludes the information flow. Lin Chuan stood motionless by the window, but his entire demeanor underwent a dramatic change. If he was angry and heartbroken before, then now, all that remained in his heart was endless coldness and relief. Yes, thankfully. I'm glad I finally saw through this woman's true colors, and I'm glad I didn't actually empty my parents' life savings for such a person. 3 years of relationship, in the face of these unbearable truths, are like a joke, a huge joke. The last vestige of lingering affection vanished completely as these images surfaced. Downstairs. Zhao Xiaoya and her best friend Luli were preparing to leave. Luli tugged at Zhao Xiaoya's arm, pointed upstairs, and whispered, "Xiaoya, look, Lin Chuan is still watching you. TSK, that look in his eyes, like he wants to eat you alive. Is he thinking of doing something rash?" Zhao Xiaoya looked up and saw Lin Chuan's cold gaze, and her heart skipped a beat for no reason. But she quickly put that unease behind her, replacing it with a vengeful pleasure. She thought that Lin Chuan's feelings were resentment and bitterness after being dumped. She deliberately raised her voice a few decibels so that Lin Chuan could hear her clearly. "Let them look. We'll be strangers after all. Some people just can't see reality and always think they're the center of the world." Luli chimed in sarcastically, "Exactly, if you don't have the skills, don't take on the job. Handsome guys can't just swipe their cards. Men like Zhang Wei are much more reliable." "Alright, let's not talk about him anymore, it's bad luck." Zhao Xiaoya triumphantly tossed her hair, turned around, and prepared to walk towards the conspicuous BMW at the school gate. "Let's go. Let that poor bastard be sat up there by himself. Don't ruin my good mood for my date." However, she had only taken 2 steps when her phone in her pocket buzzed. She impatiently took out her phone, thinking it was a message from Zhang Wei urging her to hurry up. But when she saw the sender's name and that short line of text on the screen, the smug smile on her face froze instantly. He was frozen in place, as if struck by a bolt of lightning from the heavens. "Lin Chuan." The text message contained only one sentence. Do you want me to keep your affair with Zhang Wei a secret? At that moment, Zhao Xiaoya's pupils shrank to the size of pinpoints. Her hand holding the phone began to tremble uncontrollably, and the color drained from her face at a visible speed, turning it deathly pale. Impossible, how could he know this is absolutely impossible? She murmured in disbelief. Luli, who was standing next to her, noticed that something was wrong and asked curiously, Xiaoya, what's wrong? Why is your face so pale? Chapter 4, School Beauty. Qiao Muxue, her favorability rating is actually negative? Looking at Zhao Xiaoya's terrified state downstairs, Lin Chuan felt no sense of vengeful pleasure, only utter calm. It's like casually cleaning off a piece of chewing gum stuck to the sole of your shoe after the initial disgust. You'll never look at it again. He drew the curtains, shutting out the inevitable chaotic farce unfolding downstairs. He had no interest whatsoever in how panicked, how terrified, or how much she would beg Zhang Wei. From the moment the system was activated, his life had already severed ties with that woman and embarked on a completely different path. Just then, a deep, rhythmic engine roar came from afar, sounding particularly clear in the quiet dormitory building. The voice was full of power and wildness, instantly attracting Lin Chuan's attention. He subconsciously pulled back a corner of the curtain again and looked outside. A Harley-Davidson, all black and with a cool design, sped past like a black lightning bolt along the tree-lined path below the dormitory building. The person riding the motorcycle was a tall and slender girl. She was wearing a black leather jacket, tight-ripped jeans that accentuated her amazingly long legs, and a pair of cool Doc Martens boots. Her long, glossy black hair flew wildly in the wind, like a black flag. Even though her face isn't clearly visible, just her silhouette is enough to make one's heart race. At Jiangcheng University, there's only one girl who dares to be so flamboyant and cool. Xiao Muxue. A third-year architecture student, and one of the two most beautiful girls recognized by Jiangcheng University. If Zhao Xiaoya is the kind of white moonlight school beauty that most boys feel close to and want to pursue, then Xiao Muxue is the complete opposite. She is a black rose with thorns, an iceberg that is hard to melt. Their family background is mysterious and their connections are powerful. This is a consensus across the entire school. But she is most famous for her reputation as a bad school beauty. Skipping classes, fighting, and racing cars, it's said that even the school's top gang leaders would avoid her. She was breathtakingly beautiful, with features so exquisite they seemed like God's most perfect creation, yet she always wore a cold, aloof expression, her eyes carrying an air of unapproachability and a hint of barely perceptible arrogance. The men who pursued her could stretch from the south gate to the north gate of the campus, but so far, no one has succeeded, and very few have even managed to exchange more than 3 words with her. Lin Chuan had only seen her a few times from afar before, and like most people, he thought she was a girl living in another world, and that they would never have any interaction. But now, he has a system. An idea suddenly came to mind. He subconsciously focused his gaze on the black figure that was speeding away. Name, Xiao Muxue. Affection level, 10. Warning, distancing. Current state, irritable, lonely, longing to be understood. When Lin Chuan saw the bright red negative number on the panel, he was completely stunned. 10? He could hardly believe his eyes. I haven't even spoken a word to her, and we barely even made eye contact. How come she is giving me a bad impression right away? Could it be that I'm too ugly, which makes her dislike me? Lin Chuan subconsciously touched his face, and the face in the mirror, comparable to that of a popular young male idol, immediately made him dispel this unrealistic idea. System, what's going on? Lin Chuan asked in his mind. System explanation. Initial favorability is not absolutely zero. It is influenced by a combination of factors, including the host's own aura, the target person's personality, first impressions, and even some subconscious factors. The target person, Xiao Muxue, has an extremely insecure personality due to her special family background and upbringing. She has an innate wariness and alienation towards everyone and everything in the outside world. In her subconscious, all strangers who enter her field of vision, whether actively or passively, have a negative initial level of goodwill, representing a potential threat that needs to be guarded against. So that's how it is. Lin Chuan suddenly realized. It's less that she hated him and more that she hated the whole world. A hedgehog that wraps itself up tightly with coldness and rebellion. Only. Current state, irritable, lonely, longing to be understood. These words, however, were like a needle, gently pricking Lin Chuan. This seemed somewhat different from the image of the unruly, arrogant, and domineering school beauty he had imagined. Just as Lin Chuan was pondering, the Harley-Davidson motorcycle reached the end of the tree-lined road. Perhaps because there was a speed bump ahead, Xiao Muxue slowly came to a stop. She seemed to sense something, and the head wearing the black helmet suddenly turned around, its cold gaze like a sharp sword, precisely aimed at the window where Lin Chuan was. Despite being dozens of meters away and separated by a layer of glass, Lin Chuan could still feel the chill and warning in that gaze. Just one glance. The boys downstairs who had started whispering and making a move because of her appearance immediately shut up and subconsciously took a half step back. This is the aura of a rebellious school beauty. Powerful and inviolable. Xiaomuxue merely glanced at it coldly before turning her gaze away, twisting the accelerator, and speeding away with an even more violent roar, leaving only a dashing figure receding into the distance. Lin Chuan stood by the window, motionless for a long time. He found himself developing an unprecedented and intense curiosity about this mysterious school beauty. A girl who appears cold on the outside but yearns to be understood on the inside. A girl who appears incredibly strong, but is actually filled with loneliness. What kind of soft heart lies hidden beneath this hard armor? Lin Chuan's lips unconsciously curled up slightly. Interesting. This game is starting to get more and more interesting. He turned away, no longer looking out the window, and began to gather his soaking wet clothes, preparing to take a shower. Zhao Xiaoya? That name had been completely forgotten by him. Like a newbie monster in a game that he casually killed, not worth mentioning. His current goal is to challenge a hidden boss that looks higher level and more interesting. By the way, system, Lin Chuan asked while taking off his clothes, is it true that once the favorability rating is negative, it can't be increased? That's not the case. The system's voice remained as cold and professional as ever. Affection level is dynamic. Any effective interaction can potentially change the affection level value. However, please note that for targets with an initial negative affinity, any rash or incorrect interaction may cause the affinity to decrease further, or even drop directly to the mortal enemy level. Host, please proceed with caution. Act cautiously? Lin Chuan smiled. If he continues to be hesitant and timid as before, what's the point of him obtaining this system? He walked to the showerhead where hot water was running, and the warm water washed over his body, washing away the last trace of gloom in his heart. He looked into the steamy reflection in the mirror and saw his eyes, now burning with renewed passion, and murmured to himself. Negative 10 points of favorability, is that right? Campus bell, you'd better get ready. Chapter 5 Her core intelligence, she's just a poor little girl deprived of love. Lin Chuan took a hot shower, changed into dry clothes, and felt completely revitalized. As soon as he pushed open the dormitory door, a familiar smell mixed with the smell of instant noodles and sweat hit him. Holy crap! Chuaner, you're back. A round, chubby figure sprang up from in front of the computer, almost tipping the chair over. Wang Hao, nicknamed Fatty Wang, is Lin Chuan's college roommate and best friend. He's a lovable character who weighs 200 pounds but is incredibly shrewd. He had a head of messy, bird's nest-like hair, was shirtless, and his baggy shorts looked like they were about to burst from his round belly. How did it go? Did meeting the parents go smoothly? Fatty Wang leaned in, winking and gossiping. Your future mother-in-law didn't give you any trouble, did she? When are you going to your wedding? Clearly, he was unaware of the breakup. Looking at Wang Pangzi's sincere yet simple-minded face, Lin Chuan felt a warmth in his heart. In this unfamiliar city, this guy was one of his few true friends. We broke up, Lin Chuan said calmly, as if he were talking about something that had nothing to do with him. What? Fatty Wang's voice instantly rose 8 octaves, his chubby face contorting into a grimace. Broken up? Why? Weren't you two doing just fine? The bride price is 688,000 yuan. Holy shit. Fatty Wang was stunned for a long time before finally managing to utter 2 words, is this some kind of bank robbery? Has Zhao Xiaoya's mother gone mad? She's not crazy, I'm just too poor. Lin Chuan smiled and patted Fatty Wang on the shoulder. Let's not talk about this anymore, it's all in the past. Fatty Wang scratched his head as he looked at Lin Chuan's nonchalant demeanor. He had thought Lin Chuan would be heartbroken and get completely drunk, and he had even prepared more than 100 words of comfort. But now it seems that his own brother didn't take it seriously at all? Alright, it's good that you broke up. Fatty Wang slapped his thigh. That kind of gold digger doesn't deserve my brother. Out with the old, in with the new. Come on, let's go play some games and forget about all that unhappiness. You keep playing, I'm going to rest for a bit. Lin Chuan dealt with Fatty Wang briefly, then lay on his bed, his mind filled with the cool image of Xiaomuxue riding a motorcycle. And there's that 10 favorability rating above her head. The system stated that any effective interaction can change the level of favorability. That means that as long as there is an intersection, there is an opportunity. He must proactively create opportunities. The next day, the sun shone brightly. Lin Chuan got up very early. This was the first time since he started university that he had been so proactive in heading to a place, the library. He remembered that Zhao Xiaoya had once casually mentioned that although Qiao Muxue looked like someone involved in the underworld, she was actually a top student who spent almost every day in the library. Lin Chuan wandered around the huge library and finally found that familiar yet unfamiliar figure in a corner of the architecture section. Today, Qiao Muxue wasn't wearing that rebellious leather jacket. She wore a simple white t-shirt, her hair casually tied back with a hair tie, revealing her smooth, full forehead and swan-like long neck. She wasn't wearing any makeup, her face was bare, yet she was far more beautiful than the meticulously dressed girls at school. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating her quiet profile and seemingly bathing her in a sacred glow. At this moment, she was as quiet as a painting, completely different from the bad girl riding a Harley. She wasn't looking at a fashion magazine, but rather a thick, brick-like book called Structural Mechanics and Design Principles, with a sketchbook full of drawings lying next to her. Sure enough, she's a top student. Lin Chuan took a deep breath, randomly picked up a relevant professional book from the bookshelf, and then slowly walked over. He didn't approach her directly, but instead quietly sat down in the empty seat next to Qiao Muxue. Qiao Muxue seemed to sense someone beside her. She raised her head and glanced at Lin Chuan with her cold eyes. Lin Chuan immediately noticed that the favorability rating above her head had changed from 10 to 11. It seems she doesn't like strangers getting too close. Lin Chuan was not discouraged. This was within his expectations. He opened the book and pretended to read it seriously. Time passed, second by second. The surroundings were so quiet that the only sounds were the rustling of turning pages and the scratching of pens on paper. Lin Chuan didn't look at Qiao Muxue again, but he could feel that the cold aura around him seemed to have softened a little because of his silence. About half an hour later, Lin Chuan felt that the time was about right. He closed the book, leaned forward slightly, and asked softly in a voice that was as polite as possible and without any aggression, "Hello, classmate." Qiao Muxue raised her head, her brows furrowing almost imperceptibly, her eyes showing a hint of displeasure at being disturbed. "What is it?" Her voice, like her eyes, was cold and distant. Lin Chuan pointed to a structural diagram in his book, feigning a humble request for guidance. "Excuse me for bothering you. I have a question about the stress analysis of this tensioned monolithic structure. I don't quite understand it. Could you explain it to me briefly?" This question was carefully selected by Lin Chuan after he quickly scanned the books using the system. It is professional enough and tricky enough that it is definitely not a question that a layman could ask casually. Sure enough, when Qiao Muxue heard the words "tensioning the overall structure," the impatience in her eyes dissipated slightly, replaced by a look of surprise. She initially thought it was just another boring guy trying to strike up a conversation with a lame excuse, but this turned out to be the very topic she was currently researching, and also her area of expertise. She remained silent for a few seconds, seemingly trying to discern Lin Chuan's true intentions. Finally, she extended her slender finger, pointed to the blueprint, and began to explain in her clear but articulate voice. "The stress point here is wrong. It should be a non-linear node." Lin Chuan listened attentively, nodding occasionally, and asking one or two questions related to the same subject. After their interaction, Qiao Muxue's gaze towards him changed from initial wariness and displeasure to a simple academic exchange. Meanwhile, her favorability rating gradually recovered from 11 without her even realizing it. 8, 5, 2. When Lin Chuan finished asking his last question and sincerely thanked her, the glaring negative number finally disappeared. Qiao Muxue, favorability rating, 0 unfamiliar. It was a success. Lin Chuan was overjoyed. "Thank you, classmate, I understand." Lin Chuan knew when to stop, didn't linger, closed his book, smiled politely, and then got up and left. Just as he turned to leave, the system notification sounded in his mind again. Ding! Effective in-depth academic exchange detected between the host and the target. Favorability progress bar increased by 10%. Lin Chuan paused for a moment, a slight smile playing on his lips. It seems that the best approach is to address the root cause of this type of academically gifted but seemingly cold and unapproachable individual. That evening, Lin Chuan timed it perfectly and went out again. He remembered that Qiao Muxue had a habit of jogging at night. Sure enough, he saw that familiar figure again on the school playground track. Qiao Muxue changed into a black tracksuit, tied her hair in a high ponytail, and was jogging at a steady pace, with music playing in her headphones. Lin Chuan didn't go forward, he just stretched in the warm-up area not far away, quietly waiting for his chance. Just as Xiao Muxue ran to a relatively secluded corner of the playground, two boys who looked like hooligans suddenly jumped out from the side and blocked her way with grins. "Hey beautiful, running alone is so boring, how about we guys join you for some fun? Don't be so aloof, let's be friends." Xiao Muxue stopped in her tracks, took off her headphones, and her eyes instantly turned cold, like icicles in the dead of winter. "Roll." She only said one word. The two boys were clearly intoxicated. Instead of being afraid, they were even more excited. "Wow, it's pretty spicy. I like it." One of the blonde-haired men reached out to grab Xiao Muxue's arm. In the blink of an eye, a figure rushed over from the side like a cheetah. Bang! With a muffled thud, before the blonde-haired man could react, he felt his wrist being grabbed by a large, iron-like hand. Then, a tremendous force sent him flying, and he crashed heavily to the ground. It was Lin Chuan. "She told you to get lost, didn't you hear her?" Lin Chuan stood in front of Xiao Muxue, his eyes coldly fixed on the remaining thug. The thug was startled by Lin Chuan's imposing manner, but relying on his numbers, he shouted defiantly, "Who the hell are you? How dare you meddle in my business?" As he spoke, he pulled a switchblade from his pocket. The students watching the commotion gasped in surprise and quickly backed away. Xiao Muxue's expression also changed. She hadn't expected the other party to bring a knife. However, there was not a trace of panic on Lin Chuan's face. Just as the thug charged forward with the knife, Lin Chuan slightly shifted his body to the side, precisely dodging the blade. At the same time, his right hand moved with lightning speed, delivering a sharp chop to the thug's wrist. Snap! A crisp cracking sound rang out. The switchblade fell to the ground with a thud. The thug let out a pig-like scream, clutching his deformed wrist, and knelt on the ground. Lin Chuan didn't even glance at him again, turning to look at Xiao Muxue, who was unharmed behind him. Under the moonlight, the girl's face was filled with shock. She stared at Lin Chuan's clean and efficient movements, and for a moment she forgot to react. At this moment, the favorability bar above her head skyrocketed like a rocket. 20, 50, 80. Finally, under the gaze of Lin Chuan's calm and profound eyes, the progress bar suddenly broke through the top. 100. Ding! Target Xiao Muxue's favorability is full, meeting the loading conditions. Key intelligence has been unlocked. Loading. Key intelligence 1. Xiao Muxue feigns delinquency because her parents are constantly busy with their business and neglect her. She desperately wants to attract their attention and gain even the slightest bit of love through this rebellious behavior. She's not a delinquent, she's just a pitiful little girl desperately needing love. In Chapter 6, the line "I believe you" caused his favorability rating to skyrocket. She wasn't a delinquent, she was just a pitiful little thing desperately needing love. When the system's final summary was imprinted in Lin Chuan's mind like a stamp, the way he looked at the girl in front of him completely changed. It was a complex emotion mixed with shock, understanding, and a touch of indescribable heartache. It turns out that the rebellious leather jacket, the roaring Harley motorcycle, the icy face, the unapproachable gaze, it was all just a disguise. One layer was an incredibly tough suit of armor that she had meticulously crafted for herself to protect herself from external harm. Beneath the armor lay nothing more than a little girl longing for her parents to turn around and look at her, yearning for even the slightest bit of love. She's not a hedgehog, she's just afraid of getting hurt. Ouch. Ah. My hand. My hand is broken. Quickly, call an ambulance. Call the police. The pig-like screams of the two thugs on the ground pulled Lin Chuan back to reality. Around the playground, more and more students gathered to watch the spectacle, pointing and whispering, their voices rising like a tide. My God, they've really started fighting, and they've even used knives. Isn't that Xiao Muxue, the campus belle of the architecture department? How come she's hanging out with someone like that again? I told you, she's a delinquent. She hangs out with these shady characters every day. She was bound to get into trouble sooner or later. Who's that guy? He's pretty handsome, what a pity, he got himself into trouble trying to pick up girls. These comments, sharp and sarcastic, were like invisible needles piercing Xiao Muxue in the room. Xiao Muxue's face appeared somewhat pale in the moonlight. She had obviously heard the comments, and the warmth she had felt from Lin Chuan's help was instantly frozen. She subconsciously straightened her back, and her eyes regained that cold, aggressive detachment. She seemed to have put on that invisible armor again, separating herself from this malicious world. She looked at Lin Chuan, her lips moved, and finally she managed to squeeze out 2 words from her throat. "Thanks." Her voice was soft, with a barely perceptible hoarseness, but her tone remained icy, as if the person she had just rescued was not her, but a complete stranger. After saying that, she didn't even look at Lin Chuan again, and turned to leave. She wanted to escape from here, to escape the suffocating gazes and whispers. Etc. Lin Chuan spoke, his voice not loud, but it possessed an undeniable power. Xiao Muxue stopped in her tracks, but did not turn around. "Anything else?" she asked coldly, her back view appearing lonely and stubborn. Lin Chuan ignored her attitude. He slowly stepped forward and stood beside her, his gaze calmly sweeping over the chattering crowd around them. Then, he looked at her again, at her profile, which was trying to appear strong. "Why did you help me?" Xiao Muxue finally couldn't help but turn around and ask him the question she most wanted to know. Her eyes were filled with inquiry and vigilance. She wanted to know what made this boy different from all those other suitors who were constantly pursuing him. Was he trying to get my attention? Was he trying to satisfy his ridiculous desire to conquer? Or did he have ulterior motives? She had heard far too many frivolous answers. "Because you're pretty." Does a hero need a reason to save a damsel in distress? "I like you, so I want to protect you." These words disgusted her. She was prepared to turn around and leave immediately if Lin Chuan said anything similar, and to blacklist him completely. However, Lin Chuan's answer was completely beyond her expectations. He didn't laugh, nor did he say anything frivolous. He just looked into her eyes so intently and seriously, and in those clear eyes, he saw her reflection, as well as all her unease and pretense. Then, he spoke slowly, his voice clear and firm. "Because I believe." He paused, then said, word by word. "You're not the kind of person they're talking about." Boom! These words, like a thunderclap, exploded in Xiao Muxue's mind. She froze on the spot. Her delicate body trembled slightly, unable to stop herself from doing so. She's not the kind of person they describe. No. These words, like a key she had been searching for over a decade but had never found, were precisely inserted into the rusty lock deep within her heart in that instant. Then, twisted gently. Click. The defenses she had built with coldness and rebellion, the fortress she thought was impregnable, collapsed with a roar at this moment, sending rubble flying everywhere. She has heard far too many things since she was a child. Her parents said, "Muxue, you need to be sensible. We're busy making money, all for you." The teacher said, "Xiao Muxue, you are a smart child, but can you please not use your mind for crooked things?" My classmate said, "Stay away from her. She's a delinquent and will lead us astray." Everyone is judging her, defining her, and labeling her with all sorts of tags. Yet not a single person, not even one, has ever been willing to look through her thorny armor to see the real her. No one ever said a single word to her. "I believe you." The boy in front of her, the boy who had barely spoken 10 words to her today, what gave him the right? How dare he? How did he know? The immense shock left Xiao Muxue's mind blank. She felt a sudden pang of sadness, an unprecedented surge of grievance and emotion washing over her like a burst dam, instantly shattering all her pretense. My eyes welled up with tears. She lowered her head abruptly, biting her lip hard to stop the tears from falling. She didn't want to show her most vulnerable side to this boy she had only met twice. Lin Chuan looked at her slightly trembling shoulders and sighed inwardly. He knew he had made the right bet. Ding! Host behavior has been detected to precisely address the target's deepest emotional needs, triggering a strong resonance. Target Xiao Muxue's beloved status has been deeply locked, and the hidden attribute unique has been activated. Affection panel updated, Xiao Muxue, affection 101 and only love. Once the status is locked, the favorability rating will not decrease due to any regular negative events. Seeing the series of notifications displayed by the system, Lin Chuan's heart was stirred. He never imagined that a heartfelt truth could have such power. Just then, the siren of a campus security patrol car could be heard in the distance, indicating that someone had called the police. The crowd of onlookers gradually dispersed. Lin Chuan took off his coat and gently draped it over Xiao Muxue's shoulders, covering her back, which was soaked with sweat from running, and also protecting her from the chill of the night wind. "Let's go, I'll take you back to your dorm." His voice softened unconsciously. Xiao Muxue kept her head down, and her long eyelashes seemed to be covered with a trace of crystal. She neither refused nor spoke, but simply murmured a barely audible "him." Then, she silently followed Lin Chuan, like a little animal that had just found its home, sheathing all its claws and fangs, appearing exceptionally docile. The two walked on the quiet playground, neither of them speaking, yet the atmosphere was no longer cold. Instead, a wonderful warmth flowed between them. When she was almost at the girls' dormitory building, Xiao Muxue finally stopped. She looked up, and her beautiful eyes had regained their clarity, though a faint blush still lingered at the corners. She looked at Lin Xuan, her eyes no longer filled with coldness and wariness, but with a complex emotion that she herself couldn't quite explain, a mixture of dependence and curiosity. She hesitated for a long time before finally asking softly, almost in a whisper. "How did you know?" Chapter 7, Zhang Wei, the rich second generation, is provoking you. Who do you think you are? How did you know? Facing Xiao Mushua's eyes, which were full of inquiry and dependence, Lin Xuan simply smiled mysteriously. Secret. He didn't explain much. Sometimes, a touch of mystery is more appealing than any flowery language. Seeing his confident demeanor, Xiao Muxue became even more curious, but wisely refrained from asking any further questions. She simply wrapped her coat, which still carried Lin Xuan's warmth, even tighter around herself. The next morning, Lin Xuan was in a mood as good as the weather outside his window. His relationship with Xiao Muxue made a breakthrough, making him feel that the whole world had become much brighter. However, even though I'm in a good mood, I can't forget about important matters. He's penniless now, with less than 300 yuan left for living expenses, and he needs to make money as soon as possible. Fortunately, he had already found a weekend job as a waiter at a coffee shop off campus. Although the pay wasn't much, it was enough to tide him over. Lin Xuan changed into a clean t-shirt and jeans, quickly washed up, and headed towards the school gate. However, just as he reached the iconic stone school gate, a bright red BMW Z4 screeched to a halt in front of him, kicking up a cloud of dust. The car window slowly rolled down, revealing a face that Lin Xuan both knew and loathed. Zhang Wei. He wore oversized sunglasses, his hair was slicked back and shiny, and a playful, superior smile played on his lips. What was even more jarring was the woman sitting in the passenger seat. Zhao Xiaoya. She wore exquisite makeup and a dress that was clearly from a designer brand. She leaned affectionately on Zhang Wei's shoulder, her eyes filled with smugness and disdain as she looked at Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan stopped in his tracks, raising an eyebrow slightly. It seems that the power of last night's text message wasn't great enough. Or perhaps this woman is so foolish as to think that he can't do anything about her? Hey, isn't this Lin Xuan? Zhang Wei spoke first, taking off his sunglasses, his small eyes filled with undisguised provocation. What's up? It's the weekend, where are you going? Judging from the direction you're going, are you going to squeeze onto a bus or catch the subway? He deliberately emphasized the words squeeze and rush, as if afraid that the people around him wouldn't hear him. Zhao Xiaoya also giggled, her voice sharp and sarcastic. Brother Wei, don't talk about him like that, she said hypocritically. Lin Xuan's family isn't well off, so it's normal for him to work part-time while studying. Unlike you, you were born into privilege. This back-and-forth singing attracted many students passing by, who stopped and pointed at the scene. Zhang Wei was very satisfied with the feeling of being the center of attention. He wanted to humiliate Lin Xuan in front of everyone and let him know that a toad can never eat swan meat. He reached out and pulled Zhao Xiaoya into his arms, kissing her on the cheek as he looked at Lin Xuan defiantly. Lin Xuan, do you see? Xiaoya is my woman now. Speaking of which, I should thank you. If you weren't so poor, I wouldn't have had the chance to pluck such a good cabbage. Don't worry, I'll take good care of Xiaoya from now on. Buy her any Chanel bag you want. Use SK2 facial treatment essence for foot baths. As for the house and car you could never afford in your entire life, I'll get them for her next month. With each word he spoke, Zhao Xiaoya's smugness deepened. She looked at Lin Xuan with a vengeful glint in her eyes. She wanted to show Lin Xuan how comfortable her life could be without him. She wanted him to regret their breakup for the rest of his life. The surrounding chatter began to grow louder. Holy crap, isn't that Zhao Xiaoya, the school beauty? How did she end up with Zhang Wei? You don't know? I heard Lin Xuan got dumped yesterday because of the bride price. Sigh, it's too realistic, but there's nothing I can do. If I were in that situation, I would choose Zhang Wei too. Lin Xuan is so pitiful. He was cheated on in public. He's lost all face. Faced with this scene that could be described as a social disaster, Zhang Wei and Zhao Xiaoya both thought that Lin Xuan would be angry, roar, lose his mind, or even rush up and fight them to the death. However, Lin Xuan's reaction once again exceeded their expectations. He just stood there quietly, without a trace of anger or sadness on his face. He looked at them with an expression as calm as if he were watching two complete clowns putting on a ridiculous and clumsy monkey show. There was even a faint hint of pity at the corner of his mouth. Yes, it's compassion. Zhang Wei was completely enraged by Lin Chuan's look. What he hated most was Lin Chuan's nonchalant attitude. What right does a poor wretch have? What gives him the right to look at me like that? What the hell are you laughing at? Zhang Wei shoved open the car door, rushed to Lin Chuan, and yelled, pointing his finger at him, I'm talking to you, are you deaf? He was already tall, and with his designer clothes and arrogant demeanor, he looked incredibly imposing. The girls around her gasped softly. Zhao Xiaoya also got out of the car, arms crossed, with a look of anticipation on her face. She couldn't wait for Zhang Wei to beat Lin Chuan up today and completely ruin his reputation. Lin Chuan looked at Zhang Wei, who was so close to him, with the same calm expression. He even had the leisure to glance at the panel above Zhang Wei's head. Name, Zhang Wei. Affection level, 80 mortal enemy. Current state, anger, jealousy, and an extreme craving for psychological satisfaction through violence. Lin Chuan's gaze slowly moved down from Zhang Wei's face, which was contorted with anger, and landed on the finger that was about to poke his nose. Then, he finally spoke. The voice wasn't loud, but it carried a chilling quality that sent shivers down one's spine. Take your claws off. Damn it, you dare to talk back to me? Zhang Wei laughed angrily. Instead of pulling away, he intensified his attack, jabbing Lin Chuan's chest hard with his finger. I'll show you what I'm made of today. He hadn't finished speaking. An unexpected change occurred. Zhang Wei. A cold, emotionless voice, like an icy spring in the dead of winter, came from not far away. The sound wasn't loud, but it seemed to possess some kind of magic, instantly silencing the noisy school gate. Everyone turned to look in the direction of the sound. Suddenly, Xiao Muxue appeared on the outskirts of the crowd. She was still wearing that black leather jacket, holding a helmet in her arms, her cold eyes staring at Zhang Wei without any emotion. The arrogance and anger on Zhang Wei's face froze instantly the moment he saw Xiao Muxue, as if he had been doused with a bucket of ice water. His body even stiffened uncontrollably for a moment. Xiao Muxue? He stammered. If Zhao Xiaoya is the prey in the eyes of a rich second generation like him, then Xiao Muxue is the queen he doesn't even dare to look up to. Her family background is a mystery in the entire Jiangcheng high society circle. But everyone knows one thing: the Xiao family is absolutely not to be trifled with. There was once a rich second generation who was too arrogant and harassed Xiao Muxue because his family had money. As a result, his family's company declared bankruptcy the very next day. From then on, no one dared to provoke this ice queen. Xiao Muxue ignored his astonishment, simply striding through the automatically parting crowd, step by step, until she reached Lin Chuan's side. Then, she stood still in front of everyone. She didn't look at Lin Chuan, her cold eyes remained fixed on Zhang Wei's face. She spoke slowly, her voice not loud, but carrying a chill that sent shivers down one's spine. Do you want to die? Chapter 8. Sorry, I bought this car. Do you want to die? Xiao Mushua's voice wasn't loud, but it was like a sharp, icy blade that pierced Zhang Wei's heart. The arrogance on Zhang Wei's face dissipated at a visible speed, replaced by a look of astonishment mixed with fear and apprehension. He subconsciously took a half step back and said with an awkward laugh, Muxue, what are you joking about? I was just playing around with Lin Chuan. Are you kidding me? Xiao Mushue's eyes grew even colder. My people aren't people you can touch as you please. Her people. These three words not only stunned Zhang Wei and Zhao Xiaoya beside him, but also instantly petrified all the students watching. What's going on? The rebellious school beauty, Xiao Muxue, actually announced in public that Lin Chuan was her man? This is even more unbelievable than Mars hitting Earth. Zhao Xiaoya's face instantly turned even uglier than pig liver. She had just thrown Lin Chuan away like trash when he was picked up by Xiao Muxue, who was 100 times better than her, and was being protected like a treasure. That was a resounding slap across her face. Lin Chuan was also slightly taken aback, and then a warm feeling welled up in his heart. He looked at the slender yet determined back of the girl standing in front of him, and couldn't help but smile slightly. Zhang Wei was completely speechless at this moment. Under Xiao Mushua's powerful aura, he didn't dare to utter a single word. Get lost. Xiao Muxue said succinctly. Yes, I'll leave right away. Zhang Wei felt like he had been granted a pardon. He scrambled back into his BMW, not even bothering with Zhao Xiaoya, and sped away from the scene. The farce has come to an end. Xiao Muxue then turned around and looked at Lin Xuan, the coldness in her eyes instantly melting away. Are you all right? What could possibly be wrong with me? Lin Xuan smiled. But thank you anyway. No need. Xiao Muxue shook her head, then handed over the helmet she was holding. Where are you going? I'll take you. Looking at the black Harley helmet, Lin Xuan politely declined. No need, I'm just going to work off campus, it's not far. Xiao Muxue didn't press him, but gave him a deep look and said, call me if you need anything. After saying that, she turned around, took long strides, and walked towards her cool motorcycle parked not far away. Watching her departing figure, Lin Xuan felt even better. But at the same time, an even stronger sense of urgency also rose in his heart. While it feels good to be protected, Lin Xuan is definitely not the kind of man who needs to hide behind a woman. Zhang Wei's humiliation in Xiao Mushua's intervention just now served as a stark reminder of a cruel reality. Without money, you can't move an inch. He had to get the money immediately. A lot of money. Work-study program? That meager salary isn't even enough to buy Xiao Muxue a handbag. He has a system, and he needs a way to make capital grow rapidly and explosively. The system panel automatically appeared in Lin Xuan's mind. System notification, host privileges have been elevated. Basic all things intelligence functionality has been unlocked. Function description, this feature allows scanning of non-living entities within a certain value range to obtain their core intelligence, including but not limited to, authenticity, value, potential risks, hidden opportunities, etc. It's here. Lin Xuan's eyes lit up instantly. This is practically a money-making machine tailor-made for him. He immediately abandoned the idea of working at the coffee shop and turned around to flag down a taxi. Driver, go to the largest car market in the city. Half an hour later, Lin Xuan appeared at Zhongcheng International Auto City. This place brings together almost all car brands, both domestic and international, ranging from affordable cars costing tens of thousands of yuan to supercars costing millions. Lin Xuan's goal was clear, he wasn't there to buy a new car, but headed straight for the used car market. This is where it's easiest to find bargains. He strolled through the dazzling array of cars in the showroom like an ordinary customer, but secretly he had already started scanning the system. Target scanned, Volkswagen Passat. Key information, this car was flooded, the engine has undergone major repairs. Purchase is not recommended. Target scanned, BMW 3 Series. Key information, this vehicle has been involved in a serious rear-end collision, the A-pillar is deformed, posing a significant safety hazard. Target, Audi A6L. Key information, this vehicle is a mortgaged car with incomplete paperwork, and there is a risk that it may be driven away by the original owner. As he read through the document, Lin Xuan was secretly alarmed. The used car market is indeed a bottomless pit. Without a system, ordinary people would be ripped off and left with nothing. Just as he was about to finish browsing the entire exhibition hall, the system finally emitted a soft notification sound. Lin Xuan's spirits lifted, and following the system's guidance, he arrived at a secluded corner. A black Maserati GT is parked here. Its streamlined body exudes elegance and power, and even with a thin layer of dust, its regal aura is undeniable. Target scanned, Maserati Gran Turismo. Vehicle condition, nearly new car, only 8,000 kilometers on the odometer, in perfect condition. Key information, this vehicle is consignment. The original owner was a foreign businessman who urgently needed cash to return to his home country due to a broken company cash flow, hence the sale at an extremely low price through the dealership. Market valuation, 1.5 million. Dealer's asking price, 800,000. System suggestion, grab this bargain. Buy it now. Lin Xuan's heart started pounding wildly. With an offer of 800,000 and a valuation of 1.5 million, there is a profit margin of 700,000. As long as he buys it and resells it, he can immediately have his first pot of gold. The problem is, he doesn't even have 80,000, let alone 800,000. Just as Lin Xuan frowned in thought, preparing to call Fatty Wang to borrow money, a sarcastic voice suddenly rang out from behind him. Oh, who do we have here? Isn't this Lin, the handsome guy from our school? Lin Xuan turned around and his face instantly turned cold. Enemies meet on a narrow road. The one speaking was Zhang Wei, who had just slunk away from the school gate. He was accompanied by a man in a suit who looked like a sales manager at a 4S store. It turns out that he bought his flashy red BMW Z4 at this store, and he's here today to complete the final paperwork. Zhang Wei clearly hadn't expected to run into Lin Xuan here. He looked Lin Chuan up and down, his clothes costing less than 500 yuan in total, and his disdain deepened. What? Did I provoke you? Now you want to buy a car too? Zhang Wei walked up to Lin Chuan with his hands in his pockets and said in a condescending tone. The food here isn't like the food in the school cafeteria, it's not something a poor student like you can afford. I advise you to go back and work part-time instead of making a fool of yourself here. The sales manager next to him could also tell that Lin Chuan didn't seem like someone who could afford a car. He put on a professional fake smile, but his words carried a hint of impatience. Sir, if you are just looking at the car, please try not to touch the car body with your hands to avoid scratching the paint. This is clearly looking down on people. Lin Chuan was too lazy to waste words with them. All he wanted to do now was get the Maserati as soon as possible. He completely ignored Zhang Wei and said to the sales manager, "Call your manager over. I want this car." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Wei and the sales manager were stunned. Then, Zhang Wei burst into exaggerated laughter, as if he had heard the funniest joke of the century. Ha ha ha. You want it? You want to buy this Maserati? Lin Chuan, are you even awake? Do you know how much this car costs? You couldn't even afford a single tire if you sold yourself. The sales manager also felt that Lin Chuan was being ridiculous. His smile vanished completely, and he said coldly, "Sir, please don't interfere with our business here, or I'll call security." Lin Chuan ignored their mockery. He simply looked calmly at the sales manager and repeated himself. Go and call your manager here. Just then, a middle-aged man who looked to be in a higher position walked over and asked, Xiao Wang, what's going on? Why is it so noisy? The sales manager immediately put on a fawning smile. Managerly, it's nothing, just a student causing trouble here, I'll handle it right away. Zhang Wei also recognized Manager Li and greeted him with a smile. Uncle Li, it's been a long time. When Manager Li saw Zhang Wei, he smiled warmly and said, Oh, it's young Master Zhang. Here to pick up your car? Yeah, Uncle Li. Zhang Wei pointed at Lin Chuan and said contemptuously, he just ran into some poor bastard from our school who was bragging here, saying he wanted to buy this Maserati GT. It's hilarious. Upon hearing this, Manager Li's gaze towards Lin Chuan also carried a hint of disdain and displeasure. Despite the stares they cast at him as if he were a clown, Lin Chuan remained calm. He simply walked slowly to the black Maserati GT. Then, looking at Manager Li, he said in an unquestionable tone. I'll take this car, it'll cost 800,000. Full payment. Let's get the paperwork done now. After saying that, under the shocked gazes of Zhang Wei and the sales manager, who looked as if they had seen a ghost, Lin Chuan pulled a black bank card out of his pocket. It was a card his parents left him to pay his tuition, containing all his savings, 50,000 yuan. Of course, that's not important. The important thing is that this card has to project a powerful presence. He gently patted the card onto the front hood of the Maserati Tyla. In an instant, the entire hall fell silent. Manager Li looked at the black card, then at Lin Chuan's frighteningly calm eyes, and for a moment he was unsure what to do. Sir, are you sure? Lin Chuan did not answer, but showed everything through his actions. He took out his phone and dialed Fatty Wang's number. Fatty, lend me 750,000 yuan, I need it urgently. Chapter 9 The Shocking Sales, Xiao Mushua's Attention. Fatty, lend me 750,000 yuan, I need it urgently. Lin Chuan's voice came through the phone's receiver, clear and without a trace of joking. Wang, the fat man on the other end of the phone, was clearly dumbfounded and remained silent for a full 5 seconds. 750,000? Chuaner, are you alright? You've been kidnapped? If you've been kidnapped, blink twice. I'm fine. Lin Chuan said, somewhat amused and exasperated. I'm at the car dealership, I saw a car I liked, but I don't have enough money. A car? What kind of car costs 750,000? You're not so upset about the breakup that you're thinking of taking out a loan to buy a car, are you? Let me tell you, you can't touch online loans. Fatty Wang's voice was full of worry. Don't worry, it's not an online loan, Lin Chuan explained patiently. I have a way to pay back the money quickly, even double it. Just tell me, will you lend it to me or not? Fatty Wang fell silent again. 750,000 yuan is not a small sum for someone from a relatively well-off family. It was the down payment his parents had set aside for his wedding and house purchase. Zhang Wei and Xiao Wang, the sales manager, who were standing nearby, revealed undisguised mocking smiles on their faces after hearing the contents of the phone call. I thought he was some big shot, but it turns out he just called to borrow money. And to borrow 750,000 yuan at once is simply a pipe dream. What idiot would lend so much money to a poor student? Okay. Just when they thought the farce was about to end, Wang Pengzi's signature loud voice suddenly erupted with a resolute roar on the other end of the phone. Damn it, my brother's business is my business. Don't even mention 750,000, I'd give you my life if you wanted it. I'll call my dad right now. I'll have him transfer the money to your account. You wait. After saying that, Fatty Wang slammed down the phone, clearly heading off to frantically raise money. Zhang Wei and the sales manager's smiles froze on their faces. They just couldn't understand what kind of magic Lin Xuan, this poor guy, had that made his friend agree to lend him such a large sum of money without even blinking an eye. Manager Li looked at Lin Xuan, his expression turning serious. He realized that the young man in front of him might not be as simple as he appeared on the surface. Less than 10 minutes. Lin Xuan received a text message from the bank confirming the deposit had been credited to his account. Dear customer, your savings card account ending in XXXX received a deposit of 750,000 renminbi on XX month XX day at XX hour XX minute. The current account balance is 800,000 renminbi. It's done. Lin Xuan was overjoyed. He knew that although Fatty Wang seemed unreliable most of the time, he was a true brother who would open his heart to you when it mattered. He remembered this kindness. He put away his phone, picked up the black bank card from the hood, and handed it to Manager Li, who was already somewhat at a loss. You can swipe your card now. Manager Li took the thin card, but it felt incredibly heavy. He glanced at Xiao Wang, the salesperson next to him, his voice hoarse. Xiao Wang, go get the POS machine. Oh. Okay. Salesman Xiao Wang then seemed to realize something and hurriedly ran to the front desk to get the POS machine. Under Zhang Wei's gaze, which was practically spitting fire, Manager Li personally inserted the bank card. Enter the amount, 800,000. Sir, please enter your password. Lin Xuan calmly entered the 6-digit password and pressed the confirm button. Drop. The POS machine starts printing the receipt. The buzzing sound of the printer was particularly jarring in the quiet exhibition hall. Each sound was like a resounding slap, landing hard on the faces of Zhang Wei and salesman Xiao Wang. When Manager Li respectfully handed the purchase slip with a long string of zeros to Lin Xuan, he knew that everything was already set in stone. Ding! Payment successful. Hello, sir. I am Li Wenbin, the sales manager of this store. It's a pleasure to serve you. Manager Li's attitude suddenly changed completely. His face was beaming with the brightest, most genuine smile of his career, and he was almost bent over at a 90-degree angle. Xiao Wang, the salesman who had previously looked down on people, was so frightened that his face turned pale, and he stood aside, not daring to even breathe loudly. He knew he had really messed up today. Could someone who can buy an 800,000 yuan luxury car outright without batting an eye be an ordinary student? It's impossible, even to a fool. Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin. Manager Li said excitedly, rubbing his hands together. Please wait a moment, I'll have someone process the paperwork for you right away. I guarantee you can pick up your car today as quickly as possible. Lin Xuan nodded lightly, then turned his gaze to the man beside him who was completely dumbfounded. Zhang Wei. His face was ashen, his fists clenched so tightly that his nails were almost digging into his flesh. He couldn't believe what was happening before his eyes. How could a penniless wretch whom he trampled underfoot and humiliated, a piece of trash whom his woman threw away like garbage, possibly, how could he suddenly afford a luxury car that cost more than him? This is not scientific. Lin Xuan felt a surge of secret pleasure as he looked at Lin Xuan's horrified expression. He walked up to Zhang Wei, mimicking his previous manner, and spoke in a condescending tone, saying casually, What? Are you dumbfounded? Sorry, it seems this car was bought by me, this poor wretch. Have you finished the paperwork for your BMW Z4? If not, you might consider returning it. After all, parking it next to my car makes it look a bit cheap. You. Zhang Wei was so angry that he trembled all over and almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Lin Xuan's words were practically a verbatim rendition of what he had just said, plus interest, slamming it right back into his face. That's a slap in the face. A blatant slap in the face. Lin Xuan. Don't you dare get cocky. Zhang Wei roared through gritted teeth. So what if you got lucky and won the lottery? I've got plenty of money. You just wait and see. After saying that, he couldn't stay any longer. He pushed aside the salesperson next to him and rushed out of the showroom without looking back. He even forgot to drive his brand new car, which he had just completed the paperwork for. Watching his disheveled retreating figure, Lin Chuan's smile deepened. Half an hour later. All the formalities have been completed. Manager Li personally handed the car key with the Trident logo to Lin Chuan. Mr. Lin, here are your keys. The car is already parked at the door for you. Please feel free to call me anytime if you need anything. Good. Lin Chuan took the keys and walked out of the showroom amidst the respectful, yet envious and jealous, gazes of the sales staff. At the entrance, the black Maserati GT had been cleaned until it looked brand new, gleaming with a captivating luster in the sunlight, like a black cheetah poised to pounce. Lin Chuan opened the car door and got in. The feel of the leather seats, the high-tech center console, and that restless, powerful engine, all of this made his adrenaline surge. He started the engine. Boom! A deep and captivating roar instantly resounded throughout the entire car city. He shifted into gear and gently pressed the accelerator. The black Maserati shot off like an arrow, leaving a dashing silhouette on the wide road. This news spread like wildfire, reaching every corner of Jiangcheng University that very afternoon. Have you heard? Lin Chuan, the guy who got dumped by Zhao Xiaoya, went and picked up a Maserati today. Holy crap! Really? That car must cost over $1 million. It's absolutely true. My cousin works at that dealership and saw it with his own eyes. He paid in full and didn't even blink. Holy crap! What's going on? Could Lin Chuan be a hidden super-rich second-generation heir? Zhao Xiaoya must be regretting it to the core now, right? She just dumped a rich guy, ha ha ha. Discussions about Lin Chuan exploded instantly on the school's forums and various WeChat groups. He went from being a poor wretch abandoned by a gold digger to a low-key and mysterious super-rich tycoon in the blink of an eye. Lin Chuan, the one who started all of this, was completely unaware of it. He was driving his new car back to school, feeling an unprecedented sense of exhilaration. Just then, his phone chimed with a WeChat message. He picked it up and saw that the sender was Qiao Muxue. Her profile picture is a black and white architectural design drawing, just like her aloof personality. The message was extremely concise. There is only one, punctuation marks. Question mark. Chapter 10, My ex-girlfriend regrets it and comes back begging to get back together? On the other side, in the girls' dormitory. Zhao Xiaoya was lying in bed, leisurely watching a drama while applying a face mask. Since dumping Lin Chuan and getting involved with Zhang Wei, she feels that her quality of life has improved several levels. Although she was quite frightened by Qiao Muxue in the morning, the thought of the latest Chanel bag that Zhang Wei promised to buy for her made her unhappiness disappear. As for Lin Chuan, that poor bastard is probably hiding in some corner, heartbroken right now. Serves you right. Just then, the dormitory door was pushed open with a bang, and her best friend Luli rushed in, her face still showing shock that she hadn't had time to process. Xiaoya! Xiaoya! Something terrible has happened. Luli's voice trembled. Zhao Xiaoya was startled and impatiently peeled off the face mask. What are you yelling about? Is the sky falling down? The sky didn't fall, but it's even more exaggerated than if the sky had fallen. Luli gasped for breath as she handed her her phone and opened a post on the school forum that had gone viral. The title of the post was written in large, bright red letters. Shocking news. A dumped poor student becomes a tycoon overnight, buying a Maserati in cash. Is Zhao Xiaoya regretting it now? Zhao Xiaoya frowned instantly upon seeing the headline. What nonsense! Lin Chuan? Maserati? If you're going to make up a story, at least make it believable, she scoffed. Look for yourself. Luli stamped her feet anxiously. Zhao Xiaoya took the phone with some skepticism and swiped down. Below the post, there was not only a text description, but also several high-resolution photos. The background of the photo is Jiangcheng International Auto City. The main character in the photo is none other than Lin Chuan. He was standing next to a black, imposing Maserati GT, and a man who looked like a dealership manager was bowing and scraping as he handed him the car keys. A faint smile graced Lin Chuan's face, a composure and confidence that Zhao Xiaoya had never seen in him before. Zhao Xiaoya's breathing stopped instantly. She felt her mind go blank, as if it had gone completely blank. Impossible. That's absolutely impossible. Yesterday he was a penniless wretch who couldn't even scrape together 68,000 yuan. How could he possibly afford a Maserati worth over 1,000,000 yuan today? It's photoshopped. This picture must be photoshopped. Zhao Xiaoya screamed, unable to accept the fact. It's not photoshopped. Lu Li shook her head, her voice tinged with a complex mix of jealousy. I just asked several classmates, and they all said they saw it with their own eyes. Someone even filmed it. Lin Chuan drove that car back to school. It's parked downstairs right now. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xiaoya could no longer sit still. She jumped out of bed without even putting on her slippers and rushed to the window like a madwoman, looking down. The open space downstairs from the dormitory building was now surrounded by layers of people. In the center of the crowd, a black, work of art like supercar stood quietly, its trident emblem gleaming brightly in the sunlight. Zhao Xiaoya swayed and almost fell to the ground. It's true. It's all true. An indescribable sense of regret, like being repeatedly cut in the heart with a dull knife, instantly overwhelmed her. What exactly did she miss? Where did he get so much money? A hidden rich kid? No, he knows his family situation perfectly well. Then, could it be that you won the lottery? Yes. They must have won the lottery. There is no other explanation besides this reason. The moment this thought crossed Zhao Xiaoya's mind, her regret grew wildly like weeds. She recalled the ugly faces she and her mother had displayed at Wangjiang Pavilion yesterday. She recalled her merciless mockery of Lin Chuan at the school gate that morning. If she hadn't been so heartless yesterday, if she had said a few words in Lin Chuan's defense, wouldn't she be the one sitting in the passenger seat of this Maserati right now? Chanel? Gucci? Compared to this car, it's nothing. Zhang Wei? That guy, who only has a few stinking coins and is fat and ugly, is worlds apart from Lin Chuan. She made a mistake. She made a wrong choice that she will regret for the rest of her life. No. I can't just let this go. Zhao Xiaoya's eyes instantly turned red. As if grasping at the last straw, she grabbed her phone and found the number she had already blocked. She trembled as she removed Lin Chuan from the blacklist. Then, she started frantically calling Lin Chuan. Sorry, the number you dialed is busy. Please try again later. The phone call went unanswered. She started sending messages again, one after another, almost frantically. Lin Chuan, where are you? Can we meet? I have something to tell you. I'm sorry, I know I was wrong. My mom forced me to do it yesterday. I still love you. Really? Did you win the lottery? That's amazing. I knew you weren't an ordinary person. Let's get back together, and with this money, we can live the best life ever. Lin Chuan, reply to me. 3 years of relationship, can you really just forget it like that? However, all the information seemed to sink without a trace, and no response was received. At this moment, Lin Chuan was wearing headphones and quietly reading a book in the library. He had already put his phone on silent mode. Even if he saw the barrage of messages from that woman, he would only find it annoying. Complex? What a joke. Do we have to pick up the trash that's been thrown away? Lin Chuan read his book until the library was about to close, then he stretched and got up to go back to his dormitory. On the other side, Zhao Xiaoya, who had been sending messages all afternoon but had not received a response, was almost driven crazy. She knew that Lin Chuan returned to his dormitory at this time every night. She was unwilling to give up, so she decided to go and confront him. If you tell him face to face, there will definitely be another chance. After all, they had a 3-year relationship, and Lin Chuan loved her so much. If she just cried and begged, he would definitely soften his heart. As soon as Lin Chuan stepped out of the library, he sensed that something was off. Many students around him pointed and whispered, their eyes filled with gossip and sympathy. He frowned slightly, and before he could react, a figure with tears streaming down her face rushed out from the side and grabbed his arm. Lin Chuan! I've finally waited for you. It's Zhao Xiaoya. Her eyes were red, her face was streaked with tears, and her hair was disheveled. She looked pitiful and heartbreaking. This appearance instantly aroused the protective instincts of many boys around. Lin Chuan, you've gone too far. How could you upset your girlfriend like this? Exactly, can't we talk things out properly? What kind of man bullies a girl? Some uninformed bystanders, purporting to be righteous, have begun to morally condemn Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan's expression instantly turned cold. He tried to pull his arm out. But Zhao Xiaoya clung to him tightly, clinging to him completely, and cried even louder. Lin Chuan, please don't treat me like this. I know I was wrong, I really know I was wrong. Let's make up, okay? I'll never mention the bride price again. I don't want anything, I just want you. As she cried, she pleaded in Lin Chuan's ear in a voice only the two of them could hear. I dumped Zhang Wei, and from now on I'll only be with you. You're rich now, aren't you? Whatever you want, I'll give you. Her words were full of implications and humility. However, to Lin Chuan, who already knew everything, her pretentious act only evoked endless disgust. Lin Chuan stopped struggling. He looked at the woman in front of him who was still putting on an act, his eyes filled with no pity or soft-heartedness, only cold disgust. He spoke slowly, his voice not loud, but loud enough for everyone around him to hear clearly. Young man, please have some self-respect. I think you might have mistaken me for someone else. Zhao Xiaoyao's crying stopped abruptly. She looked up in disbelief at Lin Chuan's face, which was so close yet so unfamiliar. Lin Chuan, what did you say? Chapter 11 Zhao Xiaoyao's fate, she reaped what she sowed. Lin Chuan, what did you say? Zhao Xiaoyao's crying stopped abruptly. She looked up in disbelief, her tear-filled eyes filled with astonishment and a hint of panic at being exposed. Those righteous bystanders who had been pointing fingers at Lin Chuan were now completely dumbfounded. What an incredible plot twist! The male lead isn't following the script. Faced with Zhao Xiaoyao's questioning, Lin Chuan remained completely unmoved, not even showing a hint of disgust. To him, the woman in front of him was no different from a roadside trash can. He just didn't want to be stuck with that piece of chewing gum anymore. He spoke slowly, in a factual, emotionless tone. I said, please have some self-respect. I'm not familiar with you. After saying that, he flung himself away with force, and the power that had been enhanced by the system was something Zhao Xiaoya could not withstand at all. She gasped and staggered back several steps, almost falling on her bottom. Lin Chuan. Zhao Xiaoya steadied herself, both shocked and furious. What do you mean? Are you crazy? I'm Xiaoya. We've been together for 3 years. She tried to use their past relationship to awaken Lin Chuan's memory. However, Lin Chuan just looked at her coldly, his eyes filled with undisguised sarcasm. 3 years? Yes, for a full 3 years. In these 3 years, do you remember how many times I saved seats for you, how many meals I got for you, and how many assignments I did for you? In these 3 years, I have saved every penny I earned from part-time jobs and spent it all on you. Do you remember? And what about you? Lin Chuan's voice suddenly rose in pitch, like a thunderclap from a clear sky. You're using the living expenses I give you to please other men. While you were fooling around with other people in the hotel, I was saving you a seat in the library. You and my mother meticulously planned this, using an exorbitant dowry to force me to break up with you, so you could seamlessly transition into a rich second-generation heir. Zhao Xiaoya, do you remember all of this clearly too? With each word Lin Chuan spoke, Zhao Xiaoyao's face paled a little more. When he finished speaking, Zhao Xiaoyao's face was as white as a sheet of paper, completely devoid of color. She was completely stunned. My mind is blank. How did he know? How did he know all this? Could it be that Zhang Wei, that big mouth, told the tale? Impossible. Zhang Wei isn't that stupid. Who exactly is it? Overwhelmed by immense fear, she looked into Lin Chuan's eyes, which seemed to see right through her, and felt like a naked clown with all her dirty secrets exposed to the light of day. I don't know what you're talking about. She was still making a last, futile struggle, but her voice was trembling uncontrollably. Don't know? Lin Chuan sneered. Do you want me to continue? For example, how many gifts did you accept from Zhang Wei behind my back? LV bags, Dior lipsticks, and that latest iPhone? For example, you two might discuss going on a trip to the Maldives together after the backup plan, get dumped? Do I also need to print out your chat history and post it on the school bulletin board? Don't want. Zhao Xiaoya finally broke down and let out a sharp scream. The look in her eyes when she looked at Lin Chuan was no longer one of pleading and pretense, but rather pure fear and resentment. She couldn't understand it. She really couldn't understand it. Why has this man, whom I had manipulated yesterday, become so terrifying today? The students around were all dumbfounded. The amount of information is overwhelming and explosive. It turns out that it wasn't the poor boy who let the gold digger down, but rather that the gold digger had already given the poor boy a green hat that could be used to raise horses. In an instant, everyone's gaze towards Zhao Xiaoya changed. Disdain, contempt, disgust. Those boys who had previously spoken out in her defense now wished they could disappear into the ground. It turns out, the person I was sympathizing with was a player. Just as the scene fell into an awkward, deathly silence, an angry roar broke the silence as it grew closer. Zhao Xiaoya. What the hell are you doing here? Everyone turned around and saw Zhang Wei driving his flashy red BMW Z4, charging aggressively towards them. He had obviously heard rumors and came to confront them. As soon as he got out of the car, he saw Zhao Xiaoya entangled with Lin Chuan, and the gossipy eyes around them. An unnamed rage instantly surged to the top of his head. He rushed forward, grabbed Zhao Xiaoya's arm, and roared, "Didn't you say you'd broken up with him completely? What do you mean by coming back to bother him now? Is it because he's rich now that she wants to go back to him? Let me tell you, Zhao Xiaoya, I've spent so much money on you, are you fucking treating me like a fool?" Exposed in public, Zhao Xiaoya was both ashamed and angry, and no longer cared about anything else. She began to fight back fiercely. "Zhang Wei. What are you yelling at me for? How dare you talk back to me like that? If it weren't for you, a piece of trash, who can't even beat Lin Chuan and made me lose face in front of so many people, would I have had to do this? Besides throwing money at people, what other skills do you have? Damn it! You bitch, you dare to turn the tables on me?" Zhang Wei was completely enraged, abandoning all pretense of civility. "When I bought you bags and phones, why didn't you say I was incompetent? What kind of good person do you think you are? When you slept with me behind Lin Chuan's back, why were you so eager to please? You." A dramatic and outrageous public feud, worthy of being called the biggest drama of the year, unfolded in front of the library of Jiangchen University, in front of hundreds of teachers and students. The two argued more and more fiercely, and their arguments became increasingly unrestrained. Cheating, being kept as a sugar daddy, being a backup option, being cuckolded. A torrent of explosive words poured from their mouths, tearing apart their pretenses of modesty. The students around were dumbfounded, their worldviews shattered. Many people have already taken out their phones and started recording. Lin Chuan had already quietly withdrawn from the crowd when they started biting each other. He was like a true outsider, coldly observing the farce that he himself had started. His heart remained completely unmoved. Because neither of these two people is worth investing any more emotion in. Ultimately, the farce ended with Zhang Wei angrily slapping Zhao Xiaoya and then driving away. Amidst the scornful and mocking gazes of countless people, Zhao Xiaoya covered her face and ran away crying. From that day on, Zhao Xiaoya and Zhang Wei became the laughingstock of the entire school. The two men's glorious deeds, accompanied by a high-definition video, were posted on the school forum for a whole week, garnering over 100,000 views. Zhang Wei was too ashamed to stay at school any longer, so he quickly took a leave of absence. Zhao Xiaoya's fate was even more tragic. She became a pariah, hated by everyone, and wherever she went, people pointed and gossiped about her behind her back. Those so-called best friends who used to surround her all distanced themselves from her immediately. The immense public pressure and the psychological gap caused her to completely break down. She began experiencing insomnia, hair loss, and an inability to concentrate in class. She failed 4 subjects in the final exams and faced the risk of being expelled from school. The once glamorous beauty of the department has become a complete joke. Lin Chuan only occasionally heard about all this from Fatty Wang. He didn't pay attention to it, much less interfere. He understood that none of this had anything to do with him. That wasn't his revenge. That was simply Zhao Xiaoya's own choice, and the inevitable result. Those who reap what they sow will not live. Lin Chuan looked out the window. The sky was gradually darkening. He picked up his phone and tapped on the black and white profile picture. "Lin Chuan, are you free tomorrow night? Xiao Muxue? Lin Chuan, let's go see a movie. Chapter 12 New System Function, Information for Everything. Xiao Muxue, okay." Looking at the incredibly concise reply on his phone screen, Lin Chuan couldn't help but smile slightly. The ice queen of the school truly lives up to her name. Having resolved the historical issue of Zhao Xiaoya, Lin Chuan felt a great sense of relief. His current focus in life has become exceptionally clear and definite. First, make money. Second, cultivate a relationship with Xiao Muxue. These two things complement each other and are indispensable. Without a sufficient economic foundation, how can he support his future with Xiao Muxue? Are we going to have to struggle to even afford a decent gift, just like before? He never wanted to live that kind of life again. Chuaner, you're pretty good, kid. Wang Pengzi's loud voice interrupted Lin Chuan's thoughts. He had just finished a game and was now engrossed in watching videos of arguments and fights on the school forum on his phone. Awesome. That was a textbook example of a comeback. You haven't seen it. Zhao Xiaoya and Zhang Wei are now like rats crossing the street, everyone shouting to kill them. It's so damn satisfying. Fatty Wang was dancing with joy, even more excited than if he had won a battle himself. Lin Chuan smiled but didn't reply. He sat at his desk and began to take stock of his current assets. That Maserati is valued at 1.5 million, but he doesn't plan to sell it. Firstly, it's a symbol of his status, and also a stepping stone for him to enter certain circles in the future. Secondly, selling cars would be too big a target and could easily cause unnecessary trouble. Aside from the car, the only funds he has at his disposal are the remaining 50,000 yuan in his bank card and a little over 300 yuan in cash in his pocket. Still poor. I have to find a way to make money work for me, Lin Chuan thought to himself. Just as he was pondering this, that familiar mechanical voice rang in his mind once again. Ding! Detection indicates the host has completely severed inferior romantic relationships, completing the beginner's prerequisite quest. System database updated, functionality optimized and upgraded. Upgrade complete. Congratulations, host. The intelligence of all things function has been officially activated. Lin Chuan's spirits lifted. It's been upgraded? He immediately asked himself, information on all things? How is it different from before? The basic all things intelligence function allows the host to scan non-living entities within a certain value range around them to obtain their core intelligence. After the upgrade, the scanning range is expanded and the scanning accuracy is improved. Not limited to antiques and collectibles, the system can analyze any item containing special energy or potential value, such as uncut raw stones, stocks with unusual price movements, medicinal herbs containing special ingredients, or even hard drives containing secrets, and provide the most valuable core information. After listening to the system's explanation, Lin Chuan's breathing became rapid. This is practically a super money printing machine. If the previous favorability system gave him the ability to see through people's hearts, so now this upgraded all things intelligence function has given him a pair of divine eyes that can see through all the secrets of wealth in the world. Jade gambling, treasure appraisal, stock trading. As long as this system exists, wouldn't he be able to do whatever he wants in these fields? We've struck it rich. This time we're really going to strike it rich. Lin Chuan suppressed his overwhelming joy and his brain began to work at lightning speed. Stock trading requires a large amount of capital and complex operations, so I won't consider it for now. Therefore, the most suitable way for him in his current situation, the fastest way to make money, and the least likely to arouse suspicion, is only one. Find a bargain. Jiangchang, as a historical and cultural city, has no shortage of antique markets. It's a place where all sorts of people mingle, making it hard to distinguish between the real and the fake. It's a paradise for swindlers, but also a treasure trove for true experts. For Lin Chuan, who possesses the eye of God, that place is practically his personal ATM. Fatty, Lin Chuan suddenly said. Ha? What's wrong, Chuaner? Fatty Wang asked without looking up, engrossed in the movie. Where is the largest antique market in Jiangcheng? Antique market? Fatty Wang paused for a moment, finally looking up from his phone and staring at Lin Chuan with a puzzled expression. Why would you go to that place? It's a place for old men, and it's a shady business. 9 out of 10 people who go there will get scammed. I have my own clever use for it. Lin Chuan didn't explain much, but simply stood up, put on his coat, and said, just tell me, do you know or not? I do know about it. There's a Wenchang Pavilion in the west of the city. It's the largest antique market in Jiangcheng, and it's busiest on weekends. Fatty Wang scratched his head. But are you really going? Let me tell you, just look at the things there. Don't buy anything. My second uncle spent 50,000 yuan there last time to buy a bowl that was supposedly from the Tang dynasty. When he got it appraised, it turned out to be made last week. He was furious. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Lin Chuan smiled, patted his shoulder, and said, let's go. Hey! Wait for me. Seeing that Lin Chuan was really about to leave, Fatty Wang quickly threw his phone aside, grabbed a wrinkled t-shirt from the bed, and put it on. What are you doing? Lin Chuan turned around and looked at him. Nonsense. Of course I'll go with you. Fatty Wang said confidently while frantically putting on his pants. You're quite the celebrity at school now, I'm worried about you going out alone. Besides, I also want to see how those swindlers can turn a broken bowl into a family heirloom. Lin Chuan thought about it and felt that having more company would be good. Although Fatty Wang is a bit simple-minded, he's loyal and reliable in crucial moments. Plus, with him there to crack jokes, it doesn't feel so awkward when I'm picking up scraps. Okay, let's go together then. Okay. Fatty Wang let out an excited shout and quickly got dressed. The two walked out of the dormitory one after the other. Downstairs, the black Maserati remained the focus of everyone's attention. When Wang Pangzi saw Lin Chuan take out the car keys and press the unlock button, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Holy crap. Chuaner. This car, is it really yours? He stammered, his voice trembling. What else? Lin Chuan opened the car door and got in. Fatty Wang circled the car carefully, touching it several times, his expression as if he were caressing a priceless treasure. Wow, a Maserati GT. I've only ever seen them in magazines. Come on up, or the antique market will close down, Lin Chuan urged with a smile. They're here. They're here. Fatty Wang then seemed to snap out of his daze, opened the passenger door, and plopped inside. The soft leather seat comfortably enveloped his 200-pound body, a feeling so pleasant that he almost groaned out loud. Awesome, so awesome. He touched the interior of the car, muttering to himself. Lin Chuan started the engine, and the black sports car let out a low roar as it slowly drove out of the campus. Sitting in the passenger seat, Fatty Wang watched the scenery rushing past the window and the envious glances from passers-by. He felt that his worldview had been shaken like never before in this single day. He looked at his brother beside him, who had a calm expression and seemed to take all of this for granted, and his heart was filled with countless questions. But he wisely didn't ask. He knew that everyone had their own secrets. All he needed to know was that no matter what Lin Chuan became, he would always be his best brother for life, and that was enough. At that moment, he was unaware of this. From the moment he boarded this car and decided to follow Lin Chuan to that so-called antique market, his ordinary life trajectory would undergo earth-shattering changes. Lin Chuan looked at the route on the navigation, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Wenchang Pavilion, here I come. I hope you won't let me down. Chapter 13 Finding a bargain at a roadside stall. Boss, something's not right with this inkstone. Half an hour later, the black Maserati stopped at the entrance of Wenchang Antique Street. This supercar, so out of place in its rustic surroundings, instantly became the center of attention, attracting countless admiring glances from passers-by. Holy crap, a Maserati GT. This must cost over $1 million, right? Which rich kid is showing off their sophistication here again? Lin Chuan ignored the surrounding chatter and got out of the car with Fatty Wang. As soon as you step into the antique street, a strong historical atmosphere, mixed with the plastic smell of various street vendor goods hits you. The street is about 1 kilometer long, with antique-style shops on both sides and various stalls set up in front of the shops. The stalls were filled with a dazzling array of goods: porcelain, jade, copper coins, calligraphy and paintings, ancient books, you name it. The sounds of hawking and bargaining rose and fell, creating a lively atmosphere. This was Wang Pangzi's first time in a place like this, and everything seemed new and exciting to him. He looked around like a curious child. Chuaner, look at that bowl, it looks just like the real thing. The shopkeeper said it's from the Kangxi era. And that sword, it's covered in rust, could it have been used by some great swordsman? Lin Chuan was somewhat amused and exasperated. He activated the system scan, and lines of information rapidly refreshed before his eyes. Target scanned, blue and white porcelain bowl. Key information, modern craft item, poorly made antiquing technique, wholesale price in Iwu, 20 yuan each. Target scanned, bronze sword. Key information, movie prop, made of zinc alloy, suggested retail price, 99 shipping included. Target scanned, jade bracelet. Key information, glass product, chemically dyed long-term where may pose a cancer risk. As he read through the book, Lin Chuan's lips twitched involuntarily. Good heavens, this isn't an antique street, it's practically a hub for massive fraud rings. Looking around, out of 10 stalls, 9.5 were selling counterfeit goods, and the remaining half was selling a mix of genuine and counterfeit products. So, Chuaner, has anyone caught your eye? Fatty Wang asked excitedly. Lin Chuan shook his head. Let's go, let's take another look inside. He did not lose heart. The deeper the water, the easier it is to catch a big fish. The two walked through the bustling outer area and ventured deeper into the area. The further you go in, the fewer the stalls there are, the larger the shops become, and the more sophisticated the customers' attire. Clearly, this is where the real experts stay. Lin Chuan walked along, not missing a single corner. His eye of God is like a high-precision radar, tirelessly scanning everything within its field of vision. Just as they reached an inconspicuous, even somewhat secluded corner, the system notification finally sounded. Ding! High-value energy reaction item detected 30 meters ahead. Lin Chuan's spirits lifted, and he immediately looked in the direction indicated by the system. It was a street stall that looked like it was doing a pretty bad job. The stall owner was an old man wearing a t-shirt, who was lying in a rocking chair with his eyes closed, resting. His stall was sparsely furnished with some bottles and jars that looked obviously fake, as well as a few strings of shiny fake walnuts. No wonder no one visits. However, Lin Chuan's gaze was fixed on a corner of the stall. That thing the stall owner used to weigh down the corner of the tablecloth. That was an inkstone. An inkstone that looks ordinary, even broken. It was dark purple all over, covered with dried mud and dust, and had several obvious dents and scratches on the edges. Let alone treating it as an antique, even if you threw it on the street, probably no one would give it a second glance. But at this moment, in Lin Chuan's vision, above this broken inkstone, there was a faint golden halo that no one else could detect. Lin Chuan took a deep breath and silently recited in his mind. Scanning. Target scanned, unknown inkstone. Material analysis in progress. Energy detection in progress. Historical research in progress. Scan complete. Item name, Ziyun inkstone. Date of manufacture, during the Qianlong reign of the Qing dynasty. Key information, this inkstone was personally crafted in the later years of Ji Xiaolan, the foremost scholar and master inkstone maker of the Qing dynasty. It is made from rare purple cloud stone from the summit of Tianshan Mountain, a stone with a fine texture, warm and smooth like jade, capable of producing ink simply by breathing on it. The bottom of the inkstone is engraved with the 4 characters Yue Wei Chao Tang, making it a genuine surviving work by Ji Xiaolan. Extremely rare, it possesses immense artistic and collectible value. Current condition, dusty, with minor damage. Market valuation, 1 million. Boom! When Lin Chuan saw the final valuation of 1 million, he felt his heart skip a beat. 1 million. This piece of junk, used to hold down table legs, is actually worth $1 million? This is even more exciting than robbing a bank. Lin Chuan suppressed his overwhelming joy. He knew that it was precisely in times like these that he needed to remain calm. In the business of finding bargains, the worst thing you can do is show your joy on your face. Once the stall owner notices something amiss, you'll miss out on the bargain. He took a deep breath to calm himself down, and then, as if casually, pulled Fatty Wang along and strolled over to the street stall. Boss, are you asleep? Lin Chuan tapped on the table. The old man in the rocking chair twitched his eyelids, lazily opened them a crack, glanced at them, and then closed them again. Take a look, take whatever you like. The voice was full of indifferent perfunctory attitude. If it were someone else with that attitude, they probably would have left long ago. But Lin Chuan was secretly delighted. These Buddhist-like sellers are the easiest to deal with. Chuaner, what kind of junk is this? Let's go. Fatty Wang looked around and said disdainfully. Don't rush, let's take another look. As Lin Chuan spoke, he pretended to pick up a ridiculously fake snuff bottle from the stall and examined it from all angles. Boss, what era is this snuff bottle from? From the Guangxu era, from the palace, the old man said casually, without even opening his eyes. Really? It looks just like Master Wang's cooking from the entrance of my hometown village. Buy it or don't, it's up to you. If you don't want to buy it, get lost. The old man waved his hand impatiently. Lin Chuan smiled and put down the snuff bottle. The groundwork has been laid almost completely. He seemingly unintentionally kicked the inkstone that was pressing down on the table leg with his foot, making a muffled sound. Then, he bent down and picked up the mud-covered inkstone with feigned disgust, weighing it in his hand. Wow, it's quite heavy. He used his sleeve to wipe a stain off the surface of the inkstone, revealing a small patch of dark purple stone underneath. Boss, this stone of yours is quite unique. The old man finally opened his eyes, looked at the thing in Lin Chuan's hand, and said nonchalantly, "Oh, that? I don't know where I found it. I thought it took up too much space, so I used it to weigh down the table legs." What? You've got your eye on her? That's exactly what Lin Chuan wanted to hear. He feigned hesitation, frowning as he said, "This thing is dirty and broken, it's not very useful to buy. But I think the color of this stone is okay, it should be good for my hamster to gnaw on." Upon hearing for the hamster to grind its teeth, the old man's lips twitched noticeably. Fatty Wan was also listening in bewilderment, wondering what his brother was up to this time. Seeing that the time was right, Lin Chuan finally revealed his true intentions. He casually placed the broken inkstone on the stall, making a soft snap sound. Then, pointing to the inkstone, he spoke to the old man in a casual, almost condescending tone. "Boss, how much for this table leg weight?" Chapter 14, a piece of junk bought for 100 yuan was resold for 300,000 yuan. "Boss, how much for this table leg weight?" Lin Chuan's voice was languid, as if he were just asking casually. The old man lying in the rocking chair was too lazy to even lift his eyelids. He probably felt that it wasn't worth wasting the effort to even sit up for such a piece of junk. He held up one finger, shook it, and then impatiently uttered two words. 100. He paused, seemingly afraid that Lin Chuan would try to negotiate the price, and then added a sentence. "No bargaining, take it or leave it. $100. Upon hearing this offer, Lin Chuan almost burst out laughing on the spot. A treasure worth $1 million was sold for only $100. This is such a steal, it's practically free. He forcibly suppressed the wildly upturned corners of his mouth, put on a pained expression, and took out his wallet from his pocket. 100? That's way too expensive for such a worthless stone. He muttered to himself as he reluctantly pulled out a red banknote and handed it over. Fine, what can I do? My hamster just loves these oddly shaped rocks." The old man took the money, didn't even bother to look at it, stuffed it directly into his pocket, then turned over and continued his nap, muttering something under his breath. Fool. Lin Chuan hugged the heavy, mud-covered inkstone and turned to leave, afraid that the old man might suddenly change his mind. Fatty Wang, standing to the side, was completely bewildered the whole time. It wasn't until the two had walked quite a distance that he finally couldn't resist and grabbed Lin Chuan. "Chuaner, are you all right?" He looked at Lin Chuan with concern. "You spent 100 yuan on this piece of junk? And you're going to let the hamster chew on it? Where did we get a hamster from in our dorm?" He seriously suspected that his brother might have lost his mind due to the shock of the breakup. Lin Chuan looked at his eyes, which seemed to care for someone with intellectual disabilities, and smiled mysteriously. "Fatty, stay calm, don't panic. Now, it's time to witness a miracle." Without explaining further, he picked up the inkstone and walked straight to the other end of the antique street. There, you'll find large antique shops with lavishly decorated facades. They're clearly legitimate businesses. Lin Chuan's goal was clear: he needed to find a reputable and financially strong shop to monetize his valuables. He activated the system and quickly scanned several shops. Target scanned, Juboj. Key information: reputable owner Huang Sihai is a director of the Jiangchang Antiques Association, possesses excellent judgment, and has substantial capital. This is it. Lin Chuan, carrying the inkstone, walked into the shop called Juboj with Fatty Wang. When the shop assistants saw the two of them come in, especially when they saw the dirty rags in Lin Chuan's arms, a hint of disdain flashed in their eyes. But his good professionalism still allowed him to wear a professional smile. "Gentlemen, welcome to Jubo Pavilion. How may I help you?" "I'm looking for your boss," Lin Chuan said, getting straight to the point. "Our boss?" The shop assistant was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and said, "I'm sorry, sir, our boss, Mr. Huang, doesn't usually see guests. If you're looking to sell something, you can let me take a look first." "You?" Lin Chuan glanced at him. "You can't make that decision." The waiter's expression turned somewhat grim. Just then, a middle-aged man dressed in a tang suit, who looked to be in his 50s and had a vigorous spirit, walked out from the inner part of the shop. "Shaoli, what's going on?" "Boss Huang," the waiter immediately greeted respectfully. Lin Chuan knew that the main character had arrived. Without saying a word, he carefully placed the mud-covered inkstone he was carrying on the rosewood table on the counter, making a muffled sound. "Mr. Huang, right?" Lin Chuan looked at him and said calmly, "I have an old item here that I would like you to appraise." Huang Sihai's gaze fell on that dilapidated place. He first frowned, clearly surprised by the appearance of this thing. But his years of experience in the industry prevented him from directly showing contempt like his colleagues. He put on a pair of white gloves, picked up a magnifying glass, and leaned closer. "Chuaner, we can't be that bad, can we?" Fatty Wang tugged at Lin Chuan's sleeve and whispered, "Spending 100 yuan on junk and actually having it appraised, isn't that embarrassing?" Lin Chuan ignored him and simply watched Huang Sihai's expression. Huang Sihai examined it very carefully. He first observed the patina and weathering marks on the inkstone, and then used a magnifying glass to carefully examine the area where Lin Chuan had wiped it, revealing the original color of the stone. Gradually, the calmness on his face disappeared. Instead, there was an incredulous astonishment. His breathing even became a little rapid. "Xiao Li." He suddenly looked up and shouted to the shop assistant beside him, "Quick! Go get a basin of clean water and a soft bristled brush. Hurry!" The waiter was startled by his excited appearance and, not daring to delay, quickly ran to prepare. Soon, a basin of clean water was brought up. Huang Sihai personally took charge and carefully began cleaning the dirt off the surface of the inkstone with a soft bristled brush. As the dirt was gradually brushed away, the true appearance of the inkstone was gradually revealed to everyone. It was an extremely rare and incredibly beautiful dark purple. Under the light, the stone's surface seems to be covered with a thin layer of mist, as warm and smooth as jade, and dazzling. The entire Jubao pavilion fell silent instantly. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the inkstone, unable to look away. "Purple. Purple cloud stone." Huang Sihai's voice trembled. "It's actually the legendary purple cloud stone. And such a large piece at that." He turned the cleaned inkstone over as if it were a rare treasure. At the bottom of the inkstone, four simple and elegant seal script characters are clearly visible. "Yuawei thatched cottage." Boom! The moment Huang Sihai saw those 4 words, he felt like his brain was about to explode. He trembled with excitement, pointing at the 4 characters and shouting incoherently, "Yuawei Chao Tang. Ji Xiaolan. This is Ji Xiaolan's Ziyun inkstone. It's genuine. Absolutely genuine." The waiter standing to the side was completely dumbfounded. Fatty Wang was completely petrified on the spot, his mouth agape wide enough to fit an egg, lost in philosophical contemplation about who he was and where he was. Huang Sihai was so excited that it took him a long time to finally calm down. The way he looked at Lin Chuan had completely changed. It was a complex look in his eyes, a mixture of awe, admiration, and a hint of fanaticism. He knew that he had met a true master today. To be able to find such a national treasure from a street stall, what an amazing eye that takes. Young brother." Huang Sihai walked up to Lin Chuan, rubbing his hands together, and asked excitedly, "This inkstone, are you interested in selling it?" Lin Chuan smiled faintly, "If the price is right." "Perfect. Absolutely perfect." Huang Sihai nodded repeatedly, took a deep breath, and held up 3 fingers. "Young man, I won't beat around the bush with you. This inkstone, although it has a slight chip on the edge, is still a masterpiece, absolutely a museum-quality item. I'll offer this amount, 300,000. What do you think?" 300,000? Before Lin Chuan could speak, Fatty Wang next to him screamed in terror. He jumped up, his chubby face turning a deep liver color from extreme shock. He pointed incredulously at the inkstone, then at Lin Chuan, and stammered, This piece of junk I bought for $100, 300,000? His voice sounded particularly loud in the quiet Jubao pavilion. When Huang Sihai and the other man heard the words 100 yuan, they both stiffened at the same time, and their eyes looked at Lin Chuan with even more awe. $100, 300,000. 300 times the profit. This isn't just finding a bargain, it's practically divine intervention. Lin Chuan was somewhat exasperated by Wang Pangzi's loud and boisterous manner, but he also knew that the price of 300,000 was quite fair for him, who was eager to cash out. After all, although this item is valued at millions, that's an auction price. It requires time and opportunity. What he lacks most right now is time. Deal. Lin Chuan said decisively. Great. That's awesome. Huang Sihai was overjoyed and immediately ordered people to prepare the contract and transfer the funds. A few minutes later, Lin Chuan's phone received a text message from the bank confirming the deposit. Your savings card account ending in XXXX has received a deposit of 300,000 renminbi. Looking at that long string of zeros, Lin Chuan felt an indescribable surge of excitement and joy. My first pot of gold. I got it. He put away his phone, nodded to Huang Sihai, and prepared to leave with the still petrified Fatty Wang. Young man, please wait. Huang Sihai quickly called out to him. Is there anything else? May I ask your esteemed name, young brother? And who your teacher is? Huang Sihai asked respectfully. My surname is Lin, and I have no particular school or lineage. I am just an amateur. After Lin Chuan finished speaking calmly, he pulled the completely dumbfounded Fatty Wang out of Juboj. It wasn't until he sat back in the Maserati GT that Fatty Wang seemed to come alive again. He turned his head sharply, looking at Lin Chuan as if he were a monster, his voice trembling. Chuan. Brother Chuan, tell me honestly, how did you figure that out? Lin Chuan started the car, and the black sports car let out a low growl. He looked at his best friend, whose worldview had been completely shattered, and smiled mysteriously. Secret. Chapter 15. My roommate, Fatty Wang, I'll help you get rich. The black Maserati GT drove smoothly on its way back to school. The atmosphere inside the car was deathly silent. Fatty Wang sat in the passenger seat, maintaining the same posture and expression ever since leaving Juboj. His eyes were glazed over, his mouth slightly open, looking like his CPU was about to burn out. He felt that the worldview he had built up over more than 20 years of life had been completely shattered by Lin Chuan in an extremely brutal way in just 1 hour this afternoon. Then, they were put back together. However, the pieced-together world becomes magical and absurd. $100 turned into $300,000. This is fucking more exciting than making a movie. Chuan, brother Chuan. Finally, Fatty Wang's almost completely shut down brain started working again. He swallowed hard, turned his head, and looked at Lin Chuan with the eyes of someone looking at a god. How did you do that? This question had been weighing on his mind all the way here. He simply couldn't understand how Lin Chuan had managed to pick out that priceless treasure from a pile of junk. Could he really be the heir of a hidden family of antique dealers? Lin Chuan glanced at him, and seeing his almost crash-like appearance, couldn't help but laugh. Want to know? Yes. Fatty Wang nodded vigorously. Even if you want to know, don't ask. Fatty Wang almost choked to death on his breath. Seeing his frustrated and anxious expression, Lin Chuan's smile deepened. He naturally couldn't reveal anything about the system. But that didn't stop him from comforting his good brother in another way. The car stopped at a secluded intersection. Lin Chuan took out his phone and, in front of Fatty Wang, opened the mobile banking transfer page. Fatty, give me your bank card number. Huh? Why do you need my bank card number? Fatty Wang was taken aback. Just give it to me, stop with the nonsense. Oh. Although Wang Pangzi didn't understand why, he still honestly recited a string of numbers. Lin Chuan tapped his fingers rapidly a few times. Soon, Wang Pangzi's phone rang with a ding, a text message from the bank confirming the deposit had been credited to his account. He subconsciously picked up his phone and glanced at it. With just one glance, he was struck as if by an electric current, jolting up from his seat and slamming his large head against the roof of the car with a loud bang. Ouch! Fatty Wang cried out in pain, completely ignoring the excruciating pain in his head. He stared intently at his phone screen, his wide, shocked eyes filled with disbelief. Dear customer, your savings card account ending in XXXX has received a deposit of 100,000 renminbi. 100,000. A full 100,000. Brother Chuan. Brother Chuan. What are you doing? Fatty Wang's voice trembled. Why did you transfer so much money to me? Lin Chuan leaned back in his chair and said casually, What? You think it's not enough? No. That's not what I meant. Fatty Wang's face turned red with anxiety. I meant. I can't take this money. Absolutely not. You earned this money through your own abilities, what does it have to do with me? Turn it back right now. Or I'll get mad at you. As he spoke, he frantically tried to operate his phone. All right. Lin Chuan reached out and pressed down on his pair of fat hands. This money isn't given to you for nothing. Huh? Fatty Wang was stunned. Lin Chuan looked at him, his eyes becoming more serious than ever before. Fatty, we're brothers, right? Nonsense. Absolutely. Fatty Wang said, patting his chest. That's good. Lin Chuan nodded and said slowly, this 100,000 yuan will be used for two purposes. First, consider this hush money for you. Hush money? Yes. Lin Chuan's eyes deepened. I don't want a third person to know what happened today. I don't want the rumors at school to say that I become some kind of antiques guru instead of that I won the lottery. Understand? A tree that stands out in the forest will surely be felled by the wind. Before you have absolute strength, keeping a low profile is the best form of protection. Although Fatty Wang is simple-minded, he's not stupid. He immediately understood Lin Chuan's meaning and nodded vigorously. Brother Chuan, don't worry. I'll keep this matter to myself and never tell a second person. Very good. Lin Chuan was satisfied with his attitude. As for the second use. He paused, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. Consider this your seed capital. Startup capital? Fatty Wang was even more confused. That's right. Lin Chuan looked at him and said, word by word, Fatty, let me put it this way. I, Lin Chuan, have indeed obtained some, rather special abilities. As for what ability it is, you don't need to ask, and I won't tell you even if you do. All you need to know is that from today onwards, I will no longer be the poor student I used to be. And you are the brother I trust most in this world. So, I'm going to make a fortune with you. Let me make you rich. These 6 simple words struck Wang Pingzi like a thunderclap, leaving him dizzy and his blood boiling. Looking into Lin Chuan's eyes, which were full of confidence and sincerity, he felt his heart pounding uncontrollably. He knew Lin Chuan wasn't joking. Being able to casually find a treasure worth 300,000 yuan from a pile of junk is beyond what can be explained by good eyesight. This is absolutely divine skill. And now, this brother with divine abilities is actually going to take me flying with him? Brother Chuan. Wang Pingzi's eyes instantly reddened. This overweight man, weighing over 200 pounds, suddenly felt like a child, his nose tingling, and he almost cried. He thought of the past. Although his family was richer than Lin Chuan's, he was often ridiculed and bullied at school because of his obesity and simple-minded personality. Every time, it was Lin Chuan who stood up for him. Now that Lin Chuan has become successful, the first thing he thinks of is still his good-for-nothing brother. A scholar will die for one who understands him. Brother Chuan. Fatty Wang suddenly wiped his eyes and looked at Lin Chuan in an unprecedentedly solemn tone. From now on, if you tell me to go east, I will never go west. You tell me to beat a dog, but I'll never chase a chicken. You're like my own brother. My life, Wang Hao's life, is now yours. Seeing his excited expression, almost as if he were about to swear brotherhood, Lin Chuan smiled with satisfaction. He knew that he had completely won over his brother. He shoved the bank card back into Fatty Wang's hand. All right, stop with the nonsense. Take this 100,000 yuan for now. There will be many more places where you'll need money in the future. The password is your birthday. Fatty Wang held the bank card, which still carried Lin Chuan's warmth, and felt as if he were holding the whole world. He knew that his life had been completely changed from this moment on. The car restarted. Lin Chuan drove with an extremely pleasant mood. With 300,000 yuan in initial capital and having won over Fatty Wang, his most loyal follower, his next plan could officially begin. 300,000 is far from enough. That was just an appetizer. To accumulate enough capital to stir up trouble in the shortest amount of time, he had to go to a more exciting and crazy place. Lin Chuan turned his gaze back to the window. In addition to the stalls selling counterfeit goods and the shops selling genuine goods, there is another area in Wenchang Antique Street that is both the most mysterious and the most popular. They don't sell finished products there, they only sell luck. One cut to heaven, one cut to hell. That's the ultimate battlefield where you can make a fortune overnight. A smile full of ambition curved at the corners of Lin Chuan's mouth. His next goal. Jade Gambling Market. Fatty Wang sat next to Lin Chuan, looking at his confident demeanor, and couldn't help but ask. Brother Chuan, where do we go next? Chapter 16. The head of students' difficulties, he has many secrets. Since acquiring the Maserati, Lin Chuan's campus life has become much more high profile. He wasn't deliberately showing off, it's just that driving is indeed more convenient than taking the bus. Especially when picking up and dropping off Zhao Mushui. Although the aloof school beauty said no need, every time she saw Lin Chuan waiting for her downstairs in his car, a hint of a smile would unconsciously appear in her cool eyes, a smile she herself was unaware of. However, Lin Chuan's high profile quickly attracted the attention of some people. Or rather, its dissatisfaction. That afternoon, Lin Chuan had just finished a professional class when his counselor called him back. Lin Chuan, Director Lu wants you to go to his office. The counselor's expression was somewhat strange, with a hint of sympathy. Director Lu? Lin Chuan immediately pictured a middle-aged man with a receding hairline, a beer belly, black-rimmed glasses, and an expression that always said I'm in charge. Lu Jianjun, the director of the Academic Affairs Office at Jiangcheng University, is known throughout the university for his strict style, rigid thinking, and extreme snobbishness. Why did he contact me? Although Lin Chuan was somewhat puzzled, he nodded and walked towards the administration building. As soon as I stepped into the office of the Teaching Affairs Department, which had a sign that read "No unauthorized personnel allowed," a strong smell of smoke hit me. Director Lu was sitting behind his large desk, legs crossed, puffing out cigarette butts. The ashtray on the desk was already overflowing with cigarette butts. When Lin Chuan came in, he didn't even lift his eyelids, but simply tapped the table with the finger holding the cigarette. "Close the door." Lin Chuan closed the door without making a sound. A heavy silence fell over the office. Lu Jianjun just smoked his cigarette without saying a word, seemingly trying to put pressure on Lin Chuan. If it were an ordinary student, being left hanging like this would probably have made their legs go weak and their palms sweat. But Lin Chuan simply stood there calmly, without the slightest tension or unease on his face. He even had the leisure to take a look around the office. The decor is quite nice, with mahogany desks, genuine leather sofas, and several calligraphy and paintings that look quite valuable hanging on the walls. A head of teaching affairs, living a pretty comfortable life. About 5 minutes later, Director Lu finally finished his cigarette. He stubbed out his cigarette in the ashtray, then raised his small eyes hidden behind his glasses and stared sharply at Lin Chuan. "Lin Chuan, right?" "Yes, Director Lu." "I heard you've been quite impressive lately," Lu Jianjun said sarcastically. Lin Chuan raised an eyebrow but remained silent. Driving a Maserati worth over $1,000,000 to school, and getting close to Qiao Muxue from the architecture department. Lu Jianjun sneered, "What? Do you think university is your backyard? Coming and going as you please? And driving around in a sports car showing off?" Lin Chuan finally understood. So that's what it was about. He calmly replied, "Director Lu, firstly, I haven't been absent without reason. I've been to school on time for every class. Secondly, the school doesn't seem to have any rule against students driving to school, does it?" Talking back? Lu Jianjun slammed his hand on the table, and his already unattractive face instantly turned a deep liver color. "You dare talk back to me? The school rules do not explicitly prohibit driving. However, they do stipulate that students should be frugal and simple, and should not engage in flaunting wealth or competing with others on campus, thereby damaging the school's reputation. You drive a sports car worth over $1,000,000 recklessly around campus, making it known to everyone. Isn't that showing off your wealth? Your behavior has seriously affected the normal learning and mental health of other students. It has corrupted the excellent academic atmosphere of Jiangcheng University." One after another, these heavy accusations were slapped down on them. Lin Chuan looked at his righteous and heartbroken appearance, but inwardly he sneered. He knew that this Director Lu was not some embodiment of justice. He's like a dog that comes running at the smell of fish. And this fishy smell most likely came from Zhang Wei's house. Lin Chuan was too lazy to waste words with him and simply recited it silently in his mind. System, scan. Target being scanned, Lu Jianjun. Affection level, 45, severe dislike, jealousy. Current state, angered, enjoying the thrill of controlling others' destinies, eager to establish authority. Read core intelligence? Read. Core intelligence being retrieved. In an instant, all the secrets about this Director Lu flooded into Lin Chuan's mind like a movie playing in fast forward. He accepted bribes from students' parents to help students alter their grades. Embezzling school grants for impoverished students and pocketing the money. He abused his power to maintain an improper relationship with a newly arrived young female teacher at the school. Even more concerning, just last week, he accepted a shopping card worth 200,000 yuan from Zhang Wei's father, promising to help teach a good lesson to a student named Lin Chuan. Good heavens! After reading this intelligence, Lin Chuan couldn't help but admire it in his heart. This Director Lu looks respectable, but the things he does behind the scenes are enough to warrant him being sent to work on a sewing machine. He's nothing but a beast in human skin. At this moment, this beast is still enjoying his performance. Lin Chuan. I'm telling you. Lu Jianjun saw that Lin Chuan didn't speak, so he thought that Lin Chuan was intimidated by him and became even more arrogant. Our school will never tolerate a student like you who has such poor moral character and seriously violates school rules and regulations. I'm giving you two choices. First, write a 3,000-word self-criticism and publicly apologize in front of the entire department. And promise that you will never drive into the campus again. Secondly, He drawled, a smug smirk on his face. I'll give you a major demerit and put it directly into your file. You choose. Oh, right, whichever option you choose, you have to call your parents over. I need to have a serious talk with them about your family education. After saying that, he leaned back in his chair, picked up his teacup, and looked like he had Lin Chuan completely under his thumb. However, what he received was not Lin Chuan's pleas for mercy or his fear. Instead, it was a light, airy question tinged with curiosity. Lin Chuan looked at him with a strange, ambiguous expression on his face, and slowly began to speak. Director Liu, let's not talk about my matter yet. I'm just a little curious and would like to ask you about something. Lu Jianjun frowned. What is it? Lin Chuan took 2 steps forward, leaned on the large desk, lowered his voice, and spoke slowly in an almost whispered tone. I heard that your wife hasn't been feeling well lately? Lu Jianjun was taken aback, unsure of what he was up to, and gave a vague hum. Lin Chuan's smile deepened. That old lady must have had a really tough time. I'm not in good health, but I still have to go to the Jinqiu community in the south of the city all the time. When Lin Chuan uttered the words Jinqiu community, Lu Jianjun's hand holding the teacup trembled violently. The scalding hot tea spilled all over his hand, but he was completely unaware. His expression changed in that instant. Lin Chuan didn't stop. He looked at Lu Jianjun's face, which had turned deathly pale, and continued to ask in that unhurried, yet infuriating tone, with a smile. Are you going to visit your seriously ill cousin? Chapter 17 Director Liu, I heard you're getting very close to a female colleague? Jinqiu residential area cousin. These words, like a series of thunderclaps, exploded in Lu Jianjun's ears. His hand holding the teacup trembled violently, and scalding tea spilled all over the back of his hand, but he seemed not to feel the pain. He just stared intently at Lin Chuan, his small eyes filled with horror and fear. Jinqiu residential area. That's where he kept his mistress. It's the love nest where he secretly kept his lover behind his wife's back. He was confident that he had done this perfectly. No one else, except himself and that woman, could possibly know about it. But this student in front of me. How did he know that? What nonsense are you spouting? Lu Jianjun's first reaction was to deny it. He slammed his teacup on the table, trying to mask his inner panic with anger. Lin Chuan. I think you not only have problems with your thinking, but your character is even more problematic. How dare you openly slander a teacher? Do you believe I'll? Before he could finish speaking, Lin Chuan casually interrupted him. Slander? Lin Chuan straightened up, casually sat down on the sofa opposite him, and poured himself a cup of tea. He crossed his legs, looking completely at ease, as if he were the master of the office. Director Liu, don't get excited. Getting excited can damage your liver. He blew on the steam rising from his teacup and said slowly, I was just asking casually. After all, I heard that your cousin is a colleague of ours at school. She's from the foreign languages department. Her name is Sun Tingting, right? She's quite pretty, and she's only been out of school for a couple of years. She looks very innocent. Buzz. Lu Jianjun felt as if he had been hit hard on the head with a sledgehammer. Sun Tingting. He even knew Sun Tingting's name. If the mention of Jinqiu residential area earlier could be considered a coincidence, now that even the mistress's name has been mentioned. Lu Jianjun broke out in a cold sweat in an instant. Looking at Lin Chuan's ambiguous smile, he felt a deep-seated fear for the first time. Who exactly is he? What exactly is he trying to do? Lin Chuan. Lu Jianjun's voice softened unconsciously, even carrying a slight tremor that he himself was unaware of. The way he addressed her changed from Lin Chuan to Lin Chuan classmate. What are you trying to say? I don't understand. He was still making a last-ditch effort. Don't understand? Lin Chuan laughed, a laugh like a cat that had just stolen some cream. Then let's talk about something you can understand. He put down his teacup, extended a finger, and tapped the table lightly, saying slowly and deliberately. For example, last month, the parents of Li, a student in the architecture department, sent you a pack of premium yellow Crane Tower 1916 cigarettes in order to help their son get a scholarship. There was also a bank card with 50,000 yuan tucked inside the cigarette pack? Lu Jianjun's pupils suddenly contracted. For example, last year the school issued a 200,000 yuan scholarship for impoverished students, but it seems that 50,000 yuan disappeared? It seems that it ended up in a bank account with the last 4 digits being 3,456? Lu Jianjun's breathing became rapid instantly, and cold sweat on his forehead turned into streams that slid down his fat cheeks. How could he know all this so clearly? They even know the last few digits of your bank card number? Is he a human or a ghost? Seeing his expression, which looked like he was about to pee his pants, Lin Chuan knew that the time was right. He dropped the last, and most devastating, bombshell. He stood up, walked to Lu Jianjun, leaned down, and whispered in his ear in a devilish voice. By the way, Director Lu. Last week, Zhang Wei's father gave you a shopping card worth 200,000 yuan at the Jiangnanshan tea house. He said, let me teach you a lesson. Now, I have received your education. I just don't know. A cold smile curled at the corners of Lin Chuan's lips. Are you interested in these matters, comrades from the Discipline Inspection Commission? Boom! These last words were like a thunderbolt from the heavens, completely shattering Lu Jianjun's psychological defenses. He couldn't hold on any longer. His body, as if his bones had been removed, slumped limply in the leather executive chair that symbolized power. His face was drained of color, turning ashen. It's over. It's all over. He looked at the calm young man in front of him, his eyes filled with nothing but endless fear and despair. He finally understood just how terrifying a being he had provoked. Thump! The next second, a scene that surprised even Lin Chuan occurred. The arrogant and domineering director of the teaching department, who had just been so arrogant, actually tumbled off his chair and grabbed Lin Chuan's leg. Lin, student. No. Lin, young Master Lin. I was wrong. I was really wrong. I was blind to your greatness. I'm a bastard. I'm not human. Lu Jianjun cried his heart out, his tears flowing freely. Please. Please, have mercy on me and let me go. I have an 80-year-old mother to support and a 3-year-old child to feed. If these things get out, not only will I lose my job, I'll spend the rest of my life in jail. Lin Chuan looked at the man at his feet, who had no dignity and was behaving in a disgraceful manner, and felt no pity whatsoever. If only I had known then what I know now, I wouldn't have done it in the first place. He kicked Lu Jianjun away. Now you know you were wrong? Lin Chuan looked down at him, his eyes icy. Where did that arrogant air go? I was blind just now. I was blinded by greed. Lu Jianjun slapped himself hard across the face, the sound of the blow was deafening. It's all Zhang Wei's dad's fault. He instigated me. He gave me 200,000 yuan to come and cause trouble for you. I was just confused for a moment. Without hesitation, he sold Zhang Wei's father. Young Master Lin, don't worry. I haven't touched a single penny of that 200,000. I'll send it to you right away. No. I'll add another 200,000. Consider it an apology. Money? Lin Chuan scoffed. Do you think I need your little bit of money? No. You don't need it. It's just that I can't say anything nice. Lu Jianjun trembled again in fright. Then tell me, what do you want me to do? I'll do anything you ask, as long as you spare me. Looking at his groveling, dog-like appearance, Lin Chuan said indifferently, if you want me to let you go, fine. First, write a self-criticism. Right. I'll write right now. 3,000 words aren't enough, I'll write 30,000. Second, Lin Chuan's eyes became playful, I want you to publicly apologize to me in front of the entire school at tomorrow's school meeting. Ha? Lu Jianjun was stunned. Apologize in public? Where does that leave the dean of students' face? What? You don't want to? Lin Chuan's eyes turned cold again. Yes. I'm 100 times willing. Lu Jianjun didn't dare to hesitate for a moment and nodded vigorously. What's more important than face, a job, and freedom? Very good. Lin Chuan was satisfied with his attitude. Remember, keep your mouth shut. If I hear about today's events from a third person. No. Absolutely not. Lu Jianjun swore to the heavens, even if I die, I'll take this secret to my grave. Get lost. Yes. I'll leave right away. Lu Jianjun felt as if he had been granted a pardon and scrambled to his feet. He personally opened the office door for Lin Chuan, his face plastered with an extremely obsequious smile, his back bent so low he almost broke. Young Master Lin, please take care. If you need anything in the future, just let me know. I'm your dog. Lin Chuan didn't look at him again and walked straight out. The scene of Lu Jianjun bowing and scraping, his face full of obsequiousness, seeing Lin Chuan out of the office was witnessed by several students who were passing by the teaching affairs office and were about to hand in their materials. All of them stopped in their tracks instantly. Everyone stared wide-eyed and gaped, as if they were witnessing the eighth wonder of the world. I'm not seeing things, am I? That is Lu Yanwang? Isn't that Lin Chuan, the one he bowed and scraped to as he handed it over, the one who just bought a Maserati a few days ago? Holy crap! What's going on? Has Lu Yanwang taken the wrong medicine? Chapter 18, A Public Apology Causes a School-Wide Sensation. The astonishing story of Lu Yanwang bowing and scraping to Lin Chuan spread like wildfire throughout every corner of Jiangcheng University overnight. On the school forum, the discussion thread about this matter has been up and down for hundreds of posts. Holy crap! Really? Has anyone taken a picture? A picture is worth 1,000 words. There are no photos, but several people in our class saw it with their own eyes. They said the scene was even more heartwarming than seeing their own father. That doesn't make sense. Who is Lu Yanwang? He's known for being incorruptible, unforgiving even to his own family. How could he possibly bow down to a student? The only explanation is that Lin Chuan's background is even more terrifying than we imagined. He can't even afford to offend Lu Yanwang. Hiss. This is terrifying. We really don't understand the world of the super rich. Suddenly, Lin Chuan's identity became even more mysterious and unpredictable in everyone's eyes. The other protagonist in the incident, Dean of Students Lu Jianjun, did not sleep all night. He sat at his desk, facing the computer, sweating profusely as he edited and revised, finally managing to squeeze out a 5,000-word self-criticism. His choice of words and sentence structure was so poignant, it was almost tearful. The sincerity of the emotions was enough to move the listener to tears. The next day, Monday, Jiangcheng University's weekly university-wide meeting is held on time in the auditorium. Thousands of teachers and students gathered together. The atmosphere today feels particularly eerie. Everyone's gaze, intentionally or unintentionally, drifted toward the stage and Lin Chuan sitting below. As everyone knows, Lin Chuan was called to Director Lu's office yesterday. Given Lu Yanwang's vindictive nature, there's a high chance that today's meeting will be about making an example of Lin Chuan as a warning to others. Many people are already ready to watch the show. Fatty Wang sat next to Lin Chuan, his palms sweating with nervousness. "Brother Chuan, are you all right?" he asked in a low voice. "That old bastard Lu Yanwang, did he do anything to you yesterday? How about we slip away today? What are you running around for?" Lin Chuan leaned back in his chair, calm and composed, and even a little amused. "Just wait and see what happens. Watch a play? What play?" Fatty Wang was even more confused. The routine meeting proceeded as scheduled. After the principal finished speaking, the vice principal spoke, then the student council president spoke. The long and tedious speech made the students below drowsy. Finally, we've reached the last step. The host cleared his throat and announced loudly, "Next, please welcome our school's Director of Academic Affairs, Director Lu Jianjun, to the stage to give us a speech on moral education." "It's here! It's here!" All the students instantly perked up. They all stretched their necks, like hungry baby birds, their eyes gleaming with gossip. The main event is finally about to begin. Lu Jianjun walked up to the podium with a solemn expression. He looked exceptionally haggard today. His eye sockets were sunken, and his dark circles were so heavy it looked like he had been punched. He walked to the podium, tested the microphone, then took a deep breath and slowly scanned the thousands of teachers and students below the stage. Finally, his gaze landed precisely on Lin Chuan. Their eyes met. Lu Jianjun's body trembled almost imperceptibly. He seemed to recall yesterday the fear of being dominated by that young man in the office. The students in the audience were even more excited when they saw this. "It's starting! It's starting! Lock on! Is Lu Yanwang about to publicly execute someone? Lin Chuan is in trouble. He's going to be used as an example and get a school-wide reprimand." However, the next second, the first words Lu Jianjun uttered plunged the entire auditorium into a deathly silence. He spoke into the microphone, each word deliberate and filled with profound sorrow and regret. "Good morning, teachers and students. I'm not here today to conduct any moral education. I'm here to do some self-reflection. I'm here to publicly apologize to an outstanding student whom I deeply misunderstood and hurt with my rigid thinking. Boom! These words caused an uproar in the entire auditorium. Everyone was stunned. One by one, they were dumbfounded, their jaws dropped, wondering if there was something wrong with their ears. What the heck? Lu Yanwang, is he going to apologize in public? Should I apologize to a student? Did the sun rise in the west today? On the podium, the school leaders looked at each other, completely bewildered, having no idea what Lu Jianjun was up to. However, what happened next was even more explosive. Ignoring the commotion below the stage, Lu Jianjun took out a neatly folded manuscript from his pocket and held it with both hands as if it were an imperial edict. He cleared his throat and began his emotionally charged confession. Comrades, my thinking is rigid. My ideas are outdated. I failed to view the students of the new era with a developmental perspective, and I almost stifled the ambition of an outstanding young man. He said with great distress. A few days ago, Lin Chuan, a student from our school, bought himself a car through his own hard work and part-time job. This is a glorious example of self-reliance and self-improvement that we should all learn from. But what about me? As a rigid old comrade, my first reaction upon seeing this was not praise or encouragement, but rather that he was showing off his wealth. He was corrupting the school's reputation. I even called him into my office and gave him a harsh and unfair criticism. Looking back now, I realize how foolish and shallow I was. When Lu Jianjun got excited, he even raised his hand and slapped himself hard across the face. Smack! This slap stunned everyone in the audience. Fatty Wang was so shocked that he stood up straight from his chair, his mouth agape wide enough to fit a light bulb. What the hell, what's going on? Lin Chuan remained seated as steady as a mountain, a faint smile playing on his lips. This self-criticism is quite insightful. It seems they've put in the effort. The performance on stage continued. Lu Jianjun put down his manuscript and looked sincerely once again in the direction where Lin Chuan was. He bowed deeply into the microphone. Here, I, Lu Jianjun, extend my sincerest apologies to Lin Chuan. Sorry. I misunderstood you. You are not only the pride of Jiangcheng University, but also a role model for all educators to learn from. Hereby, I call upon all students in the school to learn from Lin Chuan. Learn from his spirit of self-reliance and self-improvement, not being afraid of difficulties, daring to fight, and creating a better life with his own hands. After he finished speaking, he bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle. The entire auditorium was completely silent. You could hear a pin drop. Everyone was completely stunned by this scene that could only be described as magical realism. They felt that their worldview had been repeatedly crushed and shattered into pieces by director Lu in an extremely absurd way. This actually works? After an unknown amount of time, a thunderous murmur of discussion erupted from the audience. He's gone mad. Lu Yanwang is absolutely insane. This isn't an apology, it's practically flattery. They're practically praising Lin Chuan like a living saint. Self-reliance and self-improvement. I don't believe you for a second. Who can afford a Maserati if they're self-reliant and self-improving? There's definitely a shocking secret behind this. Under the gaze of thousands of eyes filled with shock, doubt, confusion, and even awe, Lin Chuan achieved godhood in one battle. From this day forward, he will no longer be merely a super-rich man in the eyes of others. He has become a mysterious and absolutely untouchable entity that even King Yamalu has to bow and apologize to in public. Xiao Muxue, who was sitting not far away, saw all of this. For the first time, a strange light, called inquiry and curiosity, flickered in her clear, cool eyes. She looked at the boy who remained calm and composed even in the eye of the storm, her red lips parted slightly, and she murmured a sentence softly in a voice only she could hear. Just how many secrets are you still hiding? Chapter 19 Xiao Mushua's invitation, have dinner with me. The Lu Yanwang's public apology incident was like a depth charge, stirring up huge waves on the calm surface of Jiangcheng University. Lin Chuan was undoubtedly at the center of that storm. From then on, his status at school became aloof and strange. When you encounter him on the street, whether you're an ordinary student or a prominent figure in the school, you'll instinctively make way for him, your eyes filled with awe. Even professors and teachers who are usually arrogant and aloof would nod and smile when they saw him. No one dared to cause him any more trouble. Lin Chuan was happy to have some peace and quiet. His daily life became regular and fulfilling. During the day, he and Xiao Muxue would spend time together at the library, enjoying a rare moment of alone time together. At night, he would drive with Fatty Wang and plunge into the Jade Gambling Market in Wenchang Pavilion, using the system to go on a shopping spree. In just a few days, the balance in his card snowballed, soaring from 300,000 to 3 million. The speed at which they make money is so fast that it would make any financial tycoon blush with shame. Everything is moving in a positive direction. The only thing that Lin Chuan felt was somewhat stagnant was his relationship with Xiao Mushuwei. Although the two spent every day together and the atmosphere became more and more harmonious, they always maintained a delicate distance of more than friends, less than lovers. Xiao Mushuwei still spoke very little most of the time. Lin Chuan did the talking while she listened. She's like a wounded kitten. Although she no longer resists your approach, it will take more time and patience to get her to fully open up and start being affectionate with you. Lin Chuan wasn't in a hurry. He enjoys the feeling of slowly growing himself. That afternoon, Lin Chuan had just finished a shopping spree, making a net profit of over 500,000 yuan, and was preparing to return to his dormitory. Suddenly, the phone lit up with a ding. It's a WeChat message. The sender was the black and white architectural design sketch avatar. Xiao Mushuwei. Lin Chuan's heart skipped a beat for no reason. This was the first time Xiao Mushuwei had taken the initiative to send him a message. With a mixture of curiosity and anticipation, he opened the chat window. On the screen, there was only one short sentence. Are you free tonight? Want to have dinner with me? There was no question mark, nor was it a tone of discussion. It was more like a notification, tinged with a hint of caution. Lin Chuan's lips instantly curled into a wide grin. Is Iceberg finally going to make its move? His fingers flew across the keyboard as he quickly replied. If you have free time, or even if you don't, you have to squeeze it out. Place? After about half a minute, the other party finally replied. Outside the east gate of the school, there's that old Sichuan restaurant, Old Place. See you at 7 p.m. Lin Chuan stared at the address, slightly taken aback. Old Place Sichuan Restaurant is a very famous small restaurant near Jiangcheng University. It's famous not because of its luxurious decor, on the contrary, it's just an ordinary hole-in-the-wall restaurant. However, because of its authentic taste and affordable price, it is very popular among students. Lin Chuan never expected that a young lady of Xiao Mushuwei's caliber would choose a place with an average cost of less than 50 yuan per person for their date. This gave him a new understanding of the girl. At 7 p.m. sharp, Lin Chuan drove his Maserati to the entrance of the Old Place Sichuan restaurant. As soon as he parked his car, he saw a graceful white figure standing quietly under the eaves of the restaurant, seemingly having been waiting for a long time. The moment Lin Chuan saw that figure, his breath caught in his throat. It's Xiao Mushuwei. But it wasn't the Xiao Mushuwei he knew. Tonight, she wasn't wearing her signature black leather jacket, nor was she sporting her signature high ponytail. She wore a pristine white dress, the hem of which swayed gently in the evening breeze, like a lily bud about to bloom. Her long, jet black hair cascaded smoothly over her shoulders, making her already exquisite face appear even more refined and ethereal. She had light makeup on her face. Her long eyelashes and pink lips seemed to add a touch of gentle ripples to her already cool eyes. If Xiao Mushuwei is usually a cold, aloof iceberg, a thorny black rose. At this moment, she is an ethereal fairy, a spirit who has strayed into the mortal world. It is so beautiful that it defies description. Lin Chuan admitted that he was stunned for a moment. Xiao Mushuwei clearly saw Lin Chuan as well, and a faint blush quietly appeared on her pretty face, which was usually expressionless. She subconsciously tucked a strand of her wind-blown hair behind her ear. The seemingly insignificant little gesture is full of breathtaking girlish charm. Cough. Lin Chuan came back to his senses and quickly walked over to cover up his lapse in composure. Have you been waiting long? No, I just arrived. Xiao Mushuwei shook her head, her voice sounding softer than usual. The two walked into the slightly noisy little restaurant, one after the other. Their appearance instantly made them the focus of the entire event. One is incredibly handsome, and the other is stunningly beautiful. Especially Xiao Mushuwei, whose ethereal attire contrasted sharply with the lively atmosphere of the setting, attracting the attention of all the diners. The two found a seat by the window and sat down. What would you like to eat? Order whatever you like. Xiao Mushuwei pushed the menu over. Lin Chuan didn't stand on ceremony and ordered several of their signature Sichuan dishes. The atmosphere was subtly quiet during the meal. Most of the time, Lin Chuan was the one initiating the conversation. The conversation ranged from interesting anecdotes from school to recent hot topics, and then to the future development of architecture. Xiao Muxue still didn't say much, but unlike before, she answered very seriously tonight. They no longer simply say or but express their own opinions and viewpoints. Lin Xuan could sense that she was trying hard to open her heart to him. Halfway through the meal, Xiao Muxue put down her chopsticks, as if she had made up her mind, and suddenly spoke. My parents are both in business. This was the first time she had taken the initiative to talk about her family. Lin Xuan paused for a moment. He didn't interrupt, but simply listened quietly. They are so busy that I only see them a few times a year. Xiao Mushua's voice was very soft, as if she were talking about something that had nothing to do with her, but Lin Xuan could see a fleeting sense of loneliness in her cold eyes. They always say that they work hard to earn money so that I can have the best life. They gave me the best clothes, the best schools, the most expensive cell phones. They gave me everything except their company. When I was a child, I got first place in my exam and wanted them to come back to accompany me to the parent-teacher conference, but all I got was the latest game console delivered by my assistant. I was learning to ride a bike and I fell and got injured all over. I wanted them to help me, but the phone calls I made were always unanswered. Later, I stopped trying so hard. I started skipping classes, started fighting, and started doing everything they didn't like. Because I found that only in this way would they take time out of their busy schedules to come back and scold me. Even if it's only for a few minutes. As she spoke, her voice trembled slightly. Lin Xuan's heart felt as if it had been clenched tightly by something. So, this is the truth. This is the root of all her rebelliousness and coldness. It's not that she doesn't want love, she's just begging for it in the most clumsy and heartbreaking way. After finishing their meal, the two walked back to school. The summer night breeze feels so comfortable on my skin. No one spoke again, but the atmosphere was no longer awkward. Instead, an unspoken understanding flowed between them. As she approached the girls' dormitory, Xiao Muxue suddenly stopped. She turned around, raised her head, and stared intently at Lin Xuan with her eyes, which shone brightly in the moonlight. I watched it for a very long time. It went on for so long that Lin Xuan started to feel a little uncomfortable. Then, she slowly opened her mouth and, in an unprecedentedly serious tone, asked the question that had been lingering in her mind for a long time. Lin Xuan. Who exactly are you? Chapter 20, The Clash in the Cafeteria. Zhang Wei's face turned green. Lin Xuan, who exactly are you? Xiao Mushue's clear eyes shone like the most dazzling stars in the moonlight. She asked the question with utmost seriousness. This question encompassed all her curiosity, all her exploration, and a trace of dependence that she herself was unaware of. She wanted to know why this boy who had suddenly barged into her world could so easily see through her disguise and why he could stir up ripples in her long-frozen heart. Faced with her probing gaze, Lin Xuan did not give a direct answer. He simply smiled, a smile that appeared exceptionally gentle in the moonlight. He stepped forward, closing the distance between them. Then, he raised his hand and, with an extremely natural and slightly indulgent gesture, gently tucked a strand of hair that had been ruffled by the evening breeze behind her ear. Feeling the softness of her hair and the coolness of her earlobe through his fingertips, Lin Xuan slowly spoke, his voice deep and magnetic. I am who I am. Someone who wants to protect you. This extremely simple sentence strikes the heart more directly than any flowery language. There were no fancy vows or grand promises, only the simplest and most steadfast commitments. Xiao Mushue's body stiffened slightly. A tingling, numb sensation, like an electric current, instantly spread from my earlobe throughout my entire body. Her already fair and pretty face flushed red in an instant. It turned red all the way down to the base of her neck. She felt her heart pounding so fast it felt like it was going to jump out of her throat. This was the first time in her life that she had felt so, at a loss because of a boy's words or actions. She subconsciously took a half step back, lowered her head, and dared not look at Lin Xuan's eyes, which seemed to see through everything. I'm going back. She left behind these slightly flustered words, turned around, and ran into the girls' dormitory building almost as if fleeing. Looking at her slightly disheveled yet adorable back, Lin Xuan's smile deepened. He knew that he had completely melted the iceberg. The next day, at noon, the first canteen at Jiangcheng University was bustling with activity. In this noisy environment, a group that could easily turn the heads of all the boys in the cafeteria slowly walked into everyone's view. Lin Xuan and Xiao Muxue. The two of them, for the first time ever, appeared together in the cafeteria. Moreover, judging from their natural and intimate manner, their relationship is clearly more than just ordinary. For the students of Jiangcheng University, the impact of this scene was no less than seeing the dean of students perform pole dancing on the playground. Holy crap! Am I seeing things? Is that Xiao Muxue? Who's that guy next to her? It looks like Lin Chuan? Holy crap! What's going on? How did these two get together? Did the dimensional barrier break down? Just a few days ago there were rumors that Lin Chuan dumped Zhao Xiaoya. How come he's hooked up with Xiao Muxue so quickly? That's too fast. Flirt? Watch your words. Didn't you see that it was School Beauty Qiao who took the initiative to talk to Lin Chuan? And didn't you notice that School Beauty Qiao seemed to be smiling today? Only after his reminder did everyone realize with horror that perpetually icy-faced bad girl whose temperature seemed to drop 5 degrees within a 10-meter radius actually had a faint, almost imperceptible smile on her lips at this moment. Although the smile was faint, it was enough to make her already stunningly beautiful face radiate a brilliance that could make the world pale in comparison. The entire cafeteria erupted in chaos instantly. Countless heartbreaks echoed throughout the night. Countless gossipy eyes, like searchlights, focused on this perfect couple. However, the two people at the center of the storm seemed oblivious to it. Lin Chuan, carrying his tray, naturally sat down next to Xiao Muxue. Try this. The sweet and sour pork at this cafeteria is pretty good. He put a piece of pork from his plate into Xiao Muxue's bowl. Xiao Muxue did not refuse, but simply blushed slightly and hummed in agreement before lowering her head and taking small bites. This scene was like a critical hit of 10,000 points of damage to the single people around. However, there are always some clueless individuals who like to jump out and spoil the mood at times like these. Oh, who do we have here? Isn't this Lin Chuan? A sarcastic voice sounded behind them. Lin Chuan frowned without turning around. He knew who it was. Sure enough, Zhang Wei and his henchmen, carrying trays and looking hostile, walked over and blocked their table. Ever since he was publicly humiliated and tricked by that stupid woman Zhao Xiaoya, Zhang Wei has become the laughingstock of the whole school. His parents berated him severely and even cut off his living expenses. He hasn't completely gone bankrupt yet, but his life is not as good as before. He blamed all of this on Lin Chuan. At this moment, seeing his dream goddess, whom he dared not even speak to, sitting and eating with his enemy, and behaving so intimately, the jealousy and anger in his heart instantly burned away the last bit of his rationality. Lin Chuan, you're something else. Zhang Wei slammed his plate down on the table, splashing soup everywhere. He just dumped Zhao Xiaoya and then climbed up to Xiao Xiaohua. That's pretty clever of him. He looked at Xiao Muxue, forcing what he thought was a very handsome smile. Muxue, don't be fooled by this guy. He's a complete pauper. His girlfriend dumped him a few days ago over the dowry. Who knows where he got the money to buy that car? Maybe he rented it. He was trying to smear Lin Chuan in this way. However, to Lin Chuan, his words sounded like a 3-year-old child tattling childish and laughable. Lin Chuan didn't even lift his eyelids, just continued eating his meal and said indifferently, "Is the dog done barking? Once you're done yelling, get lost and don't disturb my meal." You! Zhang Wei's face flushed red with anger at Lin Chuan's contemptuous attitude. He pointed at Lin Chuan and roared, "Lin Chuan! Don't you dare push your luck. You think I won't dare to touch you just because Xiao Muxue is backing you up? I'm telling you. Once again, he couldn't finish his sentence. Because Xiao Muxue, who was sitting opposite him, finally made a move. She slowly put down her chopsticks. Then, she picked up the full glass of iced cola in front of her. In Zhang Wei's astonished gaze, he flicked his wrist. Splash! A whole glass of iced cola, with ice cubes, was poured over Zhang Wei's face, which was contorted with anger. The entire cafeteria fell into a deathly silence instantly. Everyone was stunned by Xiao Muxue's bold move. Zhang Wei was stunned and stood there dumbfounded. The cold liquid slid down his greasy hair, across his bewildered cheeks, and dripped onto his expensive t-shirt. Sticky and cold. He felt as if all the blood in his body had frozen at that moment. He looked at Xiao Muxue, whose stunningly beautiful face, which he usually only dared to admire from afar and dreamed of, was now covered with frost that made his soul tremble. She spoke slowly in a cold, emotionless voice. Every word was crystal clear. Roll. Don't ruin my meal. Zhang Wei's body trembled violently, and his face instantly turned green. How shameful. That's so fucking embarrassing. He felt as if thousands of eyes in the entire cafeteria were cutting into his face like knives. At that moment, Lin Chuan's actions became the straw that broke the camel's back, shattering his last shred of dignity. Lin Chuan smiled, pulled a tissue from the table, and gently handed it to Xiao Mushui to wipe the cola that had accidentally gotten on her hands. His voice was full of doting affection. Look at you, your hands are all dirty. Don't get angry. It's not worth getting angry with this kind of person. This intimate interaction, these tender words, were like the sharpest dagger, piercing Zhang Wei's heart, and then spinning twice around it. Puff. Zhang Wei could no longer hold back. He almost spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. He looked at the two oblivious adulterers before him, his eyes filled with endless resentment and despair. He knew he had lost. They lost badly, utterly, and completely. Without saying a word, he suddenly turned around and, amidst a burst of laughter, rushed out of the cafeteria without looking back. Lin Chuan looked at his disheveled back and then at the icy school beauty beside him with an expression that said, "I didn't do anything," and couldn't help but laugh. "I didn't realize you were so protective of your own." Chapter 21. Even the school beauty blushes? The progress bar is full. "I didn't realize you were so protective of your own." Lin Chuan's teasing, tinged with a smile, reached Xiao Mushue's ears clearly amidst the noisy cafeteria. Xiao Mushue's eyes, which had just been as cold as ice, melted instantly. She turned her head away somewhat awkwardly, avoiding Lin Chuan's slightly amused gaze, but still stubbornly insisted on her words. "I just don't like having flies buzzing around me while I'm eating." Her voice wasn't loud, but it carried a hint of naivety that even she herself hadn't noticed. Lin Chuan's smile deepened. He knew that the iceberg in front of him, though hard on the outside, was incredibly soft on the inside. At this moment, the students around them, who had been stunned by Zhang Wei's disheveled escape, finally came to their senses. The entire cafeteria erupted in chaos instantly. Holy crap! What did I just see? School beauty Xiao, for Lin Chuan, she threw a whole can of Coke in Zhang Wei's face in public? She's so fierce. So protective of her husband. She's practically a real-life version of my sassy girl. What do you mean by protecting her husband? I think it's protecting her food. Didn't you hear what Xiao Xiaohua said? Don't ruin her mealtime. It's hilarious. Wa'ada. My goddess has been completely taken by a pig. Lin Chuan, the hatred for stealing my wife is irreconcilable. You're kidding me. You? Even Zhang Wei couldn't withstand a single glance from Xiao Xiaohua. You'd be asking for trouble if you went up there. Countless gazes, filled with shock, envy, jealousy, and gossip, were fixed on Lin Chuan and Xiao Mushue like spotlights. This was the first time in Xiao Mushue's life that she had become the center of such a gossip event. Moreover, it was done in such a fierce way. Her pretty face, which was already flushed from Lin Chuan's teasing, burned even hotter after feeling the thousands of fiery gazes around her. An unprecedented feeling called embarrassment instantly overwhelmed her. Two charming blushes quietly appeared on her fair, jade-like cheeks, like two drops of rouge falling onto fine rice paper and quickly spreading out. From her cheeks to her ears, and then to her long, snow-white swan neck. They were all tinged with a light, alluring pink. Her eyes, which always held a cool and aloof quality, were now somewhat flustered. Her long eyelashes fluttered like two small fans as she looked away from Lin Chuan and her surroundings. She, Xiao Mushue, the bad girl who struck fear into the hearts of all the boys in school, actually. I blushed. Moreover, it happened in front of so many people. If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, no one would have believed it. Lin Chuan looked at her shy and adorable appearance, which was completely different from her usual icy demeanor, and his heart skipped a beat for no reason. He admitted that for a moment, he was stunned. So this is what happens after the iceberg melts, a vibrant and lively place. He could even clearly see that the favorability bar above Xiao Mushue's head, which had reached 100 only beloved, was flashing wildly like a neon light, as if it was about to explode due to emotional overload at any moment. Cough. Lin Chuan snapped out of his reverie, coughed lightly, and broke the somewhat romantic atmosphere. Looking at Xiao Mushue's adorable, helpless expression, as if she wanted to disappear into the ground, his mischievous side resurfaced. Are you still going to eat? He asked with a smile. No. I won't eat. Xiao Mushue blurted out almost instinctively. If she stayed any longer, she felt like she was about to spontaneously combust on the spot. Let's go then. Xiao Mushue felt as if she had been granted a pardon and immediately wanted to get up and leave this place of trouble. However, just as she was about to get up, Lin Chuan suddenly reached out his hand. His movements were very light and gentle. Warm fingertips gently traced the corner of her mouth. Xiao Mushue's body froze instantly. He was completely frozen in place, as if under a spell, and dared not move an inch. She could clearly feel the warmth of Lin Xuan's fingertips and the thin, slightly rough calluses on his fingers. An indescribable, tingling sensation, like an electric current, instantly spread from the corner of her mouth throughout her body, leaving her mind completely blank. Here, Lin Xuan's voice, with a hint of magnetic amusement, rang in her ear. There's a grain of rice stuck to it. After saying that, he withdrew his hand and, under the watchful gaze of Xiao Mushua's wide, shocked, and shy eyes, very naturally put the tiny grain of rice into his mouth. This set of smooth, intimate, and ambiguous actions became the last straw that broke the camel's back. Boom! Xiao Mushua felt that her world had completely exploded at this moment. My heart skipped a beat. Then, like a drumbeat, it began to beat wildly, violently, and without any order. Bang! 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 She could even hear her own heart pounding as if it were about to explode. Lin Xuan, on the other hand, saw it clearly. The already full and frantically flashing favorability bar above Xiao Mushua's head seemed to break through some kind of limit in this instant. It no longer flickers. Instead, he jumped suddenly. It has changed from the original 101 and only love to a completely new state that Lin Xuan has never seen before. Affection level, maxed together through life and death. At the same time, that cold, mechanical voice exploded in Lin Xuan's mind. Bite. An emotional link between the host and the target Xiao Mushua has been detected, reaching the theoretical peak under the rules of this world. The target, Xiao Mushua, has completely opened her heart to the host. The shackles on her soul have been removed. Congratulations, host. You have gained permission to read the second piece of core intelligence from the target. Read immediately? The system notification sound startled Lin Xuan. The second piece of core intelligence? Is there another secret hidden in Xiao Mushua's body? He looked at the girl in front of him, who was completely out of control and whose face was so red it looked like it was about to bleed, and his heart was filled with curiosity. Yes, he murmured to himself. Permissions confirmed, reading the second piece of core intelligence. Lin Xuan. Just then, a shout full of surprise came from the cafeteria entrance. Lin Xuan turned around and saw Fatty Wang carrying 2 trays, walking towards them with a big smile on his face. Damn it! Xuaner, you two are so unfair. You didn't even invite me to dinner. Fatty Wang barked as he walked over. Perfect timing. I just got my food, let's all sit together. He clearly hadn't figured out exactly what kind of romantic atmosphere he had just disrupted. Xiao Mushua was startled awake by Wang Pengzi's voice. As if waking from a dream, she suddenly stood up from her seat. I'm full. I'm leaving now. After saying that, she turned and fled from the cafeteria without looking back, almost as if she were running away in panic. Only one figure remained, a hasty yet endearing silhouette that broke the hearts of countless boys. Fatty Wang stood frozen in place, holding his tray. He looked at Xiao Mushua's back, then at Lin Xuan, completely bewildered. What happened? Did I say something wrong? Chapter 22, Second Key Intelligence, her family is in big trouble. What happened? Did I say something wrong? Fatty Wang stood by the table with 2 trays in his hands, staring blankly at Xiao Mushua's fleeing figure, then at Lin Xuan, who looked completely nonchalant. His 200-plus pound body contained a CPU with insufficient capacity, clearly unable to comprehend the enchanting atmosphere filled with pink bubbles just now. Lin Xuan glanced at his clueless best friend and shook his head helplessly. Nothing. He suppressed the excitement he felt because of the system notification and spoke calmly on the surface. Maybe, he doesn't like sweet and sour pork. Huh? Fatty Wang was even more confused. No way? I saw her eating quite heartily just now. Girls' minds are really hard to understand. He muttered to himself as he plopped down and pushed one of the plates in front of Lin Xuan. Come on, Xuaner, forget about her, let's eat together. I specially got you some braised pork, eat more. Looking at this carefree and lively guy in front of him, Lin Xuan's helplessness turned into a faint smile. Although this guy always messes up at crucial moments, his sincerity is genuine. Without thinking further, he picked up his chopsticks and began to eat. However, his mind was no longer on the food. Instead, it flew to the second secret about Xiao Mushua that was about to be revealed by the system. After quickly finishing lunch, Lin Xuan made an excuse to part ways with Fatty Wang and hurried back to his dormitory alone. He locked the door and drew the curtains. The entire dormitory instantly fell into darkness and silence. He sat in his chair, took a deep breath, and finally gave the system the command in his mind. System, displaying Xiao Mushue's second core intelligence. Command received, retrieving for you. Second key piece of information, loading successful. The next second, a pale blue light screen slowly unfolded in front of Lin Chuan. On the light screen, lines of golden text appeared one by one, as if written by an invisible hand. Lin Chuan held his breath and fixed his gaze on those few lines of text. Target person, Xiao Mushue. Core Intelligence 2, Family Crisis. Intelligence Summary: The Qiao Group, headed by Qiao Xinxiong, father of Xiao Mushue, is currently facing a massive business crisis that could potentially overturn the entire group. Detailed Intelligence Report: A traitor has emerged within the group. Wang Jibin, the group's vice president, who held a high position and enjoyed Qiao Xinxiong's deep trust, was successfully bribed a month ago by the rival Zhao Group for 30 million in cash and overseas assets. Detailed Intelligence Report Part 2, Leak of Trade Secrets. Wang Jibin is abusing his position to continuously leak core trade secrets of the Qiao Group to the Zhao Group. The most damaging of these is the final bid reserve price for the South City Land King project, which is scheduled to begin bidding next week. Detailed Intelligence Report Part 3, Crisis Assessment. The South City Land King project is a transformation project that the Qiao Group is betting its entire fortune on, determined to win. If the bid fails, the Qiao Group will lose all the huge amount of upfront investment, leading to a complete break in the group's cash flow. Final assessment: there is a greater than 95% probability that the Qiao Group will declare bankruptcy within 1 month. Line by line, sentence by sentence. Every word was like a bombshell, exploding in Lin Chuan's mind. As he stared at the shocking intelligence displayed on the screen, the calm on his face finally vanished. Instead, there was an unprecedented solemnity. He never imagined that Xiao Mushue was carrying such a huge family crisis. The Qiao Group. That's one of the true business giants of Zhangchang. A behemoth that's several levels above nouveau riche families like Zhang Wei's. How could such a business empire have reached the brink of bankruptcy? The mastermind behind all of this was none other than a trusted internal trader. Lin Chuan's fists clenched unconsciously. He remembered the forlorn look on Xiao Mushue's face when she talked about her parents in the small restaurant yesterday. It turns out that her parents, who were rarely home, weren't unloving, they were simply overwhelmed with worry about the survival of the entire family. No wonder they don't have the energy to care about their daughter's upbringing. Because on their shoulders lie the livelihoods of the entire group and thousands of employees. Wang Jibin. Lin Chuan murmured the name softly, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. You traitor! Then, his gaze fell on another familiar name. The Zhao Group. Lin Chuan's eyes narrowed instantly. He immediately thought of Zhao Tianlong, the arrogant and domineering young master of the Zhao family who had slunk away in the antique street. Previously, he thought that guy was just an ordinary spoiled brat. In retrospect, he had oversimplified things. It turns out that the guy's provocation in the antique street was not accidental. Rather, it's because the Zhao family had long regarded the Qiao family as prey on their plate. What a brilliant move to strike at the heart of the problem. What a cunning and ruthless business maneuver. Lin Chuan leaned back in his chair, his mind racing. He finally understands everything. And I finally understood what I should do next. Xiao Mushue is his woman. Therefore, her affairs are his affairs. If her family is in trouble, Lin Chuan will never stand idly by. Isn't it just a business war? Isn't it just playing dirty tricks? He has a system at his disposal that allows him to see through all secrets. He wanted to see whether the Zhao family's schemes and tricks were superior, or whether he, the god of information with his cheat code, was more powerful. Just as Lin Chuan had made up his mind and was preparing to start formulating a detailed plan. His phone, which was on the table, suddenly lit up with a buzz. It was a text message. The sender was none other than Xiao Mushue. Lin Chuan picked up his phone and opened the message. On the screen, there were only 2 short sentences, but they made Lin Chuan's pupils shrink sharply. Thank you for having dinner with me today. Besides, I think I've run into some trouble. Chapter 23 Lin Chuan, can you pretend to be my boyfriend? I think I've run into some trouble. Upon seeing the last sentence of the text message, which conveyed obvious hesitation and unease, Lin Chuan's heart tightened. He called back almost without hesitation. The phone rang for a long time before it was finally answered. Hello? On the receiver came Xiao Mushue's familiar yet cool voice. But this time, Lin Chuan keenly detected a hint of undisguised frustration and helplessness in her feigned calm voice. Like a wounded little animal that is still desperately pretending to be strong. It's me. Lin Chuan's voice softened unconsciously. What happened? There was silence on the other end of the phone. She seemed to be hesitating whether or not to reveal her predicament to this boy she had only known for a short time. Lin Chuan didn't urge him, he simply waited quietly and patiently. He knew that for a girl like Xiao Muxue, any questioning would only make her close her heart even tighter. What he needed to do was to give her enough security. After what seemed like an eternity, Xiao Muxue's voice finally came through the phone again. Her voice was lower and hoarser than before. My dad just called me. Yes, I'm listening. He said, there's going to be a family dinner this weekend. He said he would announce something very important at the banquet. Xiao Muxue paused here, as if what she was about to say was difficult for her to say. Lin Chuan had a bad feeling. Sure enough, the next second, Xiao Muxue's voice rang out, carrying a hint of suppressed anger and grievance. He's going to announce my engagement to that idiot from the Li family at the banquet. Engagement. These two words struck Lin Chuan's heart like two heavy hammer blows. He instantly understood the Qiao family parents' plan. The Qiao group is currently in dire straits, and they are trying to win over a powerful ally through a business marriage to jointly resist the Zhao family's attack. Sacrificing his own daughter's happiness in exchange for the survival of his family. How tragic, and how realistic. The Li family? Lin Chuan's brows furrowed deeply. The Li family, one of the 4 major families in Zhongcheng? Xiao Muxue's voice was full of disgust. It's that good-for-nothing Li Haoyu who just follows Zhao Tianlong around, bullying the weak and fearing the strong. I disagree. I had a huge argument with my dad on the phone. I told him I would never marry that kind of person, even if it meant death. But it's no use. Her voice lowered, filled with helplessness. He said, this isn't a discussion with me, this is a notification. He said, for the sake of my family, I must make sacrifices. He said, he's my dad. Silence fell again on the other end of the phone. But Lin Chuan could clearly hear the slight sob that was suppressed deep in her throat. His heart felt as if it had been stabbed hard by something. He recalled the first piece of core intelligence the system had provided. She was just a pitiful little thing, desperately needing love. Yes. A girl who can't even make her own decisions about her marriage. A girl who was used as a bargaining chip in the exchange of family interests and could be sacrificed at any time. If she's not a pitiful little thing, then what is she? So? Lin Chuan took a deep breath and slowly spoke, breaking the heartbreaking silence. This is the trouble you were talking about? So, what do you want me to do by sending you this message? Lin Chuan's voice was full of hints. He knew that, given Xiao Muxue's proud and aloof personality, it had taken the greatest courage of her life for her to take the initiative to ask him for help. On the other end of the phone, Xiao Muxue fell silent again. This time, the silence lasted even longer. Lin Chuan could even hear her breathing, which had become somewhat rapid due to nervousness. Finally, just when Lin Chuan thought she was about to hang up, her voice, as soft as a mosquito's buzz, carrying a hint of pleading and shyness, came through the receiver. Lin Chuan. I want to ask you to do me a favor. You say. The family banquet this Sunday, you can. Her words were broken and disjointed, clearly indicating that she was engaged in an internal struggle. Can you do what? Lin Chuan pressed. Could you pretend to be my boyfriend and come with me? When she said those last words, Xiao Muxue felt as if all the strength in her body had been drained away. She had never begged anyone so humbly in her entire life. This was the only, and last, way she could think of to break the deadlock. As long as she shows up at the banquet with a boyfriend, it becomes a fait accompli. Even if her father is very powerful, shouldn't he at least consider the Qiao family's reputation? We can't just break them up in front of so many guests, can we? After saying that, she held her breath, nervously waiting for Lin Chuan's reply. She was afraid. She was afraid that Lin Chuan would refuse. He was afraid that Lin Chuan would think this was a hot potato that would bring him endless trouble. After all, that's the Li family of Zhongcheng. After all, this is tantamount to openly challenging one's own family. Would he be willing to take such a big risk for himself? Lin Chuan remained silent on the other end of the phone. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Those few seconds felt like centuries to Xiao Muxue. Her heart sank little by little into the abyss. Was it really too much to ask of him? That's true, we've only known each other for a few days, why should I expect him to go to such lengths for me? Just when her heart had turned cold and she was about to say, never mind, forget I said anything, Lin Xuan's voice finally rang out. Calm and clear. Cannot. Upon hearing this answer, Xiao Muxue felt her world turn gray. Really? It was I who was deluding myself. Her eyes welled up with tears. She bit her lip hard, trying to stop the weak sobs from getting out. However, just as she was about to hang up the phone call that had made her lose face, Lin Xuan's next words, however, left her completely stunned. On the other end of the phone, Lin Xuan spoke slowly in an unprecedentedly gentle yet domineering tone. I don't want to pretend. I want to be your real boyfriend and go to this party. So, Xiao Muxue, are you willing? Chapter 24 First Visit, The Future Father-in-Law's Test. Sunday evening. Maple Forest Villa, on the western outskirts of Jiangcheng. This is the most upscale residential area in Jiangcheng, where every inch of land is incredibly valuable. The Chow family's manor is undoubtedly the most dazzling presence in this affluent area. The entire manor covers nearly 10,000 square meters and is brightly lit, resembling a city that never sleeps, perched on a hillside. On the lawn, by the pool, elegantly dressed people mingle, and glasses clink. Almost all the prominent figures in Jiangcheng gathered here to attend this business event, which was ostensibly a family banquet. It was exactly 7 p.m. A black Maserati GT stood out among the Bentleys and Rolls-Royces as it slowly pulled up in front of the main villa of the estate. The car door opened. Lin Xuan got out of the driver's seat. Today, he specially changed into a bespoke, high-end handmade suit. The pure black fabric, with its well-tailored cut, perfectly outlined his tall and slender figure. The shirt buttons were meticulously fastened to the top, making him appear less casual and more mature and dignified. He walked around to the passenger side and gentlemanly opened the car door. A flawless jade foot, encased in a crystal high heel, peeked out first. Then, Xiao Muxue gracefully stepped out of the car. Tonight, she was undoubtedly the most dazzling jewel in the entire venue. She wore a moon-white off-the-shoulder evening gown, the skirt adorned with tiny diamonds that sparkled under the lights, as if she were wearing the entire Milky Way. Her long, jet-black hair was meticulously styled into an elegant updo, revealing her slender, fair swan neck and breathtakingly delicate collarbones. Her face was adorned with delicate, light makeup. Those already cool eyes became even more alluring with the addition of eyeliner. However, her stunningly beautiful face remained expressionless, even carrying a hint of aloofness. She naturally took Lin Xuan's arm. Lin Xuan could feel that she was holding his arm tightly, and her fingertips were even slightly cold. Clearly, her inner world was not as calm as it appeared on the surface. Lin Xuan turned around and gently patted the back of her hand, giving her a reassuring look. The two of them walked side by side into the banquet hall, under the complex gazes of a crowd filled with amazement, doubt, and jealousy. Their appearance instantly made them the focus of the entire event. Holy crap! Who's that guy? He's so handsome. Is he some celebrity? I don't know, I've never seen him before. But someone who can be Miss Chow's date must be someone important, right? I don't think so. Look at his car. Although it's a Maserati, it's still a bit inferior compared to the big shots here today. Could it be a gigolo? Discussions rose and fell. Among the crowd, a young man wearing an Armani suit, with a fairly decent appearance but a frivolous look in his eyes, instantly darkened his expression when he saw Lin Xuan and Xiao Muxue's intimate posture. He is Li Haoyu, the young master of the Li family. He was also the fiancé chosen by Qiao's parents for Xiao Muxue. Uncle Qiao, Auntie. Lin Xuan and Xiao Muxue walked up to the host of the banquet. Xiao Mushua's father, Xiao Xinxiong, was a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 50s and exuded an air of authority. His aura of authority, born from years of accustomed power, was enough to make any ordinary person feel suffocated in his presence. At this moment, his face was ashen. His gaze, like a sharp knife, was relentlessly scraping at Lin Xuan's face. Xiao Mushua's mother, Wu Huimin, looked bewildered and confused. Mushue, what nonsense are you talking about? Who is this? Wu Huimin asked, frowning. Xiao Muxue took a deep breath, mustered the greatest courage she had ever had, and tightened her grip on Lin Xuan's arm. She looked at her parents and said clearly, word by word. Dad, Mom. His name is Lin Chuan. He's my boyfriend. Boom. Although the voice was not loud, these words were like a depth charge dropped on a calm lake. The guests who had been listening intently to the gossip instantly erupted in chaos. Miss Chiao has a boyfriend? What will happen to the Li family then? Isn't this marriage alliance between the Chiao and Li families going to fall through? Xiao Zhenxiong's face was extremely pale. He felt that all the face he had built up over half his life had been completely ruined today by his rebellious daughter. But he was, after all, a man who had seen his share of storms. He did not react on the spot. She simply stared at Lin Chuan with a cold, icy gaze devoid of any emotion. You, come with me for a moment. After saying that, he turned around and walked towards the study on the second floor. Xiao Mushue's face turned pale instantly. She instinctively grabbed Lin Chuan's sleeve, her eyes filled with worry. Don't be afraid. Lin Chuan gave her a reassuring smile, then let go of her hand and followed her. Second floor, study. The heavy mahogany door slammed shut, shutting out all the noise from downstairs. Xiao Zhenxiong didn't sit down, he just stood with his hands behind his back in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, leaving Lin Chuan with a back view that exuded a sense of oppression. He didn't speak, seemingly using this silence to break down Lin Chuan's psychological defenses. Lin Chuan, however, didn't care at all. He looked around the luxurious study, seemingly oblivious to his surroundings. After a long while, Xiao Zhenxiong finally turned around slowly. He looked at Lin Chuan with undisguised contempt and disdain in his eyes. Speak. How much money do you want for me to leave my daughter? To get straight to the point, to be straightforward. They couldn't even be bothered to introduce themselves. In his eyes, Lin Chuan, this poor student, was nothing more than a gigolo trying to climb the social ladder. You can easily get rid of them with money. Lin Chuan smiled upon hearing this. Uncle Chiao, have you misunderstood something? Misunderstanding? Xiao Zhenxiong sneered. He pulled out a checkbook and a Mont-Blanc pen from his pocket. I don't have time to waste my breath on someone like you. Is 1 million enough? Leave Mushui, and never appear in front of her again. He quickly signed a check for $1 million and then tossed it onto the coffee table in front of Lin Chuan like trash. That haughty attitude made it seem as if he were giving alms to a beggar on the street. Lin Chuan didn't even glance at the check. He simply looked calmly at Xiao Zhenxiong and slowly spoke. Uncle Joe, you may not know this yet. I just deposited 3 million into my bank account yesterday. To be honest, I'm not too keen on your $1 million offer. Xiao Zhenxiong's face froze instantly. He looked at the young man in front of him with suspicion and uncertainty. He had assumed the other party would be excited, grateful, and even try to negotiate the price. But what I never expected was that the other party would refuse? And you even said, you don't like it? Young man, don't be so arrogant. Xiao Zhenxiong's voice turned cold. Don't think I don't know your background. An ordinary working-class family, relying on a decent-looking face, think you can rise to the top in one step? Let me tell you, the waters of the wealthy are much deeper than you imagine. That's right, the waters of wealthy families run very deep. Lin Chuan nodded, meeting his gaze with neither humility nor arrogance. So deep, that even one's own daughter can be used as a bargaining chip to consolidate family interests, and can be sacrificed at any time. You. These words were like a sharp knife, piercing Xiao Zhenxiong's sore spot. His face instantly turned a deep liver color, and an unnamed rage surged up to the top of his head. He was furious. He never expected that he would be taught a lesson by a mere kid. He pointed at Lin Chuan, trembling with anger. What do you know? Do you think I wanted this? If the company hadn't run into problems, if the Zhao family hadn't been so aggressive, would I have needed to go this far? You're just a poor student who knows nothing. What right do you have to point fingers at me like that? He completely lost his composure. It also completely tore off the disguise of that business tycoon. Lin Chuan looked at his exasperated appearance, but felt completely calm. He knew it was time to close the net. He slowly stood up from the sofa and walked to the large mahogany desk. Xiao Zhenxiong looked at him, his eyes filled with vigilance and anger. What do you want to do? Lin Chuan did not answer. He simply picked up the project plan for the South City Land King project that Xiao Zhenxiong had been looking at and casually flipped through it. Then, he slammed the plan that could determine the fate of the Qiao group back onto the table. A cold, utterly humiliating smile appeared on Xiao Zhenxiong's face. He thought Lin Chuan was just pretending to be profound. He decided to deliver the final blow to this arrogant brat. Let him give up completely. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Xiao Zhenxiong pointed to the project proposal on the table and said coldly in a tone as if playing with a mouse. If you can tell me today what the biggest crisis facing my Qiao group is right now, then I acknowledge you. I can't explain it. His eyes instantly turned icy cold. Get out of here. Chapter 25 reveals a secret that shocks the head of the Qiao family. The atmosphere in the study was extremely heavy. The air seemed to freeze. Xiao Zhenxiong crossed his arms and looked at Lin Xuan with a leisurely air. On his face, which had been weathered by the business world, was an undisguised sneer, like a cat playing with a mouse. He was ready to watch as this arrogant young man racked his brains but couldn't come up with a coherent explanation, and ended up slinking away in a pathetic state. In his view, this problem has no solution. The crisis facing the Qiao group is complex and interconnected. Externally, there is the Zhao family, a mortal enemy that is eyeing them covetously, constantly targeting them in the financial market. Internally, several shareholders, seeing no hope, are secretly selling off their shares, undermining morale. Furthermore, this project in the south of the city involves huge investments and extremely high risks. Let alone a young college student, even a seasoned shrew who has been in the business world for decades would never be able to figure out the intricacies of the matter without several days and nights of in-depth analysis. He wanted to use this method of overwhelming force to make Lin Xuan fully realize the enormous chasm between him and his daughter. Let him back down when faced with a difficult situation. However, Lin Xuan's next reaction once again far exceeded his expectations. Lin Xuan didn't even bother to lift his eyelids as he looked at the plan on the table that could determine the fate of the Qiao group. It was as if that document, worth billions, was nothing more than a pile of waste paper in his eyes. He simply raised his head and looked directly into Xiao Zhenxiong's eyes, which were filled with disdain and scrutiny. Then, he slowly began to speak. The sound, though not loud, was like a divine decree from the heavens, carrying a mysterious power that pierced through everything, echoing clearly in the quiet study. Uncle Qiao. The biggest crisis your company is facing right now. He paused, giving Xiao Zhenxiong time to prepare a contemptuous smile. It's not the Changnan project itself. It's not the Zhao family's little tricks in the stock market either. And it's not your few disloyal shareholders either. Xiao Zhenxiong's cold smile froze slightly. The points Lin Xuan mentioned are precisely the issues that are currently giving him the biggest headache. Could this kid actually have some skills? However, that's all. Anyone who pays even a little attention to financial news can guess the gist of this information. Xiao Zhenxiong snorted inwardly, still wearing an expression of watching a good show. However, Lin Xuan's next words were like a thunderclap from a clear sky, instantly shattering all his composure and calmness. Your company's biggest crisis. It's a person. Wang Jibin, the group's vice president, is the person you trust most, rely on most, and even treat like a brother. Buzz. The moment the name Wang Jibin came out of Lin Xuan's mouth, Xiao Zhenxiong felt as if his brain had been hit hard with a battering ram. He was completely stunned. The cold smile on his face froze instantly. My body, uncontrollably, froze in place. Wang Jibin. The person who had followed him for over 20 years, rising from a penniless assistant to the second in command of the group, was his most trusted confidant. How could he? Impossible. That's absolutely impossible. Xiao Zhenxiong's first reaction was disbelief. However, Lin Xuan's terrifyingly calm gaze gave him an ominous premonition. He didn't even have a chance to refute it. Lin Xuan's voice, like a devil's whisper, rang out once more. Moreover, this time, it was a more precise and more lethal strike. He has already prepared your final bid reserve price for the South City Land King project. 12.7 billion. It was sold to Zhao Tianlong's father, Zhao Jiangwo, without missing a single penny. Boom. If the Wang Jibin incident just now was merely a heavy blow. So this precise figure of 12.7 billion is a nuclear bomb capable of destroying everything. In Xiao Zhenxiong's heart, it exploded. He was struck dumb, as if by lightning. His body trembled violently, and he instinctively took half a step back. The color drained from his face in an instant, leaving it deathly pale. Cold sweat instantly soaked his back. 12.7 billion. This number is a top-secret business secret that could determine the life or death of the Qiao group for the next 10 or even 20 years. Besides himself, only Wang Jibin knew. This is what he told Wang Jibin privately last night in a completely confidential meeting room. He has never revealed a single word about his wife or his daughter. But this young man in front of me. This was someone he saw as a poor student and a pretty boy. What exactly is he? How did he know that? Could it be? A terrible thought arose in his mind. Could it be that Wang Jibin really? No. Impossible. Xiao Zhenxiang is still making a final, futile struggle. He stared intently at Lin Chuan. His eyes, which had been calm and collected for decades in the business world, were now filled with shock, fear, and disbelief. You're talking nonsense. His voice trembled. You're slandering me. What evidence do you have? Evidence? Lin Chuan smiled. He looked at the business tycoon in front of him, who was completely flustered, and slowly took out his phone from his pocket. He didn't play any recordings or show any photos. He simply opened a memo app and then turned his phone screen towards Xiao Zhenxiang. He read slowly in a flat, emotionless tone. A month ago, Wang Jibin received a sum of 30 million yuan in cash in his secret account at a Swiss bank. 2 weeks ago, Zhao Jiangmo transferred the ownership of a Seaview villa in Vancouver, which was registered under his name, to Wang Jibin's son. 3 days ago, Wang Jibin gave you a forged bidding proposal at the Jiangnanchan Tea House, while giving the real reserve price document to Zhao Jiangmo. Last night, after your meeting, at 11:37 p.m., he had a 15-minute phone call with Zhao Jiangmo. Do you need me to repeat the conversation to you? One sentence. Another sentence. Every time, every place, every number. They were like sharp scalpels, precisely cutting away all of Xiao Zhenxiang's wishful thinking and doubts, shattering them into pieces. When Lin Chuan finished reading the last sentence, thump! Xiao Zhenxiang could no longer hold on. His legs went weak, and he collapsed onto the expensive Italian leather sofa. His face was ashen. His eyes also became empty. It's over. It's all over. He's not stupid. Lin Chuan was able to describe these details so precisely and flawlessly this cannot be explained by mere guessing. This is the truth. It is a cold, hard fact that is enough to plunge him and the entire Qiao group into an abyss of no return. His most trusted brother, truly, betrayed him. The devastating blow made this once powerful business tycoon appear to have aged 10 years in an instant. He raised his head and stared intently at the calm young man in front of him with the look of someone looking at a monster. Disdain, contempt, anger. All emotions vanished without a trace at this moment. Instead, there is an endless, soul-deep feeling. Horror and fear. He looked at Lin Chuan, and those eyes that were once full of authority were now filled with trembling. His lips trembled and moved for a long time before finally managing to squeeze out a hoarse, incoherent sentence. You. Who are you? Chapter 26 Antique Street, the real battlefield. After the banquet, Xiao Zhenxiang's attitude towards Lin Chuan underwent a dramatic 180-degree reversal. He personally escorted Lin Chuan and Xiao Muxue to the door, his dignified face beaming with a warm smile. His affectionate manner made one think Lin Chuan was his long-lost son. Xiao Chuan, come visit us often in the future. Make yourself at home and don't be shy. Mu Shui has been spoiled by us since she was little. She has a bad temper. You'll have to keep an eye on her for me in the future. These words were tantamount to announcing to everyone that he had completely accepted Lin Chuan as his future son-in-law. Standing to the side, Xiao Muxue watched her father's performance, which could be described as a face-changing act. A strange expression of being both amused and exasperated appeared on her usually cool and beautiful face. The crisis has been averted. At least, Xiao Muxue no longer has to be forced into a business marriage. As a result, Lin Chuan's relationship with the Qiao family became completely intertwined. However, Lin Chuan felt no sense of relief. On the contrary, a stronger sense of urgency arose spontaneously. This time, he relied on the system's intelligence to resolve the Qiao family's crisis without bloodshed, and incidentally, he also showed off a tremendous amount in front of his future father-in-law. But he knew very well what was going on in his heart. Intelligence is, after all, just intelligence. In this realistic world, there is only one thing that can truly give you a foothold and a voice. Strength. Powerful, unshakable, absolute strength. And the foundation of strength is capital. Although the amount of money he has now is already an astronomical figure in the eyes of ordinary students. But compared to true business giants like the Qiao and Zhao families, they are nothing but a drop in the ocean, not worth mentioning. He must acquire stronger capital as soon as possible. The next day was the weekend. Lin Chuan declined Xiao Mushua's invitation to go to the library together. Instead, he drove off with Wang Pengzi to the place where he had made his first fortune. Wenchang Pavilion, Antique Street. Brother Chuan, we're here again? Fatty Wang asked excitedly from the passenger seat. What kind of treasures are we planning to hunt for today? A whole set of bowls from the Tang dynasty, or a chamber pot from the Song dynasty? After experiencing the miracle of turning 100 yuan into 300,000 yuan last time, Fatty Wang now blindly worships Lin Chuan. In his eyes, Lin Chuan was a living god, the kind who could turn stones into gold. Today, we're not going to play those petty games. Lin Chuan parked the car and looked into the depths of the antique street, at the bustling area where the atmosphere was much more frenzied than in other places. A wild light gleamed in his eyes. Today, let's do something exciting. Following his gaze, Fatty Wang saw a huge plaque hanging at the entrance of that area. Above, 4 large characters were written in a vigorous, flowing style. Jadeite rough. Gambling on stones? Fatty Wang exclaimed in shock, his chubby face turning pale with fright. Brother Chuan. Are you crazy? You can't touch that thing. As the saying goes, one cut makes you poor, one cut makes you rich, one cut leaves you in rags. That stuff is even more of a rip-off than gambling. I heard that last year, a boss lost everything here and ended up jumping off the roof. He clearly has a deep-seated fear of the jade gambling industry. Don't worry. Lin Chuan patted his shoulder, still with that calm and collected demeanor. Others gamble, we don't. After saying that, he ignored Fatty Wang, who was still trying to persuade him, and walked straight towards the noisy and frenzied jade gambling area. As soon as you step into this area, a completely different atmosphere hits you. If the antique stalls outside still carry a touch of pretentious literary air, then. So here, all that's left is the most primal, naked desire and madness for wealth. The air seemed to be filled with the smell of money. This is the real battlefield. On the wide open space, there were thousands upon thousands of stones of all sizes and odd shapes. These are jadeite rough stones transported from mining areas in Myanmar and other places. Each stone was covered with a thick layer of stone skin, making it impossible to see what was inside. Countless gamblers were gathered around these stones, shining bright flashlights and holding magnifying glasses, examining them more intently than their own fathers. Their faces all wore a fanatical expression that was a mixture of greed, tension, and anticipation. Boss. How much for this piece of material? 50,000. Not a penny less. Look at this pine flower pattern, this python belt, it's definitely going to skyrocket in value. I want that piece of black jade. 100,000. Swipe my card. It's up. It's up. It's turned green. Ha 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 ha. I'm rich. It's collapsed. Damn it, it's collapsed again. A complete white expanse, nothing at all. Excited roars and desperate wails intertwine here, creating a most authentic human tragedy and comedy. Wang Pengzi followed behind Lin Chuan, watching the crazy scene before him, feeling his legs trembling. This isn't buying stones, this is playing with fire. Lin Chuan, however, was not infected by the fervent atmosphere. His eyes remained calm and still. He activated the system. Scanning, begin. In an instant, his world changed once again. Those stones that looked identical to ordinary people now appeared in a completely different form in his vision. Most of the stones were a dull gray color, without any luster. Target scanned, jadeite rough. Key information, ordinary granite, containing no jadeite, commonly known as brick material. A few stones, however, emitted a faint white or green glow. Target, jadeite rough. Key information, contains a small amount of bean green jadeite, but lacks translucency, has many cotton-like inclusions, and is of low value. Lin Chuan walked and observed, and his understanding deepened. Sure enough, the saying 9 out of 10 gamblers lose is not without merit. Of these tens of thousands of stones, probably less than 1% are truly valuable. Just as he was preparing to delve deeper into the core area to see the more expensive full betting odds, a commotion ahead caught his attention. A group of people were gathered around a stall, 3 layers deep, as if they were watching some important person. Lin Chuan squeezed through the crowd and saw an elderly man in the center of the crowd, dressed in a tang suit, with a goatee, who looked like a wise and venerable old man. He was holding a powerful flashlight, pointing it at a huge boulder about half a person's height, and commenting on it. Not bad, not bad. Look, this piece of material has a tight outer skin, even sand texture, and these obvious python veins have wrapped around the other side of the stone. The most remarkable thing is this piece of moss. Although it looks like dead moss, high-quality green comes out from under the moss. In our line of work, this is a golden rule. The old man spoke eloquently and logically, and the people around him nodded repeatedly, their eyes filled with admiration. As expected of Master Ma. His eyesight is truly sharp. Yes. With Master Ma's word, this piece of jade is definitely going to appreciate significantly. Boss, how much is this piece of jade? Master Ma has already taken a look, I'll buy it. Fatty Wang, standing nearby, also quietly explained the science to Lin Chuan. Brother Chuan, this old man is Master Ma, the most renowned jade gambling master in Jiangchang. It's said he's been playing with stones his whole life and has never made a mistake. Every piece he sets his sights on will appreciate in value. Yeah? A playful smile curved at the corners of Lin Chuan's mouth. He turned his gaze to the Master Ma who was being praised by everyone. Then, he landed on the huge rough stone that he had praised to the skies. The system quietly started up. Target, Ma Weigua Master Ma. Core Intelligence, originally a shop assistant at an antique shop in Panjiayuan, he was packaged as a stone gambling master by a jeweler in Jiangcheng due to his outstanding eloquence and rudimentary knowledge. He specialized in colluding with merchants to set up scams and cheat laymen, commonly known as a shill. Target, Jadeite rough stone. Key information, loose internal structure, numerous cracks, with only a trace of green on the surface 3 centimeters away, essentially surface green, meaning it will definitely be a dud if cut open, commonly known as dog shit stone. After reading these two pieces of information, Lin Chuan almost burst out laughing on the spot. Good heavens, he's a master conman. Just then, his gaze inadvertently swept over a small, inconspicuous stone covered in mud that Master Ma had used as a stepping stone, right next to his feet. The next second, Lin Chuan's pupils suddenly contracted. Above that inconspicuous broken stone, there was an extremely dense and dazzling golden light that no one else could detect. Lin Chuan immediately used the system on it. Target scanned, unknown raw gem. Scan complete. Key intelligence, this is extremely rare. Before the system could finish displaying the message, Lin Chuan heard Master Ma's arrogant voice. Young man. He actually noticed Lin Chuan and even took the initiative to speak. You're so young, yet you're interested in jade gambling? I'm in a good mood today, so I'll give you a piece of advice. He pointed to the huge, coveted raw stone in front of him, then kicked the muddy, broken stone at his feet. See that? This is called paradise. And this? Call it hell. Young man, this industry is treacherous. Take my advice, look more and buy less, or you'll lose everything. He had a benevolent look on his face, as if to say, I'm doing this for your own good. The people around them all echoed this sentiment. Exactly. Master Ma's words are invaluable. Young man, did you hear me? Don't touch that broken rock, it's bad luck. Chapter 27. He actually dared to challenge Master Ma? Young man, this industry is treacherous. Take my advice, look more and buy less, or you'll lose everything. Master Ma stroked his goatee, looking like a wise and enlightened sage, and his words were full of philosophy of life. The surrounding gamblers nodded in agreement, casting approving and admiring glances. Did you hear that, young man? Master Ma is giving you some pointers. That's right, to receive a single word of guidance from Master Ma is your greatest fortune. Hurry up and thank Master Ma. Hurry up, don't touch that stepping stone, it's bad luck. The stall owner seized the opportunity and began to aggressively promote the huge raw stone that Master Ma had blessed. Dear bosses, did you all hear that? Even Master Ma has personally confirmed that this piece of jade is definitely going to appreciate significantly. I won't ask for much today, one price, 500,000. First come, first served. 500,000. This price has taken many people by surprise. However, some wealthy and powerful business owners have already begun to consider it. After all, with Master Ma's golden words as a guarantee, there's a 90% chance that this 500,000 will turn into 5 million or even 10 million. I'll offer 500,000. Boss, swipe your card. A middle-aged fat man wearing a thick gold chain was the first to step forward, afraid that someone else would beat him to it. Ha ha ha, great. Boss Wang really has guts. The stall owner was overjoyed. Just as it seemed, a well-orchestrated scheme by shills and merchants to swindle a fat customer was about to come to a perfect close. However, at that moment, a discordant sound, however, slowly rose up. Etc. It was Lin Chuan who spoke. All eyes instantly turned to him. Lin Chuan, with a playful smile on his face, slowly walked to the stall under the puzzled and confused gazes of the crowd. But he didn't go to see the huge raw stone that everyone was so eager to see. Instead, he bent down and picked up the muddy, hellish broken stone that Master Ma had used as a footrest. Boss. Lin Chuan weighed the stone in his hand, looked at the stall owner who was about to collect the money, and asked casually, "How much for this one?" Upon hearing this, the entire room fell into a deathly silence. Everyone was stunned. Everyone looked at Lin Chuan as if he were an idiot. Fatty Wan was so anxious he was almost in tears. He rushed over and grabbed Lin Chuan's arm. Brother Chuan, what are you doing? Are you crazy?" He lowered his voice and said in an almost pleading tone, "Master Ma said it's a broken rock, it's hell. Why did you buy it? Are you burning money?" The stall owner was also stunned for a moment, then his face lit up with ecstasy. "I thought I'd only make one sale today, but then another idiot showed up and delivered himself to my door. This is truly a stroke of luck." His eyes darted around, and he immediately feigned a troubled expression. "Well, young man, this piece of jade is of very poor quality. We usually don't sell it, for fear of ruining our reputation." "Name your price," Lin Chuan interrupted him directly. "This. 10,000 yuan. I'll offer 10,000 yuan. The fat man with the gold chain, who was just about to buy the big piece of material, finally realized what was going on. He pointed at Lin Chuan and laughed loudly in a tone full of sarcasm and superiority. "Kid, you wanted to buy it? I've made the decision for the boss. This piece of junk is yours for 10,000. Let you experience what one cut hell really means." Ha 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 ha. His words drew a burst of laughter. Everyone thought that Lin Chuan was just a reckless young man who didn't know his place and insisted on going against the master. However, Lin Chuan shook his head. 10,000? He looked at the fat man with the gold chain and smiled. "Do you think I look like an idiot?" The fat man with the gold chain was taken aback. "Then what do you mean?" Lin Chuan casually placed the stone in his hand on the stall, making a muffled sound. "This piece of covered material covered in mud and with no windows even opened is worth at most this much." He held up 5 fingers. 500 yuan. If you sell, I'll pay you right now. If you don't, I'll turn around and leave. His voice, though not loud, was full of undeniable authority. The stall owner's expression changed instantly. 500 yuan? Are you trying to fob me off like a beggar? And Master Ma, at this moment, finally couldn't hold back any longer. He kindly offered advice to the young man, but to his surprise, the young man not only didn't appreciate it, but also insisted on contradicting him. "Isn't this a public slap in the face?" He walked up to Lin Chuan with his hands behind his back, looking like he was taking advantage of his age and was heartbroken. "Young man, ignorance is bliss. I've been playing with stones my whole life. What kind of material haven't I seen? This one in your hand has loose skin, dry flesh, no water, no color. It's a complete piece of waste. Calling it hell is an understatement. You've wasted 500 yuan buying it. I see you're young and talented, and I don't want you to go astray. Take my advice and let it go." He spoke with great earnestness, as if he truly cared about Lin Chuan's well-being. The surrounding gamblers all nodded in agreement, expressing their utmost admiration for Master Ma's noble character. "Did you hear that, kid? Master Ma is doing this all for your own good." "Exactly. Don't be ungrateful. Get out of here and stop embarrassing yourself." Despite being condemned by everyone, Lin Chuan remained calm and composed. He looked at the old liar in front of him who was still putting on a great performance, and the smile on his lips deepened. "Oh? From what you're saying, Master, you're convinced that this stone of mine is uncut and nothing can be extracted from it?" "Of course," Master Ma said proudly. "My words are the rule on this street." "Yeah?" Lin Chuan's smile suddenly turned playful. "Then Master, shall we take a gamble?" Upon hearing this, the entire room fell silent once again. Everyone was looking at Lin Chuan as if he were crazy. He actually dared to. Challenging Master Ma? Master Ma was also taken aback, then laughed in exasperation. "Bet? How do you want to bet?" He narrowed his eyes, looking at Lin Chuan, a barely perceptible ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. He felt that his authority as a master had been challenged like never before. Today, he must teach this arrogant young man a lesson he will never forget. That's exactly what Lin Chuan wanted to hear. He pointed to the huge raw stone in front of Master Ma, and then to the inconspicuous broken stone at his feet. It's very simple. Let's bet on who will find green in the stone we both chose. If my stone doesn't yield any green, or if the green it does yield is less valuable than yours, then I'll consider it a loss. I'll kowtow to you in public and apologize, and then compensate you with 1 million. How about that? 1 million. This bet made everyone around gasp in shock. And what if you win? Master Ma asked coldly. The smile on Lin Chuan's face slowly faded. At that moment, his eyes became as sharp as a knife. He looked at Master Ma and said clearly, word by word. If I win, I don't want your money either. I just want you to admit it in front of everyone here. You are a liar. Then, get out of this antique street forever. Chapter 28. A broken rock, worth 100 million? Get out of this antique street forever. Lin Chuan's words were like a thunderclap from a clear sky, exploding loudly in the noisy jade gambling market. Mad. That's insane. That's absolutely outrageous. Everyone was completely stunned by Lin Chuan's provocative and humiliating words. He actually wants Master Ma kicked out of the antique street? What gives him the right? Where does he get his confidence from? Master Ma's usually sage-like face turned completely gloomy at this moment, and he trembled with anger. He had spent half his life on this street, enjoying countless adorations and admiration. He had never suffered such a humiliating disgrace. Good. What an ignorant and arrogant brat. Master Ma laughed in anger, pointing at Lin Chuan, his voice becoming shrill with extreme rage. I'll take your bet today. I'd like to see how you kneel on the ground and beg for mercy after you lose. The bet is set. The entire jade gambling market instantly erupted in excitement. This is going to be interesting. Someone actually dares to challenge Master Ma's authority. Has this kid gone mad? Trying to compare a stepping stone to the material Master Ma has his eye on? Isn't that like lighting a lantern in a latrine asking for trouble? Who cares? As long as there's excitement to be had. $1 million bet, how thrilling. The crowd, eager for a good show, quickly surrounded the two of them. The fat man with the gold chain who bought the big piece of material has now become one of the main characters. He looked at Lin Chuan with a gloating expression in his eyes. Kid, you've asked for your own death, so you can't blame anyone else. Boss, card payment please. He generously took out his bank card and paid 500,000 yuan. Meanwhile, the stall owner on Lin Chuan's side was beaming with joy. He looked at Lin Chuan, rubbed his hands together, and said with a sly smile, young man, didn't you say this piece of material was worth 500? Now. I'm afraid that won't work. Oh? Lin Chuan raised an eyebrow. You want to raise the price on the spot? Hee, look at what you're saying, the stall owner laughed. This piece of jade is now related to your bet with Master Ma, so its value is naturally different. I won't ask for much, one price, 100,000. If you think it's too expensive, you can still back out now. He clearly had Lin Chuan figured out, and for the sake of saving face in the bet, he had no choice but to bet. 10,000 yuan to buy a piece of broken stone in his eyes is practically free money. The people around them also joined in the commotion. Exactly, it's worth paying 100,000 yuan for a lesson. Kid, if you don't have money, get lost and stop embarrassing yourself here. Fatty Wang was so anxious he was almost crying, and he clung tightly to Lin Chuan's clothes. Brother Chuan. Don't fall for it. This is clearly a trap. Can't we just stop gambling? However, there was not a trace of hesitation or anger on Lin Chuan's face. He merely glanced at the stall owner indifferently. 100,000? Can. After saying that, he took out his bank card from his pocket. Decisive and efficient. His nonchalant demeanor made it seem as if he hadn't bought a 100,000 yuan stone, but rather a 10 yuan cabbage. Everyone was stunned. Including the stall owner. He had expected Lin Chuan to haggle, or even become angry, but he never expected that the other party would agree so readily. Could it be that this kid is actually some kind of hidden rich second generation? Never mind. Not making money when you can is the mark of a fool. The stall owner took the bank card and hurriedly swiped it. The moment the POS machine printed out the receipt, his heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally settled down. 100,000 yuan in hand. Lin Chuan held the basketball-sized, seemingly ordinary stone, but in his heart, a tidal wave of emotions surged. Just now, he had used the system to perform a second, and most in-depth, scan of the stone. The results of the scan are enough to drive any god mad. Scanning target, rough stones from the Mashisha mine. Skin analysis, the skin is loose and tight, with a rich, oily sheen, characteristic of top-grade old mine jade. Internal structure scanning in progress. Scan complete. Key information, this rough stone contains a piece of top-grade imperial green jadeite weighing approximately 5 kilograms. Color, bright, rich, pure, and even practically perfect. Purity, 99%, no cotton, no cracks, no impurities. System valuation, no less than 100 million renminbi. 100 million renminbi. When Lin Chuan saw this valuation, he felt like his heart was about to jump out of his throat. He never dreamed that he would encounter such a legendary, national treasure-level artifact here, one that could be passed down as a family heirloom. 100,000 yuan, gambled away 100 million. 1,000-fold profit. This isn't just finding a bargain, it's like bringing a money-printing machine home. He forcibly suppressed his body, which was about to tremble with ecstasy, and on the surface, he still maintained a calm and composed demeanor. The stone has already been purchased. The betting game has officially begun. Let's go. Let's go cut the stone. The fat man with the gold chain, carrying his enormous raw stone that was half his height, walked arrogantly towards the stone cutting area not far away, surrounded by a crowd. Lin Chuan, carrying his inconspicuous stepping stone, followed behind at a leisurely pace. The stone cutting area is the most central and exciting part of the entire jade gambling market. Here, there are more than a dozen huge stone cutting machines. The roar of the machines and the shouts of the crowd mingled together, sending adrenaline soaring. Cut mine first. The fat man with the gold chain was very wealthy. He immediately pulled out a stack of red bills and asked the stone cutting master to cut his heavenly material first. The stone cutting master was also very experienced. He took a powerful flashlight and shone it on the huge rough stone, studying it for a long time before finally choosing a spot and drawing a cutting line with chalk. Boss Wang, cut it here. The risk is the lowest, and it's easiest to get a green one. All right. I'll do as Master says. Everyone's heart was in their throat. Master Ma stroked his beard, looking completely confident. Only Lin Chuan, looking at the cutting line, sneered inwardly. System notification, the cutting line has perfectly avoided the only trace of skin green inside. Cutting it would inevitably lead to collapse. Sure enough, it was a gang crime. Even the stone cutting masters are among their people. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. A piercing cutting sound rang out as the high-speed rotating grinding wheel rubbed against the hard stone, sending sparks flying. Everyone held their breath, staring intently at the deepening incision. Finally, one decisive cut, and it was over. Two men stepped forward and together slowly moved the cut side apart. The next second, the entire stone cutting area fell into a deathly silence. Everyone wore an expression as if they had seen a ghost. On the cut surface, a vast expanse of pure white. The delicate stone reflects a dazzling light under the lamp. Not to mention green, there isn't even a trace of green in the world. It's collapsed? Someone whispered something. The fat man with the gold chain turned pale instantly. No. Impossible, he roared, charging forward. Change the spot. Make another cut. We must have chosen the wrong spot. The stone cutting master panicked and quickly drew another line. Make the second cut and slice it off. It was still just a vast expanse of white. The third cut. The fourth cut. Until that huge, half-person high boulder was cut into pieces and turned into a real pile of construction waste. Everyone was stunned. The fat man with the gold chain swayed, then collapsed to the ground with a thud, muttering to himself. It's over. 500,000, gone. The once arrogant Master Ma now looked extremely grim. His old face flushed red and then turned white, more colorful than a palette. That's a slap in the face. This was simply the loudest and most merciless slap in the face to this master in front of everyone. At that moment, all eyes in the room instantly and unanimously focused on another person. Lin Chuan. And, at his feet, that inconspicuous, basketball-sized patch, covered in mud. Broken stone. Master Ma's material has failed. And what about this young man? What will this piece of jade, which Master Ma declared to be hellish, yield? A strong sense of curiosity and anticipation arose in everyone's hearts. Lin Chuan slowly walked forward, meeting everyone's gaze. He placed that stepping stone on the stone-cutting machine. Then, he spoke calmly to the stone-cutting master who had completely lost his mind. Master, thank you for your help. No need to cut it, just wipe the window for me from here. Chapter 29 1/to Paradise, Imperial Green appears. Master, thank you for your help. No need to cut it, just wipe the window for me from here. Lin Chuan's voice was calm and confident. He pointed to an inconspicuous spot on the rough stone, a spot that he had determined as the optimal window point after hundreds of simulated cuts using the system. By rubbing it open from here, the quality of the jade inside can be revealed to the maximum extent without damaging the main body. The stone-cutting master was still unsettled because he had just ruined Master Ma's material. Hearing Lin Chuan's request, he was subconsciously stunned for a moment. Wipe the window? In the jade gambling industry, there's a saying, a successful jade rub doesn't count as a successful jade rub, only a successful jade cut does. Because many skin green materials look very green when you scratch a window, but when you cut them open, there might be nothing inside. Therefore, players who are truly confident prefer to cut directly. People like Lin Chuan, who ask to clean windows, are seen by many as novices or as someone who lacks confidence. What? Is there a problem? Lin Chuan looked at him. No problem. The stone-cutting master snapped out of his daze and, not daring to be negligent, quickly switched to a smaller grinding wheel. The surrounding gamblers, seeing this scene, began to chatter amongst themselves, most of them wearing expressions of anticipation. Washing windows? I thought he was some tough guy, but it turns out he's just a coward. I guess they were scared when they saw that Master Ma had collapsed. This piece of junk, even if you rub it until the end of time, you won't get a single bit of green out of it. I'm telling you. That's right, hurry up and finish wiping it, let's see how he kowtows and apologizes to Master Ma. Master Ma himself had also calmed down a bit by this time. Although he had lost face because his material had been cut poorly, seeing Lin Chuan's guilty behavior rekindled a glimmer of hope in his heart. If this kid's stone also collapses, then I'll just be a mistaker at most, not a liar. He stared intently at the stone-cutting machine, his eyes filled with resentment and curses. Collapse! Collapse, damn it! It has to collapse. Fatty Wan was so nervous that he almost pinched his palms until they bled. He hid behind Lin Chuan, closed his eyes, and didn't dare to look at him. In the entire stone-cutting area, Lin Chuan was the only one, still maintaining his calm and composed demeanor. It's as if what's about to be unraveled isn't a piece of jade worth hundreds of millions, but just an ordinary watermelon. Sizzle, sizzle. The ear-piercing scraping sound rang out again. The stone-cutting master carefully controlled the grinding wheel, gently polishing the unremarkable broken stone. Stone dust fell in a soft patter. As the grayish-white stone skin was gradually worn away. Sudden. Etc. The stone-cutting master suddenly stopped. His eyes were fixed on the window, which he had just rubbed open and was no bigger than a fingernail. His body began to tremble violently and uncontrollably. The fog it's coming out, he cried out in a trembling voice, almost like a dream. What? Fog has come out? Among the crowd, a knowledgeable boss was the first to react and exclaimed in surprise. The so-called fog is a transitional layer between the outer skin and the jadeite flesh of a rough stone. Stones with fog have a much higher probability of yielding high-quality jadeite. Everyone's heart jumped into their throats. Master! Add water! Lin Chuan's voice rang out at the right time. The stonecutter suddenly realized what was happening and quickly grabbed the water hose next to him, spraying a stream of water towards the small window. The water washed away the stone powder on the surface. The next second. A green light. A vibrant green, so rich it seemed to drip with moisture, burst forth from that small window without warning. That green was so pure, so vibrant. It's not like those common bean green or oily green colors, which are grayish and dark. It's like the most lush and verdant banana leaf on a midsummer afternoon, washed by rain, displaying a color full of endless vitality under the sunlight, a color that captivates the heart. Under the bright lights of the stone-cutting area, this green color even exuded an aura of domineering power, like an emperor looking down upon the world. Boom! After a full 3 seconds of silence, the entire stone-cutting area erupted in chaos. It's gone up. A huge surge. Holy crap! What kind of green is this? It's way too damn bright. Imperial green. This is definitely Imperial green. My god. In my lifetime, I can't believe I've actually witnessed Imperial green appear in the world. Everyone's gone mad. Everyone was like they were on steroids, desperately crowding towards the stone cutting machine, wanting to get a closer look at this mythical color. The stone cutting master was so excited that his hands were trembling, and he could barely hold the grinding wheel. He has spent half his life cutting stones and has cut hundreds or even thousands of pieces of jade that have turned out to be valuable, but this is the first time he has ever personally cut out an Imperial green jade like today. This is something he can brag about for the rest of his life. Master, keep wiping. Lin Chuan's voice remained calm, like a tranquilizer, calming his master who was so excited he was about to faint. Well. The stonecutter took a deep breath and started the machine again. As the grinding wheel continued to polish, the small skylight was gradually enlarged. And the area covered by that Imperial green is getting bigger and bigger. From the size of a fingernail, to the size of an egg, and then to the size of a fist. Moreover, no matter where it's wiped, that green color remains unchanged. The same yang energy, the same density, the same purity, the same evenness. Absolutely no impurities. Not a single crack. My goodness. It's all the same color. It's completely green. The clarity is amazing. It's almost like glass. This is a glass-type Imperial green? This is insane. Utterly insane. This kind of material is a once-in-a-lifetime find. Among the crowd, several bosses with poor mental resilience were so excited that they almost fainted on the spot. Fatty Wang was completely dumbfounded when he saw that green light shoot into the sky. He stood there, dumbfounded, his mouth agape, wide enough to swallow a durian, his mind completely blank. The arrogant Master Ma from just moments ago now looked more than just ugly. That was dead ashes. He stared at the dazzling Imperial green that made his soul tremble, his body swayed, and he collapsed to the ground with a thud. It's over. It's all over. All the fame and everything he had accumulated in his life was shattered and ground into dust by this green at this moment. Lin Chuan ignored the master who was now completely useless. His gaze remained fixed on the stone that was being peeled away layer by layer. Finally, amidst everyone's eager anticipation, the outer layer of the entire stone was completely removed. A near-perfect, 5-kilogram emerald green, glass-type Imperial green jadeite was presented to everyone. It's like a green heart from outer space, quietly radiating a captivating glow under the lights that could drive anyone crazy. At that moment, the whole world seemed to fall silent. All that remained in everyone's eyes was that exquisite green, so captivating it could bewitch the world. I don't know how much time passed. In the crowd, a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, who looked very refined, suddenly rushed out as if he had gone mad. He is a top jeweler from Shanghai who was just passing through and decided to check out the commotion. But unexpectedly, he encountered such a miracle. He stared at the Imperial green jade, his eyes turning red, and in a hoarse, raspy voice, he shouted wildly. I'll offer 100 million. Young man. I'll offer 100 million for this piece of jade. Sell it to me. Boom. If the Imperial green we just saw was visually stunning. So now, this 100 million is like a nuclear bomb in terms of sound. Everyone in the audience gasped. 100 million. A stone the size of a basketball, worth 100 million? Just half an hour ago, this rock was merely a stepping stone, its value. A piece of junk worth 100,000 yuan. At this moment, everyone's eyes, without prior arrangement, focused on the instigator who had remained calm throughout and was excessively young. Their eyes no longer held mockery, disdain, or amusement. Rather, it was as if one were looking at a statue. Gods walking among mortals. Fatty Wang glanced at Lin Chuan, who was being watched like a god by everyone, then looked at the jade worth 100 million yuan, and rolled his eyes. I'm fucking. He only managed to utter those two words before he collapsed and fainted with a thud. Lin Chuan helplessly helped him up, then looked up at the jeweler who was so excited he was almost incoherent, and smiled faintly. 100 million? Boss, are you looking down on my material? Chapter 30 Master Ma? I think he's a fraud. Let's expose him on the spot. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. It's fake, it's all fake, my eyes must be playing tricks on me. In a corner of the stone cutting area, Maweg was slumped on the ground covered with stone dust, looking utterly dejected. His cloudy old eyes reflected that imperial green that could drive anyone mad, but his gaze was filled with nothing but endless despair and hopelessness. He's finished. He knew better than anyone that from the moment this piece of imperial green jade appeared in the world, his life was completely over. For decades, he had meticulously constructed his master persona using his silver tongue and some superficial knowledge. But in front of this unreasonable stone, it was shattered into pieces, leaving not even a trace. The gamblers around him, who had once worshipped him and regarded his words as golden rules, now looked at him with completely different eyes. Doubt, disdain, anger, and the sudden realization after being deceived. If his previous attempt to cut a heavenly material failed, it could be somewhat explained by mistake or misjudging the quality. So now, Lin Chuan, the stepping stone he had condemned as hell, waste rock, and dogshit land, has yielded imperial green jade worth hundreds of millions. How the hell is this supposed to be explained? This is no longer a matter of eyesight. This is a matter of character. Master Ma, what's going on? Didn't you say that piece of material was bound to fail? Yes. I listened to you and didn't dare to buy it. Now I'm kicking myself. Old Ma. Are you fucking faking it on us? Are you in cahoots with that stall owner? Questions and criticisms arose one after another. Ma Wegua's face turned pale and then red. He opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a single word. Just then, a calm yet oppressive voice rang out above him. Master Ma. Ma Wegwa struggled to lift his head and saw a face that was so young it made him jealous, and so calm it made him fearful. Lin Chuan. He was looking down at me, his eyes showing no triumphant joy or mockery, only a cold indifference, as if looking at an ant. Do you still remember our bet? Lin Chuan asked calmly. Ma Wegwa's body trembled violently. A bet. Of course he remembers. The loser must publicly admit to being a fraud, and then be permanently banished from this antique street. Ma Wegwa's lips trembled, and after moving for a long time, he still couldn't utter a complete sentence. Make him admit in public that he's a fraud? That's worse than killing him. He tried to make a last-ditch effort. It's my fault for misjudging you. It's my fault for not being skilled enough. He beat his chest and stamped his feet, looking full of regret. I admit defeat. I'll give you back that million. He wanted to use money to save the last bit of his pitiful dignity. However, Lin Chuan smiled. Money? Do you think I would care about your million? He pointed to the imperial green jade worth hundreds of millions, and then to Ma Wegwa, who was lying on the ground. Today, I'm not just going to win. I want to win decisively. What he wanted was never money. What he wanted was to ruin this hypocritical old swindler's reputation. He wants to make all those he has deceived and harmed see his hypocritical face. Lin Chuan ignored him and turned around to face all the gamblers watching. He cleared his throat. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried clearly throughout the entire stone cutting area. Dear bosses and friends. I know that everyone here today, just like me, has been taught a lesson by this so-called Master Ma. Isn't everyone curious why this master, who has never made a mistake, suffered such a crushing defeat today? Everyone perked up their ears. This is also the question they most want to know. Lin Chuan looked at everyone and slowly opened his mouth. Every word he spoke came from the system, a precise retelling of Ma Wegwa's core intelligence. Because this Master Ma is not a master of jade gambling at all. His name is Ma Wegwa. Decades ago, he was just a shop assistant in Panjiayuan, Beijing, responsible for sweeping the floor and wiping the tables. Because he was eloquent and had only learned a little bit, he caught the eye of Zhao's jewelry in Jiangcheng, who spent money to package him as an all-knowing stone gambling master. These words caused an uproar in the audience. What? Do? Zhao's jewelry? That's the company owned by Zhao Tianlong's family? Ma Wegwa, who was lying on the ground, was struck dumb, and his face turned deathly pale instantly. How could he know so much? He even knows his own background and the boss behind him? Lin Chuan ignored his shock and continued to reveal the truth in his calm yet deadly voice. His so-called golden words are nothing but a series of scams orchestrated by him and the merchants. The materials he praised to the skies were all prepared in advance by the merchants. They were dog shit land that would collapse as soon as they were cut open. And the worthless stones he dismissed might actually be genuine gems that the merchants deliberately hid. What they're taking advantage of is everyone's blind trust in him and their human greed. Am I right? Ma, a liar? Lin Chuan's last three words were like three heavy hammer blows, striking Ma Weigua's heart hard. After a brief uproar, the entire stone-cutting area fell into a deathly silence. All eyes immediately shifted from Lin Chuan to Ma Weigua. Those eyes were filled with shock, anger, and the overwhelming rage of being deceived. So that's how it is. Damn it. I knew it. Last year I listened to this old swindler and spent 300,000 yuan on a piece of broken stone, but when I cut it open, there wasn't a single hair inside. It turned out it was a trap they had set up all along. Among the crowd, a burly middle-aged man was the first to react, letting out an angry roar. His shout was like lighting the fuse of a powder keg. Holy crap! I remember now. I did the same thing last month. I listened to his nonsense and lost over 10,000. Me too. Me too. That old bastard said my piece of jade could yield icy jade. Turns out it was all cotton-like stuff inside. Scammer. Give me my money back. The crowd was immediately agitated. Several victims who had been cheated by Ma Weigua had tears in their eyes. Like sharks smelling blood, they roared and charged toward the utterly terrified old swindler. Kill this old swindler. Give me back my hard-earned money. The situation spiraled out of control in an instant. The master Ma, who had just been so dignified and otherworldly, was now like a rat in the street, surrounded by an angry crowd. His tang suit was torn. His goatee was ripped off. Fists and slaps rained down on him. Ouch! Stop hitting me! Stop hitting me! Help! The once glorious master Ma is now reduced to nothing but pig-like screams and pathetic wails. His identity as a fraud was completely confirmed at this moment. Lin Chuan, the instigator, had already quietly retreated to the side when the crowd rushed forward. He supported Fatty Wang, who was still in a semi-conscious state because of 100 million, and coldly watched this farce unfold. Just then, the jeweler from Shanghai finally managed to break free from the frenzy. He ran up to Lin Chuan, his face full of fawning smiles, and handed him a gold-embossed business card. Young man. You're an amazing person. You're simply a god. Let me introduce myself again. I am Zhou Fuxing, chairman of Zhou's Jewelry. You really won't sell this piece of jade for 100 million? Chapter 31. The entire audience was shocked, and his net worth skyrocketed. 100 million? Boss, are you looking down on my material? Lin Chuan's voice, though not loud, was like a pebble thrown into a calm lake, instantly creating ripples. 100 million, and you still look down on it? What does he mean? Is it still not enough? Everyone was completely baffled by Lin Chuan's nonchalant Versailles-like demeanor. They all looked at him as if he were an alien. Even Zhou Fuxing, the Shanghai jeweler who had just quoted a sky-high price of 100 million yuan, was stunned for a moment, and then his face lit up with ecstasy. He wasn't afraid of Lin Chuan asking for a high price, he was just afraid that Lin Chuan wouldn't sell. For a top-tier jewelry company like theirs, the value of such exquisite imperial green jadeite, which is worthy of being the store's crown jewel, cannot be measured simply in monetary terms. It represents the industry's status, the brand's reputation, and is a living advertisement that can attract the attention of all the wealthy. 100 million was just a tentative offer from him. No. Young man, you've misunderstood. Zhou Fuxing quickly waved his hand, his face full of a fawning smile, his posture extremely humble. It was Zhou who was reckless. It was Zhou who failed to recognize a gem in disguise. Name your price. As long as you're willing to part with it, the price is negotiable. Lin Chuan chuckled inwardly as he watched the man's excited expression, as if he wanted to kneel down on the spot. He certainly knew the value of this piece of material. It was worth far more than 100 million. The system's valuation is no less than 100 million, which means its upper limit is extremely high. He said that simply to wait for a higher price. As expected. As soon as Zhou Fuxing finished speaking, several more bosses who looked wealthy and powerful immediately squeezed out from the crowd. They were clearly also drawn by the imperial green jade, the heads of other jewelry companies. Boss Zhou, that is not fair of you. How can you think of keeping such a fine treasure all to yourself? Said an elderly man dressed in a traditional Chinese tang suit with frog buttons, with a smile. Exactly. Everyone who sees it gets a share. Another portly middle-aged man chimed in. Young man, don't listen to his nonsense. I'm offering 110 million. The old man in the tang suit immediately started raising the price. I'll offer 120 million. The pot-bellied middle-aged man was not to be outdone. You? Zhou Fuxing said anxiously, I'll offer 130 million. The scene instantly transformed into a silent auction, a battle of titans. Prices skyrocketed at a heart-stopping pace. 140 million. 145 million. In the blink of an eye, it broke through the 150 million mark. The gamblers watching from the sidelines had long since become completely numb to it. They felt like they were living in a dream today. They witnessed firsthand how a stepping stone could be transformed into a mountain of gold in just half an hour, a mountain they could never reach in their entire lives. This feeling is so damn surreal. Wang Pengzi finally woke up slowly after Lin Chuan pinched his philtrum several times. The moment he opened his eyes, he heard a series of tens of millions quotes in his ears. His eyes rolled back, and he almost fainted on the spot again. Chuan. Brother Chuan. He gripped Lin Chuan's arm tightly, feeling like he would collapse to the ground at any moment if he didn't find something to hold on to. Are we dreaming? Why don't you pinch yourself and see if you're dreaming? Lin Chuan said, both amused and exasperated. Finally, after a fierce competition, this exceptionally rare imperial green jadeite was jointly purchased by 3 top jewelers, including Chao Fuxang and an elderly man in a tang suit, for a staggering price of 150 million. None of them could handle this material alone. A joint bid was the best option. The contract was signed on the spot. The money was transferred via bank transfer on the spot. Lin Chuan's phone received 3 consecutive bank transfer notifications. Each one is measured in units of 50 million. Looking at the long string of zeros that suddenly appeared in his bank card, which originally only had a few 100,000 yuan in balance, enough to make anyone suffocate, Lin Chuan finally felt an indescribable surge of pride. From a poor student worrying about a dowry of 680,000 yuan to a super rich man with a net worth of over 100 million yuan. He only needed it, less than a week. This feeling is even more thrilling than riding a rocket. Lin Chuan, who completed this earth-shattering deal, was completely hailed as a god in one battle. The entire Wenchang Pavilion Antique Street was in an uproar because of him. Young Stone God. This resounding name spread like wildfire, reaching every corner of Jiangqing's high society at a viral pace. Countless people wanted to get to know this miracle man who had suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Some handed out business cards, others tried to get close to them, and some even wanted to become their apprentices on the spot. They surrounded Lin Chuan completely. Lin Chuan was thoroughly annoyed and finally managed to squeeze out of the crowd with Wang Pengzi's help. The instigator, Master Ma, has long since disappeared without a trace. It is said that after he was beaten half to death by an angry mob, he was secretly taken away by people from Zhao's jewelry. What fate awaits him is self-evident. Brother Chuan, wait for me. Wang Pengzi followed behind Lin Chuan, panting heavily, his chubby face flushed red with extreme excitement. He looked at the text message on his phone, which Lin Chuan had just transferred to him, showing that 10 million had been deposited into his account. He felt like he was still in a daze, floating on air. 10 million. Wang Hao, he actually became a multi-millionaire one day? Brother Chuan. He caught up with Lin Chuan, grabbed his leg, and almost knelt down on the spot. You're like my own brother. I'll do anything for you from now on. I'll do whatever you ask. All right, get up now, aren't you ashamed? Lin Chuan kicked him away in disgust. The two of them finally managed to squeeze into the parking lot and get back into the Maserati. Fatty Wang slumped in the passenger seat, still looking like he hadn't recovered yet, muttering to himself. 100 million, 150 million, we're rich. Lin Chuan smiled at his pathetic appearance and started the car. With this seed funding, the grand business plans in his mind could finally officially begin to take off. However, just as he was about to drive away from this place of controversy that had brought about his magnificent transformation, several black Audi A6s suddenly sped up from both the front and rear, completely blocking his Maserati in the middle. The car door opened. A dozen burly men dressed in black suits and wearing sunglasses, exuding an aura that warned others to stay away, got out of the car and surrounded them. Judging from their demeanor, they clearly came with ill intentions. Fatty Wang's face turned pale instantly. Chuan. Brother Chuan. What's going on? Lin Chuan's eyes also turned cold instantly. He looked at the group of bodyguards in black, then at a young man slowly stepping out of the Audi at the head of the group. The young man was dressed in Versace, his hair was dyed granny gray, his eyes were sinister, and a wicked smirk hung on the corner of his mouth. Lin Chuan recognized him. Zhao Tianlong. The young master of the Zhao group, who was also the guy who got slapped hard by his future father-in-law at the Zhao family banquet. It seems trouble has come knocking on our door. Zhao Tianlong walked to Lin Chuan's car window, reached out, and patted the Maserati's hood in a highly insulting gesture. Then, he bent down and looked coldly at Lin Chuan through the car window. His gaze was as if he were looking at a lamb that had been trampled under his feet and was about to be slaughtered. Kid. You're pretty arrogant. You dare to steal even the business that my Zhao family has our eye on? Chapter 32 Zhao Tianlong, the young master of the Zhao family, a new enemy appears. Kid, you're pretty arrogant. You dare to steal even the business that my Zhao family has our eye on? Zhao Tianlong's voice was cold and filled with undisguised threat. Lin Chuan sat in the car, looking out the window at the face that seemed to scream arrogant and domineering, but his eyes remained calm. He understood everything in an instant. It turns out that Master Ma was actually a member of the Zhao family. No wonder the system intelligence showed that he was packaged by Zhao's jewelry. So, this betting game today was a trap set by the Zhao family from the very beginning. They first used Master Ma as a shill to exaggerate the worthless piece of material, valued at 500,000 yuan, into a heavenly material, luring wealthy gamblers into their trap. By sheer chance, he not only stumbled upon their scam but also exposed Master Ma's true identity in public, utterly humiliating the Zhao family's business. More importantly, they even snatched the imperial green jade that should have belonged to them, worth hundreds of millions. No wonder this guy was so furious that he brought people to block him. New grudges, old hatreds, plus the temptation of 100 million. Lin Chuan would find it strange if he didn't come. Chuan, brother Chuan. In the passenger seat, Fatty Wang was so frightened by the gangster-like scene before him that his face turned pale and his voice trembled. Who is this guy? He doesn't seem to have any good intentions. Zhao Tianlong, the eldest son of the Zhao family, Lin Chuan said calmly. The Zhao family? Fatty Wang exclaimed in shock. The Zhao family that can rival the Qiao family in Zhongcheng? Fatty Wang's face turned even paler. He felt as if he had gotten himself into a huge mess today, thanks to Lin Chuan. Hey kid, I'm talking to you. Are you deaf? Outside the car, Zhao Tianlong's face darkened even more when he saw that Lin Chuan ignored him for a long time. He reached out and banged on the Maserati window again. Get down here. Lin Chuan frowned slightly. He doesn't like other people touching his car. He slowly rolled down the car window. Then, he looked at Zhao Tianlong with an expression as if he were looking at an idiot, and calmly said, What's up? What's the matter? Zhao Tianlong was amused and annoyed by Lin Chuan's nonchalant attitude. Kid, you're a real actor, aren't you? Fine, I'm not going to waste my breath on you today. He pointed to the group of black-clad bodyguards surrounding the Maserati, then to himself, a cruel smile spreading across his face. Now, I'll give you two choices. First, give me back every single penny of the 150 million you just earned. Then, he broke his own arm and kowtowed to me to apologize. Let's consider this matter over. As for the second one. He dragged out his words, his eyes turning sinister and venomous. I'll have my brothers break your arms and legs, and then sink you and your car into the Huangpu River to feed the fish. You choose one. A blatant, undisguised threat. He didn't take Lin Chuan seriously at all. In his eyes, Lin Chuan was just a poor kid who got lucky and happened to have some discernment. In Jiangcheng, on Zhao's territory, killing such a powerless nobody was easier than crushing an ant. Wang Pengzi was so frightened by his words that he almost wet his pants. He gripped the seatbelt tightly, feeling as if his heart was about to jump out of his throat. However, Lin Chuan's face remained calm, even, like a still well. He looked at Zhao Tianlong as if he were watching a clown putting on a great show, but whose acting was clumsy. He even had the leisure to use the system on Zhao Tianlong. Target being scanned, Zhao Tianlong. Affection level, 90, a fight to the death. Current state, extreme anger, jealousy, boiling with murderous intent, eager to demonstrate one's authority through violence. Core Intelligence 1, his father, Zhao Jiangwo, had long been utterly disappointed in him, believing he was incapable of achieving great things, and had secretly transferred some core assets to his illegitimate son's name. Core Intelligence 2, this person is outwardly strong but inwardly weak, extremely concerned with saving face, and fearful of any authority more powerful than himself. After reading these two pieces of information, Lin Chuan's smile deepened. Turns out, he was just a good-for-nothing. He's a pathetic good-for-nothing who's about to be abandoned by his own father. What? Didn't you hear me? Seeing that Lin Chuan didn't speak, Zhao Tianlong assumed that he had scared him silly, and his smug look became even stronger. Do you need me to repeat it to you again? No. Lin Chuan finally spoke. He shook his head and looked at Zhao Tianlong with a tone full of pity. I just think you're a little pathetic. What? Zhao Tianlong was stunned, wondering if there was something wrong with his ears. Pitiful? This poor wretch actually dares to say he's pitiful? What the hell did you say? He roared. I say, you're pathetic, Lin Chuan said casually, leaning back in his seat. You've been abandoned by your own father, and you're about to lose your family fortune, yet you're still swaggering around here. Don't you feel sorry for yourself? Buzz. These words were like a red-hot iron, fiercely burning Zhao Tianlong's most sensitive and vulnerable nerve. The matter of his illegitimate child has always been his greatest pain and his biggest secret. This matter is absolutely unknown to outsiders, except for a few core members of the Zhao family. How did he know? For the first time, a look of panic appeared on Zhao Tianlong's face. He looked into Lin Chuan's eyes, which seemed to see through everything, and a chill ran from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head. But he was used to being arrogant. After a brief moment of panic, what followed was an even more violent and enraged reaction. Fuck your mother. You dare to investigate me? I'm going to kill you today. He's completely gone mad. He suddenly waved his hand and gave the final order to the group of bodyguards in black behind him. Charge them. Smash this piece of junk. Break this kid's legs. Upon hearing this, the dozen or so bodyguards in black immediately pulled out weapons such as batons and steel pipes from their pockets and approached the Maserati step by step. When Fatty Wang saw the gleaming steel pipe, he was so frightened that he immediately closed his eyes and let out a desperate wail. We're doomed. Brother Chuan. We're all going to die today. However, at this critical moment, Lin Chuan, however, calmly took out his phone from his pocket. In front of Zhao Tianlong, he unlocked his phone and opened his contacts. Then, he found a number labeled Uncle Qiao and dialed it. And then, I pressed the speakerphone button. Beep, beep. The phone rang only twice before it was answered. A strong, authoritative voice, carrying a hint of authority, came through the receiver. Hey. Xiaochuan, what's wrong? Did Mushua cause you trouble again? It's Qiao Zhenxiong. His voice was full of enthusiasm and warmth, a stark contrast to his demeanor in the study. Zhao Tianlong and his group of bodyguards, who were about to make a move, paused instinctively upon hearing this voice. They all recognized the voice as that of the head of the Qiao family. Lin Chuan ignored their astonishment. He simply spoke into his phone, in a calm, even slightly helpless tone. Uncle Qiao. I was ambushed by Zhao Tianlong at Wenchang Antique Street. He said. You're going to cripple me. There was silence on the other end of the phone. Deathly silence. Immediately, a roar like a volcanic eruption, filled with endless rage, exploded from the receiver. That's enough to shake the entire Antique Street. He dares. Chapter 33. You think you're qualified to mess with my people? He dares. Xiao Zhenxiong's roar, filled with boundless rage, echoed like thunder through the hands-free function of his phone in the deathly silent parking lot. Zhao Tianlong and his dozen or so black-clad bodyguards, who were about to make a move, suddenly froze. Everyone wore an expression as if they had seen a ghost. They never imagined that Lin Chuan, this seemingly powerless and poor boy, would actually. It's true that you can get the head of the Qiao family involved with just one phone call. Moreover, judging from Qiao Zhenxiong's tone, that's no ordinary relationship. That's practically treating her son-in-law like her own son. Zhao Tianlong's expression changed instantly. He may be arrogant, but he's not stupid. Although the Zhao family was considered a powerful force in Jiangcheng, they were still several levels below a true business tycoon like the Qiao family. Moreover, the Zhao family is currently engaged in a business war with the Qiao family, which is at the most critical moment. If I were to cause this petty matter to drive that old fox Qiao Zhenxiong completely mad and make him fight the Zhao family to the death without regard for the consequences. As a result, his father, Zhao Jiangwo, would definitely break his legs. In an instant, the arrogance in Zhao Tianlong's heart deflated like a punctured balloon. But he is, after all, a person who cares a lot about his image. He couldn't just back down in front of so many of his men. He spoke with a fierce but weak tone into his phone, sneering, "Uncle Chiao, what do you mean by this? I was just joking with this young man, Lin Chuan. Why are you so angry?" "Joke?" On the other end of the phone came Xiao Zhenxian's icy, chilling laugh. "Zhao Tianlong, do you think I'm a 3-year-old? Let me tell you. Xiao Chuan is now my son-in-law, Xiao Zhenxiang's son-in-law. He's a member of the Qiao family. If you dare to lay a finger on him, I don't care who your father is, I don't care what plans your Zhao family has, I swear, within 3 days, I will make your Zhao group disappear completely from Jiangcheng. You can give it a try." Overbearing. That's completely unreasonable. Yet it is also filled with an undeniable and absolute dominance. This is the majesty of the head of the Qiao family. Zhao Tianlong's face turned completely pale. He knew that Xiao Zhenxiang was not joking. That old fox really does what he says. He opened his mouth, wanting to say a few more stubborn words to save face. However, at that moment, a series of urgent sirens wailed as they approached from afar. Immediately afterwards, 7 or 8 police cars with flashing lights rushed into the parking lot at an almost insane speed, performing a beautiful drift and tail sliding maneuver, completely surrounding Zhao Tianlong and his Audi A6S. The car door opened. Dozens of heavily armed special police officers rushed out of the vehicle like tigers descending a mountain, their riot shields and dark gun barrels instantly aimed at Zhao Tianlong and his group of bodyguards who were completely terrified. What's going on? Why are even the police here? And they're SWAT officers? Zhao Tianlong was completely dumbfounded. Before he could react, the door of a Hummer command vehicle opened. A stunningly beautiful woman in a police uniform, with a striking figure and a voluptuous physique, jumped out of the car. It was Yi Qingmei. She's clearly not here to handle a regular case today. Her pretty face was frosty, her eyes were sharp as knives, and her whole body exuded a powerful aura that kept strangers at bay. As soon as she got out of the car, she went straight to Lin Chuan's Maserati. "Lin Chuan, are you all right?" Her voice carried an undisguised anxiety and concern. "I'm fine." Lin Chuan shook his head, but a warmth filled his heart. He knew that this must have been Xiao Zhenxiang's doing. This future father-in-law even used his connections at the Municipal Public Security Bureau to protect him. "It's good that you're all right." Yi Qingmei breathed a sigh of relief, and then her cold gaze turned to Zhao Tianlong, who was completely dumbfounded. Group fighting? Carrying controlled weapons? And suspected of threatening the personal safety of others? With each word she spoke, Zhao Tianlong's face paled a little more. "Zhao Tianlong, do you want to rot in jail?" Yi Qingmei shouted sternly. No. Officer Yi. This is a misunderstanding. A huge misunderstanding. Zhao Tianlong was so frightened that his soul almost flew out of his body, and he hurriedly waved his hands to explain. Joke. If he were to go head-to-head with the Qiao family, he might only end up with a broken leg. But if he falls into the hands of Yi Qingmei, the famous iron-faced policewoman, then his life will be truly over. However, before he could finish explaining, another sharp screech of brakes rang out. A black Rolls-Royce Phantom, in an almost brute force manner, rammed through an Audi A6 that was blocking its way and came to a stop in the center of the field. The car door opened. Xiao Zhenxiang's face, filled with boundless rage, appeared before everyone. He actually came in person. Moreover, the other person who got out of the passenger seat made Zhao Tianlong's eyes almost pop out. Qiao Muxue. She's here too. As soon as Xiao Zhenxiang got out of the car, he didn't even glance at Zhao Tianlong, but went straight to Lin Chuan's car. He nervously looked Lin Chuan up and down. Only after confirming that Lin Chuan was unharmed did his heart finally settle down. Immediately, an even more violent rage surged into his heart. He suddenly turned around and rushed to Zhao Tianlong in a few steps. Smack! A crisp slap, echoing throughout the entire parking lot, landed hard on Zhao Tianlong's face. Xiao Zhenxiang used all his strength in that slap. The slap sent Zhao Tianlong spinning halfway around, and half of his face swelled up visibly, with a trickle of blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. Zhao Tianlong was completely stunned. He covered his face, staring in disbelief at Xiao Zhenxiang, who looked like a mad tiger. Uncle Zhou. Fuck your mother. Xiao Zhenxiang pointed at his nose and cursed, showing no trace of the refined demeanor of a business tycoon. Zhao Tianlong. Who the hell do you think you are? Even your father, Zhao Jiangwo, has to bow and scrape before me, and respectfully call me Brother Qiao. You snot-nosed brat, how dare you lay a hand on my son-in-law, Xiao Zhenxiong? Who gave you the audacity? Every word Xiao Zhenxiong said was like a heavy hammer, striking Zhao Tianlong's heart and shattering all his dignity and pride. He was utterly terrified. He looked at Xiao Zhenxiong in front of him, then at Yi Qingmei not far away, and then at Lin Chuan, who had remained calm throughout the entire ordeal sitting in the car. He felt as if he had kicked a steel plate harder than a diamond today. And just then, Xiao Muxue also slowly walked over. She was neither as furious as her father nor as cold as Yi Qingmei. She simply walked quietly to the door of the Maserati. She opened the car door, and the moment she saw Lin Chuan unharmed, a hint of relief flashed in her clear, cold eyes. Then, in front of everyone. In front of her father, in front of the police, in front of Zhao Tianlong and his gang. She bent down and opened her arms. She held Lin Chuan tightly in her arms. This hug was given without the slightest hesitation. It was filled with the lingering fear of losing something and then regaining it, and an undeniable declaration. Lin Chuan was also taken aback. Then, he turned around and hugged her slender waist, enjoying the faint, pleasant fragrance emanating from her. He buried his head in her hair, feeling a surge of warmth in his heart. Then, he raised his head and, over Xiao Mushue's shoulder, cast his cold, indifferent, and mocking gaze at Zhao Tianlong, who was completely lost and dejected. His voice, though not loud, was like a final judgment, clear and resounding in everyone's ears. Now, do you think you're qualified to touch me? Chapter 34 Xiao Mushue's Kiss, Favorability Rating 99%. Now, do you think you're qualified to touch me? Lin Chuan's calm yet overwhelmingly authoritative voice, like a final death knell, struck Zhao Tianlong's very soul. Zhao Tianlong's body trembled violently. He looked at the young man, calmly held tightly in Xiao Mushue's arms, and in that moment, all the arrogance, resentment, and unwillingness in his eyes transformed into boundless, heartfelt emotion. Fear. He finally realized that he had messed with a terrifying being. One person that his father's mortal enemy, Xiao Zhenxiong, would protect at all costs. One person who could command the stern-faced policewoman Yi Qingmei from the Municipal Public Security Bureau to personally lead a team to rescue. One man who could make the two most dazzling and mysterious pearls of Jiangqing fall in love with him at the same time. Is this the kind of person he can afford to offend? Does he deserve it? I was wrong. Zhao Tianlong's psychological defenses completely collapsed. In front of everyone, he knelt down with a thud. He frantically kowtowed to Lin Chuan, Xiao Zhenxiong, and Yi Qingmei. Uncle Qiao. Officer Yi. Young Master Lin. I was blind to your greatness. I'm a bastard. I'm not human. Please, just ignore me and let me go. His humble, dog-like demeanor contrasted sharply with his earlier arrogant and domineering attitude, creating an incredibly ironic scene. However, no one sympathized with him. Xiao Zhenxiong snorted coldly and turned his head away in disgust. Yi Qingmei then waved to her subordinates behind her. Take them all. Investigate thoroughly and handle it accordingly. Yes. A conflict that was enough to cause a huge uproar in Jiangqing's high society came to an end in a way that was almost overwhelming. Zhao Tianlong and his bodyguards, who were already terrified before they could even make a move, were all taken away by the special police like dead dogs. The crisis has been completely resolved. Xiao Zhenxiong walked up to Lin Chuan, his face now showing a mixture of overwhelming anger and fatherly concern, along with a hint of barely perceptible lingering fear. Xiao Chuan, are you all right? Were you scared? He was genuinely terrified today. He couldn't imagine what would have happened if he had arrived even a moment later. What if something had happened to him, the prodigy son-in-law he had finally found who could save the Qiao family? The consequences would be unimaginable. I'm fine, Uncle Qiao. I'm sorry to have worried you, Lin Chuan said politely as he released Xiao Muxue. It's good that you're all right, it's good that you're all right. Xiao Zhenxiong breathed a sigh of relief, and then looked at Yi Qingmei beside him with a grateful smile on his face. Qingmei, I'm so grateful to you for what happened today. I'll definitely visit your father in person another day. Uncle Qiao, you're too kind. Yi Qingmei glanced at Lin Chuan, a hint of awkwardness flashing across her pretty face. It's what we should do. The commotion gradually subsided amidst the pleasantries exchanged among the group. Xiao Zhenxiong originally wanted to take Lin Chuan back to the manor to appease him properly. However, Lin Chuan declined, citing that it was getting late and he needed to take Muxue back to school. Xiao Shenxiong didn't insist, but gave the two a few instructions before leaving in his Rolls-Royce, completely satisfied. He knew that after today's incident, the relationship between his daughter and this future son-in-law would probably reach a new level. That is indeed the case. A black Maserati was driving back to school. The atmosphere inside the car was completely different from when they arrived. If, when they arrived, there was still a hazy layer of mystery between them. Now, this thin veil has been completely torn away by today's sudden crisis. Xiao Muxue sat in the passenger seat without saying a word. She simply stood there quietly, tilting her head to look at Lin Xuan as he drove. In those clear, cold eyes, there flickered a complex light that Lin Xuan had never seen before. There was lingering fear, relief, and emotion, and a trace of deep, overwhelming affection that she herself hadn't even noticed. Lin Xuan felt a little uncomfortable under her gaze. "What's wrong? Do I have flowers on my face?" he joked. Xiao Muxue shook her head, still looking at him for a long time. Then, in an almost murmured voice, she whispered, "Lin Xuan. Thank you." "Thank me for what?" Lin Xuan laughed. "Today, it seems like it was you and your dad who saved me, right?" "No." Xiao Muxue shook her head, her eyes filled with utmost seriousness. "I thank you for not abandoning me." She was referring to the fact that Lin Xuan did not back down when faced with her father's threats and inducements. Even when faced with Zhao Tianlong's death threats, Lin Xuan still chose to stand by her side. This feeling of being firmly chosen by someone was something she had never experienced before in her life. Lin Xuan's heart skipped a beat. He slowly parked the car near the school, by a secluded spot by Crescent Lake. The lake's surface shimmered under the moonlight. The evening breeze blows by, carrying a hint of the lake's fragrance. "Fool." Lin Xuan turned his head and looked at her, his eyes so tender they seemed to be overflowing with affection. "Didn't I tell you already? I want to protect you. This is not just talk." Xiao Muxue's eyes instantly reddened. She looked at Lin Xuan's handsome profile, which was so close to hers. Looking into his deep, starry eyes. Looking at his lips, which parted slightly as he spoke. She felt as if her heart was being tightly gripped by an invisible hand. An unprecedented, intense emotion, like a flood bursting its banks, instantly overwhelmed all her reason and restraint. She didn't know where she got the courage from. All she knew was that if she didn't do something now, she would regret it for the rest of her life. The next second, she suddenly moved closer. The cool yet soft touch instantly imprinted itself on Lin Xuan's lips. Lin Xuan's eyes widened suddenly. He could clearly smell the faint, gardenia-like fragrance emanating from her. You could clearly feel her long eyelashes trembling slightly with nervousness. Time seemed to stand still at this moment. This was an extremely immature and clumsy kiss. There are no skills, no rules. It's just the simplest touch, lips to lips. Yet it is also the most sincere and passionate outpouring of emotions. They parted at the first touch. Xiao Muxue's face was so red it looked like it was about to bleed. She abruptly pulled back, burying her head deeply in her knees like an ostrich that had done something wrong, even the base of her ears turning an alluring pink. She wanted to say something, but found that her mind had completely gone blank, and she couldn't utter a single word. Lin Xuan, however, remained rooted to the spot. He subconsciously reached out and touched his lips. On it, there seemed to be a lingering trace of her cool, soft, jelly-like touch. There's also a faint, sweet taste. Just then, that cold, mechanical voice, like the most punctual alarm clock, exploded in his mind. Bite. Detection indicates the host received a kiss of true love from the target, Xiao Muxue, resulting in a qualitative change in the emotional bond. The system is about to undergo a major upgrade. Lin Xuan was taken aback and immediately opened the system panel. Suddenly, the favorability rating following Xiao Muxue's name, which had already reached max, underwent a strange change. It changed from max together through life and death to a strange number he had never seen before. Xiao Muxue, favorability, 99% the only one. Below those numbers, a line of small gold text popped up. Congratulations, host. You have completed the hidden achievement True Love's Kiss. The system is about to undergo its first major upgrade based on the host's true love attribute. Upgrade countdown, 60 minutes. 59 minutes 59 seconds. Chapter 35 System Upgrade, Charm Attribute Unlocked. The system is about to undergo its first major upgrade based on the host's true love attribute. Upgrade countdown, 60 minutes. 59 minutes 59 seconds. As Lin Chuan drove, the system's notification sounds and the constantly ticking countdown in his mind made his heart pound. Major upgrade? Or is it based on the true love attribute? What the heck is this? He glanced at the girl in the passenger seat next to him, who had been keeping her head buried in her knees and avoiding his gaze since the beginning of the night, and his heart was filled with curiosity and anticipation. They remained silent the entire way. The black Maserati slowly pulled up in front of the girl's dormitory. Xiao Muxue looked up abruptly, like a rabbit startled awake. Her face was still as red as a ripe apple. I've arrived. After saying that, she frantically went to unbuckle her seatbelt, preparing to escape the scene again. Etc. Lin Chuan suddenly called out to her. Xiao Muxue's body stiffened instantly, and she stopped moving. She lowered her head, not daring to look at Lin Chuan, her voice barely audible. Is there anything else? Lin Chuan couldn't help but laugh when he saw her shy and adorable appearance. He unbuckled his seatbelt, leaned in, and moved closer. Xiao Muxue was so frightened that she quickly closed her eyes, her long eyelashes trembling incessantly, as if she was ready to welcome something. However, what she received was not the touch she had imagined. Instead, it was a crisp, click sound. Her seatbelt was unbuckled. Lin Chuan's voice, tinged with a hint of amusement, rang in her ears. Fool, what are you thinking about? Get some rest, see you tomorrow. After saying that, he sat back down in his seat. Xiao Muxue suddenly opened her eyes and realized that she had misunderstood. Her pretty face turned so red that it looked like it was about to bleed. She felt that she had lost all faith in her life today. Oh. She gave a perfunctory reply, then couldn't stay any longer. She pushed open the car door, turned around, and rushed into the dormitory building. As Lin Chuan watched her flee in panic, the smile on his lips grew even wider. Teasing her seems quite fun. He did not drive back to his dormitory immediately. Instead, they parked the car in the empty parking lot downstairs from the dormitory building. He glanced at the constantly ticking countdown in his mind. Upgrade countdown, 35 minutes 12 seconds. There's still more than half an hour left. He simply leaned back in his seat, closed his eyes, and began to ponder a question he had never been able to figure out. 99%? Why 99%? Previously, it had clearly reached 100%, or even max. Why did things regress by 1% after that kiss? Moreover, what does that unique suffix represent? System, can you explain this? He asked in his mind. However, this time, the system did not respond to him at all. System upgrade in progress, all services temporarily suspended. All right. Lin Chuan could only suppress his curiosity and wait quietly. Time passed, second by second. People were coming and going in the parking lot. Countless envious and jealous glances were cast at the black supercar. But Lin Chuan seemed oblivious to this. His entire focus was on planning for the future and anticipating the system upgrade. Finally, when the countdown in my mind reached the last second, a pleasant electronic voice, completely different from the cold, mechanical voice of the past, seemingly carrying a hint of humanity, exploded in his mind. Byte. System upgrade complete. The God-level intelligence system version 2.0 is officially launched. Welcome, my one and only host, Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan's eyes snapped open. He discovered that the pale blue virtual panel in front of him had undergone tremendous changes. The originally simple interface has become cooler and more technologically advanced. Moreover, several brand new, gleaming sections have been added to the existing ones. Personal attributes. System shop. Task list. Storage space. Lin Chuan's heart began to pound uncontrollably. This is like upgrading from a slingshot to a cannon. He suppressed his excitement and first opened the personal attributes panel that he cared about most. An interface, infinitely more detailed than before and resembling a game character panel, popped up. Name, Lin Chuan. Level, LV1 Beginner. Experience points, 0-1000. Physical fitness, 9 slightly higher than average adult male. Mental strength, 16 far exceeding that of ordinary people. Strength, 8 normal. Agility, 8 normal. Charm? To be unlocked. Skills, none. Points, 0. Overall assessment, a handsome guy who's otherwise unremarkable, except for his strong mental fortitude. Lin Chuan's lips twitched. This evaluation seems even more harsh than before. However, he was soon drawn to something else on the panel. Charm. That brand new attribute that displays a series of question marks. Ding. Detected that the host has completed the hidden achievement True Love's Kiss, meeting the unlock requirements for the charm attribute. The charm attribute is officially activated. As the system notification tone faded, Lin Chuan felt as if his body was enveloped by a warm, indescribable energy. That feeling was very comfortable and wonderful. It's like the whole person, inside and out, has undergone a deep optimization. A few seconds later, the warm current slowly receded. When he looked at his attribute panel again, the charm attribute that was originally marked with a question mark has changed. Charm, 10 initially attractive. Below that line of text, there was an additional line of detailed explanation. Effect, your words, actions, voice, and smile will make it easier to gain initial favor with the opposite sex. A single glance or a smile from you can make their hearts race. Note, charisma is one of the most powerful weapons for conquering the world. Lin Chuan was stunned when he saw the explanation. What kind of divine attribute is this? Does it have a built-in girl charming aura? Is it a passive skill, the kind that's active all day? This is way too buggy. He was both curious and skeptical. Does this thing really have such amazing effects? He glanced at the time. It was almost time for the dormitory curfew. Without thinking further, he started the car and returned to his dormitory. Nothing was said that night. The next day, Lin Chuan got up very early. He was about to go out to buy breakfast. As he walked out of the dormitory building and onto the tree-lined path bathed in the morning sunlight, he immediately sensed that something was wrong. The surroundings seem too quiet? No, it's not quiet. Instead, everyone's eyes were immediately drawn to him. Especially the girls who passed by. Their eyes no longer held the simple gaze of admiring handsome men that they used to have. Rather, it was a gaze filled with amazement, curiosity, and even a hint of desire, a fiery gaze. A long-haired girl who was chatting with her best friend stopped abruptly when she saw Lin Chuan walking over, and the soy milk in her hand fell to the ground with a plop. A short-haired girl wearing headphones, rushing to class, almost tripped and fell flat on her face as she brushed past Lin Chuan. Even several elderly women with white hair who were practicing Tai Chi not far away stopped their movements and cast kind and amiable glances at him. Lin Chuan felt extremely uncomfortable being stared at. He subconsciously touched his face. It's still the same face, and it hasn't grown an extra eye. Why do I feel like I've become a giant panda in a zoo, but one that's naked? Just as he was about to reach the cafeteria entrance, a female student with pigtails, who looked pure and cute, suddenly blushed and rushed out from the side, blocking his way. She was still clutching a cell phone in her hand, her knuckles turning white from nervousness. She took a deep breath, as if summoning all her courage, and handed the phone to Lin Chuan. Those big, watery eyes were filled with anticipation and shyness. Senior. Can I add you on WeChat? Chapter 36, Walking down the street, 3 beautiful women asked for my WeChat? Senior. Can I add you on WeChat? The junior student with twin ponytails had a barely perceptible tremor in her voice due to nervousness. Her already fair face was now as red as a ripe apple. She lowered her head, not daring to look Lin Chuan in the eye. Lin Chuan looked at the girl in front of him, who had mustered all her courage, and was slightly taken aback. Although he is handsome, he has received many love letters and confessions of love since he was a child. But this is the first time I've ever been stopped so directly by a female student I don't know in front of the cafeteria so early in the morning and asked for my WeChat. He subconsciously glanced at the panel above the girl's head. Name, Li Meng Meng. Affection level, 35. Strong affection shy. 35. A stranger, without any interaction, has an initial favorability rating as high as 35. This isn't just friendly, it's practically love at first sight. Lin Chuan understood instantly. All of this is due to that damn fragrant charm attribute. The boys who had been watching from the sidelines erupted in an uproar when they saw the scene. Holy crap! What's going on? Someone's throwing themselves at me this early in the morning? Isn't this junior the most beautiful girl in the foreign languages department? She's known for being aloof, how come? Damn it! It's infuriating to compare yourself to others. I've been chasing her for half a year and haven't even gotten a proper look from her, while Lin Xuan gets chased down the street? Is there any justice left? Is there no law left? Countless envious, jealous, and hateful gazes, like knives, shot towards Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan was both amused and exasperated. He looked at the junior student in front of him who was almost burying her head in her chest, and he really couldn't bear to discourage her. He gave a gentle, slightly apologetic smile. "Excuse me, Junior. I didn't bring my phone. This reason, though clumsy, is very effective. It's much more tactful than directly saying I have a girlfriend or you're not my type." "Ah. I see." The girl with twin ponytails' eyes instantly dimmed, filled with disappointment. But when she looked up and saw Lin Xuan's gentle smile, her cheeks flushed uncontrollably again. "No. It's okay," she quickly waved her hand. Then, Senior, I'll remember you. I'll ask you for it again next time. After saying that, she clutched her wildly beating heart, turned around, and ran away as if fleeing. Lin Xuan watched her hurried departure and shook his head helplessly. Having too much charm seems to be a kind of trouble. He went into the cafeteria, bought 2 steamed buns and a cup of soy milk, and then prepared to go back to his dormitory. However, he clearly underestimated the power of the charm attribute. He had just walked a short distance from the cafeteria. A short-haired girl wearing a sports vest, with a hot figure and radiating youthful energy, suddenly ran over from the basketball court next door and blocked his way. She was holding a basketball in her hands, beads of sweat glistening on her forehead, and her bright eyes were openly scanning Lin Xuan's tall and slender figure. "Hey, handsome." Her voice was crisp and aggressive, the complete opposite of the twin-tailed junior from before. "Which department are you in?" Lin Xuan was taken aback. "Design department? What's wrong? Design major?" The short-haired senior raised an eyebrow. "No wonder you have such a great figure. You don't look like someone who just studies all the time. Would you be interested in joining our school basketball team? Our team is exactly missing a shooting guard as handsome as you. No, as tall as you." Lin Xuan looked at the panel above her head. Name, Chen Shui. Affection level, 40. Extremely admiring, want to date. Goodness. This is more direct. Even the phrase want to date has appeared. Lin Xuan's lips twitched. "I'm sorry, Senior, I'm not very good at basketball." He politely declined again. "You can learn if you don't know how." Chen Shui persisted, tossing the basketball to Lin Xuan. "Come on, why don't you give it a try? If you make the shot, consider it a favor I owe you. If you can't get it." She raised the corner of her mouth, revealing a sly smile. "Then you'll have to give me your WeChat ID. Is this a case of being flirted with in return?" A crowd of onlookers gathered around. Lin Xuan felt somewhat helpless. He looked at the basketball in his hand, then at the perfect three-point line not far away. "So be it. Then let's finish this quickly." He held the ball in one hand, leaned his body slightly back, and flicked his wrist gently. The basketball traced an incredibly beautiful and perfectly executed parabola through the air. Under the shocked and incredulous gazes of everyone. Whoosh! Hollow core netting. The entire basketball court fell into a deathly silence in an instant. Chen Shui's usually confident face now showed an expression as if she had seen a ghost. She stared blankly at the basketball still spinning in the net, then glanced at Lin Xuan's nonchalant expression, and for a moment, she forgot to react. "Senior." Lin Xuan switched the breakfast in his hand to hers, then opened his palm towards her. "I don't need the favor. Give me back the ball." Chen Shui then seemed to wake up from a dream. Looking at Lin Xuan's breathtakingly handsome face and those deep eyes that seemed to see through everything, her heart began to pound uncontrollably. Instead of returning the ball to Lin Xuan, she hugged it even tighter. She looked at Lin Xuan with an unprecedented, determined light in her eyes. "No. Unless you give me your WeChat. Otherwise, I'll take the ball." Lin Xuan. He figured it out. It's useless to reason with a girl with this kind of personality. He sighed. He had no choice but to resort to his trump card. "Senior, I already have a girlfriend." This sentence seems to possess a magical power. Chen Shui's once fiercely fighting spirit instantly dimmed. She stared blankly at Lin Xuan, as if trying to confirm whether his words were true or false. When she saw Lin Xuan's genuinely serious expression, she finally gave up. Cut. She pouted unhappily and threw the basketball back to Lin Xuan. "So what if you have a girlfriend? Does having a girlfriend mean you can't have friends of the opposite sex? You stingy person. After saying that, she turned around and walked back to the basketball court without looking back. But no matter how you look at that back view, it carries a faint sense of loss. Lin Chuan looked at the basketball in his hand and shook his head helplessly again. It seems I'll have to wear a mask when I go out from now on. He finally managed to shake off the crowd and, carrying his almost cold breakfast, walked down to the dormitory building. Just as he was about to go upstairs, a rapid, wild roar of engines approached from afar. A bright red, convertible Ferrari came to a sudden, sharp stop right in front of him, with an extremely arrogant attitude. The car door remained closed. In the driver's seat, a sophisticated urban woman wearing sunglasses and exquisite red lipstick, exuding a mature and alluring aura, slowly rolled down the car window. She took off her sunglasses, revealing a stunningly beautiful face that could drive any man crazy. Her gaze fell on Lin Chuan, her red lips parted slightly, and she whistled loudly at him. The voice was filled with undisguised admiration and provocation. Hi. Handsome guy. Want to add each other on WeChat? Chapter 37 Beautiful CEO Su Wanqing, an interesting woman. Hello, is this Mr. Lin Chuan? This is Su Wanqing. On the other end of the phone came a mature, pleasant, and slightly magnetic female voice. It was that beautiful CEO who had just whistled at him in public while driving a Ferrari. Lin Chuan was stunned for a moment, then realized what was happening. It seems that this beautiful CEO not only has amazing action capabilities, but also extraordinary information channels. I had just rejected her, and she got my phone number right after. Interesting. Miss Su, is there something you need? Lin Chuan asked indistinctly while munching on a steamed bun. Su Wanqing on the other end of the phone seemed amused by his down-to-earth reply and let out a soft chuckle. Mr. Lin Chuan, you really are unconventional. I wonder if Mr. Lin is free tonight. I would like to invite you to a simple meal as an apology for my rudeness this morning. Invite me to dinner? Apologize? Lin Chuan didn't believe that a woman of this caliber would go to such lengths for such a trivial matter. Offering unsolicited favors is either a sign of malice or theft. However, he was also curious to see what this beautiful CEO was really up to. Sure, Lin Chuan readily agreed. Time and place? At 7 p.m. at the Bun No. 3 Western Restaurant, I'll send a car to pick you up. No need, I'll drive there myself. All right. After hanging up the phone, Lin Chuan quickly finished his breakfast. He watched the bright red Ferrari speed away outside the window, a hint of amusement flashing in his eyes. He knew that tonight's meal would probably not be a simple, casual meal. It's 7 p.m. The Bun No. 3 Western Restaurant in Shanghai. This is one of the most upscale and private Western restaurants in the entire city of Jiangcheng. Those who can afford to spend money here are either rich or powerful. When Lin Chuan arrived at the restaurant entrance in his black Maserati GT, a doorman in a tuxedo immediately came forward and opened the car door for him. Good evening, Mr. Lin. President Su is already waiting for you upstairs. It seems that Su Wanqing had already taken care of everything. Lin Chuan followed the waiter into the restaurant. The melodious sound of a violin surrounded me. The dazzling crystal chandelier illuminated the entire restaurant as if it were daytime. From a prime window seat, Lin Chuan spotted that familiar yet stunning figure. Su Wanqing. Tonight, she changed out of her smart business attire and put on a burgundy velvet dress. The dress's design, bold yet elegant, perfectly accentuates her mature and alluring S-curve, a figure that would make any woman envious. Her long, wavy hair, casually draped over her shoulders, added a touch of languid charm. She wore no extra jewelry, only a Patek Philippe lady's watch on her wrist, understated yet luxurious. At that moment, she was holding a glass of red wine, gently swirling it, her gaze fixed on the dazzling night view of the Huangpu River outside the window. Her whole being is like a meticulously painted oil painting, full of deadly allure. Hearing footsteps, she slowly turned her head. The moment she saw Lin Chuan, a barely perceptible look of amazement flashed in her already bright eyes. She then stood up, a perfectly timed smile on her face that was neither overly enthusiastic nor lacking in politeness. Mr. Lin, you've arrived. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Lin Chuan smiled back and sat down opposite her in a gentlemanly manner. Of course. Su Wanqing sat down again and poured Lin Chuan a glass of red wine that had already been decanted. After all, it is my honor to be able to invite the most popular young Shirshin from Jiangcheng University to have a meal. She had clearly done a fairly detailed investigation into Lin Chuan's background. "Miss Su, you flatter me." Lin Chuan picked up his wineglass and lightly clinked it with hers. "It's just some unfounded rumors." "Oh?" Su Wanqing raised an eyebrow, her eyes, which seemed to see through people's hearts, looking at Lin Chuan with great interest. To transform from an unknown college student into a billionaire with a net worth of over 100 million yuan in just 1 week. You can even win the heart of that arrogant young lady from the Chow family. Even our school's notorious king of hell Lu had to publicly apologize to you in front of the entire school. With each word she spoke, Lin Chuan's gaze deepened. "Mr. Lin, you call this empty reputation?" Her voice was full of inquiry and curiosity. She was like an elegant cheetah, cautiously probing the seemingly harmless yet mysterious prey before her. Lin Chuan looked at her and smiled. He knew the real game was about to begin. He finally understood why Su Wanqing had taken the initiative to approach him today. He subconsciously used the system on the woman in front of him. In an instant, a light blue panel quietly appeared above Su Wanqing's head. Name, Su Wanqing. Age, 26. Position, founder and CEO of Qingcheng Beauty Group. Affection level, 20 curious admiring. Current state, anxious, under immense pressure, and desperately seeking a way out. 20 favorability rating. It seems that my charm is less effective on this mature and rational business queen. However, that's enough. Looking at her stunningly beautiful face, yet bearing a hint of weariness, Lin Chuan understood immediately. Without making a sound, he mentally issued the next instruction to the system. System, read her core intelligence. Ding. Reading core information about target Su Wanqing requires 1000 points. Host's current points are 0, unable to read. Integral? Lin Chuan was taken aback. This is the first time the system has introduced the concept of points. How do I earn points? You can earn points by completing system-issued tasks or achieving certain special accomplishments. Points can be used for purchases in the system shop or to unlock higher-level intelligence. All right. It seems there's no such thing as a free lunch. Although we couldn't access Su Wanqing's core information for the time being, the information in the current status column was enough for Lin Chuan to guess the general situation. How to break this deadlock? It seems that this beautiful CEO's company is in big trouble. She saw herself as a lifeline. Having figured this out, Lin Chuan instantly felt reassured. He looked at Su Wanqing, no longer passively waiting for her to make a move. Instead, they take the initiative. "Miss Su." He put down his wineglass, leaned forward slightly, and stared directly into the other person's eyes with his deep gaze. "Let's be frank and speak openly. You came to see me today, probably not just to apologize, right?" Su Wanqing didn't expect Lin Chuan to be so direct. She was taken aback at first, then a hint of approval flashed in her beautiful eyes. She enjoys dealing with intelligent people. Mr. Lin is a straightforward person, so I won't beat around the bush either. She dropped her probing attitude, and her expression became serious. "That's right, I came to you today because I want to ask you to do me a favor. Or rather, I want to discuss a collaboration with you." Lin Chuan didn't speak, but simply made a "please continue" gesture. Su Wanqing took a deep breath and slowly said, "My company, Qingcheng Beauty, has recently encountered some troubles. A very big problem. On a large scale, if we can't find a way to break this deadlock, all my hard work over the past few years will be destroyed in less than 3 months." Her voice was filled with helplessness and resentment. Lin Chuan looked at her, and a thought stirred in his heart. A beauty company? Interesting. Looking at the shrewd, capable, and alluring business queen before him, a bold idea suddenly popped into his head. He slowly leaned back in his chair, a mysterious smile curving his lips. "Miss Su. If I said I could not only help you solve your problems, I can also make your company the leading brand in the domestic beauty industry within a year. Do you believe it?" Chapter 38. Her company has a mole and is on the verge of bankruptcy. If I said I could not only help you solve your problems, I can also make your company the leading brand in the domestic beauty industry within a year. Do you believe it? Lin Chuan's voice was calm, yet filled with an irresistible confidence. Su Wanqing paused slightly in the hand holding the wineglass. She looked at the young man who had uttered such startling words, a complex light flashing in her beautiful eyes. There was surprise, there was doubt, but more than anything, there was a kind of anticipation that she herself had not even realized. If it were anyone else who said such arrogant things in front of her, she would probably have already scoffed at them, and might even have unceremoniously asked them to leave. Become an industry leader within a year? What a joke! Although Qingqing Beauty, which she heads, is somewhat well known in Jiangcheng, it doesn't even rank in the top 20 nationwide. Moreover, the company is currently facing internal and external troubles and is in a precarious situation. Forget about becoming Long Yi, just surviving is already a blessing. But these words, of course, came from Lin Chuan's mouth. This man is shrouded in mystery. This is the man who, in just 1 week, went from a poor student to a billionaire. This is the man who can make even the head of the Qiao family look at him differently. His words seemed to possess an innate, irresistible magic that compelled people to believe him. Su Wanqing remained silent. She didn't answer immediately, but gracefully picked up her knife and fork and began cutting the top-quality filet mignon that had already been served. Her movements were composed and elegant. It was as if that heavy topic had never even been brought up. "Mr. Lin, are you a local of Jiangcheng?" she asked casually as she cut her steak. "No." Lin Chuan also picked up his knife and fork, matching her rhythm. "My hometown is a small town in Jiangnan." "Oh? So Mr. Lin's expertise in appraising antiques is a family tradition?" "I guess so. A few of my ancestors liked to tinker with old things," Lin Chuan said without batting an eye. "I see." The two of them started chatting, one after the other. They talked about everything from local customs and traditions to university life, and then about their future plans. Su Wanqing's questions, though seemingly casual, were in fact all probing. Like a master hunter, she tried to find clues in Lin Chuan's words, actions, and daily life to piece together the man's true background in trump cards. However, she was disappointed. Lin Chuan's answer was watertight. No matter which angle she approached the topic from, Lin Chuan could always steer the conversation in an extremely natural and ingenious way, or give an ambiguous yet flawless answer. After chatting for a while, she not only failed to glean any useful information, but also felt that the young man in front of her had become even more unfathomable and mysterious. Lin Chuan, meanwhile, calmly dealt with her probing while simultaneously engaging in rapid internal communication with the system. "System, is there really no way to access her core information? The host currently has 0 points and is unable to pay the reading fee. Aren't there any new user benefits or credit services? A top-tier intelligence system, no credit allowed." "All right." Lin Chuan felt somewhat helpless. "It seems we can only guess." But just as Lin Chuan was about to give up, the system's voice suddenly rang out again. "The host is currently at a critical juncture in emotional connection and possesses high potential cooperative value with the target person. Triggering a hidden mechanism information collateral. Information collateral? Lin Chuan was taken aback. What does that mean? The host may choose to temporarily exchange one piece of non-core information of their own for 1,000 points. Once the host accumulates enough points in the future, they will need to repay 1,200 points as interest. Should I choose to mortgage? Holy crap! Is this even possible? Isn't this just loan sharking? Lin Chuan's lips twitched. However, he likes it. Mortgage. He confirmed without hesitation. Please select the non-core information you wish to pledge. Option 1, your actual family background. Option 2, your true relationship with Xiaomuxue. Option 3, what was the content of your dream last night? Looking at the series of strange options, Lin Chuan chose the third one without hesitation. Mortgage successful. Congratulations, host, you have gained 1,000 points. Points deducted unlocking core information on target Su Wanqing. Unlocked successfully. In an instant, a torrent of information 100 times more complex than when he read Zhao Xiaoya and Lu Jianjun's information flooded into Lin Chuan's mind. This time, it's not just about visuals and dialogue. Instead, it contains various business reports, product data, bank statements, and even internal company emails. While elegantly eating his steak, Lin Chuan was rapidly processing this information. Gradually, his gaze began to turn strange. Meanwhile, Su Wanqing, who was still trying to get information out of him, was completely unaware of this. She talked for a long time, until her throat was dry, but she found that she couldn't see through the young man in front of her at all. He is like a fog. No matter how hard you try, you can't see his true face. This caused her, for the first time, to feel a deep sense of frustration with her social skills, which she had always been so proud of. She finally gave up. She put down her knife and fork, picked up the glass of red wine in front of her, and took a small sip. Then, she raised her head, her beautiful eyes filled with a hint of helplessness, a hint of resentment, and a hint of resolute determination. She decided to confront them. Mr. Lin. Her voice became more serious than ever before. I know that my behavior today may have been somewhat presumptuous. But I really have nowhere else to turn. I hope you can help me out because of my sincerity. She looked at Lin Chuan, her eyes filled with pleading. As long as you're willing to help me, I can agree to any condition. Even if it means taking all the shares of my company. Even. She paused, as if she had made up her mind, and a complex emotion flashed in her beautiful eyes. Even myself. These words, spoken by such a proud and successful business tycoon, carry considerable weight. However, Lin Chuan's face remained completely unmoved. He simply looked at her calmly, and slowly put down his knife and fork. He picked up a napkin and elegantly wiped his mouth. Then, he looked at Su Wanqing and smiled. That smile carried a hint of understanding, a hint of amusement, and a hint of all-knowing mystery. Su Wanqing felt a little uneasy under his smile. She felt like a naked patient lying on an operating table, and the man in front of her was the surgeon holding the scalpel. All his ailments and secrets were laid bare before him. Just when she was about to be driven crazy by this feeling, Lin Chuan finally spoke. His voice, though not loud, was like the sharpest knife, cutting through all her pretense with precision and striking right to the heart of the matter. Miss Su. He looked at her and said slowly. What do you think is the biggest problem your company is right now? Su Wanqing was taken aback, and subconsciously replied, it's the cash flow, it's the market. No. Lin Chuan shook his head, interrupting her. He looked into her eyes, which were filled with doubt, and a cold smile curled at the corner of his lips. Your biggest problem is you. The RD director trusts you too much. Chapter 39 I can help you, but on one condition. Your biggest problem is you. The RD director trusts you too much. The moment Lin Chuan's casual words reached their ears, all the composure, calmness, and elegance on Su Wanqing's stunningly beautiful face vanished in that instant. Her pupils suddenly contracted. The hand holding the wineglass suddenly tightened, and the knuckles turned slightly white from the force. Research and Development Director. Li Ming. The man who has been by her side ever since she had nothing and started Qingqing Beauty. The one she relied on most, trusted most, and even once regarded as her own brother, was her confidant. He. Impossible. Su Wanqing blurted it out almost subconsciously. Her voice, due to the intense emotional fluctuations, carried a sharp tremor. Her first reaction was disbelief. I absolutely don't believe it. Li Ming is her right-hand man, the pillar of her company, and a veteran who has accompanied her from a small startup studio to where she is today. How could he possibly betray me? Mr. Lin. Su Wanqing took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. She looked at Lin Chuan, and for the first time, her eyes became sharp. You can eat whatever you want. You can't just say things like that. Li Ming is my most trusted partner. I absolutely do not believe that he would do anything detrimental to the company. Her tone was resolute. It was full of support for subordinates. However, Lin Chuan's face remained completely unmoved. He simply looked at her calmly, his eyes even carrying a hint of pity. Yeah? He asked a question in return, seemingly casually. President Su, you trust him so much. Then do you know? Last week, he used a sum of money of dubious origin to buy a 30 million yuan luxury apartment in Thompson Riviera in full? Buzz. Su Wanqing's head felt like it had been hit hard with a heavy hammer. Thompson Riviera. 30 million? Full payment. She knew Li Ming's salary better than anyone else. An annual salary of 1 million is considered a high income in Zhangcheng. But I want to buy a house in Thompson Riviera outright. That's absolutely a fantasy. Where did that money come from? A terrible thought, uncontrollably and wildly growing in her mind. How did you know? Su Wanqing's voice trembled. I know a lot more. Looking at her pale face, Lin Chuan knew that her psychological defenses were beginning to crumble. He decided to add fuel to the fire. A single fire, powerful enough to burn all her hopes and doubts to ashes. President Su. You've staked the company's entire R&D budget and all working capital for this new product launch, haven't you? Su Wanqing's pupils contracted again. This matter is a top secret company secret. Absolutely no one else besides her and the CFO could possibly know. You and your RD team worked through the night for a whole year on this serum called Rejuvenating Youth, right? Su Wanqing's breathing began to become rapid. And the most crucial element of this product is that exclusive patented formula, which was acquired from a top-tier biological laboratory in Switzerland for 10 million euros, right? Su Wanqing's body had begun to tremble slightly. These. How did he know that? Lin Chuan gave her no chance to catch her breath. He looked into her eyes, which were filled with horror and fear, and slowly, he delivered the final and most fatal blow. Then, Mr. Su. If I tell you. Li Ming, the RD director you trust the most. 3 days ago, this exclusive formula, valued at 10 million euros, was sold for 50 million. It was sold to your biggest rival, Liring Group. And what are your thoughts? Boom. These last words, like a black lightning bolt, struck Su Wanqing hard on the top of her head. She was completely stunned. My mind is completely blank. It's over. It's all over. She felt as if all the strength in her body had been drained away in that instant. His body went limp and he collapsed onto the soft chair. Her face was drained of color, turning ashen. His eyes also became empty. She's not stupid. Lin Chuan was able to describe these details so precisely and flawlessly. This is no longer just speculation. This is a fact. It is a cold, hard fact that is enough to plunge her and the entire Qingcheng beauty into an abyss of no return. Her most trusted partner, truly, betrayed her for money. He plunged the sharpest knife into her heart from behind. And she, completely oblivious, was utterly unaware of this. Just now, he even swore an oath to defend that traitor. How ridiculous. How pitiful. The immense blow and the anger of betrayal caused this powerful businesswoman, who had dominated the business world, to collapse in an instant, revealing all her strength and pretense. Her eyes welled up with tears. A single, glistening tear slid slowly down her perfect cheek. Looking at her distraught and pitiful appearance, Lin Chuan sighed inwardly. He knew that what he had just said was too cruel to her. However, a short, sharp pain is worse than a long, drawn-out one. Some abscesses require the sharpest scalpel to be completely removed. He didn't comfort her. Instead, they waited quietly. Waiting for this business queen to rise again. I don't know how much time passed. Su Wanqing finally moved. She slowly raised her hand and gently wiped away the tears on her face with her fingertips. When she raised her head again, although her beautiful eyes were still slightly red and swollen, all the vulnerability and confusion had vanished without a trace. Instead, there was an unprecedented coldness and decisiveness. She looked at Lin Chuan, and for the first time, a bitter, heartfelt smile appeared on her beautiful face. Mr. Lin. I lost. A complete and utter defeat. She picked up the glass of red wine in front of her, which had long since gone cold, and drank it all in one gulp. Then, she looked at Lin Chuan, her eyes, now ablaze with renewed madness, filled with a do-or-die frenzy. What do you want? She knew that since Lin Chuan was willing to tell her all this, he must have something in mind. Now, she has no bargaining power left. She was like a fish on a chopping board, completely at the mercy of others. Looking at her phoenix-like rebirth, Lin Chuan's eyes flashed with a hint of approval. No wonder she's a woman who can build a company from scratch. This kind of temperament is far beyond what a woman like Zhao Xiaoya can compare to. He enjoys dealing with intelligent people like that. He slowly leaned back in his chair, his posture becoming relaxed and comfortable. He looked at Su Wanqing and smiled. That smile was full of confidence that he was in control of everything. It's very simple. He stretched out two long, slender fingers. First, I want 30% of your company. Second. He watched as Su Wanqing's expression suddenly changed, and the smile on his lips deepened. I'll help you catch this mole. How about it? Is the deal done? Chapter 40, The traitor is exposed, Su Wanqing is shocked. Is the deal done? Lin Chuan's voice, though not loud, exploded like thunder in Su Wanqing's ears. Looking at the young man with a confident smile on his face, Su Wanqing felt a surge of emotions. An unprecedented and intense internal struggle was raging within her mind. 30% of the shares. That's almost a third of her company's empire. It was built up step by step through countless sleepless nights and countless cups of bitter coffee. Just like that, we're handing it over to someone else? She was not reconciled. But if she doesn't agree, what awaits her is the bankruptcy of the company and the destruction of all her hard work over the years. She can't afford to lose. More importantly, she looked into Lin Xuan's deep eyes, which seemed to see through everything. Her intuition told her that this man might actually be able to do everything he said he could. This is a high-stakes gamble. A high-stakes gamble, betting the future of her company and even her own life. On the other side of the gambling table was this mysterious and unpredictable man, whom she inexplicably trusted. I don't know how much time passed. Su Wanqing finally closed her eyes slowly. When she opened her eyes again, all hesitation and resentment had vanished without a trace from her beautiful eyes. Instead, it was replaced by a do-or-die, resolute determination. Good. She looked at Lin Xuan and said clearly, word by word. I promise you. I'll take the bet. The next day, at 9 o'clock in the morning. Jiangcheng CBD, Global Financial Center. Headquarters of Qingqing Beauty Group. Lin Xuan, dressed casually, entered the core area of the company under the personal guidance of Su Wanqing, the still beautiful but with a layer of frost on her pretty face. The company's interior design, dominated by white and gold tones, exudes a sense of style and sophistication. The employees coming and going are all well-dressed urban white-collar workers. Everyone is walking briskly with a professional smile on their face. The whole company is filled with an efficient yet tense elite atmosphere. When they saw their Ice Queen CEO, Miss Su, personally accompanying a handsome man who looked even younger than them as they walked into the company, all the employees wore expressions of gossip and curiosity. Oh my God, who is that guy? He's so handsome. I don't know. A new intern? No, wait, what kind of intern is qualified to be personally mentored by President Su? Could it be President Su's new boyfriend? Shu, keep your voice down. Are you out of your mind? Lin Xuan took in all the discussions, but his face remained expressionless. Are you nervous? He glanced at Su Wanqing beside him, whose knuckles were turning white as she gripped the folder, and asked with a smile. A little. Su Wanqing took a deep breath and nodded. Li Ming, he has been with me for 5 years. I still can't quite believe it. Betrayal often comes from those closest to us, Lin Xuan said calmly. You'll get used to it. The two of them made their way to the huge conference room on the top floor, which offered a panoramic view of the entire Huangpu River. The long table in the conference room was now full of people. These people are the core management personnel at the highest level of Qingqing Beauty. Marketing director, finance director, HR director. Each of them is an elite who can stand alone in the Jiangcheng business world. The first seat to Su Wanqing's left was a middle-aged man in his 30s who wore gold-rimmed glasses and looked very refined. He is Li Ming, the second in command and director of the RD department at Qingqing Beauty. When everyone saw Su Wanqing walk in with a strange young man, they all looked puzzled. Li Ming was the first to stand up, a gentle smile on his face, and asked with concern, President Su, did you not sleep well last night? You look so pale. Who is this? His words and actions were impeccable. No one could tell that he was a traitor who was about to plunge the company into the abyss. If it weren't for the system, even Lin Xuan would probably have been fooled by his loyal demeanor. Let me introduce it to you. Su Wanqing walked to the head of the table, her voice icy and devoid of any emotion. This is Mr. Lin Xuan. From today onwards, he will be our Qingqing Beauty, and he will also be my new shareholder and special consultant. These words shocked everyone present. Everyone stared at the excessively young Lin Xuan with eyes that looked as if they had seen a ghost. New shareholders? Special consultant? Are you kidding me? What right does a kid who hasn't even grown all his hair have? President Su. This isn't in accordance with the rules. Yes. Changes in the company's shareholding need to be discussed by the board of directors. Immediately, some people stood up to object. Although Li Ming didn't speak, his brows furrowed tightly, and a barely perceptible sense of vigilance and unease flashed in his eyes. My decision doesn't need to be explained to anyone. Su Wanqing said coldly, glancing around. Today, I called everyone here to announce something else. She glanced at Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan slowly stood up from his seat. He walked to the center of the conference room, his calm yet all-seeing eyes slowly sweeping over everyone present. Everyone whose gaze swept over him felt a chill run down their spine. Hello, everyone. Lin Xuan's voice, though not loud, was clear and reached everyone's ears. I have been entrusted by General Manager Su to conduct a comprehensive financial and information security audit of the company starting today. During the review process, we hope everyone will cooperate actively. Internal review. The moment those 4 words were uttered, the atmosphere in the conference room instantly changed. Everyone looked at each other, wondering what had happened to the company. Li Ming's face paled almost imperceptibly for a moment, although he quickly returned to normal. But this subtle change did not escape Lin Xuan's notice. In Lin Xuan's view, the panel above Li Ming's head was undergoing drastic changes. Name: Li Ming. Affection level: 30. Warning: hospitality. Current state: panic. Fear is desperately trying to mask the unease within. Panic level: 85. Extreme panic. Feigning calmness. The fish has taken the bait. Advisor Lin. Li Ming pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses and was the first to speak, trying to take the initiative. I'm not sure what aspect you mean by internal review. Is it related to finances, or is there some kind of problem? He wanted to muddy the waters. However, Lin Xuan completely ignored his challenge. Finance is only one aspect. Lin Xuan smiled, took something out of his pocket, and placed it on the conference table with a thud. It was a black, unremarkable USB drive. What interests me more is the other side. His gaze, though fixed on the USB drive, was as sharp as a hawk's, fixed intently on Li Ming's face. For example, it seems there's a mole in the company who likes to sell the company's core secrets for money. And this USB drive contains all the evidence of his transactions with Liren Group. Boom! These words were like a bombshell, exploding in the quiet conference room. Everyone's face showed shock and disbelief. A mole? They're even colluding with their arch-rival, the Liren Group? Is this real? When Li Ming heard the words USB flash drive and transaction evidence, his body stiffened abruptly. The color drained instantly from his feigned calm face. His panic level skyrocketed like a rocket. 90-95-99. Warning! The target's emotions are about to spiral out of control. But he is, after all, a seasoned veteran in the business world. After a brief moment of distraction, he managed to calm himself down. Advisor Lin, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want, he said righteously. This is a very serious accusation. Do you have any evidence? The evidence is right here, isn't it? Lin Xuan pointed to the USB drive on the table and smiled like a cunning fox. The meeting ended in an extremely strange atmosphere. Everyone left the meeting room with heavy hearts. Li Ming was the last to leave. As he walked to the door, he turned back and took a deep look at the black USB drive on the table. His eyes were filled with struggle and madness. After the meeting, in Su Wanqing's office. Lin Xuan, is there really evidence on your USB drive? Su Wanqing looked at Lin Xuan, still somewhat incredulous. Of course, no. Lin Xuan smiled and casually tossed the USB drive onto Su Wanqing's desk. Then what you just did? I was just bluffing him, Lin Xuan said casually, leaning back on the sofa. Thieves are always guilty. He won't know how much evidence we have, so he'll definitely try to destroy this evidence. Now, all we have to do is wait. Wait for him to walk right into our trap. Time passed, second by second. Su Wanqing sat in her office, feeling extremely uncomfortable. 1 hour. 2 hours. Just when she was about to lose patience, the door to her office was quietly pushed open a crack. A furtive figure slipped in. It was Li Ming. Feeling guilty, he looked around to make sure no one was in the office before rushing straight towards Su Wanqing's desk. His target was the black USB drive on the table. He wants to destroy the evidence. However, just as his hand was about to touch the USB drive, suddenly, all the lights in the office turned on with a snap. Li Ming's movements froze instantly. He turned around abruptly and saw a scene that terrified him. There it was, in the corner of the office. Lin Xuan and Su Wanqing stood there quietly, like 2 hunters waiting for their prey to fall into their net. Both of them wore cold, mocking smiles. Li Ming's body swayed. The briefcase in his hand fell to the ground with a thud. His face was ashen. He knew he was finished. Looking at this textbook example of luring the snake out of its hole and catching the turtle in a jar, I was struck by the scene before me. Su Wanqing slowly turned her head. She looked at the young man beside her who remained calm throughout, as if everything was under his control. In her beautiful eyes, all the wariness, curiosity, and doubt vanished completely at that moment. Instead, there was something indescribable that she herself couldn't explain. Shock, and a hint of something she herself hadn't even noticed. Worship. She looked at Lin Xuan, her red lips slightly parted, and asked softly in an almost dreamlike voice. How did you do that? Chapter 41 Zhao Xiaoya's tragic situation, begging for forgiveness. Night falls and the city lights come on. The food street in front of Jiangcheng University is busiest at this time of day. The smoky aroma of barbecue, the malty scent of beer, and the cheerful laughter of young students mingled together, creating a lively yet inexpensive atmosphere. Lin Xuan was sitting amidst this clamor at that moment. He declined Su Wanqing's expensive celebration banquet, and instead dragged Fatty Wang to a roadside food stall, where they ordered a bunch of kebabs and a few bottles of beer to enjoy this rare moment of leisure. For him, enjoying barbecue and chatting with his buddies is far more pleasant than sitting in a fancy Western restaurant listening to violin music while eating rare steak. Brother Chuan. Awesome. Fatty Wan was already flushed from drinking. He raised his beer bottle and slammed it against Lin Xuan's, making a loud bang. I've truly seen something amazing today. What does it mean to strategize and win battles from afar? Your performance in the meeting room today was even more divine than Zhuge Liang in the movies. He was also invited by Lin Xuan today and watched the entire spectacular ghost-catching drama unfold. His current adoration for Lin Xuan has reached an unprecedented, blind level. All right, stop flattering me. You've practically chilled my kidneys. Lin Xuan chuckled and scolded, then picked up a skewer of grilled chives and stuffed it into his mouth. He. Fatty Wang didn't mind taking a big gulp of beer and asked curiously, Brother Chuan, that beautiful female CEO, she seems to be interested in you? The way she looks at you, TSK, it's practically drooling. Just eat your skewers. Lin Xuan was too lazy to explain to him, there's so much food, but it can't shut you up. Ouch. Just then, Fatty Wang suddenly let out a strange cry and jumped up from his seat. Holy crap! It's so hot. It turned out that a waiter carrying a plate of dishes slipped and spilled the entire plate of piping hot shredded pork with garlic sauce right onto Fatty Wang's bare shirt. I'm so sorry. Guest, I didn't mean to. A woman's voice, filled with panic and apology, quickly rang out. Are you blind? Fatty Wang roared angrily as he grimaced and wiped the grease off his body with a tissue. Lin Xuan frowned, looked up, and prepared to say a few words. However, when he saw the face of the waiter who was at a loss and looked pale with fright, his movements froze instantly. It was a face he had once known intimately, but now felt utterly unfamiliar. Zhao Xiaoya. The Zhao Xiaoya before him was completely different from the beautiful and glamorous girl in his memory who always wore exquisite makeup. She was wearing a greasy, faded, cheap work uniform. Her hair was casually tied back with a rubber band, and a few strands of hair, yellowed from the cooking fumes, clung messily to her forehead. Without makeup, she looked somewhat sallow and haggard. Those eyes, which were once filled with pride and vanity, are now filled only with endless numbness and exhaustion. She clearly recognized Lin Xuan and Fatty Wang as well. She was completely stunned. The hand holding the empty plate began to tremble violently, uncontrollably. The color drained from his face in an instant. How, is it you? Her voice was barely audible, filled with embarrassment and fear. Fatty Wang was also stunned. He looked at the haggard and disheveled woman in front of him, and after a long while, he blurted out a few words in disbelief. Zhao Xiaoya? How did you get here? Zhao Xiaoya's lips trembled, and she couldn't utter a single word. Yes. How did she end up here? Shouldn't she be riding in Zhang Wei's BMW to the most upscale restaurant and eating the most expensive dinner? Shouldn't she be showing off her victory in front of all her classmates, carrying the latest Chanel bag? Ever since that public falling out with Zhang Wei at the library entrance, her life was like a roller coaster ride, plunging headlong into the abyss. Zhang Wei, that petty and vindictive man, immediately used his family connections to spread her glorious deeds throughout the school after breaking up with her. In no time, she became known throughout the school as a gold digger and a scheming bitch. Those so-called friends who used to surround her now avoid her like the plague. The final straw that broke her came when Zhang Wei's father, through some unknown means, managed to have her father, who worked in a public institution, suspended from his job. The family has completely lost its source of income. Her mother, Late Suohua, cried and cursed her for 3 days and 3 nights at home. The once glamorous beauty of the department has become a complete joke. To earn a living, she had to put aside all her pride and dignity and secretly run to the food street outside the school to find the hardest and most tiring job as a waitress. She thought that as long as she was careful, she wouldn't run into any acquaintances. But she never expected to encounter the man she had abandoned again here, in such a disheveled and wretched state. Lin Chuan. She looked at him, at his face, which was even more handsome and mature than before. Looking at his casual clothes, the brand of which I couldn't recognize, but which looked expensive, I noticed. Looking at his wrist, at the Patek Philippe watch that shimmered captivatingly under the light. Then look at my greasy work clothes and my hands covered in oil. An indescribable feeling of regret and jealousy, like a venomous snake, instantly devoured all her reason. Why? Why is this happening? Clearly, I should be the one who owns all of this. I should be the one sitting across from him, enjoying all of this. If she hadn't been so heartless back then. If. There are no what ifs. The immense psychological gap and the pain of being repeatedly battered by reality completely shattered her last remaining pitiful self-esteem at this moment. Wow. She could no longer hold back and threw the tray in her hands to the ground, squatted down, covered her face, and burst into tears. This sudden turn of events left both Lin Chuan and Fatty One completely bewildered. The surrounding diners all turned to look, wondering what had happened. Lin Chuan frowned. He didn't want to have any further entanglement with this woman in this place. Fatty, let's go. He stood up, ready to leave. However, in the instant he turned around, Zhao Xiaoya suddenly rushed over like a madwoman. Thump! A muffled thud. She actually knelt down in front of Lin Chuan, right in front of everyone. Then she grabbed Lin Chuan's leg and hugged him tightly. The entire food stall erupted in chaos. Everyone stared at the strange man and woman with expressions of utter disbelief. Lin Chuan's face instantly darkened. What are you doing? Lin Chuan. Zhao Xiaoya raised her tear-streaked face and cried out in an almost pleading, humble, and subservient tone. I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. I shouldn't have been so blinded by greed, I shouldn't have listened to my mother. Please forgive me. Give me another chance, okay? She cried as she clung tightly to Lin Chuan's leg, afraid he would run away. Her tearful, pitiful appearance drew sympathy from many people around her. Hey, this young man is so heartless. His girlfriend is kneeling down and he still won't forgive her? What hurdle is there that can't be overcome? Look how pitiful this girl is, crying like this. As Lin Chuan listened to the indiscriminate discussions and stares around him, his gaze grew increasingly cold. He looked at the woman at his feet, still putting on a dramatic performance, without a shred of pity in his heart. He knew she didn't really regret it. She simply regretted making the wrong choice. She simply wants to climb back onto her high branch after seeing her current glory. How tragic, and how laughable. Lin Chuan. Zhao Xiaoya's cries grew increasingly piercing. Her kneeling attracted even more onlookers. She clung to Lin Chuan's leg, sobbing uncontrollably, and screamed with all her might. Lin Chuan, I know I was wrong. Let's start over, okay? I don't want anything anymore. Chapter 42. Excuse me, who are you? Lin Chuan, I know I was wrong. Let's start over, okay? I don't want anything anymore. Zhao Xiaoya's cries were shrill, yet full of sincerity. That humble, almost shameful demeanor was enough to soften the heart of any man unaware of the truth. The diners watching from the sidelines began to look at Lin Chuan with increasingly hostile eyes. Hey, what's wrong with this young man? Is he heartless? That's right, we should be lenient when we can. Look how we've driven this girl to this state. Young people these days have no sense of responsibility whatsoever. Moral blackmail and public opinion pressure, like two invisible mountains, pressed down hard on Lin Chuan. If it were the old Lin Chuan, he would probably have been at a loss in the face of this situation, and might even have chosen to forgive out of a soft heart. However, now, Lin Chuan's face remained completely expressionless. His heart was as calm as a stagnant pool. He looked at the woman at his feet, still putting on a show, trying to gain sympathy and salvage everything with tears, and his eyes were filled with nothing but endless indifference. He didn't even bother to use the system on her again. Because it's no longer necessary. Trying to understand someone who has been completely seen through and erased from one's heart is simply a waste of time. He didn't say anything. He simply and slowly lifted his foot. Then, pull hard. That power, enhanced by the system, was something Zhao Xiaoya simply couldn't contend with. She felt as if the leg she was holding was an iron pillar, and an irresistible force came from it, causing her hands to be shaken away uncontrollably. Lin Chuan calmly withdrew his leg. Throughout the entire process, he didn't even look down at her once. It was as if what he was holding at his feet wasn't a living person with whom he had shared 3 years of affection, but rather a piece of disgusting dog poop that had been accidentally stuck to him. He turned around and walked towards the food stall owner, who was completely dumbfounded by the farcical scene unfolding before him. He took out a few red banknotes from his pocket and gently placed them on the greasy table. "Boss, check please." His voice, though not loud, was clearly heard by everyone in the noisy environment. Calm, yet filled with an undeniable sense of alienation. After saying that, he ignored everyone else, turned around, and prepared to leave this place of trouble with Fatty Wang, who was also in a daze. "Lin Chuan!" Just then, a scream filled with disbelief and a hint of despair rang out behind him. Zhao Xiaoya scrambled to her feet from the ground. She rushed forward and grabbed Lin Chuan's arm. "Lin Chuan! Stop right there!" She looked at Lin Chuan's cold profile, which showed not a trace of emotion, and her voice trembled. What do you mean by this? Didn't you hear me? I apologize. I beg for your forgiveness. Why aren't you reacting at all?" She couldn't understand it. She really couldn't understand it. Why has this man, who once cherished him and obeyed him in every way, become so cold and heartless today? Does he really have absolutely no feelings for the past? Lin Chuan finally stopped. He slowly turned his head. This was the first time tonight that he had looked at her properly. He looked at her face, streaked with tears, filled with resentment and bitterness. That look was no longer cold, no longer indifferent. Rather, it was a feeling, an extremely pure one, as if looking at a complete stranger. Confused. He looked Zhao Xiaoya up and down. His eyes seemed to be trying to recall where he had seen this woman before, whose behavior was somewhat erratic. Then, under Zhao Xiaoya's watchful gaze, her heart sank deeper and deeper into despair. He raised an eyebrow slightly, and slowly spoke, using a tone that was polite yet more hurtful and piercing than any vicious curse. "Excuse me. Mississippi. You've mistaken me for someone else, haven't you? Do I know you?" Boom! These words, like bolts of black lightning, struck Zhao Xiaoya's soul with devastating force. All her pretense, all her scheming, all her resentment, all her hopes, were shattered into pieces in that instant, leaving not even a trace. She was completely stunned. "My mind is completely blank. Don't you recognize me?" He said. He didn't recognize himself? How is this possible? This is even harder for her to accept than being directly scolded, hit, or humiliated. This is a fundamental, thorough, and complete negation. It's the most cruel way to completely erase her existence over the past 3 years, to ignore her. You. Zhao Xiaoya's lips trembled, and she couldn't utter a single word. Her body swayed. I felt as if all the strength in my body had been drained away in that instant. After saying those words, Lin Chuan never looked at her again. It felt as if speaking even a single word to her was a waste of one's life. He turned around and patted Fatty Wang on the shoulder, who was still in a daze. "Fatty, let's go." Oh. Wang Pengzi suddenly realized what was happening and quickly followed. The two of them, one after the other, slowly disappeared into the night under the gaze of countless shocked and complicated eyes. From beginning to end, Lin Chuan never looked back even once. It was as if the woman behind him was, to him, just a stranger he had met by chance. Thump! The moment Lin Chuan's figure completely disappeared around the street corner, Zhao Xiaoya could no longer hold on. Her legs gave way, and she collapsed onto the cold, oil-stained ground. There were no more tears on her face. All that remains is endless emptiness and despair. She knew she was finished. Completely finished. She lost. They lost badly, utterly, and completely. She lost the man who once loved her the most. She also lost the life that should have been hers, a life worth billions. The surrounding diners, witnessing the dramatic ending of what could only be described as the most outrageous soap opera of the year, exchanged bewildered glances and sighs. Those who had previously spoken out in defense of Zhao Xiaoya have now fallen silent. They finally understood. This is not some dramatic scene of a love-struck woman begging a heartless man. This is clearly the most thorough and ruthless severing a man makes of his shameful past. Sometimes the cruelest revenge is neither verbal abuse nor physical violence. Instead, they ignored it. Yes, I stand before you, yet you feel as if there is a world between us. Yes, I know you. And who are you? The food stall owner looked at Zhao Xiaoya, who was slumped on the ground, then at the few crisp banknotes on the table, sighed, and shook his head. He walked over to Zhao Xiaoya and squatted down. Girl. Get up. The ground is cold. Chapter 43. Zhang Wei's family went bankrupt. He deserved it. The black Maserati drove smoothly through the night. The atmosphere inside the car was completely different from when they arrived. Fatty Wang sat in the passenger seat, his face full of sighs and emotions, muttering to himself. Sigh, I never expected Zhao Xiaoya would turn out like this. Back then, she was the most beautiful girl in our department. The men who pursued her could line up from the dormitory to the school gate. She was such a glamorous and proud person back then. How long has it been? And he's already fallen so low. Brother Chuan, to be honest, that I don't know you move you just made was too ruthless. It was practically a psychological attack. But it was so fucking satisfying. As he spoke, he became excited again. Clearly, the epic face slapping scene just now brought a great shock and a sense of satisfaction to his simple worldview. Lin Chuan drove without responding. He listened quietly, his gaze fixed on the phone screen on the center console. The screen is displaying the latest local financial news from Jiangcheng. He was no longer moved by Zhao Xiaoya's fate. Is it pitiful? Maybe. But that was the path she chose herself. From the moment she decided to treat relationships as a transaction, she should have anticipated that one day she would become the one being traded and abandoned. Those who reap what they sow will not live. Lin Chuan's gaze swept quickly across the headlines of the financial news articles. The stock price of the Qiao Group rose against the market trend today, possibly indicating a major positive news. With the bidding for the prime land project in the south of the city imminent, who will emerge victorious, the Zhao Group or the Qiao Group? Jiangcheng Zhang's building materials has suffered a broken capital chain, experiencing 3 consecutive days of limit-down trading and facing delisting. When he saw the last news headline, Lin Chuan raised an eyebrow slightly. Zhang's building materials? Isn't that Zhang Wei's company? He clicked on the news article. The news article was written in great detail. The gist of the story is that Zhang's Group, a relatively well-known building materials company in Jiangcheng, suffered a complete break in its cash flow due to reckless expansion and failed investments. The company has been in arrears with its employees' wages for 3 months and with suppliers' payments of tens of millions of yuan. Currently, the company has filed for bankruptcy liquidation with the court. Several photos were also included below the news article. One photo shows the main gate of the Zhang Group blocked by a group of workers holding banners and demanding their wages. One of the photos shows Zhang Wei's father, the once spirited middle-aged man at various business parties, now surrounded by a group of reporters at the courthouse entrance, his hair turned white overnight from worry. What Lin Chuan found most ironic was the last photo. The subject of the photo is Zhang Wei. That rich kid who used to drive a BMW Z4 and flaunt his wealth in front of him. At this moment, he was being beaten and kicked by a group of menacing-looking creditors in a dark alley. He was curled up on the ground, covering his head, covered in dirt, and with blood at the corner of his mouth. His disheveled, dog-like appearance stood in stark and ironic contrast to his previous arrogant and domineering demeanor. Oh. Lin Chuan looked at the photo, a cold smile curving his lips. That's truly gratifying. Brother Chuan, what are you looking at? Why are you laughing so happily? Fatty Wang curiously came over. When he saw the news and photos on his phone, his chubby face instantly filled with shock and schadenfreude. Holy crap! Zhang Wei's family went bankrupt? Ha 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 ha. Serves him right. He fucking deserves it. Retribution. This is retribution. Fatty Wang was so excited he almost danced around in the car. Clearly, he harbored a long-standing grudge against Zhang Wei, his former rival in love. Now let's see how arrogant he can be. Driving a BMW? He'll probably be driving a tricycle tomorrow. Lin Chuan smiled but didn't say anything. He silently issued the instructions to the system in his mind. System, conduct an in-depth analysis of the core reasons for the Zhang Group's bankruptcy. Command received, retrieving relevant data for you. Analysis complete. Key intelligence, the Zhang Group's bankruptcy was ostensibly due to its chairman's poor decision-making and failed investments. However, the final straw that broke the camel's back came from the Zhao Group's drastic measures to undermine its foundation. Detailed intelligence, Zhao Jiangwo, chairman of the Zhao Group, verbally promised to inject 50 million yuan into the Zhang Group to help it overcome its difficulties. However, just 3 days ago, in order to concentrate all funds on targeting the Zhao Group's Changnan project, Zhao Jiangwo unilaterally broke the agreement and withdrew this lifeline. This led to the complete collapse of the Zhang Group. After reading this intelligence report, Lin Chuan's eyes became playful. I see. That's interesting. In order to deal with the Zhao family, the Zhao family kicked away the Zhang family, who was originally a relatively loyal ally. Zhang Wei, the loyal dog of the Zhao family, was ultimately nothing more than a pawn that could be sacrificed at any time. Zhao Xiaoya abandoned Lin Chuan in order to climb the social ladder by marrying Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei, however, fell from grace and into the mire because of the Zhao family's betrayal. One link leads to another. All the causes and effects in this world seem to form a perfect closed loop in the dark. It's not that retribution won't come, it's just that the time hasn't arrived yet. Now, the time has come. Sigh, what a pity, Fatty Wang sighed from the side. With Zhang Wei's family gone, Zhao Xiaoya, that gold digger, has lost her last backer. I reckon she's kicking herself right now. Upon hearing this, Lin Chuan simply smiled faintly. Whether it's green or not, what does it have to do with him? From the moment he decided to break up, those people and those events all became passers-by in his life. Whether he was dead or alive, whether he was sad or happy, nothing could stir a ripple in his heart anymore. Having resolved these old grudges, Lin Chuan felt his mind had become much clearer. When your mind is clear and open, the road ahead will be smooth and easy. He looked out the car window at the dazzling city nightscape rushing past. A thought suddenly arose in my mind. He's rich now. They've gained the strength. It was time to do something he had long wanted to do but had never been able to. He slowly stepped on the brakes. A black Maserati was parked on the side of the road. He turned his head and looked at Fatty Wang, who was still gloating. On his face, he showed an unprecedentedly gentle smile. Fatty. Ha? What's up, brother Chuan? Come with me, home. Chapter 44 Buying a House for Parents, Returning Home in Glory. Lin Chuan's home is in an old community called Hongxing Community in Jiangcheng. This is the family housing allocated to workers by a state-owned factory in the 1980s. Red brick walls, cement floors, narrow stairwells, and peeling paint. The air is always filled with the aroma of food and the stale smell of time. Lin Chuan grew up here. When that black Maserati GT, so out of place with its surroundings, slowly drove into this neighborhood full of the marks of time, the entire neighborhood instantly erupted in excitement. An elderly man sunbathing downstairs, an uncle playing chess, an aunt chatting, children playing. All eyes were immediately drawn to the supercar that looked like it had just stepped out of a science fiction movie. Holy crap! What kind of car is that? It's so cool. Maserati. The Triton logo. This car costs at least $1 million or $2 million. Whose house is this? So rich. Is there some super rich person hiding in our neighborhood? Discussions rose and fell. Under the watchful eyes of countless curious and envious gazes, the car door opened. Lin Chuan got out of the driver's seat. Ogawa? It's Lin Chuan, the son of the Lin family? Among the crowd, an elderly woman named Zhang, who was picking vegetables, was the first to recognize him and let out an incredulous exclamation. That shout was like lighting a powder keg. The entire neighborhood was in an uproar. What? It's that kid Lin Chuan? No way. Don't we know his family's situation? Where would he get the money to buy a car like that? Could it be rented? These young people nowadays just love to put on a show. Lin Chuan ignored the complicated gazes and discussions around him. He simply looked up quietly at the fifth-floor window, the one he knew all too well, with white sheets hanging on the balcony. That was his home. He took a deep breath and, leading the still bewildered Fatty Wang, walked into the familiar apartment building, whose hallways were piled with clutter. Knock, knock, knock. Lin Chuan knocked on the door. Who is it? From inside the door came a gentle, slightly weary female voice. The door was opened. The person who opened the door was Lin Chuan's mother, Wang Xiulan. She was dressed in simple home clothes, with an apron tied around her waist, and even holding a spatula in her hand. She was clearly cooking. When he saw his son standing at the door, who was more handsome and mature than before, Wang Xiulan was taken aback at first, then a surprised smile appeared on her face. Xiao Chuan. Why are you back? You didn't even call ahead. I wanted to give you and Dad a surprise. Lin Chuan smiled and gave his mother a big hug. You silly child, Wang Xiulan said playfully, but wrinkles appeared at the corners of her eyes as she smiled. Come in, it's hot outside. And who is this? Her gaze fell on Fatty Wang, who looked somewhat flustered and at a loss behind Lin Chuan. Mom, this is my roommate, Wang Hao. You can just call him Fatty. Hello, uncle and aunt. Fatty Wang bowed quickly, as nervous as if he were meeting his homeroom teacher. Oh, it's Xiao Chuan's classmate. Come in and sit down, Wang Xiulan greeted him warmly. Lin Chuan's father, Lin Jiangwo, also came out from the inner room upon hearing the noise. He was a typical, honest, and hard-working worker. She was not good with words, but her love for her son was as deep as a mountain. Dad, Lin Chuan called out. Yes, I'm back. Lin Jiangwo nodded, a rare smile appearing on his face. He poured Wang Pangzi a glass of water, and then walked over to Lin Chuan and patted him on the shoulder. You've lost weight. Those two simple words inexplicably brought tears to Lin Chuan's eyes. Dad, Mom. Lin Chuan took a deep breath. He knew that what was about to happen might have a huge impact on his two parents, who had lived a simple and honest life. But he had to do it. I struck it rich. He uttered these words in the most indifferent tone he could muster, a statement that could drive anyone mad. Really? Lin Jiangwo and Wang Xiulan were both stunned. They looked at each other, their eyes filled with doubt and a hint of barely perceptible worry. Xiao Chuan, what nonsense are you talking about? Wang Xiulan's first reaction was disbelief. Where would a student like you get money? You didn't do something illegal outside, did you? Her voice was trembling with tears. Although Lin Jiangwo didn't speak, his tightly furrowed brows revealed his inner unease. Lin Chuan felt a warmth in his heart when he saw his parents' worried and frightened expressions, but he also felt a little amused and exasperated. He knew he had to give them a reasonable explanation. He took a document out of his backpack. That was a completely legal and compliant share certificate of the Qingqing Beauty Group, which he had already asked Su Wanqing to prepare for him. Above, in black and white, was written his name, Lin Chuan, and the 30% stake he held. He also produced an asset appraisal report issued by Jiangqing's top law firm. The market value of his 30% stake was clearly assessed above. 1. An astronomical figure that would suffocate any working-class family. Dad, Mom. Lin Chuan handed the documents to them. These are the shares I received from investing in a company using my own professional knowledge. All of this is legal and compliant. Not only have I not broken the law, I'm also starting a business. Lin Jiangwo and Wang Xiulan, although they couldn't understand those complicated documents. But when they saw that long list of zeros on the asset appraisal report, which they couldn't even count, they were shocked. They were completely dumbfounded. They stared blankly at Lin Chuan, then at the documents in their hands, feeling as if they were dreaming. His own son. He became a billionaire? Let's go. Just as the elderly couple were still reeling from the immense shock, Lin Chuan, however, took their hands. Where are we going? Wang Xiulan asked instinctively. Let's go to a new home. Lin Chuan didn't say much. He simply pulled his still bewildered parents and Wang Pangzi downstairs. When Lin Jiangwo and Wang Xiulan saw the supercar downstairs, it looked like it had stepped out of a science fiction movie. They were stunned once again. Lin Chuan helped his dazed parents into the car. Then, he stepped on the gas. The black Maserati sped away, leaving all the neighbors in the neighborhood in awe and envy. Half an hour later, the car stopped at the entrance of Cloud Top Palace, the most upscale detached villa area in Jiangcheng. Every villa here is worth a fortune. It's a place in Jiangcheng where only the true upper class can afford to live. Lin Chuan, accompanied by his parents, entered a villa with the best location and the most expansive view, led by a beautiful sales manager who had been waiting there. A spacious 500 square meter, 3-story house with its own private garden and swimming pool. The decor is luxurious to the extreme. Lin Jiangwo and Wang Xiulan had never seen such a beautiful house in their entire lives. They stood there in the bathroom, which was big enough to be their living room, completely at a loss, not even knowing where to put their feet. Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin. The beautiful sales manager respectfully handed a purchase contract to Lin Chuan. If there are no problems, you can sign it here. Lin Chuan didn't even look at it, picked up the pen, and signed his name on it. Then, he took out his bank card. Swipe your card. Full payment. Drop. When the POS machine printed out the purchase receipt that read 20 million. The beautiful sales manager's gaze towards Lin Chuan was practically drooling. Lin Jiangmo and Wang Xiulan felt as if their hearts were about to stop beating. 20 million. That's it, gone? Until that brand new, red property certificate bearing their names was handed to them. They finally felt a sense of reality. Looking at her name on the property certificate, Wang Xiulan's eyes, which had been filled with hardship for half her life, instantly reddened. She could no longer hold back, and hugged her husband, bursting into tears of joy. Old Lin, we have a new home, we have a villa. Lin Jiangmo, a man who had been strong his whole life, also had tears in his eyes at this moment. He looked at his son, the son who had grown up and could support them, and a smile of immense satisfaction and pride appeared on his face. Standing to the side, watching this heartwarming scene, Fatty Wan was filled with emotion. He knew that this, perhaps, was the ultimate meaning of all men's lifelong struggles. While the family of three was immersed in joy, Wang Xiulan's cell phone suddenly rang. She wiped away her tears, took out her phone, and saw that it was her younger brother, Lin Chuan's uncle, calling. She pressed the answer button and turned on speakerphone. On the other end of the phone, a loud voice filled with boasting and a sense of superiority immediately came through. Hey! Sis! Where are you? Don't cook dinner tonight. The whole family is going to Fu Manlu. It's on me. I have some amazing news to share. My son, Jia, has made it big. He's been hired by a Fortune 500 company. His annual salary is 1 million. Tonight, we absolutely have to celebrate. You absolutely must come. Oh, and invite Xiao Chuan too, let him share in the joy and learn a thing or two from his successful cousin. Chapter 45 The True Colors of Relatives. My son earns 1 million yuan annually. 7 p.m., Humanlu Hotel. A well-known, long-established restaurant in Zhangcheng. The largest private room, the Emperor's Hall, was filled with laughter and lively chatter. Lin Chuan's uncle, Wang Jiangwo, sat in the main seat with a radiant face, receiving praise and compliments from a group of relatives. Oh my, brother, you're so lucky. Jia is such a promising kid. Exactly. $1 million annual salary. And from a Fortune 500 company. That's the first of its kind in our Wang family. Now, my elder brother and sister-in-law have finally made it through the tough times. They can just relax and enjoy their retirement. Surrounded by the crowd, Lin Chuan's cousin, Wang Jia, had a face full of smugness and arrogance. Today, he specially wore a newly bought Armani suit, and on his wrist was a newly acquired Longines watch. He exuded a sense of superiority as an elite. Not at all, Wang Jiangwo said modestly, but his chubby face beamed like a blooming chrysanthemum, his eyes narrowing into slits. Our son, Jia, is just lucky. He has never had to worry about his studies since he was a child, unlike some kids who only grow tall but don't grow smart. As he spoke, he glanced meaningfully toward the doorway. Just then, the door to the private room was pushed open. Lin Chuan, along with his parents, walked in. The once lively private room fell silent for a moment. All eyes immediately turned to the family of three. Then, the lively atmosphere returned to normal. However, no one else came up to greet them. They seemed like three uninvited outsiders. Lin Chuan's parents both looked somewhat embarrassed. They were all honest and law-abiding people, and they had never seen such a scene of being openly ignored. Sis, brother-in-law, you're here? Wang Jiangwo then slowly stood up from his seat, a forced smile on his face. I thought you weren't coming. How could that be? Jia has made something of himself. As his aunt and uncle, we definitely have to come and congratulate him, Wang Xiulan quickly said. Yes, please sit down. Wang Jiangwo casually pointed to the two empty seats at the very back of the table. That attitude was as if they were dismissing two beggars. Lin Chuan frowned slightly. His parents' faces burned with embarrassment. But in order not to spoil the atmosphere, they held back and pulled Lin Chuan to sit down at the end of the table. The food and drinks were served quickly. A group of relatives surrounded Wang Jiangwo and his son once again, and began a new round of flattery. Lin Chuan and his group's table, however, was deserted and no one paid any attention to them. Come on everyone. Quiet down. After a few rounds of drinks, Wang Jiangwo stood up, holding his wine glass. He cleared his throat and, in a tone befitting a leader, spoke loudly. The main reason I've invited everyone here today is to celebrate the bright future of our Ajia. An annual salary of 1 million may not seem like much, but it's certainly among the highest in our family. As a father, I'm proud to have this. As he spoke, he deliberately stuck out his beer belly. Therefore, I've made my decision. This meal is on me. Everyone, enjoy your meal and drinks. Good. A burst of enthusiastic applause and cheers immediately erupted in the private room. Big Brother is generous. Ah, Jia is so successful. Big Brother is going to enjoy the good life with him. Wang Jiangwo was very pleased with the feeling of being admired. He took a big gulp of wine and then turned his gaze to the Lin Chuan family in the corner. His eyes, filled with a sense of superiority, lingered on Lin Chuan. Xiao Chuan, he said sarcastically, you'll be graduating soon, right? How's the job search going? They've arrived. Lin Chuan sneered inwardly. He knew that the main event of the day was finally about to begin. Not yet, Lin Chuan replied calmly. Still haven't found someone? Wang Jiangwo feigned surprise, raising his voice. That won't do. Look at your cousin, he's only 2 years older than you, and now he's already a social elite earning $1 million a year. As the younger brother, you can't fall too far behind. His aunt, a middle-aged woman with curly hair and thick foundation, chimed in. That's right, Xiao Chuan. You may be a bit more handsome than your brother, but these days, being handsome doesn't put food on the table. A man needs to have a career and be capable to be reliable. Look at your brother, he just bought an Audi S6 in cash last week. Next month, we're planning to buy him a 3-bedroom apartment in the city center as his wedding home. That's what it means to be a winner in life. Every word she spoke felt like a knife stabbing into Lin Chuan's parents' hearts. Lin Jiangwo and Wang Xiulan both looked embarrassed and lowered their heads, remaining silent. And the relatives around them were all opportunists. Upon seeing this, some people immediately followed suit, openly and subtly belittling Lin Chuan. Well, if you ask me, studying hard is the only real thing. No matter how handsome you are, without a good education and a good job, it's all for nothing. Who can argue with that? Look at Jia, a Master graduate from a 985 university. His starting point is different from others. Which university is Xiao Chuan from again? Oh, Jiangcheng University, just an ordinary second-tier university. Sigh, no wonder. These words, though spoken softly, were like needles, piercing the hearts of Lin Chuan's parents. They felt as if their faces were being pressed to the ground and rubbed repeatedly by these relatives. Looking at the embarrassed state of Lin Chuan's parents, Wang Jiangwo felt a surge of secret pleasure. That's exactly the effect he wanted. He wanted everyone to see that he, Wang Jiangwo, was the most successful person in the family. Lin Jiangwo was nothing more than a supporting character, a mere foil. He feigned a benevolent act of "I'm doing this for your own good," but finally, his true colors were revealed. He looked at Lin Chuan and sighed insincerely. Xiao Chuan. I don't think you'll find a better job anytime soon. How about, we do this? Have your brother pull some strings and get you a position at his company? Although I can't compare to him, I can still make 7,000 or 8,000 a month without any problem. That's enough for you to barely make a living in Jiangcheng. How about it? He looked at Lin Chuan with a condescending smile on his face. Should we thank your brother? The entire private room fell silent instantly. All eyes were on Lin Chuan, waiting to see his reaction. In their eyes, this was already an immense favor from Wang Jiangwo. Lin Chuan had no choice but to accept it with gratitude. However, Lin Chuan smiled. He put down his chopsticks and looked up. A hint of amusement flickered in those calm, deep eyes. He looked at his uncle, who was still smugly pleased with himself, and slowly began to speak. The sound, though not loud, reached everyone's ears clearly. Uncle. Annual salary of 1 million. A lot? Chapter 46, he brandished the car keys, and the entire room fell silent. Uncle. Annual salary of 1 million. A lot? When Lin Chuan's light-hearted rhetorical question, full of Versailles implications, rang out in the quiet private room. Everyone was stunned. Immediately, a burst of suppressed, mocking laughter echoed throughout the private room. Ha ha ha. Did I hear that right? What did this kid say? He said, $1 million annual salary, is that a lot? Ha ha ha, that cracked me up. Is he crazy? How dare a poor student who can't even find a job say such big things? I think he's been traumatized and his brain has been damaged. The relatives looked at Lin Chuan as if he were a clown. Lin Chuan's parents were so anxious that their faces turned pale. Wang Xiulan quickly tugged at Lin Chuan's sleeve under the table, signaling him to stop talking nonsense. After a brief moment of astonishment, Lin Chuan's uncle, Wang Jiangwo, revealed a sneer of utter contempt on his face. He looked at Lin Chuan, shook his head, and said in a condescending tone, as if lecturing a junior. Xiao Chuan, I know you're young, impetuous, and concerned about your image. However, one must be down to earth in life. Bragging won't solve anything. An annual salary of 1 million might be a height you can never reach in your lifetime. But for your cousin, it's just a starting point. His cousin, Wang Jie, standing beside him, arrogantly pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses, a contemptuous smile curving his lips. He didn't even bother to say a word to Lin Chuan, a lower-class person. In his view, that was simply lowering one's own status. However, despite the room full of sarcastic remarks, Lin Chuan showed no embarrassment or anger. He just looked at them calmly. That look was as if he were looking at a group of self-righteous, yet foolish and ridiculous frogs in a well. He smiled and offered no further explanation. Because he knew. When dealing with this kind of person, any words are futile. Only the most direct and blunt facts can shut them up completely. He slowly reached out and put his hand into his pocket. Then, under the gazes of everyone filled with doubt and mockery, he pulled out a key. A black car key with a unique, high-tech design. He didn't say another word. He casually tossed the key onto the glass turntable in front of him with a thud. The crisp sound brought the private room to a moment of silence. Everyone's eyes fell on the car key that stood out starkly against the surrounding cups, plates, and bowls. In the center of the key, a silver, trident-shaped logo gleams with a cold yet captivating luster under the light. Most of my relatives don't recognize this car logo. They just thought the key was quite unique. TCH, I thought they were going to pull out some treasure, but it turns out it's just a broken key. What brand is this car? A Cherry King? Ha 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 ha. However, there was one person present whom I knew. That is Wang Jie, who calls himself a social elite and has a deep understanding of various luxury brands. The moment he saw the Trident logo, the arrogance and disdain on his face froze instantly. His pupils suddenly contracted. My body, uncontrollably, leaned slightly forward. He stared intently at the car key, the one he dreamed of owning but could never afford. A Maserati? He gasped in shock, his voice becoming shrill and off-key from extreme astonishment. What? Maserati? Upon hearing this name, the private room instantly fell into a deathly silence. Although most of the people present had never seen a Maserati in person. But they had heard of this resounding name before. That's the legendary top-of-the-line luxury sports car. It's on par with Ferrari and Lamborghini. Any one of them costs over $1 million. How is this possible? How could Lin Chuan, that poor kid, possibly have a Maserati Tila's car key? Yeah. You must have seen wrong? Wang Jiangwo panicked and stammered, then, could it be fake? Or a lighter? No, Dad. Wang Jie's voice trembled. That logo, that design, it's definitely the key to a Maserati GT. There's no mistake. This car, even the lowest trim level costs over $2 million. Boom. More than $2 million. This number, like a depth charge, exploded in the minds of all the relatives. Everyone was stunned. Everyone was dumbfounded, their jaws dropped, and they wondered if there was something wrong with their ears. A car worth over $2 million? What kind of international joke is this? Their proud prodigy Wang Jie, who earns $1 million annual salary, drives an Audi S6 worth only a little over 400,000 yuan. And Lin Chuan, whom they considered a poor wretch and a good-for-nothing, actually. While everyone was still in a state of extreme shock and doubt, unable to extricate themselves, Lin Chuan then slowly took out another string of things from another pocket. It was a string of keys that looked heavier and more complex. Above it, there was also a smart access card. He remained silent. He casually tossed the bunch of keys onto the table with a thud. It was lying next to the Maserati car keys. Then, he raised his head and looked at his parents, who were also in a daze, and a gentle smile appeared on his face. Dad, Mom. I forgot to tell you. This is our home, our new address in Heavenly Palace on the clouds. Everyone, feel free to come visit us anytime you have time. Heavenly Palace on the clouds. If the Maserati they saw earlier only shocked them. Now, the 4 words Heavenly Palace on the clouds are enough to make them tremble with fear. That's the most exclusive detached villa area in Zhangcheng. It's a place that only the truly powerful, wealthy, and famous can afford to live in. Each villa inside is said to start at 8 figures. He actually bought a house there? Wang Jie's expression was beyond just looking ugly. That was a scene of utter desolation. He stared at the 2 bunches of keys on the table, which seemed to be burning his eyes, and felt his soul trembling. His so-called annual salary of 1 million, his so-called Audi A6, his so-called 3-bedroom apartment in the city center. Compared to their Maserati and Hentaying Highlands villas? It's a complete joke. What a huge joke. Jie Wang Jiangwo was completely dumbfounded. He swallowed hard and asked in a trembling voice with a sob in his voice, "Then how much does that Cloud Palace house cost?" Wang Jie's lips trembled, and he moved for a long time. Finally, he managed to squeeze out a few hoarse words from his throat. The penthouse, at least, 20 million. Boom! This time, it was truly a thunderous event. The entire private room was deathly silent. You could hear a pin drop. All the relatives were frozen in place, as if under a spell. Everyone stared intently at the excessively young man, who had remained calm throughout, as if he were a monster. Gods! The smiles on the faces of Lin Chuan's uncle Wang Jiangwo and his smug aunt froze completely. That expression was worse than if he had swallowed 10 pounds of flies. Especially when they recalled the things they had just said, things that humiliated Lin Chuan and praised their own son. Their faces burned, as if they had been branded repeatedly with a red-hot iron a dozen times. They wished they could find a crack in the ground and disappear right now. Lin Chuan's parents, Lin Jiangwo and Wang Xiulan, straightened their backs the moment Lin Chuan took out the key. They looked at their son, who seemed so calm and in control. Then I looked at the relatives around me, their expressions of shock as if they had seen a ghost. An unprecedented feeling of triumph and immense pride welled up within me. Looking at her younger brother, who had completely lost his mind, Wang Xiulan smiled brightly. "Oh, Jiangwo. Didn't you just say you were going to introduce Xiaochuan to a job? Monthly salary, 8,000, right?" Chapter 47 Policewoman Yi Qingmei, An Unexpected Encounter. That family gathering, which could be described as an epic face-slapping scene, ended with Lin Chuan's uncle's family fleeing in disarray. From then on, Lin Chuan finally had complete peace and quiet. No more relatives dared to point fingers at him. After the initial shock and disbelief, his parents finally accepted the fact that their son had made something of himself. They moved into that $20 million mansion, and their daily routine consisted of figuring out which garden to water the flowers in or which pool to soak their feet in. They retired early and enjoyed a blissful retirement. With all his worries resolved, Lin Chuan's life returned to normal. His daily life is simple, yet fulfilling. During the day, he spent time with Xiao Muxue in the library, enjoying their time together. Their relationship blossomed rapidly amidst this ordinary yet heartwarming daily life. Although, the final layer of paper has not yet been broken. But anyone with eyes can see that they are a couple that is a done deal. At night, Lin Chuan transforms into the young stone god, dominating the stone gambling arena. In just a few days, the balance in his card skyrocketed, from over 100 million to 300 million. The speed at which they make money is beyond terrifying. It's simply a miracle. That evening, Lin Chuan had just finished a day of shopping spree, netting over 30 million yuan, and was driving his Maserati back to school. To avoid the congested city center during the evening rush hour, he specifically chose a relatively secluded riverside path. This road has few cars, few people, and beautiful scenery. Lin Chuan opened the car window, enjoying the evening breeze, feeling incredibly relaxed. However, just as he rounded a bend, suddenly, blinding red and blue police lights illuminated the scene ahead. Several police cars were parked across the middle of the road, forming a temporary checkpoint. A dozen uniformed police officers were using breathalyzers to check passing vehicles one by one. Are there nighttime drunk driving checks? Lin Chuan muttered something to himself, but didn't pay it any mind. Although he had just come from a dinner party, he did not drink a drop of alcohol during the meal. He slowly brought the car to a stop in front of the checkpoint. A figure walked towards his car. That was a policewoman. A policewoman who is dashing and has a hot body that makes it hard to look away. She wore a crisp blue police uniform that perfectly accentuated her curvaceous, devilish figure. Her neat short hair added a touch of heroism to her already delicate oval face. Especially his eyes, bright and sharp, like a falcon soaring in the sky, full of aggression. She walked to Lin Chuan's car window, reached out, and gently knocked. Lin Chuan rolled down the car window. A faint, pleasant scent, a mixture of shampoo and sweat, and a hint of female hormones, wafted in. "Hello, police officer, routine check." The policewoman's voice, like her eyes, was cold and imposing, filled with an unquestionable authority. She held a breathalyzer in her hand and handed it to Lin Chuan. "Blow it." Looking at the stunningly beautiful policewoman in front of him, Lin Chuan couldn't help but sigh in admiration. He cooperated by blowing a breath into the testing device. 0 no alcohol consumption. The testing device emitted a normal beep. The policewoman glanced at the data and nodded. She should have just let them pass. However, the moment her gaze inadvertently met Lin Chuan's deep, star-like eyes, her movements paused almost imperceptibly. A hint of amazement, which she herself was unaware of, flashed in her sharp eyes, which had seen countless people. So handsome. Moreover, he's not the effeminate, pretty boy type of handsome. Rather, it's a kind of handsome that's full of masculinity and carries a touch of mystery, making it hard to forget once you see it. Ding! New evaluable target detected. Name, Yi Qingmei. Position, newly recruited policewoman, Criminal Investigation Detachment, Jiangcheng Public Security Bureau. Affection level, 10 slight admiration professional caution. Current status, ongoing mission, highly focused. The system notification sounded quietly in Lin Chuan's mind. Yi Qingmei? The name is quite nice. Is it all right, officer? Lin Chuan asked with a smile, looking at her slightly dazed appearance. Cough. Yi Qingmei snapped out of her daze and realized that she had been staring at a man, completely mesmerized. An unnatural blush instantly spread across her already fair and pretty face. To cover her embarrassment, she immediately put on a stern face and her voice became even colder. Driver's license, vehicle registration, show me. Lin Chuan felt somewhat helpless. Why is this woman so angry and embarrassed? He did as instructed, took out his identification from the storage box, and handed it over. Yi Qingmei took the document, opened it, and pretended to carefully check it. However, at that very moment, not far away, in a dark alley, suddenly, a woman's shrill scream and cry for help rang out. Robbery! Robbery! Not good! Yi Qingmei's expression changed instantly. She didn't even have time to return her ID to Lin Chuan before she turned around abruptly and rushed towards the alley entrance. She had just rushed to the alley entrance. A man wearing a black hoodie and a mask rushed out from inside like a madman. In his hand, he also held a dagger that gleamed with a cold light. Stop! Police! Yi Qingmei shouted sharply, and at the same time, she drew her sidearm from her waist. However, the robber was clearly a repeat offender. When he saw the police, he was not afraid at all. Instead, a crazy and ruthless glint flashed in his eyes. Instead of surrendering, he suddenly turned around and ran in another direction. His speed is extremely fast. Moreover, the route they took was extremely tricky. They deliberately go into places with obstacles and corners. Clearly, he was very familiar with the terrain in this area. Don't move! Yi Qingmei fired a warning shot, but the robbers ignored it. She gritted her teeth and immediately chased after him. A thrilling chase between police and criminals unfolded in the dead of night on a riverside path. Yi Qingmei's physical fitness is excellent. No wonder she's a criminal investigator. But the robber was like a slippery eel, incredibly agile. He weaved left and right, leaping and bounding, and several times he narrowly escaped Yi Qingmei's pursuit. He was about to run into the reeds by the river. Once he gets inside, catching him will be incredibly difficult. Yi Qingmei was extremely anxious. And at this critical moment, whoosh! A very faint sound, like something cutting through the air, suddenly rang out in the silent night. Immediately afterwards, ah! A blood-curdling scream, like a pig being slaughtered, burst forth from the mouth of the fleeing robber ahead. His body, which was running at high speed, suddenly froze. Then, with a thump, he felt as if he had been slammed hard on his knee by an invisible hammer, and fell face first into the dirt in a pathetic state. The dagger in his hand also flew out and went far away. He clutched his right knee, rolling and groaning in agony on the ground. Yi Qingmei was completely bewildered by this sudden turn of events. She stood there, stunned, momentarily forgetting to react. What's going on here? Could it be that this kid ran too fast and got a cramp? Instinctively, she ran towards the direction where the robber had fallen. When she ran to the robber, subdued him, and handcuffed him. Only then, under the blinding light of the police car headlights, did she see clearly the robber's constantly groaning pain in his right knee. Sure enough, embedded there was a small, inconspicuous one. Cobblestone. Yi Qingmei's pupils suddenly contracted. She slowly raised her head. Stiffly, he turned around. Their shocked and incredulous gazes were directed at the Maserati owner, who had stood still the entire time, without even moving an inch. Lin Chuan. At this moment, he was slowly retracting his right hand, which was still in the flicking finger position. A faint, harmless smile graced his face. He looked at Yi Qingmei with an expression as if he had seen a ghost, then innocently shrugged. Police officer. Sorry, my hand slipped just now. Chapter 48. I can solve this case in 3 minutes. Did you accidentally slip your hand? Looking at Lin Chuan's innocent and harmless expression, Yi Qingmei's lips twitched uncontrollably. Accidental slip of the hand? You call this a slip of the hand? At a distance of at least 30 meters, in the dim light of night, a small pebble was used to precisely strike the kneecap of a robber who was running at high speed. Is this something you could accidentally do? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? This is practically the kind of finger-flicking skill that only appears in martial arts novels. Yi Qingmei looked at Lin Chuan, her sharp eyes filled with shock, curiosity, and a strong, professional vigilance. She was certain that the man in front of her was definitely not as simple as he appeared to be, just an ordinary college student. He must be hiding some secret. Mr. Lin Chuan, is that right? Yi Qingmei took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. She picked up the driver's license, still wet from the rain, glanced at it, and then gave Lin Chuan a professional, emotionless smile. Your actions just now constitute intentional injury. Although the target is a criminal suspect. But, as an eyewitness and a key participant in the case, I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you to come back to the station with me to make a statement. Half an hour later, at the Jiangcheng City Public Security Bureau, Criminal Investigation Detachment. For the first time in his life, Lin Chuan sat in this place filled with a solemn and dignified atmosphere. However, he wasn't sitting in the interrogation room, but rather in the brightly lit, oppressive office of the Criminal Investigation Team. Yi Qingmei was personally taking his statement. Name? Lin Chuan. Age? 22. Profession? Jiangcheng University, senior student. Who taught you that flying stone to injure people skill just now? Yi Qingmei finally couldn't help but ask the question she most wanted to know. I learned it on my own, Lin Chuan replied without batting an eye. I've loved shooting birds with pebbles since I was little, that's how I learned it. Yi Qingmei. I don't believe you. She strongly suspected that this guy was insulting her intelligence. But she couldn't find any fault with it. Just as she was about to continue questioning, the office door was pushed open with a bang. A male police officer who looked to be in his 30s, with a tired face and dark circles under his eyes, rushed in a great hurry. Boss. It's no use. We still don't have a single clue. He wailed at a middle-aged man in the office who was silently smoking. The middle-aged man referred to as boss as Li Jian, the captain of the Criminal Investigation Detachment. Upon hearing this, he irritably stubbed out his cigarette in the ashtray and cursed. Damn it! A bunch of good-for-nothings. Keep searching. Even if we have to turn the entire Jiangcheng upside down, we have to find those rats. The entire office was instantly shrouded in gloom and despair. Everyone had panda eyes and their faces were filled with "I'm so done with life." Clearly, they had encountered something extremely difficult a case. Lin Chuan sat in the corner, not intending to meddle in other people's business. But his hearing is excellent. In addition, the office was covered with case analysis diagrams and photos. He doesn't want to listen, he doesn't want to see, and nothing works. Ding! A large amount of fragmented case information has been detected. Information integration in progress. Data analysis in progress. Logical reasoning in progress. Case model successfully created. The system notification sounded quietly in his mind. In an instant, the entire ins and outs of this thorny case, the causes and consequences, and even the detailed information about the murderer, appeared clearly in his mind, like a movie. It turns out that a series of high IQ burglaries have recently occurred in Zhangcheng. The method of the crime was extremely clever. They specifically target wealthy neighborhoods with tight security. Without prying open doors or smashing windows, they could enter as if it were their own territory. No fingerprints or footprints were left at the scene. Surveillance always seems to just happen to fail at the most critical moment. The police investigated for more than half a month, but they still didn't know anything about the other party, such as whether they were male or female, tall or short. It's like they've rubbed the face of the entire Jiangcheng police force into the ground repeatedly. Well. Looking at her colleagues' worried faces, Yi Qingmei couldn't help but sigh. She rubbed her temples, which were aching from staying up late for so long, and her face was filled with a sense of helplessness. Just then, a calm voice, even tinged with curiosity, rang in her ears. Did you get things going in the wrong direction from the very beginning? Yi Qingmei was taken aback. She turned around and saw Lin Xuan looking at her with an innocent expression. What do you mean? She frowned. It seems like you guys have been investigating this case as if it were a lone wolf crime, right? Lin Xuan said, pointing to the suspect's portrait on the wall with a big question mark on it. Isn't that right? A young police officer couldn't help but interject. All the traces at the scene point to only one person. No. Lin Xuan shook his head, uttering a startling statement. This wasn't done by one person alone. This is a high-tech criminal gang with a clear division of labor and excellent teamwork. The moment these words were spoken, the entire office fell silent. All eyes immediately turned to Lin Xuan. His eyes were filled with doubt, confusion, and a hint of displeasure. How dare an amateur, a student, stand here and boss around these professional criminal police officers? Isn't this like showing off one's limited skills before an expert? Young man, Captain Li Jian stubbed out his cigarette, stood up, looked at Lin Xuan, and said in a somewhat impolite tone, "Do you know what you're saying?" Of course. Lin Xuan nodded, not intimidated at all. He stood up, walked to the whiteboard covered with photos and clues, and drew several circles on it with his finger. You see, in every case, the victims only lose small, high-value jewelry and cash. This shows that the other side's objective is extremely clear, and they will not linger in battle. Furthermore, each time, the community's surveillance cameras would experience signal interference within 10 minutes before and after the incident. Anyone who can do this is definitely a top-notch hacker. And then there's that lock-picking king who can silently infiltrate any security system. One was responsible for planning and scouting, one for technical support, and one for carrying out the theft. This is at least a 3-person gang. Lin Xuan's analysis was well-reasoned, supported by evidence, and clearly organized. This left all the detectives present stunned. They had considered the possibility of it being a group crime. But because the traces at the scene were so clean, it was as if there was only one person there. Therefore, they subconsciously ruled out this option. Now, after Lin Xuan's prompting, they suddenly realized that they seemed to have really gotten stuck in a rut. Even if you're right. Yi Qingmei was still somewhat unconvinced. So what? We can't even catch a glimpse of them. Does it matter whether there are 3 people or 30? Of course there is a difference. Lin Xuan smiled. He looked at Yi Qingmei's stubborn face and slowly uttered a sentence that was enough to petrify everyone present. Because the mastermind behind this gang. It's in Building B of the Sunshine community that you just checked. What? Team leader Li Jian was the first to gasp in shock. Sunshine community. That's the place they just thoroughly searched yesterday. In the end, nothing was gained. How could he possibly? Impossible, the young officer retorted again. Yesterday, we thoroughly investigated every household in Building B. We knew exactly how many people were in his family and how many dogs he owned. There were absolutely no suspicious individuals. Yeah? A mysterious smile appeared on Lin Xuan's face. He looked at the group of Jiangcheng's elite criminal police officers who were completely bewildered by him, and slowly held up 3 fingers. Don't believe me? Right now, I can tell you the mastermind's name, appearance, and even his profession. I can even tell you whose house they're planning to rob next. Give me 3 minutes. He looked at Yi Qingmei, his deep eyes filled with absolute confidence. I'll help you solve the case. Chapter 49 Detective Lin Xuan? Yi Qingmei's curiosity. Give me 3 minutes. I'll help you solve the case. Lin Xuan's voice wasn't loud, but it was like a depth charge dropped on a calm lake. The entire office fell into a deathly silence instantly. All the criminal police officers stared intently at Lin Xuan, as if he were a madman, a psychopath, or an alien. 3 minutes? Solved the case? Solve an S-level serial theft case that had plagued their entire criminal investigation team for more than half a month without any progress? This is fucking. Is this a myth? Nonsense. Captain Li Jian was the first to react, slamming his fist on the table and roaring. This is the criminal investigation team. Not a place for you to play house. Xiao Yi. Take this arrogant brat out of here. He was driven almost insane by this case. And now, there's this brat who dares to make fun of him here. That's practically walking into the line of fire. Captain. Wait. However, this time, it was Yi Qingmei who spoke. She blocked Li Jian's path, her sharp eyes flashing with an extremely complex light. She looked at Lin Xuan, at his calm face, which even carried a hint of a smile. The scene that happened not long ago on the riverside path involuntarily came to mind. That pebble, as if it had eyes, struck the robber's knee with unparalleled precision. Her intuition told her so. The man in front of me might really not be joking. Captain, Yi Qingmei took a deep breath and said in an unprecedentedly solemn tone, "Let him give it a try." What? Li Jian looked at his most prized subordinate in disbelief. Xiao Yi. Are you crazy? You're going to join him in this nonsense? I'm not being ridiculous. Yi Qingmei shook her head, her eyes filled with unwavering determination. Captain, we're at our wits' end, aren't we? If that's the case, why not give it a try? Let's just consider it a last resort. Li Jian looked at Yi Qingmei's unyielding expression, then glanced at Lin Xuan beside her, who looked completely calm and collected. He fell silent. Yes. We've reached a dead end. For this case, they have been working through the night for half a month straight, trying every possible method. In the end, nothing was gained. Pressure from superiors, pressure from the media, pressure from citizens, like three mountains, weighing them down, making it hard for them to breathe. Since that's the case. Good. Li Jian gritted his teeth, as if he had made up his mind. He stared intently at Lin Xuan and squeezed out a few words through gritted teeth. Kid. I'll give you 3 minutes. If you can give me a clear explanation, I, Li Jian, will salute and apologize to you in front of everyone. But if you dare to spout nonsense and make fun of us here. His eyes instantly turned icy cold. I promise you'll have a national day you'll never forget while you're in detention. Can. Lin Xuan smiled faintly, completely unconcerned. He walked to the whiteboard and picked up a marker. All eyes in the office were on him. Everyone wanted to see what kind of tricks this incredibly arrogant young man could pull off. Lin Xuan did not speak immediately. He simply closed his eyes. In his mind, the system had already integrated all the clues and generated an incredibly clear 3D crime model. The three suspects' portraits, resumes, criminal records, even the detailed routes of each of their crimes and the records of how they divided the loot were all clearly presented before his eyes. 3 seconds later. Lin Xuan opened his eyes. Those deep eyes gleamed with an all-knowing wisdom. He turned around, looked at the group of elite criminal police officers in front of him who were still waiting to see him make a fool of himself, and slowly began to speak. The sound, though not loud, was like a heavy hammer, striking each person's heart again and again. The mastermind is Zhang Tao. Male, 35 years old, 1.75 meters tall, medium build, a local of Jiangchang. Occupation, resident of apartment 1204, Building B, Sunshine Community, a seemingly ordinary food delivery worker. What? A food delivery driver? A gasp of surprise rang out from the crowd. They did check a delivery driver yesterday, but because of his profession and simple clothing, they subconsciously overlooked him. Lin Xuan ignored their shock and continued in his unhurried yet chilling tone. The gang member number 2, nicknamed Ghost Hand, is actually named Li Si. Male, 42 years old, a lot-picking thief with a long criminal record, responsible for carrying out the thefts. His current hiding place is in room 302 of the Peace Hotel in the west of the city. Group member number 3, nicknamed Ghost, real name Chen Mo. Male, 25 years old, top hacker, responsible for interfering with surveillance and erasing traces. He is the one you've been looking for, the one who once hacked into the Skynet system, the wanted criminal. His current IP address is on the second floor of Starry Sky Internet Cafe, in Area A, on machine number 17. One after another, names, addresses, and information, so precise they were outrageous, slowly spilled from Lin Chuan's mouth. The entire office was deathly silent. All the detectives were frozen in place, as if they had been frozen in place by a spell. Their faces were filled with an expression of horror that was even greater than seeing a ghost. Especially Captain Li Jian, and that young police officer who was always dissatisfied. They felt as if every hair on their body stood on end at that moment. Because of the information Lin Chuan provided. Some of these details were extremely difficult to uncover, requiring tremendous effort. They were top secret, unknown to anyone in the entire branch. But this young man in front of me. He actually. Knowing it like the back of your hand? This guy, is he even human? This guy is practically a detective. No. Even the best detective isn't as amazing as him. This is simply amazing. What are you all standing there for? Lin Chuan frowned as he looked at the group of police officers in front of him, who were completely dumbfounded. Why aren't the police out there to arrest them? Oh. Li Jian then suddenly realized what was happening. He forgot all about being shocked, slapped his thigh hard, and roared hysterically at his men. Action. Act now. Group 1, go to Sunshine Residential Area. Group 2, go to Pingyan Hotel. Group 3, go to Starry Sky Internet Cafe. Hurry up. Get the hell out of here. The entire criminal investigation team instantly sprang into action, like a war machine wound up and running at full speed. The sirens wailed out. Lin Chuan, on the other hand, was invited by Yi Qingmei to the captain's office for tea. Less than an hour. The office door was pushed open with a bang. Li Jian and the squad leaders who led the arrest team rushed in, their faces beaming like victorious generals. Their faces were filled with uncontrollable ecstasy and excitement. Got them. Got them all. Caught red-handed. Not a single one escaped. Captain. We found a large amount of stolen goods in Zhang Tao's house. It matches the list of stolen items perfectly. That ghost hand tried to escape by jumping out of the window when we cornered him in the hotel, but we caught him on the spot. And that hacker. When we stormed into the internet cafe, he was still playing Minesweeper. His computer was full of evidence of their plans for the next crime. Good news keeps coming. The entire criminal investigation team was in an uproar. The nightmare that had plagued them for over half a month actually disappeared within just 1 hour. The case has been perfectly solved. The way all the criminal police officers looked at Lin Chuan completely changed. It was a gaze filled with worship and awe, as if looking at a god, a Buddha, or a living bodhisattva. Team leader Li Jian was so excited that his face turned bright red. He rushed to Lin Chuan and, without saying a word, snapped a crisp military salute. Mr. Lin Chuan. I, Li Jian, apologize to you for my previous rudeness and offense. You are the real, brilliant detective. Lin Chuan looked at his excited expression, as if he wanted to kowtow to him on the spot, smiled faintly, and accepted it calmly. And just then, Yi Qingmei, who had been standing silently to the side the whole time, slowly walked over. She looked at Lin Chuan, her sharp, bright, and beautiful eyes filled with a curious light more dazzling than the stars in the universe. She walked up to Lin Chuan and, for the first time, removed that cold mask, revealing a genuine, radiant smile that could outshine all the flowers. She slowly reached out her hand. Let's get to know each other again. My name is Yi Qingmei. How did you do that? Lin Chuan looked at her fair and delicate hand, smiled, and reached out to gently shake hers. It is warm and soft. Ding. Host behavior detected, causing a huge psychological impact on the target Yi Qingmei. Target's favorability has increased significantly. Yi Qingmei, favorability rating, 60 strong curiosity admiration. Chapter 50 Qiao Muxue is jealous, and the consequences are serious. Because of his outstanding contribution in assisting the police in solving an S-level major case, Lin Chuan not only earned the respect and friendship of all members of the Jiangcheng Criminal Police Detachment, but was also forcibly awarded a banner by Captain Li Jian that read Outstanding Citizen, Light of the Police Force. Of course, the most important takeaway is he added policewoman Yi Qingmei on WeChat. As she left the police station, this dashing policewoman surprisingly took out her phone, something that had never happened before. Detective Lin, she looked at Lin Chuan, her beautiful eyes sparkling with admiration and curiosity. In the future, if you ever need any assistance from the police, you can come directly to me. Of course, if you have any cases you can't solve, you can come and discuss them with me anytime. She blushed a little at her own words. Why would someone like him, a super detective who can solve an S-level case in 3 minutes, come to discuss his case? Isn't this like showing off your skills in front of Guan Yu? However, Lin Chuan didn't pay any attention to it. He smiled, took out his phone, and added her on WeChat. After all, having more friends means having more options. In particular, this friend is a beautiful policewoman who wields power. The next day, at the library. It was still that quiet corner by the window. Lin Chuan and Xiao Muxue sat facing each other as usual, each looking at the book in front of them. Sunlight streamed through the glass window, casting long shadows on the two of them. The atmosphere was quiet and beautiful. However, this beautiful moment was quickly shattered by a sudden vibration from a cell phone. It's Lin Chuan's phone. He picked it up and saw it was a WeChat message. The sender was a new friend whose contact name was Officer Yi. Yi Qingmei, good morning, Detective Lin. Grinning face. Yi Qingmei, to thank you for your timely help yesterday, our Captain Li has decided to treat you to dinner this weekend. You can choose the place, please do come. Lin Chuan couldn't help but smile as he read the text message filled with enthusiasm and gratitude. It seems that Captain Li has been completely won over by me. He was just about to reply with okay. Suddenly, he sensed that something was off about the atmosphere around him. A faint, icy chill, carrying a hint of murderous intent, was quietly approaching him from the opposite direction. Lin Chuan suddenly looked up. He noticed that Xiao Muxue, who was sitting opposite him, had put down her book at some point. Her eyes, which should have been clear and bright, were now fixed intently on his phone screen, without blinking. His eyes were filled with inquiry, vigilance, and a hint of barely perceptible grievance. Lin Chuan's heart skipped a beat. Broken. Forgot about this young lady, she's still sitting right across from us. Cough. Lin Chuan coughed lightly, feeling a little embarrassed, and prepared to put his phone away. However, it was too late. Xiao Muxue's little radar has been fully activated, beeping loudly. She slowly extended a slender, jade-like finger. Her fingertip touched Lin Chuan's phone screen, on the WeChat profile picture of the dashing man in a police uniform. Who is she? Xiao Muxue's voice was not loud, but it was as cold as a cold current blowing from Siberia. Lin Chuan felt as if the temperature of the air around him had dropped several degrees in an instant. A friend. A bead of cold sweat appeared on Lin Chuan's forehead. Didn't I tell you last night? She assisted the police in solving a case. She's that policewoman. He tried to explain it in the simplest and most direct way. However, he clearly underestimated the complexity of a woman's thinking when she is jealous. Friend? Xiao Muxue raised an eyebrow, a dangerous glint flashing in her clear, cold eyes. What kind of friend would call you great detective? Still using that grinning expression? He even took the initiative to ask you out to dinner? A series of probing questions left Lin Chuan completely bewildered. He felt like a prisoner being interrogated. On the other side, Xiao Muxue transformed into a detective who was even more perceptive and terrifying than Yi Qingmei. No, let me explain. I won't listen. Xiao Muxue interrupted him directly. Her movements were fluid and graceful. Click on the profile picture to enter moments. Completed in one go. Yi Qingmei's WeChat moments are very clean. Most of them are forwarded articles, containing popular science knowledge about crime prevention. However, the top post was her update from last night. It was a selfie of her wearing a police uniform. In the photo, she looks dashing and sharp-eyed, with a faint, genuine smile on her lips. The accompanying text was just a short sentence. Today, I met a very interesting person. Moon. When you see this photo and this suggestive statement, Xiao Muxue's pretty face, which was already expressionless, instantly fell over. It's completely collapsed. She expressionlessly pushed the phone back in front of Lin Chuan. Then, she remained silent. Just like that, quietly, I watched him. That look in his eyes was as calm as a stagnant pool. Yet, Lin Chuan felt as if he were being relentlessly targeted by a prehistoric beast about to go berserk. My entire body was covered in goosebumps. I really have nothing between us. Lin Chuan felt his mouth was about to tremble. We're just ordinary friends. Pure, platonic friendship. Oh, Xiao Muxue replied indifferently. You won't believe me. I swear. Oh. Yesterday was an accident. I did them a favor, and they did it to thank me. Oh. No matter how Lin Chuan explained it, Xiao Muxue only had one word to say. Oh. That unyielding, aloof attitude was even more unbearable for him than arguing with him. Lin Chuan was completely at a loss. Looking at Xiao Mushue's pretty face, which was almost frozen, he felt his head was about to explode. He would rather fight 10 armed robbers than face this jealous iceberg in front of him again. Just as he was racking his brains, thinking about how to break the deadlock, Xiao Muxue suddenly made a move. She slowly stood up from her seat. Then, she picked up her book, turned around and left without saying a word. That figure was resolute, and filled with the murderous aura of "you're finished." Hey! Where are you going? Lin Chuan was also anxious and quickly stood up to chase after him. It's none of your business, Xiao Muxue said coldly without turning her head. No, let me explain. There's nothing to explain. Go have dinner with your officer Yi. I hope you enjoy your meal. After saying that, she quickened her pace, leaving Lin Chuan far behind. Lin Chuan looked at her adorable back view, which was puffed up with a hint of temper even as she walked, and felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. He knew that this time, he had really stepped on a landmine. This was the first time the two of them had a disagreement since they got together. He watched Xiao Mushue's retreating figure and sighed helplessly. Then, he quickly caught up with them. We have no choice but to pursue it. If we don't appease them, the consequences will be severe. Mu Shui. Wait for me. Slow down. I swear. I really don't know her at all. Chapter 51 Final Exam, the God of Learning possesses him. As it turns out, the consequences of a woman getting angry can be quite serious. Especially jealous women. Lin Chuan went to great lengths, buying bags and flowers, swearing oaths, and even signing a series of unequal treaties. For example, you are not allowed to have female friends on WeChat who are not your acquaintances. For example, you are not allowed to answer any calls from women after 10 p.m. For example, if you encounter a hero saves the damsel in distress situation again, you must report it to the organization immediately. After paying a series of painful prices, he finally managed to calm down Xiao Muxue, who was on the verge of erupting like a volcano. Although the process was very tortuous. But the result was gratifying. After this battle, their relationship actually became even closer. Although Xiao Muxue didn't say it, the intense, possessive feeling in her clear, cold eyes when she looked at Lin Chuan was impossible to hide. Lin Chuan, however, found it quite pleasant. Peaceful and sweet days always fly by. Before we knew it, it was the end of June. Jiangcheng University is about to witness the last major event of this semester. Final exams. This was also the last final exam for Lin Chuan and his classmates during their university careers. The completion of the exams signifies the imminent end of their 4-year university life. The entire campus was filled with a tense and oppressive atmosphere of exam preparation. Even Fatty Wang, who usually loves excitement, has become unusually eager to cram, spending his days studying classical Chinese texts with great enthusiasm. Lin Chuan, however, remained as calm and composed as ever. We should accompany Xiao Muxue to the library, and go to the library. If you need to go to the jade gambling market to buy some jade, then go and buy some. There was absolutely no self-awareness whatsoever in a candidate about to face the death trap of graduation. This also caused dissatisfaction among some people in the class. In particular, there's Li Hao, the top student and class monitor. Li Hao, true to his name, is handsome and talented, and his academic performance has consistently ranked first in the entire department. He was a model student in the eyes of his teachers and the other people's child in the eyes of his classmates. He had always secretly loved Zhao Xiaoya. In his view, only someone as outstanding as him was worthy of a beauty like Zhao Xiaoya, the most beautiful girl in the department. Lin Chuan, on the other hand, was nothing more than a penniless good-for-nothing who was handsome. He had disliked Lin Chuan for a long time. Previously, Lin Chuan had been gloating for several days after Zhao Xiaoya dumped him. Unexpectedly, not long after, this guy hooked up with Xiao Muxue, who was even more exquisite and harder to pursue than Zhao Xiaoya. Moreover, he even drives a Maserati. This made Li Hao feel extremely unbalanced. On what grounds? He couldn't understand how this guy, who was good for nothing except his looks, could win the favor of two school beauties at the same time. After much thought, he could only come to one conclusion. Lin Chuan is just a gigolo who got to the top by spending money. The money he used to buy the Maserati must have come from Xiao Muxue. Li Hao despised this kind of gigolo who lived off women from the bottom of his heart. So, at the last class meeting before the exam, he finally couldn't hold back anymore. Students, there are only 3 days left until the most important exam of our university life. Li Hao stood on the podium, delivering a pre-exam pep talk as the class's academic representative. I hope everyone will take this seriously, give it their best, and bring our 4 years of university life to a perfect close. Certainly. As he spoke, he abruptly changed the subject, his eyes, filled with a sense of superiority, glancing meaningfully at Lin Xuan, who was sitting in the last row of the classroom. Some students may not care about these things. After all, he's rich now, he owns luxury cars, and he has a girlfriend who's the most beautiful girl in school. What's a mere exam compared to that? However, I still want to remind this student here. His voice suddenly rose, filled with undisguised sarcasm. A university diploma cannot be bought with money. If you don't study hard and only focus on dating, you'll fail your courses and not get your diploma. That would be a laughingstock. As soon as he said this, all the students' eyes immediately focused on Lin Xuan. Everyone could tell that Li Hao was indirectly criticizing Lin Xuan and openly provoking him. Lin Xuan, who had been resting with his eyes closed, slowly opened them upon hearing this. He looked at Li Hao on the podium, who had a smug look on his face and was waiting to see him make a fool of himself, and his brows furrowed slightly. But that's all. He couldn't even be bothered to say another word to this arrogant guy. Because it's unnecessary. Summer insects cannot be discussed with ice. Arguing with an idiot who lives in his own world will only lower your own standards. However, Lin Xuan wanted to settle things peacefully. The system in his mind, however, refused to cooperate. Ding! The host is being openly challenged by a top student. Hidden quest triggered the glory of academic excellence. Task name, the glory of top students. Task description, in this final exam, defeat the target Li Hao with overwhelming superiority and obtain the hidden title of academic god. Mission rewards, intelligence attribute plus 10, system points plus 1000. Accept the mission? Lin Xuan's gaze changed instantly. Intelligence attribute plus 10? 1000 points left? This reward is quite interesting. He glanced at Li Hao, who was still smugly standing on the podium, and a playful smile appeared on his lips. Originally, I didn't want to lower myself to the level of someone as insignificant as you. But you insist on delivering yourself to our doorstep, becoming a training dummy. Well then, don't blame me for being impolite. Accept. Lin Xuan silently recited in his heart. Task accepted. Best wishes for your exam. From that moment on, Lin Xuan is serious. That night, he neither went to gamble on stones nor accompanied Xiao Mushui. He came to the library alone. He borrowed all the textbooks for his major courses from his 4 years of university, textbooks that were as thick as bricks, and piled them in front of him. That mountain of books was enough to intimidate even the worst student. However, there was no fear on Lin Xuan's face. He simply, slowly, reached out and opened the first book. System. Activate learning mode. Learning mode is now activated. Memory boosted by 1000%. Comprehension skills increased by 1000%. Logical analysis ability increased by 1000%. In an instant, Lin Xuan felt as if his brain had transformed into a supercomputer with unlimited computing power. The dry, boring texts and complex, profound formulas that he saw seemed to come alive at this moment. He is no longer reading. Instead, it's in the scanning. His gaze swept rapidly across the pages of the book. Read 10 lines at a glance, and remember everything you see. All the knowledge points, all the key points, and all the difficult points were being absorbed, understood, and mastered by him at an incredible speed. One night. Just one night. When the morning sun shone through the window the next day, it shone on his slightly tired, yet surprisingly bright eyes. That mountain of books had been completely devoured by him. All the knowledge he gained during his 4 years of university has been firmly etched into his mind. He is now even confident that he can discuss the future development direction of design aesthetics with the professor who teaches the course. 3 days later, the final exams officially began. Lin Xuan and Li Hao were assigned to the same examination room. Li Hao sat in the first row, looking confident and composed. Lin Xuan, on the other hand, remained as calm and collected as ever, sitting in the last row by the window. The exam bell rang. The moment the exam papers were handed out, Li Hao frowned slightly. This time, the questions were a bit difficult. Several of the challenging questions went beyond the scope of the textbook and required extremely strong logical thinking and knowledge reserves. However, this is perfect for him, a top student. The more difficult the questions, the more you can widen the gap between yourself and those who are academically weak. He sneered and glanced at Lin Chuan in the last row. In his opinion, given Lin Chuan's level, he probably wouldn't even be able to understand the questions on this test paper. Failing the course is a certainty. Li Hao stopped thinking about it and began to write furiously. On the other side, Lin Chuan received the test paper and only glanced at it briefly. Then he smiled. That's too easy. It's like doing kindergarten math problems. He picked up a pen, too lazy to even use draft paper. Swish, swish, swish. For a moment, the only sound in the quiet examination room was the rapid scribbling of his pen across the exam paper. It flowed smoothly and was completed in one go, without the slightest pause or hesitation. Even the proctors couldn't help but glance at him a few more times, their eyes filled with surprise. The exam lasted an hour and a half. Lin Chuan only took less than an hour. When he finished writing the last punctuation mark, he stood up and handed the exam paper to the proctor. Then, under the shocked and incredulous gazes of everyone, he walked out of the examination room with an air of nonchalance. Li Hao stared in surprise at his departing figure, which was more than half an hour early. Immediately, a disdainful smile appeared on his face, as if to say, I knew it. Ha, a bad student, just a bad student. I definitely can't do it, I've already submitted a blank paper. Just wait and see how I'll humiliate you at graduation. Chapter 52. Dare to bet with me on my grades? I'll make you cry from the shock. Design Department Class of 202X WeChat Group. At this moment, a heated argument has erupted because of one person's statement. Li Hao, at Lin Chuan. Li Hao, finished the exam? How did it go? Li Hao, I heard you handed in your paper half an hour early again today. That's impressive, pretty cool. Li Hao, I just don't know if he really knows how to do it, or if he submitted a blank paper. Smirk. Li Hao sent several messages in a row, each one filled with undisguised sarcasm and provocation. He had just finished his last exam and felt that he had performed better than ever before. In his view, this time, the top spot in the entire department was once again his for the taking. Lin Chuan, who was so arrogant and dared to challenge him in class, is definitely going to fail this time. Now, he wants to strike while the iron is hot and completely crush Lin Chuan under his feet. He wants to ruin Lin Chuan's reputation. The group chat instantly became lively. Wang Ponzi, at Li Hao, are you fucking sick? The exam is over, so what are you doing being sarcastic here? Class monitor Chen Jing, at Li Hao, we're classmates, so say less. Zhao Xiaoya's follower Lu Li, isn't what Brother Hao said true? Some people only know how to drive sports cars and chase girls all day long. When do they have time to study? I think it's a miracle he didn't fail this time. I roll. Li Hao, at Wang Pingzi, what's wrong with me just showing concern for my classmate? Did I say something wrong? If Lin Chuan is really capable, I'll admire him for handing in his paper early. But if he handed in a blank paper and is still showing off, then don't blame me for looking down on him. Li Hao's words were righteous and eloquent, instantly resonating with many academic high achievers. They had long been annoyed by Lin Chuan, this life winner who didn't study but relied solely on his looks and money to woo the school beauty. Exactly. Studying is a student's primary responsibility. I support Brother Hao. I can't stand these good-for-nothing rich kids. Let's wait for the results and see how he cries. The crowd was indignant. Wang Pengzi was so angry that he yelled loudly in the dormitory. Damn it! These idiots! Are they just bored and have nothing better to do? He was so anxious that he stomped his feet as he looked at Lin Chuan, who hadn't said a word the whole time, just staring at his phone screen with a slight smile on his face. Brother Chuan! Say something. This bastard's practically shitting on your neck, and you're still going to put up with it? Tolerate? Lin Chuan smiled. He put down his phone, stretched, and looked at Fatty Wang with an expression as if he were looking at an idiot. When did you come to the misconception that I would tolerate this? Ha! Fatty Wang was taken aback. Just then, in the class group chat, the profile picture that had remained silent finally started moving. Lin Chuan, at Li Hao. Lin Chuan, what are you trying to say? Seeing Lin Chuan finally reply, a smug smile appeared on Li Hao's face. The fish has taken the bait. Li Hao, it's nothing, I just wanted to play a game with you. Li Hao, do you dare to make a bet with us on the final exam results? Betting on results? The moment these words were spoken, the entire class group chat erupted in excitement. All the students who were diving were blown out. Holy crap! They're going all in? Brother, how is awesome! This is practically a public execution. This is going to be a good show. A top student versus a super rich tycoon. A battle of the century. When Fatty Wang saw this, he also became anxious. Brother Chuan, don't be impulsive. This bastard is obviously setting you up. That Li Hao guy is a monster who gets the national scholarship every year. Comparing your grades with his is practically suicide. Let's not compete with him. Let's compete by spending money. Let's piss him off. However, Lin Chuan seemed not to have heard his advice. Tap your finger lightly on the screen. Lin Chuan, how do you want to bet? Seeing that Lin Chuan had actually accepted the challenge, Li Hao was overjoyed. He knew he was destined to win. This is exactly the effect he wanted. He wanted to tear off Lin Chuan's hypocritical and arrogant mask in front of everyone. Li Hao, it's very simple. Li Hao, let's bet on who gets a higher total score in this final exam. Li Hao, if I lose, Li Hao, will admit in front of the entire school that I am inferior in skill. And from this day forward, I will avoid you, Lin Chuan, whenever I see you. This bet is incredibly ruthless. For someone like Li Hao, who values the dignity of being a top student more than his own life, this was practically a gamble with everything he had. What if you win? One classmate couldn't help but ask. A cruel smile appeared on Li Hao's face. Li Hao, if I win. Li Hao, I don't want Lin Chuan's money, I just want him to go on stage next week at the graduation ceremony in front of thousands of teachers and students and personally admit it. Li Hao, he is an ignorant and incompetent fool who only knows how to rely on women. Boom! The moment this bet was announced, the entire class group chat exploded. Everyone was completely stunned by Li Hao's bet, which could be described as killing someone by destroying their spirit. That's too ruthless. That's fucking ruthless. If they lose, how will Lin Chuan ever be able to face Jiangcheng University again? This is practically trying to kill him. Li Hao, don't you fucking go too far. Fatty Wang was so angry that he cursed loudly in the group chat. That's right. Li Hao, we're all classmates, there's no need to be so harsh, is there? Class monitor Chen Jing also stepped in to smooth things over. Even some of the students who were just watching the excitement felt that Li Hao had gone a bit too far this time. However, Li Hao showed no sign of stopping. Li Hao, what? Scared? Li Hao, at Lin Chuan, where did that arrogance go? You're scared now? Li Hao, if you don't dare, that's fine too. Just apologize to me in the group now, admit that you're a terrible student, and this matter will be over. He wanted to use this method to force Lin Chuan to submit. He wanted to force Lin Chuan to choose between public execution and publicly admitting defeat. No matter which one he chooses, Lin Chuan will lose all face. Everyone's heart was in their throat. All eyes were focused on the profile picture that had remained silent since the beginning. They were waiting for Lin Chuan's choice. In their view, Lin Chuan had no other way out but to admit defeat. After all, no one would believe that a lazy, unambitious student could outperform a top student who consistently tops the rankings. This was a complete and utterly crushing defeat, with no suspense whatsoever. Fatty Wang was also in the dormitory, pacing anxiously. Brother Chuan, don't agree to him. Absolutely don't agree to him. We're not going to put up with this. At worst, we'll just quit school. However, Lin Chuan smiled. He looked at Li Hao, who was still smugly looking at him on the phone screen, and a trace of pity flashed in his calm eyes, as if he were looking at a dead man. There's a path to heaven, but you don't take it. Hell has no gates, yet you insist on barging in. Since you're so eager to die, then, I will grant your wish. He picked up his phone and slowly typed 2 words in the chat box. Then, click send. In an instant, the entire class group chat was deathly silent. Everyone who saw those 2 words froze in place, as if under a spell. On the screen, those 2 words were so simple. Yet it is also full of endless arrogance and domineering spirit. Lin Chuan, I'll play along. The bet is settled. The news spread like wildfire, reaching every corner of Jiangcheng University in just 1 hour. Li Hao, a top student, challenged Lin Chuan, a wealthy tycoon, to a bet that would result in a public execution at his graduation ceremony. This bet, which can be described as a battle of the century, instantly ignited the gossipy and restless hearts of all the students. The school's forums, online communities, various WeChat groups. Almost everyone is talking about this. Holy crap! Lin Chuan actually agreed? Has he gone mad? Yeah. Where did he get the courage to compete with Li Hao in grades? Isn't that like an egg hitting a rock? Sigh, he's still too young and impulsive. Now he's gone too far with his boasting. Let's see how he gets out of this mess. I bet a bag of spicy strips that Lin Chuan is dead this time. Almost everyone overwhelmingly believed that Lin Chuan was doomed to lose. After all, Li Hao's reputation as a top student was simply too well known. That's a legendary existence that has held the #1 spot in the entire system for 3 consecutive years. And what about Lin Chuan? Although he is very rich now. But in everyone's impression, his performance has always been only at a mid to lower level. There is absolutely no comparison between the two. To everyone else, the outcome of this gamble was predetermined from the very beginning. Li Hao looked at the group chat and saw the overwhelming support for him and the unanimous pessimism towards Lin Chuan. His smile grew increasingly smug. He could almost see Lin Chuan standing on the stage like a dog at the graduation ceremony a few days later, admitting in front of the entire school that he was an idiot. Lin Chuan, oh Lin Chuan. Trying to fight me? You're still too green. He looked out the window, feeling incredibly relaxed and at ease. I'll be waiting for you at the graduation ceremony. I hope that when you cry, it will look better. Chapter 53, the perfect scorer once again caused a sensation throughout the school. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, the day finally arrived for the release of the final exam results. The atmosphere at Jiangcheng University that day was unprecedentedly eerie. At 10 a.m., the academic affairs system officially opens for checking grades. However, starting at 9:30 a.m., the entire school's campus network experienced an unprecedented period of slowdown. There is no other reason. There are just too many people online at the same time. It's not just Lin Chuan and his design students. Even departments like foreign languages, computer science, and civil engineering. Departments that have no connection whatsoever flocked to the event, overwhelming the server. Everyone has only one goal. Let's watch the show. Let's get to know that academic genius Li Hao versus super rich Lin Chuan gamble of the century, the shocking juicy gossip. It's open. You can get in. Quickly. Investigate Li Hao first. Holy crap. Hao Gu is awesome. 685 points. First in the whole department. First? No, wait. Look, his ranking is 2. 2? How is that possible? Could it be that someone scored higher than Hao Ji? It was exactly 10 a.m. The moment when the academic affairs system server, amidst its wailing, finally opened its doors to all teachers and students. Countless students, as if injected with adrenaline, rushed in immediately. They didn't even bother to check their grades. Instead, they all clicked on the overall ranking list for the design department. Then everyone moved in unison, sliding down in search of the name they knew best. Li Hao. They found it very quickly. Name, Li Hao. Major, Environmental Design. Total score, 685. Professional ranking, 2. When they saw this result, everyone's first reaction was amazement. 685 points. You should know that this final exam is notoriously difficult. Scoring above 600 points is considered academic genius. Li Hao actually scored an incredible 685. This is simply inhuman. Awesome. Hao Gu is still the same Hao Gu. This score is incredible. I reckon there aren't many people in the entire school with a higher score, right? Wait a minute, something's not right. While everyone was still marveling at Li Hao's incredible achievement, suddenly, a sharp-eyed student let out a scream as if he had seen a ghost. Look! Look at the rankings after him. It's 2. It's second place. Second place? Everyone was stunned. Li Hao's score, only ranked second? How is this possible? Could it be? Could it be that there's an even more freakish genius in their design department, someone even more eccentric than Li Hao? Everyone's heart skipped a beat. An absurd yet incredibly exciting thought began to grow uncontrollably in their hearts. With trembling hands, they slowly slid their fingers toward the top of the leaderboard. Then, the next second, the tens of thousands of teachers and students at Jiangcheng University who were watching the screen were frozen in place as if they had been struck by a spell. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. His mouth is so wide open it could fit a soccer ball. His face was filled with an expression of shock and disbelief that was even greater than when he had seen an alien. On the overall leaderboard, there stood the first place, the symbol of supreme glory. A name that everyone was familiar with, yet thought could never appear here, suddenly came into everyone's view. Name, Lin Chuan. Major, Environmental Design. Total score, 700. Professional ranking, 1. 700 points. Total score, 700 points? At that moment, the whole world seemed to have lost its voice. Everyone was stunned. My mind is blank. They stared intently at the number, repeatedly rubbing their eyes, wondering if they were hallucinating because they hadn't slept well. 700 points? The total score for this exam is 700 points, isn't it? He is. You got a perfect score? Holy crap! After an unknown amount of time, a roar filled with shock and disbelief suddenly rang out in a boys' dormitory. Immediately, it was like lighting a powder keg. The entire Jiangcheng University was in complete ecstasy. Perfect score? Lin Chuan got a perfect score? Really? Holy crap! What am I seeing? God! Come and take this monster away. Is this even a score a human could achieve? It must be fake. There must be a system error. Yes. There must be a system error. In no time, the entire school's forums, online communities, and WeChat groups. Everywhere was completely blown away by this score, which can only be described as a miracle. Everyone was frantically discussing, questioning, and shocked. Meanwhile, at the Academic Affairs Office of Jiangcheng University, the atmosphere was deathly still. Several teachers responsible for entering and reviewing grades were gathered around a computer, staring at each other with expressions more varied than if they had seen a ghost. Old Zhang. A young teacher swallowed hard, his voice trembling. You check again, is it that we made a mistake when we entered the data? I've looked at it 8 times, the middle-aged teacher, known as Old Zhang, said, on the verge of tears. The test paper is right here. Look at it yourself. He pointed to the few exam papers on the table that they had pulled out separately, including Lin Chuan's exam paper. Each exam paper was so neat and tidy that it looked like a work of art. The handwriting is elegant and unrestrained, like dragons and phoenixes dancing in the wind. And the answer above. Whether it's multiple choice questions, fill-in-the-blank questions, or those open-ended essay questions that even professors find challenging. All correct. Not a single penny will be deducted. Perfect, just like the standard answer. This is really a test paper that students could answer? A teacher picked up a test paper with essay questions in disbelief. Look at this paper on ecological design of future cities. It is full of references and extensive evidence, and the viewpoints it presents are even more cutting-edge and profound than those of our doctoral supervisor. And this, the algorithm he used in the parametric modeling programming problem, I can't understand it at all. A monster. This is definitely a monster. The director of the Academic Affairs Office was an elderly professor with gray hair. He was also astonished by this unprecedented perfect score. He personally took Lin Chuan's test paper and the standard answers and checked them word by word again and again. Finally, he put down the test paper and let out a long sigh. A smile, both incredibly complex and incredibly gratified, appeared on his face. The younger generation is truly formidable. He looked out the window, filled with emotion. Our Jiangcheng University has produced a true prodigy. He immediately made the decision. That's right. The results are accurate. Immediately issue a school-wide announcement. Take our Jiangcheng University, for example. In the university's 100-year history, the first student to achieve a perfect score has been born. And at this moment, Lin Chuan, the one who started all of this, was completely unaware of it. He was sitting in his dorm room, leisurely playing games. It was as if he wasn't the one who stirred up trouble throughout the school. Bite. Congratulations, host. You have completed the hidden mission, the glory of a top student. Task rating, SSS perfect. Rewards, intelligence plus 10, system points plus 1000. Hearing the notification from the system in his mind, Lin Chuan's lips curled up slightly. Good. At least, it wasn't all for nothing. Li Hao, sitting opposite him, was completely dumbfounded the moment the results were announced. He sat there blankly, holding the mouse in his hand. His eyes, however, were fixed on the computer screen, on the glaring first name. And that score, which was like a miracle, made his soul tremble. Full marks. It's a perfect score. How could this be? How could it possibly be a perfect score? All the dignity and pride he had accumulated over a decade of hard study, which he was so proud of, was utterly shattered and crushed into dust at this moment by the academic failure he looked down upon and despised the most, in the most cruel and unreasonable way. His face was ashen. His eyes also became empty. He felt his world completely collapse at that moment. How, brother, how? His henchmen, seeing his distraught appearance, were too frightened to utter a word. Are you all right? Chapter 54 Graduation Ceremony, I am the brightest star. 1 week later, Jiangcheng University held its 202X graduation ceremony. The auditorium was packed. All the graduates were wearing matching graduation gowns and caps, their faces beaming with anticipation for the future and a sense of reluctance to leave the past. A melancholic atmosphere, as if youth was about to end, permeated the air. However, today's atmosphere carries a hint of eerie gossip and anticipation compared to previous years. Everyone's gaze, intentionally or unintentionally, drifted toward the area where the design department was located. They are waiting. Waiting for the final outcome of that sensational gamble of the century that shook the entire school. They're here. Look. Holy crap. Lin Chuan and Xiao Muxue are here together. My God. What an amazing couple. Their looks are absolutely stunning. Just then, a commotion arose at the entrance of the auditorium. Lin Chuan and Xiao Muxue walked in side by side. Today, Lin Chuan was wearing a smart graduation gown. The clothes, which should have looked a bit bulky, looked like a haute couture suit on him, perfectly highlighting his tall and slender figure. A faint smile graced his face, and his deep eyes shone like the most brilliant stars under the lamplight. And Xiao Muxue, who was beside him, was breathtakingly beautiful. She was also wearing an academic gown, but it did nothing to conceal her stunning beauty and aloof, ethereal. She quietly followed Lin Chuan, her usually aloof eyes now filled with tenderness and dependence, reflecting only one person's figure. The two of them slowly walked to their seats under the gaze of thousands of complex eyes filled with amazement, envy, and jealousy. Their appearance instantly made them the focus of the entire event. They completely stole the limelight from the school leaders who were giving impassioned speeches on the podium. Sigh, is there even a need to make this bet? If I had a girlfriend like Xiao, I'd be willing to admit to being an idiot in public. Comparison is the thief of joy. Lin Chuan is the real winner in life. Meanwhile, Li Hao, who was sitting not far away on the other side of the design department, looked extremely grim upon hearing the surrounding discussions. He clenched his fists so tightly that his nails almost dug into his flesh. These past few days have felt like hell to him. Since the results came out, he has become the laughingstock of the whole school. The overwhelming victory he had pinned his hopes on ultimately turned into a complete and utter humiliation. All the dignity and pride that Li Hao had been so proud of after more than a decade of hard study was completely shattered by that academic failure he looked down on the most, in the most cruel and unreasonable way. He hates it. He hates Lin Chuan. I hate this unjust world even more. The graduation ceremony proceeded as scheduled. Finally, we arrived at the last and most exciting part. A representative of outstanding graduates delivered a speech. The host is a sweet-looking senior student. Holding the microphone, she spoke loudly in a tone filled with excitement and admiration. Now let's give a warm round of applause to our Jiangcheng University's first ever perfect scorer in its 100-year history. The pride of our design department, and the pride of our entire school. Lin Chuan, please come up and speak. Whoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire auditorium erupted in thunderous applause, like a tsunami. The welcome for the principal was 10 times more enthusiastic than before. Under the gaze of thousands, filled with admiration and curiosity, Lin Chuan slowly stood up from his seat. He straightened his graduation gown, and then, amidst applause, calmly walked onto the podium, which symbolized the highest honor. He stood in front of the podium, his gaze calmly sweeping over the young and energetic faces below the stage. The entire auditorium fell silent instantly. Everyone held their breath, waiting for this legendary academic genius to deliver his important speech. However, Lin Chuan's speech was surprisingly simple. He didn't give a long speech, nor did he speak passionately. He simply smiled faintly into the microphone. Good afternoon, teachers and students. I am Lin Chuan. First of all, I would like to thank the school for giving me this opportunity to stand here. Secondly, I want to say that 4 years of university is both a long and a short time. Growing up enough for us to learn, grow, and make mistakes. It felt so short, like just yesterday we stepped onto this campus. And today, we must say goodbye. The future is a vast ocean of stars. Perhaps there will be confusion, setbacks, and failures. But I hope that everyone here can be like me. He paused, and in his deep eyes shone a confident light that could move anyone. Always believe in yourself. Forever, moving forward without hesitation. I have finished speaking. Thank you, everyone. After he finished speaking, he bowed deeply to the audience. After a brief silence, the entire auditorium fell silent. Once again, a burst of applause erupted, even more enthusiastic than before. Simple, yet stunning. This is the true demeanor of a top student. Amidst applause, Lin Chuan slowly walked down from the stage. He did not immediately return to his seat. Instead, they went straight to the area where the design department was located. I arrived in front of the figure who had kept his head down and dared not look at me since he took the stage. Li Hao. Lin Chuan stopped in front of him. The surrounding chatter and applause seemed to vanish at that moment. All eyes were focused on these two people. They knew that the final judgment had arrived. Li Hao's body began to tremble violently and uncontrollably. He felt like a death row inmate about to be publicly executed. Lin Chuan is that executioner wielding a butcher's knife. He could feel Lin Chuan's gaze looking down at him from above. That gaze held no mockery, no contempt. There was only one thing, a cold, indifferent silence. Then he heard the calm voice that had been giving him nightmares every night for the past few days. A bet. Does it still count? Boom. These words exploded in Li Hao's mind like a thunderclap. He suddenly raised his head. Looking at Lin Chuan's calm face, so close to hers. His lips trembled, and his face was ashen white. Does it count? Of course he knew what arithmetic meant. It meant that he had to stand up, walk onto that prominent stage, and, in front of thousands of teachers and students, personally admit, I'm such an idiot. This punishment was unacceptable to someone like him, a chosen one who valued dignity and pride more than life itself. It's worse than killing him. A hoarse sound, like a broken bellows, came from Li Hao's throat. He wanted to say something. Want to beg for mercy, want to back out, want to cheat. But under Lin Chuan's gaze, those cold eyes that seemed to see through everything. He couldn't utter a single word. He felt that all his ridiculous dignity and humble pride had been completely shattered at this moment. Thump! In the end, he couldn't hold on any longer. He lacked the courage to fulfill the humiliating bet he had made himself. He suddenly stood up from his seat. Then, under a barrage of disdainful and mocking gazes, he pushed through the crowd without looking back, rushing out of the auditorium like a stray dog. They fled in panic. Looking at his disheveled figure, Lin Chuan's face remained completely expressionless. He simply shook his head slightly. Then, he turned around and returned to his seat. It was as if I had just done something trivial, a small thing. And just then, suddenly, the white-haired, highly respected old principal on the podium stood up, holding the microphone. His face was adorned with a smile of immense satisfaction and admiration. He looked at Lin Chuan and announced loudly, On behalf of Jiangchun University, I hereby announce a decision. From today onwards, our school will officially appoint Lin Chuan as a member of our Jiangchun University Honorary Entrepreneurship Mentor. These words caused another sensation in the audience. Honors? Entrepreneurship Mentor? Appointing a recent graduate as a professor at the university? This is simply unprecedented and unparalleled. Under the gaze of thousands, filled with shock and admiration, the former principal personally stepped down from the podium and came to stand before Lin Chuan. He personally straightened Lin Chuan's graduation gown. Then, he moved the tassel on his graduation cap from the right to the left. It's done. The last and most sacred ceremony of my university life is complete. Lin Chuan, classmate. The future belongs to you young people. Keep it up. The old principal's voice was filled with earnest expectation. Lin Chuan looked at the respectable old man in front of him and nodded solemnly. Thank you, principal. This moment. In the final act of his college career, Lin Chuan became the brightest and most dazzling person in the entire event. That star. Fatty Wang sat beside him, his eyes brimming with tears as he looked at his brother, who was now revered like a god by the entire school. Brother Chuan, you are my eternal god. Chapter 55, Establishing a Company, Aiming for the Stars. Graduation, farewell dinner, goodbye. While a melancholic atmosphere of youth coming to an end still lingers on the university campus, Lin Chuan has not stopped for a moment. He was like a finely tuned war machine, immediately throwing himself into planning his future business empire. He knew it very well. Currently, he holds hundreds of millions of yuan in cash and also owns 30% of the shares in Qingqing Beauty. But to outsiders, he was still just a lucky nouveau riche. The foundation is unstable. It lacks a systematic approach. He needs a formalized business platform that can support all his future ambitions. So, on the third day after graduation, a company called Lin's Investment Group was quietly registered and established in Jiangcheng City's Administration for Industry and Commerce. The company's registered capital is 500 million yuan. Legal representative, Lin Chuan. The company's office space is even more extravagant, having rented an entire floor of the Global Financial Center, the most prestigious CBD office building in Jiangcheng. Annual rent can reach 8 figures. The news sent a slight jolt through the entire business community of Jiangcheng. Everyone was very curious. What exactly is the background of this suddenly emerging Lin's Investment Group? Who are the powerful figures standing behind them? A week later, the Lin's Investment Group officially opened for business. It was completely different from the grand scene of gongs, drums, and firecrackers that everyone imagined. Lin Chuan's opening ceremony was held in an exceptionally low-key manner. There was no media coverage, no ribbon-cutting ceremony, and even the company had only a handful of employees. The entire company looked empty. Fatty Wang, the company's only senior executive, was wearing a brand new suit that was clearly a size too big for him, and he was so nervous that he didn't know where to put his hands. Brother Chuan. He looked at the deserted scene and asked with some worry, Are we opening for business already? This is so shabby. How about I ask my dad to find some people to come and put on a show? Need not. Lin Chuan stood in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the towering skyscrapers outside that resembled matchboxes, his gaze calm yet profound. The show is for outsiders. We just need to do our own thing, that's enough. Just then, the company's doors were pushed open. A woman in a business suit, with a stunning figure and exuding the charm of a successful woman, walked in. It was Su Wanqing. She was clearly dressed up carefully today. Her face was adorned with exquisite makeup. In her hand, she was also holding a beautifully packaged flower basket. Chairman Lin. She walked up to Lin Chuan and smiled brightly from the bottom of her heart. Congratulations on the opening. Her eyes were full of curiosity and inquiry. Since Lin Chuan helped her uncover the mole and saved her company last time, she was completely captivated by this young man who was a few years younger than her. She couldn't understand how many more hidden cards he had up his sleeve. Mr. Su, you're too kind. Lin Chuan smiled. From now on, we're family. Just call me Lin Chuan. Okay. Su Wanqing nodded and placed the flower basket in her hand on the front desk. It's just a small token of my appreciation. Looking at the powerful and stunningly beautiful business queen in front of him, with such a slightly respectful attitude in front of his brother, Fatty Wang felt that his worldview had been refreshed once again. However, this is only the beginning. Immediately afterwards, the company doors were pushed open once again. This time, several burly men in black suits and sunglasses entered. The leader was a middle-aged man who looked refined but had unusually sharp eyes. He is Chao Xinxiang's chief secretary. Mr. Lin. Secretary Chen walked up to Lin Chuan and respectfully handed him a beautifully wrapped congratulatory gift. Our chairman is unable to attend due to an unexpected international meeting. He specifically asked me to convey his sincerest congratulations to you on his behalf. This is a small token of the chairman's appreciation, please accept it. Uncle Chiao, you're too kind. Lin Chuan accepted the gift and felt its weight. He opened it and found that inside was a gold plaque made of pure gold, with the 4 characters "Great Ambitions" engraved on it. Good heavens! This is an enormous investment. Wang Panzi and Su Wanqing were secretly shocked when they saw this scene. They knew that what Xiao Zhenxiong gave them was not a gold plaque. Rather, it's about attitude. He was making a declaration to the entire city of Jiangcheng. Lin Chuan is someone the Qiao family protects. Secretary Chen did not leave immediately after delivering the congratulatory gift. Instead, they took out an even more exquisite little box. Mr. Lin, this is from our young lady. She asked me to bring it to you. Lin Chuan was taken aback, then accepted it. Upon opening it, I discovered that inside was a Patek Philippe limited edition watch. The bracelet on Su Wanqing's wrist is a matching couple's item. Inside the box, there was also a small card. Above was Qiao Mushua's neat and beautiful handwriting. A gift to the stars and the sea. Lin Chuan felt a warmth in his heart as he looked at the words. The corners of her mouth unconsciously turned up slightly. However, before he could put the gift away, the third wave of congratulatory people has arrived. This time, 2 young police officers in uniform arrived. As soon as they entered, they gave Lin Chuan a crisp salute. Then they carried in another flower basket, which was just as huge. The ribbon on the flower basket bore a signature that would make any business tycoon in Jiangcheng take notice. Congratulations, Yi Guodong, Jiangcheng Public Security Bureau. Yi Guodong. That's the top official of the Jiangcheng City Public Security Bureau. He is a truly powerful and influential figure. He actually sent someone to deliver a flower basket to Lin Chuan, a recent graduate? This is way too much of a favor. Su Wanqing and Xiao Zhenxiong's secretary also had their pupils shrink when they saw the signature. The way they looked at Lin Chuan completely changed. They knew they had, or rather, greatly underestimated, the energy of this young man before them. His connections have actually penetrated into the core of the government. Wang Panzi, on the other hand, was completely dumbfounded when he saw the 2 policemen. He stared blankly at his brother, feeling as if he were looking at a god walking among mortals. This is fucking. That's incredibly awesome. Start a company and business tycoons and government officials are all vying to give you gifts? What kind of divine treatment is this? Under the gazes of a crowd filled with shock and awe, Lin Chuan remained calm and composed. He thanked everyone one by one. Then, he walked to the huge, spotless floor-to-ceiling window. He looked down at the bustling Jiangcheng CBD, a steel forest, with his hands behind his back. Looking down at the traffic and crowds, which moved back and forth like ants. An unprecedented surge of pride and ambition welled up within him. He knew. Starting today. From this moment on, his life will no longer be a trivial matter. He will officially step onto the city's commercial stage as a player. And this is just the beginning. His journey is to a wider, more boundless place. The stars and the sea. He slowly turned around and looked behind him at the several bigwigs from various factions who had been completely impressed by him. A confident, all-encompassing smile appeared on his face. Everyone. Welcome to my era. Chapter 56. Su Wanqing invests, a powerful alliance. After seeing off Qiao Zhenxiong's secretary and the people sent by Yi Guodong, the empty office finally quieted down. Fatty Wang was still immersed in the shocking scene that had just happened, which was like a god descending to earth, and had not yet come back to his senses. He stared blankly at Lin Chuan, feeling as if he were looking at a monster in human skin. The fact that both the head of the Qiao family and the top official of the municipal bureau could simultaneously humble themselves and submit to him. Just how much unknown, terrifying power does my brother possess? Lin Chuan. Just then, a clear and melodious voice broke the silence of the office. It's Su Wanqing. Unlike others, she didn't leave after giving her gift. Instead, it stayed quietly until the very end. She looked at Lin Chuan, her beautiful eyes sparkling with an unprecedented, complex light. There was shock, there was curiosity, but more than anything, there was a sense of resolute determination. Is there anything else, Ms. Su? Lin Chuan asked with a smile as he looked at her. Su Wanqing nodded, took a deep breath like a general about to go to battle, and slowly spoke. Lin Chuan, I want to discuss another deal with you. Oh? Lin Chuan raised an eyebrow and sat down on the sofa opposite her with interest. Tell me about it. Su Wanqing did not speak immediately. She took out a pre-prepared document from her Hermes bag and placed it on the coffee table in front of Lin Chuan. Take a look at this first. Lin Chuan picked up the document with some curiosity. This is the latest financial statement and market analysis report of the Qingqing Beauty Group. Lin Chuan opened it and quickly flipped through a few pages. Then, a barely perceptible look of surprise appeared on his face. Although he had long anticipated that Su Wanqing's company would experience a period of rapid development after the mole was exposed and he received the future product plan he had given her. But I never expected it to happen so quickly. It's only been a few days? The report shows that the stock price of Qingqing Beauty has hit the daily limit for 7 consecutive days. Its market value has more than doubled. Their latest product, the rejuvenating serum, which was guided by Lin Chuan, has ignited the entire market. Online pre-sales exceeded 100 million yuan in sales within 1 minute. Offline counters were completely sold out, and it was extremely difficult to find a single bottle. Qingqing Beauty, a beauty brand that was originally only considered second-rate in Jiangchang, has become a rising star in the industry, capable of competing with top-tier brands in just 1 week. This report card is nothing short of a miracle. Excellent. Lin Chuan put down the documents and sincerely praised, President Su's execution ability is indeed amazing. No. Su Wanqing shook her head, her beautiful eyes looking at Lin Chuan with utmost seriousness. None of this is my achievement. It's you. It was you who pulled me and my company back from the brink of disaster. It was you who gave me a blueprint for the future that was enough to revolutionize the entire industry. Lin Chuan, Su Wanqing, owe you so much. Lin Chuan smiled but didn't say anything. He knew that Su Wanqing had laid so much groundwork, the real main event was about to begin. Really? Su Wanqing took a deep breath and pushed another document in front of Lin Chuan. That was a equity transfer agreement. What is this? Lin Chuan's eyes narrowed slightly. This is a small token of my sincerity. Su Wanqing looked at him and said clearly, word by word. I have decided to transfer 40% of my personal shares in Qingqing Beauty to you free of charge. What? Before Lin Chuan could speak, Fatty Wang next to him screamed first. He jumped up from the sofa. 40% of the shares? Or is it a free transfer? The current market value of Qingqing Beauty has exceeded 2 billion. 40% of the shares, that's 800 million. Just like that, it was given away for free? Has this beautiful CEO gone mad? However, Su Wanqing ignored Fatty Wang's shock. Her gaze remained fixed on Lin Chuan's face, observing every subtle change in his expression. For the first time, a genuine look of surprise appeared on Lin Chuan's face. He looked at Su Wanqing slowly and shook his head. President Su, what do you mean by this? Our previous deal was for 30% of the shares. Now you're giving me 40%. That's against the rules. No. Su Wanqing's eyes were incredibly firm. This is in accordance with the rules. Because what I want to talk to you about today is not this 40% stake, but rather, the future of the entire alluring beauty brand. She stood up, walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window, and looked out at the bustling CBD of Jiangchang. Her voice was filled with unprecedented ambition and boldness. Lin Chuan. I, Su Wanqing, am not a woman who is content with mediocrity. My goal has never been to become the best in Jiangchang or the best in China. My goal is to make Qingqing Beauty a world-class beauty empire like Estée Lauder and Lancôme. However, my strength alone is far from enough. I need a partner who is smarter than me, more visionary than me, and more powerful than me. She slowly turned around. Those beautiful eyes, burning with a fierce fire, were fixed on Lin Chuan. And you are the one I've been searching for. So, I, Su Wanqing, hereby formally submit my application to your Lin's investment group. I request that Alluring Beauty be incorporated into the Lin Group in its entirety, to become the sharpest and most solid cornerstone in your future business empire. And I, Su Wanqing, will, from this day forward, serve you and the Lin Group with all my heart, even unto death. Boom! These words exploded in Fatty Wang's mind like a series of depth charges. He was completely dumbfounded. My mind is completely blank. What did he hear? This beautiful CEO, worth billions, is actually going to take her company, worth 2 billion, and surrender to us? You want him to work for his brother? This is fucking. This is too fantastical. A tremendous wave of emotion surged within Lin Chuan's heart. He looked at the business queen in front of him, who exuded boundless courage and ambition. For the first time, genuine admiration appeared in his eyes. What a shrewd Su Wancheng! What a bold move! She's not giving away shares, nor is she surrendering. She's gambling. Bet everything you have to create a broader and more glorious future. She was betting on him, Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan fell silent. He looked into Su Wancheng's eyes, which were filled with expectation and a hint of nervousness. Much later, he smiled. He slowly stood up from the sofa and walked to Su Wancheng. Then, in front of Fatty Wang, he slowly extended his hand. Welcome to the team, President Su. Looking at his outstretched, slender yet powerful hand, Su Wancheng's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally settled down. A breathtakingly beautiful smile, as if she had just breathed a sigh of relief, appeared on her face. She reached out and held Lin Chuan's hand tightly. The powerful alliance between the two gave the newly established Lin Group, whose foundation was not yet stable, an incredibly solid foundation to stand firm in Jiangqing's business world. A brand new business empire was thus beginning to take shape. Looking at this historic handshake, Fatty Wang felt his legs go weak. He stammered and asked, "Then, Brother Chuan, do I still count as the vice president?" Chapter 57 Zhao Tianlong's Revenge, Commercial Sniping. The Lin's investment group was established. Beautiful CEO Su Wancheng, along with her alluring beauty brand worth 2 billion yuan, made a high-profile entry into the market. Xiao Xinxiong, the head of the Qiao family, received a congratulatory gift from Yi Guodong, the head of the municipal bureau, who also showed his support. This series of bombshell news was like a series of depth charges, stirring up a huge wave in the previously relatively calm business world of Jiangcheng. All eyes were focused on the mysterious, 22-year-old leader who had suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Lin Chuan's body. Immediately, all sorts of speculations about him arose. Some say he is the son of a top wealthy family in Beijing, sent down to Jiangqing for training. Some say he is the illegitimate son of an overseas conglomerate, and that he has returned to inherit the family fortune. Some even say he's not human at all, but some old monster who has lived for hundreds of years and has become young again. In short, there are all sorts of opinions. However, there is one thing that everyone agrees on. This Lin Chuan is definitely not someone to mess with. The weather in Jiangcheng is about to change. However, behind this turbulent situation, someone is furious. Chairman's office, Zhao Group. Bang! A priceless antique vase was smashed to the ground and shattered into pieces. Zhao Tianlong's already sinister face was now twisted even more, like a demon from hell. Lin Chuan. It's Lin Chuan again. His eyes were bloodshot, and he paced back and forth in the office like a trapped beast, letting out a low growl like a wild animal. New grudge. Old grudges. At that moment, like a volcano, it exploded in his chest. He was publicly humiliated by Lin Chuan in the antique street, losing all face. At the Qiao family banquet, he was slapped in public by that old scoundrel Xiao Xinxiong, losing all his dignity. He thought that by enduring the humiliation and waiting for his father, Zhao Jiangwo, to completely destroy the Qiao family and business, he could get back all the humiliation with interest. But I never expected this. Lin Chuan, whom he considered a poor wretch and a pretty boy, actually. In a flash, he became someone even he had to look up to. He even took Su Wancheng, the woman he had long coveted. How could he possibly tolerate this? Dad. Zhao Tianlong suddenly turned around and looked at the middle-aged man sitting on the sofa, who had been sitting silently smoking a cigar the whole time. His father, Zhao Jiangwo. We can't wait any longer. If we wait any longer, that guy surnamed Lin will be shitting on our necks. With his help and the addition of that woman Su Wancheng, the Qiao family is now like a tiger with wings. We must act immediately. Let's take advantage of the fact that the Lin Group's foundation is not yet stable and wipe them all out in one fell swoop. Zhao Jiangwo slowly exhaled a smoke ring. His sharp, hawk-like eyes, hidden behind the smoke, narrowed slightly. What do you want to do? It's very simple. A cruel smile appeared on Zhao Tianlong's face. Strike the snake at its vital point. Although the Lin Group appears powerful and influential now, it only has one core. That's Su Wancheng's alluring beauty makeup. As long as we completely crush Qingcheng Beauty in the financial market, turning its stock price into a pile of worthless paper, then Lin Chuan's so-called Lin Group will become an empty shell. Then let's see what he can use to fight us. Zhao Jiangwo remained silent upon hearing this. He simply watched his son, whose mind was clouded by jealousy and anger. After a long while, he slowly spoke. His voice was hoarse, yet filled with an undeniable authority. Good. We'll do as you say. This time, I'm entrusting you with the management of all the group's working capital. I will also help you contact some top traders on Wall Street. I want you to make Qingcheng Beauty disappear completely from the Jiangcheng stock market within 3 days. But his eyes instantly turned icy cold. If you fail again this time, then you get out of the Zhao family. From this day forward, I, Zhao Jiangwo, will pretend I have no son like you. Zhao Tianlong's body trembled violently. Immediately, a crazy, determined smile appeared on his face. Dad! Don't worry. This time, I will absolutely not let you down again. I want to make that Lin guy kneel on the ground like a dog and beg me. The next day, at 9 o'clock in the morning, the Jiangcheng stock market opens. A commercial sniping war, fought without gunfire yet more bloody and brutal than any war, has officially begun. The president's office on the top floor of the Lin Group. The atmosphere was extremely oppressive. On the huge electronic screen, a green, alarming curve was falling wildly at an almost vertical angle. That curve represents the stock price of Qingcheng Beauty. The market opened, and less than 10 minutes later, the stock price has already plummeted by 20%. It triggered the circuit breaker mechanism immediately. Moreover, under immense selling pressure, there was absolutely no sign of a rebound. At the same time, on the internet, all sorts of negative news about Qingcheng Beauty have sprung up like mushrooms after rain. Shocking news! Qingcheng Beauty's new rejuvenating essence has been found to contain large amounts of carcinogens. An internal employee revealed that Qingcheng Beauty has committed financial fraud, resulting in severe insolvency and teetering on the brink of bankruptcy. Former goddess falls from grace. Beautiful CEO Su Wanqing has been exposed for illicit dealings with multiple mysterious tycoons. One by one, article by article. Every news item was written in great detail, accompanied by various so-called evidence and inside photos. It's hard to tell if it's real or fake. The entire city of Jiangcheng was in an uproar. Countless unsuspecting stock market investors, driven by panic, began frantically selling their shares. When a wall falls, everyone pushes it down. Qingcheng Beauty, an industry upstart that had just created a business miracle, seemed to have fallen from heaven to hell in just one morning. Damn it! It's the Zhao family. Fatty Wang was so angry when he saw the overwhelming negative news on his computer that he slammed his fist hard on the table. That's utterly despicable. To resort to such underhanded tactics. Su Wanqing's pretty face was also deathly pale. She had long anticipated that the Zhao family would take action. But what they never expected was that the opponent's attack would be so swift and vicious. Shorting the stock price, coupled with a media attack. They're going to torture them to death. Lin Chuan. She turned her head and cast a pleading, anxious look at the man who had remained silent throughout, sitting quietly in the boss's chair. He was the only one in the entire office who remained absolutely calm. Lin Chuan remained silent. His fingers tapped rhythmically and lightly on the table. Those deep, calm eyes, as still as an ancient well, were fixed on the computer screen, on the ever-decreasing green curve. Much later, he smiled. A cold, mocking smile slowly curved the corners of his lips. Su Wanqing and Fatty Wang were both stunned. They looked at Lin Chuan, puzzled as to why he could still laugh at such a critical moment. Brother Chuan. Brother Chuan. Fatty Wang stammered, What should we do now? How about, we spend some money to hire online trolls to argue with them? Lin Chuan slowly shook his head. He turned his head, looked at Su Wanqing and Fatty Wang's worried faces, and spoke softly. His voice, though not loud, was full of confidence and a sense of complete control. What to do? Nothing needs to be done. Let them smash it. The harder you smash it, the better. Chapter 58. You want to play games with me? I know all your secrets. Let them smash it. Smash it as hard as possible, the better. Lin Chuan's calm words, even tinged with a hint of a smile, echoed clearly in the oppressive office. Su Wanqing and Fatty Wang were both stunned. They looked at Lin Chuan, who seemed so calm and collected, as if he had everything under control, and their minds were a little blank. The situation is extremely urgent. The company's stock price is almost at penny stock level. Online, it was smeared and completely destroyed. At this point, instead of thinking about putting out the fire quickly, they want to let them smash it as hard as possible? Brother Chuan Lin Chuan, is he driven mad with anger? Lin Chuan, you. Su Wanqing's already pale face was filled with anxiety and confusion. What are you thinking? If this continues, within 3 days our company will be doomed. Yeah, Brother Chuan. Fatty Wang was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Now is not the time to joke. I've already received several calls from shareholders who are going crazy, clamoring to sell their shares. Throw? Upon hearing this, Lin Chuan's smile deepened. Then let them throw them. He looked at his two right-hand men, who were so anxious they were practically at their wits' end, and slowly stood up from his chair. He walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window, put his hands behind his back, and looked down at the bustling city below. His voice, though not loud, was filled with a mysterious power that could soothe the soul. Wanqing, Fatty. Do you believe me? Both of them were taken aback. Then, they looked at Lin Chuan's back, which, though not particularly tall, seemed incredibly reliable and solid at that moment. The anxiety and unease in my heart miraculously subsided considerably. I believe you. Fatty Wang was the first to shout it out without hesitation. In his heart, Lin Chuan was a god. We must believe what God says. Su Wanqing also took a deep breath. She looked at Lin Chuan, a complex light flashing in her beautiful eyes. She recalled how lost and dejected she had been in front of this man just a few days ago. She also recalled how he, in the midst of laughter and conversation, helped her uncover the most deeply hidden traitor. This man always manages to create the most incredible miracles in the most desperate times. This time, perhaps, it's no exception? I believe you too. She nodded slowly. Although there was still a hint of uncertainty in her voice, it was more of a resolute determination, like burning one's bridges. Very good. Lin Chuan smiled. He slowly turned around, and in his deep, star-like eyes, there was a glint of excitement and coldness, like a hunter seeing his prey. Then, do nothing. Open a bottle, 1982 La Fight. We sit here and watch the play quietly. Look at how they, step by step, send themselves to their graves. That afternoon, Lin's investment group held its first emergency board meeting. The atmosphere in the meeting room was tense and uneasy. Apart from Lin Chuan, Su Wanqing, and Fatty Wang, the remaining minority shareholders who held a small number of shares in Qingcheng Beauty were all like frightened birds, their faces more grim than if they were crying. President Su. Chairman Lin. What on earth is going on? Yes. Our stock has hit the daily limit down for 2 consecutive days. If this continues, we'll be bankrupt. Are those negative news reports online true? Is the company really going bankrupt? No. I can't take it anymore. I'm going to sell. Sell now. One shareholder with poor psychological resilience broke down on the spot, wailing and about to take out his phone to trade stocks. The entire conference room instantly descended into chaos. However, Lin Chuan, as the chairman, remained as steady as a mountain. He didn't even bother to lift his eyelids. He simply sat silently in the main seat, his fingers flying across the laptop in front of him. The crisp sound of the keyboard seemed particularly jarring in the noisy conference room. It is also particularly irritating and unsettling. Chairman Lin. One of the shareholders finally couldn't hold back any longer. He slammed his hand on the table, stood up, and roared at Lin Chuan. What time is it now? You're still in the mood to play computer games? Do you even respect us shareholders? If you don't come up with a solution, then we'll all withdraw our investment. Yes. Withdraw the investment. Withdraw investment. The crowd was immediately agitated. And just then, Lin Chuan's fingers, which were typing on the keyboard, suddenly stopped. He slowly raised his head. Those calm, deep eyes slowly swept over every face present, whether it was excited, angry, or panicked. His face remained completely expressionless. He simply spoke softly. Those who want to withdraw their investment can leave now. My Lin Group will acquire all the shares you hold at twice the current market price. I will not try to keep you here. The moment these words were spoken, the entire conference room fell silent. All the shareholders were stunned. Everyone stared at Lin Chuan with eyes that looked as if they had seen a ghost. Double the market price? Acquisition? Now, the stock price of Qingcheng Beauty has almost plummeted to rock bottom. He was even willing to pay twice the price to acquire it? Has he gone mad? Or is it? Does he really have some earth-shattering backup plan? A violent tremor began to set in everyone's hearts. Lin Chuan, however, ignored them. He simply turned his laptop screen slowly toward the crowd. The screen displayed neither a candlestick chart nor a market rescue plan. Instead, it was a folder filled with all sorts of files, photos, and recordings. The folder name is very simple. There are only 2 words. The Zhao family. While they were having the meeting, Lin Chuan had already used the system to conduct a thorough, all-encompassing intelligence scan of the entire Zhao group, leaving no stone unturned. And the scan results. That's enough to make any person with a conscience outraged. Everyone. Lin Chuan's voice rang out again. I know that everyone is panicking right now. Because in your eyes, our opponent, the Zhao Group, is an invincible behemoth. But. He paused, a cold, mocking smile curving his lips. If I told you. This so-called giant has actually been rotten to the core for a long time. After saying that, he reached out and slowly opened the folder. In an instant, countless shocking scandals, enough to shake the entire Jiangcheng business community, were presented to everyone. Detailed accounts of tax evasion by the Zhao Group over the years, totaling a staggering 3.7 billion. Detailed record of the Zhao Group's illegal embezzlement of public funds and bribery of multiple officials in Jiangcheng. The Zhao Group has been found to have serious shoddy construction practices and substandard materials in multiple real estate projects. Zhao Jiangwo, chairman of the Zhao Group, opened secret accounts in multiple overseas tax havens, transferring assets worth tens of billions of yuan. Detailed transaction records available. One by one. One by one. Every document, every recording, every chain of evidence. They are all like heavy bombs, capable of destroying everything. The meeting room was deathly silent. All the shareholders were stunned, staring blankly at the shocking evidence on the screen, as if they had been petrified. Their faces were filled with an expression of horror and disbelief that was even more intense than seeing a ghost. They felt like their hearts were about to stop beating. This is fucking. If these things are real. For the Zhao family, it's not just a matter of bankruptcy. That means the entire family will be executed. Su Wancheng and Fatty Wang were also dumbfounded and completely stunned. Looking at Lin Chuan's calm and collected demeanor, they felt as if they were looking at an all-knowing and all-powerful being. Gods! Lin Chuan was very satisfied with their reaction. He slowly shut down the computer. Then, he looked at the group of shareholders who were completely terrified and smiled faintly. Now, are there any other people who want to withdraw their investment? After the meeting, Lin Chuan returned to his office alone. He packaged and encrypted the data on his computer that was enough to destroy the Zhao family. Then he opened an encrypted communication software. A contact was found, whose contact name was Ghost Chen Mo. The top hacker he invited back from the internet cafe. He sent the encrypted file over. Then, slowly, he typed a line of text in the dialog box. The sound was not loud, but it was like the pronouncement of death. Put these things away. Accidentally. Leaked to major financial media outlets, and China Securities Regulatory Commission (CSRC). Chapter 59, Cutting off the fuel supply, the Zhao family's stock market collapses. The next day, early morning. As Jiangcheng slowly awoke in the hazy dawn. A devastating earthquake, one that will be recorded in the annals of Jiangcheng's commercial history, erupted without warning. Holy crap! Big news. This is the news of the century. Quick, check the financial headlines. Something terrible has happened to the Zhao Group. My God. Is this true? 3.7 billion yuan in taxes evaded? Has Zhao Jiangwo gone mad? This is insane. Utterly insane. This isn't just tax evasion, it's like they've brought the printing press home. It was exactly 7 a.m. In Jiangcheng and even throughout China, all mainstream financial media and news websites seem to have conspired to push out the same headline at the same time, a headline that would leave anyone speechless. Shocking scandal. The Zhao Group, a multi-billion-dollar business empire in Jiangcheng, has been exposed for massive tax evasion, financial fraud, and numerous serious violations. The news article was written in extremely detail and was incredibly sensational. Every single item in the Zhao Group's records over the years has been a falsified account for tax evasion. Under their management, every single project has a record of shoddy workmanship and corner cutting. Furthermore, there are bank transfer records and phone recordings showing that Chairman Zhao Jiangwo bribed several officials in Jiangcheng with huge sums of money. Even the detailed information and fund flows of his several secret overseas accounts were listed out in detail. The chain of evidence is so complete it's outrageous. So real, it's undeniable. The entire internet exploded in an instant. Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy shit! Is this a sign of impending doom? Is the Zhao family doomed? 3.7 billion. My God! I couldn't earn that much money in 8 lifetimes. How dare he evade so much tax? Bribery. Shoddy construction. This is a fucking black-hearted company. It must be thoroughly investigated. It must be shut down. I just bought all my shares in the Zhao Group last week. It's all over. It's all gone. The wind on the rooftop is so cold. Public opinion, like a tsunami, instantly and completely overwhelmed the once glorious business empire of the Zhao Group. And this is just the beginning. It was exactly 8 a.m. While the Zhao Group's public relations department was still in a state of panic, trying to use weak terms such as rumors and slander to clear its name. An even more devastating official announcement has been released. China Securities Regulatory Commission, Jiangcheng Tax Bureau, Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection. The 3 major state law enforcement agencies have, in an unprecedented move, issued a joint announcement. The announcement was very simple. Regarding the media reports concerning the Zhao Group's alleged serious violations of laws and regulations, relevant departments have attached great importance to the matter. A joint investigation team has been established to formally investigate the Zhao Group and all related personnel. During the investigation, the shares of all listed companies under the Zhao Group will be immediately suspended for further investigation. Boom! If the previous media exposure was merely a public opinion storm, then. So this official joint announcement is a Damocles sword, capable of cutting everything down. It's a final judgment from the national level. It's over. The Zhao family is completely finished. Meanwhile, at this moment, inside the headquarters building of the Zhao Group, the atmosphere was already deathly silent. The chairman's office was filled with smoke. Zhao Jiangwo slumped in the leather executive chair that symbolized power, looking as if he had aged 20 years overnight. His eyes, once as sharp as a hawk's, were now filled with endless emptiness and desolation. Looking at the overwhelming evidence on the computer screen, evidence enough to send him to the guillotine, he felt his heart was about to stop beating. He couldn't understand it. He really couldn't understand it. These are top secret business secrets that he could take with him to his grave. How exactly did it get leaked? Could it be that there's a traitor within the group? Impossible. Those who have access to these core secrets are his trusted confidants who have followed him for decades. Could it be those foreign banks? Even less likely. Those are Swiss banks, renowned worldwide for their absolute secrecy. So, why is that? Dad. Zhao Tianlong stood to the side, his already gloomy face now even whiter, like a sheet of paper. He looked at his father's distraught appearance, his voice trembling. Now, what should we do? What to do? Zhao Jiangwo slowly raised his head, his bloodshot eyes fixed on his son. He suddenly stood up from his seat. Like a mad beast, he rushed towards Zhao Tianlong in a few steps. Smack! With a crisp, clear slap, Zhao Tianlong's face was struck hard. Fuck your mother. I'm sending you to deal with Lin Xuan. I'm sending you to destroy Qingqing Beauty. How the hell did you deal with this? They've dragged our entire Zhao family into this mess. He was like a mad tiger, punching and kicking Zhao Tianlong. It's all your fault. It's all your fault, you good for nothing who's good for nothing and good for nothing. If it weren't for you, you would have insisted on provoking that Lin guy. How could our Zhao family have fallen to this state? Although he had no evidence. But his intuition told him otherwise. All of this is inextricably linked to that mysterious young man who remained calm throughout. 9:30 a.m. The stock market is open. Although the Zhao Group stock has been suspended from trading for investigation. However, the financial tsunami it triggered has only just begun. Lin's Investment Group, President's Office. On the huge electronic screen, a red, hopeful curve was soaring wildly upwards at an almost vertical angle. That curve represents the stock price of Qingqing Beauty. The market opened, and less than 10 minutes later, the stock price has already surged by 30%. Amid the panic of the Zhao family's collapse, countless hot money and speculative funds poured into Qingqing Beauty, a rising star in the industry. It's up. It's up. Brother Chuan. Our stock has hit the daily limit. Fatty Wang was so excited when he saw that purplish red curve that he almost jumped up and danced on the spot. Su Wanqing, too, her pretty face flushed red, and her beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement. She looked at the man who sat calmly in the boss's chair from beginning to end, as if he had expected everything. Her heart was filled with endless admiration and awe. A plot twist. A stunning reversal. Just yesterday, they were in dire straits, on the verge of bankruptcy. And today, they have been reborn from the ashes and soared to new heights. And all of this was simply because of the man in front of her, with those seemingly casual moves. Strategic planning leads to victory from afar. This is the true king of commerce. Lin Chuan stared at the glaring red on the screen, but his face remained completely expressionless. Because he knew. All of this is not over yet. The real show has only just begun. He slowly picked up the phone on the table and dialed a number. Hello? A slightly tired, yet excited and respectful voice came from the other end of the phone. Yes, Chen Mo. Boss. I have accomplished my mission. Well done, Lin Chuan said casually, offering a compliment. What's the next step? Lin Chuan's lips curled into a cold, death-like smile. He looked at the screen at the stocks of several of Zhao's allies' companies, which were also affected by the collapse of the Zhao family and were plummeting. He slowly opened his mouth. The voice, though not loud, was filled with an undeniable, domineering presence. Use all of our funds. All the high-quality assets and stocks belonging to the Zhao family on the market. Give it all to me, suck it all in. What he wanted was more than just defeating the Zhao family. What he wants is swallow it. Clear. On the other end of the phone, Chen Mo's voice came through, excited and almost trembling. Boss, what about our own stock? Chapter 60. Zhao Tianlong kneels and begs for forgiveness, but it's too late. When a wall falls, everyone pushes it down. When the drum breaks, 10,000 people beat it. Under Lin Chuan's overwhelming force, a double whammy of commercial and public opinion attacks, which can be described as a dimensional reduction attack. The collapse of the once invincible business empire, the Zhao Group, in Zhangcheng, was faster than anyone could have imagined. On the first day, the scandal was exposed, the authorities intervened, the stock price plummeted, and Chairman Zhao Jiangwo was taken away for investigation. The following day, all of its assets were frozen, partners terminated their contracts one after another, banks came knocking on the door to collect debts, and the entire group was completely paralyzed. The third day. That is, today. The Zhao Group, once a glorious multi-billion-dollar empire, has reached the brink of bankruptcy liquidation. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. Those allies who once fawned over the Zhao family now avoid them like the plague. Even worse, many people stab them in the back. Throughout the business community of Zhangcheng, a most real and cruel drama of people leaving and tea growing cold is unfolding. The instigator, Lin Chuan, and his newly established but already soaring Lin Group reaped a bountiful harvest from this lavish feast. They were aggressively acquiring and annexing the Zhao family's once invaluable assets at rock-bottom prices, almost like a whale-swallowing operation. Real estate, finance, jewelry. Lin Chuan's business empire expanded several times over in just 3 days, exhibiting a wild and unbridled growth pattern. Zhangcheng City First People's Hospital, VIP ward. Doctor. Doctor. Something terrible has happened. My dad. A scream filled with panic and fear shattered the tranquility of the corridor. Looking at his father on the hospital bed, whose mouth and eyes had suddenly become crooked, whose body was convulsing, and who was unconscious, Zhao Tianlong felt as if his world had collapsed. Zhao Jiangwo, after enduring 3 days and 3 nights of intense interrogation without sleep, and the double blow of watching helplessly as the business empire he had built collapsed, was deeply affected. Finally, I couldn't hold on any longer. Sudden, large area stroke. He was rushed to the hospital. Although, his life was saved. But he will probably spend the rest of his life in a wheelchair, filled with endless regret. Zhao Tianlong, the former crown prince, fell from grace overnight and into the mire. The company is gone. Father collapsed. My bank card has been frozen. Even his prized Ferrari was towed away by angry creditors. He went from being a rich second-generation heir who spent money like water to a penniless, homeless dog. The enormous gap is enough to break any pampered playboy. With no other options available. A figure he least wanted to face, and feared most, uncontrollably surfaced in his mind. Lin Chuan. He knew. All of this was done by that man. Only that man has the ability to save him, to save his already crumbling Zhao family. In the afternoon, at the Lin's investment group, in the president's office. Lin Chuan, Su Wanqing, and Fatty Wang were sitting together, discussing their next business expansion plan. Brother Chuan, I think we can take over that jewelry company of the Zhao family. Their distribution channels and brand are quite good. Yes, and their property management company is also a lucrative target. Lin Chuan, I think what we should do now is to integrate resources and stabilize our core business, rather than blindly expand. Just as the three of them were having a heated discussion, the office door was slammed open with a loud bang. The receptionist rushed in, looking panicked. Chairman Lin. Chairman Lin. President Su. No, something terrible has happened. There's someone outside who insists on barging in, and we can't stop them. Who is it? So arrogant? Fatty Wang frowned and was the first to stand up. He hadn't finished speaking. A disheveled and distraught figure stumbled in through the doorway. That's right, Zhao Tianlong. At this moment, he was completely different from his former arrogant and domineering young master self. His hair was disheveled, his eyes were bloodshot, and his once glamorous Versace outfit was now dirty and wrinkled. He looked like a gambler who had lost everything. Lin Chuan. As soon as he entered the room, he stared intently at the man sitting calmly in the boss's chair. His eyes were filled with endless resentment, unwillingness, and a trace of fear that even he himself was unwilling to admit. Su Wanqing and Fatty Wang were both taken aback when they saw him like this. Immediately, a gloating expression appeared on their faces. Oh, who do we have here? Fatty Wang was the first to speak, his tone sarcastic. Isn't this the eldest young master of the Zhao family? What? You've come to inspect our work again? Zhao Tianlong ignored his taunts. His eyes were fixed on Lin Chuan. He looked at the man who remained calm throughout, not even bothering to lift his eyelids. He felt that all his pitiful dignity and pride had been completely shattered at this moment. He couldn't hold on any longer. Thump! A dull thud, the sound of a knee hitting the ground, rang out clearly in the quiet office. Under the shocked and incredulous gazes of Su Wanqing and Fatty Wang. This was once the arrogant eldest son of the Zhao family. Surprisingly, her knees buckled, and she knelt upright in front of Lin Chuan. Then, in front of everyone. In a humble manner, so humble that one is reduced to dust. He kowtowed deeply to Lin Chuan. Young Master Lin. His voice was hoarse and filled with endless regret. I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. I shouldn't have been so blind to your greatness. I shouldn't have been so bewitched as to provoke you. As he spoke, he frantically slapped himself in the face with his hand. Slap. 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 The sound was loud and clear. He was hit so hard that his own face swelled up instantly. It's all my fault. I'm not human. Please. Please, have mercy on us, Zhao family, and let us off the hook. My dad has had a stroke and is in the hospital. The company is almost finished too. If you're willing to let us go, I'll be your slave. I'll be your dog. He clung to Lin Chuan's leg, sobbing and pleading with tears streaming down his face. His disheveled and undignified appearance was a stark contrast to the arrogant and domineering man he had been a few days earlier in the Antique Street parking lot. He was practically a different person. Su Wanqing and Fatty Wang were completely dumbfounded by what they saw, a scene that could only be described as magical of the year. They never imagined that the enemy who had once given them such a hard time would kneel before Lin Chuan in such a despicable manner. Lin Chuan. He didn't say a single word from beginning to end. He simply sat quietly in the boss's chair. Looking down from his vantage point, he saw a man at his feet, wagging his tail and begging for mercy like a dog. His eyes were cold and indifferent. There was not a trace of pity or soft-heartedness. Until Zhao Tianlong cried so hard he was almost breathless. He then slowly began to speak. The sound, though not loud, was like the final judgment from the deepest hell. At the beginning. When you want to cripple me on the Antique Street. Have you ever considered letting me go? Zhao Tianlong's crying stopped abruptly. His body trembled violently. Lin Chuan looked at his face, which was filled with despair, and slowly, a cold, cruel smile appeared on his lips. Now. It's too late. Chapter 61 Jiangnan Club, the entrance to another world. With thunderous force, the Zhao family was crushed. Then, with a ruthless and aggressive approach, they swallowed up all of its industries. After this battle, Lin Chuan and his Lin's investment group, which had been established for less than a month, finally gained a firm foothold in Jiangqing's business world. In fact, they are showing signs of becoming the fifth emerging power after the Qiao family. Lin Chuan himself was even dubbed a young hero by the Jiangcheng business community. Their popularity was unparalleled. Faced with such immense wealth and fame, Lin Chuan remained remarkably calm. Unlike those nouveau riches who become wealthy overnight, he did not indulge in a life of debauchery and extravagance. Instead, he calmed himself down and settled down again. He knew that his foundation was still very shallow. The downfall of the Zhao family had too many elements of luck and chance. He needs more time to digest and plan, to thoroughly consolidate his vast business empire. However, the tree may wish to remain still, but the wind will not cease. Just as he was preparing to keep a low profile for a while and develop properly, an unexpected invitation was quietly delivered to him. It was an extremely exquisite gold-embossed invitation. The envelope is made of the finest Xian paper. The characters above are written in a beautiful, delicate style of small regular script with a brush. Invitation, Mr. Lin Chuan. Please come to the Jiangnan Club on the night of the full moon on the 15th of this month to enjoy tea, admire the moon, and participate in an elegant gathering. The signature was very simple. There was only one, a small seal in seal script, stamped with cinnabar ink. Willow. Jiangnan Club? Lin Chuan frowned slightly as he held the invitation, which was full of classical charm. He was unfamiliar with this name. Given his current status in Jiangcheng, he has received invitations from clubs and private clubs of all sizes. But I've never heard of this Jiangnan Club. Brother Chuan, I know that. Fatty Wang leaned closer, his face showing a mixture of mystery and longing. This Jiangnan Club is the most exclusive and mysterious place in our Jiangcheng. It's said that only the very rich and powerful can get in. And it's not just about having money. You have to be recommended by an insider. My dad dreams of getting a membership card for their company, but he still hasn't managed to. Oh? Lin Chuan's interest was piqued. That's amazing? Absolutely. Fatty Wang clicked his tongue. I heard that inside is a paradise. The pavilions, towers, bridges, and flowing water are just like an ancient royal garden. And those who can get in are all truly important people. How big is it? I don't know. Fatty Wang shook his head. Anyway, they're much more mysterious than the Qiao family or the Zhao family. Lin Chuan's eyes narrowed slightly upon hearing this. He looked at the small loose seal on the invitation, lost in thought. He decided to go and meet them. The 15th, the night of the full moon. Lin Chuan, alone, drove his black Maserati to a secluded spot at the foot of a mountain on the outskirts of the city, following the address on the invitation. Here, far from the hustle and bustle of the city, lies a tranquil bamboo forest. If it weren't for the two burly men at the entrance, dressed in black zhongshan suits, standing ramrod straight, exuding an aura that kept strangers at bay, Lin Chuan might even think that he had gone to the wrong place. He handed over the gold-embossed invitation. One of the burly men took it, checked it carefully, and then bowed slightly to Lin Chuan. Mr. Lin, please come in. He made a pleased gesture, and the heavy door next to him, made from a single piece of rosewood, slowly and silently opened. The moment Lin Chuan stepped through that door, he felt as if he had traveled through time. Outside the door is a modern city of reinforced concrete. Inside the gate, however, lies a classical garden brimming with the charm of a Jiangnan water town. Small bridges, flowing water, artificial hills, winding corridors. The pavilions and towers are arranged in a pleasing and orderly manner. A faint scent of sandalwood filled the air. The melodious sound of the guzheng filled my ears. Beautiful maids dressed in classic cheongsams moved among them, smiling charmingly. What a paradise on earth! Led by a maid, Lin Chuan walked through a long cobblestone corridor and arrived at the main hall of the club. A considerable number of people had already gathered in the main hall. These people gathered in twos and threes, talking in hushed tones. The men were dressed in elegant tang suits or zhongshan suits. The women mostly wore elegant cheongsams. Everyone there exuded an extraordinary air about them. Lin Chuan's gaze swept quickly over these people. Immediately, his eyes narrowed slightly. Something's not right. Something's off about these people. On the surface, they are no different from ordinary wealthy and powerful people. However, Lin Chuan keenly sensed a completely different aura emanating from them. That's a kind of sharpness and composure that ordinary people simply can't possess. Especially those few men standing in the corner who looked like bodyguards. They simply stood there quietly. But those bulging temples, those eyes that occasionally open and close with a piercing light, that seemingly relaxed body that could unleash terrifying power at any moment. All of this demonstrates that they are true masters. Lin Chuan calmly activated the system. Scanning. In an instant, his world changed once again. In the hall, the panel displaying favorability ratings above the guests' heads was no longer a simple one. Instead, there were many special terms he had never seen before. Name, Wang Defa. Identity, leader of the Bajiquan sect in Jiangcheng. Affection level, 0 stranger. Status, a master of external martial arts, with vigorous qi and blood, at the mid-stage of Mingjin, a martial arts technique. Name, Chen Xian. Identity, lay disciple of Qingcheng Mountain. Affection level, 0 stranger. Status, possesses martial arts skills, has reached the initial stage of internal energy cultivation. Name, Li Hu. Identity, retired Special Forces King, founder of Tiger Head Security Company. Goodwill affection, 5 warning. Status, the killing intent is restrained. The individual possesses peak physical skills and harbors hostility towards the host. Warrior. These people were all martial artists. A tremendous storm raged in Lin Chuan's heart. He always thought that the so-called national martial arts and martial arts were nothing more than fancy moves and techniques for strengthening the body. But I never expected this. Beneath the seemingly peaceful surface of this modern city lies a vast, unknown entity. The underworld. This Jiangnan Club is clearly an important entrance to this inner world in Jiangcheng. Having figured this out, Lin Chuan felt no fear whatsoever. Instead, an unprecedented surge of excitement welled up within me. This is the world he truly wants to experience. Wealth alone is fragile and vulnerable in the face of absolute military force. Only when one possesses the power to crush everything. Only then can one truly take control of their own destiny. While Lin Chuan was still secretly observing and digesting this astonishing discovery, a clear, melodious female voice, like a nightingale singing in a valley, with a touch of classical charm, slowly rose behind him. The voice seemed to possess some kind of magic, instantly pulling him back to reality from his shock. Instantly, it attracted the attention of everyone in the audience. Lin Chuan slowly turned around. Then, his breathing stopped. All I could see was behind him. A stunningly beautiful woman, dressed in a light blue cheongsam, with a graceful figure and classical elegance, as if she had stepped out of a misty, rainy landscape painting of Jiangnan, was walking slowly toward him. A faint, perfectly timed smile graced her face. Those eyes, as clear as autumn water, shone with wisdom and an all-knowing light. She walked up to Lin Chuan, bowed slightly, and performed a standard curtsy. The movement was so elegant and impeccable. Mr. Lin. Her voice was like a gentle spring breeze. My name is Lu Ruyan. We've been waiting for you for a long time. Chapter 62. The classical beauty Lu Ruyan, unfathomable. My name is Lu Ruyan. We've been waiting for you for a long time. Lu Ruyan's voice, though not loud, was like a pebble thrown into a calm lake, instantly creating ripples throughout the entire hall. All eyes immediately turned to Lin Chuan. That gaze was filled with astonishment, confusion, jealousy, and a trace of awe. Holy crap! What's going on? Miss Lu actually came out to greet him personally? Just who is this kid? I've been here for 3 years and haven't even exchanged 3 sentences with Miss Lu. Hiss. This is terrifying. Could it be some top young master from the capital? I think it's pretty much a done deal. Discussions rose and fell. Lin Chuan took all of this into account, but his face remained expressionless. He looked at the woman in front of him, who had ignited the entire audience the moment she appeared. Her looks, temperament, and aura were in no way inferior to those of Xiao Mushui and Su Wanqing. She was a classical beauty, and his heart stirred slightly. He could sense it. The woman in front of me is no ordinary person. That's not simple at all. Miss Lu, you're too kind. Lin Chuan smiled faintly and calmly met her gaze. There was not a trace of unease or discomfort in those deep eyes, despite the other person's beauty and aura. Only one place remained, as calm as an ancient well. A barely perceptible hint of surprise flashed in Lu Ruyan's eyes, which were as clear as autumn water. She had seen far too many so-called prodigies and young talents. Without exception, those people would subconsciously try to show off and attract her attention in front of her. His eyes were filled with undisguised amazement and possessiveness. But only the man before her. His eyes were very clear. It's so clean, it's like looking at a work of art that's worth appreciating. Rather than a prey that can be conquered. Interesting. Mr. Lin, please come in. Lu Ruyan's smile deepened. She made a pleased gesture and then personally led the way. Lin Chuan was invited into a more elegant and private tea room. The air in the tea room was filled with the gentle fragrance of sandalwood. A tea table made from a single piece of Phoebe Jinan wood is placed in the center. Lu Ruyan personally took the seat of honor and began to brew tea for Lin Chuan. Her movements were fluid and graceful, a delight to behold. Warm the cup, add the tea, brew, and smell the aroma. Every movement is filled with a classical, rhythmic beauty. It was as if she wasn't making tea. Instead, it was a sacred ritual being performed. Lin Chuan sat quietly opposite her, watching without saying a word. Until a steaming cup of emerald green tea was placed in front of him. Lu Ruyan slowly spoke, breaking the silence. Mr. Lin. In just 1 month, he went from an unknown college student to a rising star in the business world who stirred up the entire city of Jiangcheng. Such methods, such boldness. She looked at Lin Chuan, her eyes, which seemed to see right through people, gleaming with admiration. I admire you, young lady. Lin Chuan smiled upon hearing this. He picked up the teacup in front of him and took a small sip. A refreshing aroma of tea, carrying a hint of orchid fragrance, instantly filled his mouth. Fine tea. Miss Lu, you flatter me. He put down his teacup and said indifferently, it's nothing more than luck and some low-level cleverness. Luck? Lu Ruyan shook her head, a meaningful smile appearing on her face. Mr. Lin, you're too modest. As far as I know. You spent 100 yuan on antiques and won 300,000 yuan. At the jade gambling market, 100,000 yuan was turned into 100 million yuan. If one time was lucky, then these successive occurrences. I'm afraid they can't be explained by just the word luck, right? She spoke very softly and gently. But to Lin Chuan, it sounded like a thunderclap. Lin Chuan's gaze froze instantly. Looking at the woman in front of him with a calm and serene smile on her face, a tidal wave of emotions surged within him. These things. Besides himself and Fatty Wang, there is absolutely no way a third person could know so much. Especially this thing about betting 300,000 with 100 yuan. At that time, the only people present were him, Fatty Wang, and the owner of Juboj. And this woman. She actually knew everything about it? Just how terrifying is her intelligence network? At this moment, Lin Chuan felt like a clown who had no clothes on. All his secrets, which he was so proud of, seemed to be transparent in front of this woman. This feeling of being completely seen through made him very unhappy. Miss Lu, your information network is quite impressive. Lin Chuan's tone unconsciously turned cold. Mr. Lin, please don't misunderstand. Lu Ruyan seemed to have noticed the change in his mood and quickly explained, our Jiangnan Club is in the business of information. We habitually pay more attention to every interesting thing that happens in Jiangcheng. And Mr. Lin, you are undoubtedly the most interesting person to emerge from Jiangcheng in the last 100 years. Her words were earnest. Attitude, sincerity. But Lin Chuan didn't believe a single word of it. He looked at the classical beauty before him, who had a charming smile yet was unfathomable. For the first time, a strong sense of crisis rose in my heart. He knew. I must, immediately, take the initiative. He stopped talking nonsense. He directly issued the command to the system in his mind. System. Scan her. Ding. Command received. Target being scanned, Lu Ruyan. Scanning in progress? In an instant, a light blue, technologically advanced panel quietly appeared above Lu Ruyan's head. Name, Lu Ruyan. Age, 24. Position, Manager of Jiangnan Club. Affection level, 30. Admiration curious. Current status, probing, assessing, showing a strong willingness to cooperate with the host. 30% favorability. It seems that my achievements over the past few days have indeed aroused her great interest. However, none of these were what Lin Chuan wanted. What he wanted was her most crucial secret. System. Read her core intelligence. Lin Chuan gave the final order in his heart. He just doesn't believe it. In this world, there are also people whose intelligence systems are so advanced that they cannot see through him. However, the next second, the system notification sound stunned him completely. Warning! Warning! A special energy field interference has been detected on the target person, Lu Ruyan. This energy field has created a powerful shielding effect on the system's intelligence gathering. Forcibly reading its core intelligence will consume 5,000 system points from the host. The host's current points balance is 1,000, which is insufficient to cover the reading fee. What? Lin Chuan's pupils suddenly contracted. Not enough points? Another 5,000 points? He had only spent 1,000 points to read Su Wanqing's core information before. Just who is this woman? Surprisingly, she's 5 times more mysterious than Su Wanqing. System. Is there any other way? The host may choose to mortgage information again to exchange for points. However, the system warns, this action carries certain risks. Lin Chuan looked at the classical beauty in front of him, who was still elegantly refilling his tea. His gaze became more serious than ever before. He knew. Today, I have met my true opponent. He must see through her. Mortgage, he roared in his heart without hesitation. Information collateral is now available. Points redemption successful. Points have been deducted. Forcibly breaking through the target energy field. Breakthrough successful. Reading target's core intelligence. Reading successful. Just as Lin Chuan was overjoyed and was about to check. Sitting opposite him, Lu Ruyan's slender hands, holding a teacup, suddenly paused almost imperceptibly. She slowly raised her head. A fleeting glint, unnoticed even by herself, flashed in those beautiful, autumn water-like eyes. Surprised and doubtful. She looked at Lin Chuan, at his calm, handsome face. Her red lips parted slightly, and she asked softly in a voice that was almost like a dream. Mr. Lin. What did you just do to me? Chapter 63. Her intelligence, the Lu family of Jiangnan, an ancient martial arts family. Mr. Lin. What did you just do to me? Lu Ruyan's voice was very soft and gentle. But it struck Lin Chuan's heart like a heavy hammer. Lin Chuan's pupils suddenly contracted. He looked at the classical beauty before him, whose face still wore a faint smile, but whose eyes were filled with surprise and inquiry. A tidal wave surged within my heart. She noticed? She sensed the system spying on her? How is this possible? Since the system was activated, he has used this ability to uncover the secrets of countless people. Whether it's Zhao Xiaoya, Lu Jianjun, or Su Wancheng. No one could detect the slightest abnormality. But this woman in front of me. She actually. Lin Chuan's brain was working at lightning speed. He knew he absolutely could not admit it. Once he admits it, his biggest secret might be exposed. A perfectly timed look of confusion appeared on Lin Chuan's face. Miss Lu, what makes you say that? Wasn't I listening to you the whole time? His acting skills are nothing short of perfect. His expression was innocent. The look in his eyes was sincere. No one could find the slightest flaw. Lu Ruyan looked at him. Those eyes, as clear as autumn water, stared unblinkingly into his. It was as if they wanted to find a trace of a lie deep in his soul. Just a moment ago, she clearly felt an invisible, mysterious force sweeping over her body. That feeling was very peculiar. It felt as if all my secrets had been exposed to someone. This was the first time she had ever experienced this feeling in her entire life. And the source of this power is coming from the innocent-looking man in front of us. Is it just my imagination? Or is it? Is he really hiding something, some unknown, mysterious method? Lu Ruyan fell silent. The atmosphere in the tea room suddenly became incredibly heavy and eerie. Lin Chuan, in the deathly silence, suppressed his shock and quickly examined the core intelligence worth 5,000 points that he had just obtained. Target person, Lu Ruyan. Core Intelligence Part 1, True Identity. Intelligence Summary, Lu Ruyan is no ordinary club manager. Her true identity is the current successor of the Lu family, an ancient martial arts family in Jiangnan with a history spanning hundreds of years. Detailed intelligence. The Lu family, originating in the late Ming and early Qing dynasties, is renowned in the Jiangnan martial arts world for its flower willow hand and its unique internal energy cultivation method, Azure Wave technique. With a profound family heritage and numerous masters, it is one of the top forces in the ancient martial arts world of China today. Core Intelligence Part 2, Individual Strength. Intelligence Summary. Lu Ruyan has practiced her family's martial arts since childhood and possesses exceptional talent. Detailed intelligence. His cultivation has reached the peak of Ming Jin manifest strength, and he is only one step away from becoming an Jin hidden strength grandmaster. His strength is sufficient to easily crush professional fighting champions ranked 10 or higher. Core Intelligence Part 3, Industry Background. Intelligence Summary. Jiangnan Club is not an ordinary private club. Detailed intelligence. This place is an important pawn planted by the Lu family in the secular world. Its main function is to gather intelligence from various powerful figures for the family, and to handle some great transactions that are inconvenient to resolve in the inner world. Boom. 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 One by one, item by item. The moment this earth-shattering information, enough to overturn the worldview of any ordinary person, flooded into Lin Xuan's mind. He felt as if a door to a new world had been opened for him. Ancient martial arts family. Internal energy cultivation method. Overt strength. Covert strength. Warrior. These ethereal words, which only exist in martial arts novels and movies, were presented to him in such a real and shocking way at this moment. Turn out to be. This world is really not as simple as it seems on the surface. Beneath the seemingly calm surface of modern cities, of steel and concrete, lies a world so magnificent and mysterious. The underworld. Before him, those so-called business tycoons and powerful figures. In the face of this true inner world, they are probably nothing more than ants that can be manipulated at will. Lin Xuan's mind was shaken violently. An unprecedented, enormous shock and boundless excitement instantly overwhelmed all his thoughts. This is the world he truly wants to experience. This is the true power that allows him to completely take control of his destiny. He looked at the classical beauty before him, who appeared delicate and frail, but was in fact a peerless master at the peak of Ming Jin martial arts skill. His eyes have completely changed. If he had previously harbored a sliver of male admiration for her as a beautiful woman, now, all that remained in his heart was endless solemnity and vigilance. This woman is too dangerous. That's too unfathomable. Perhaps. Just then, Lu Ruyan finally spoke again. A complex light, which she couldn't quite explain, flashed in Lin Xuan's beautiful eyes as she looked at him. It's me, I must have misjudged you. Surprisingly, she took the initiative to give Lin Xuan a way out. In the end, she chose to trust her own eyes. Because she didn't see the slightest bit of guilt or panic in Lin Xuan's eyes. Only pure, unadulterated acceptance. Of course, she didn't know. This is because the shock Lin Xuan felt after seeing her information far outweighed his slight guilt when she questioned him. Mr. Lin, please excuse my rudeness. Lu Ruyan picked up her teacup and raised it to Lin Xuan from afar as an apology for her earlier impoliteness. Lin Xuan also raised his teacup in return. The tense and eerie atmosphere between the two finally eased. Mr. Lin. Lu Ruyan put down her teacup, her smile becoming much more sincere. An honest person doesn't beat around the bush. I have asked you to come here today because I have a request. Oh? Lin Xuan raised an eyebrow. Miss Lu, please speak freely. My Lu family has recently encountered some troubles in our business. However, she hadn't finished speaking. Suddenly, a commotion arose outside the tea room. Immediately afterwards, there was a dull thud as a heavy object fell to the ground. And a few suppressed, painful groans. Lu Ruyan's face instantly darkened. A chilling murderous aura flashed in those eyes that should have been gentle and tender. But that malevolent aura vanished in an instant. When she looked up again, her face was once again adorned with that polite and elegant smile. She smiled apologetically at Lin Xuan. There was a hint of helplessness in that smile, typical of someone in a superior position. It seems there are some unruly guests causing trouble. Mr. Lin, please have a seat for a moment. I'll be right back.